because he really didn't have a choice. Seeing Tom Segura squashed up against the end of that couch next to Jason Kelsey really put things into perspective. He needs to go and kill Tony ASAP to put Hinchcliffe back in his crown box. But let's get back to Tom because the cringe was thick in this one. It was only a matter of not as healthy as he thinks he is. And don't get me wrong, I'm not bagging these guys for being unhealthy. It's the hypocrisy of their constant rambling about their diets and how hard they train, the cold plunges and saunas, all the sacrifices they make, while they drink every day and smoke cigars all the time, while popping nicotine pouches, and God knows what else they put into their mouths. At least Rogan finally realized it was all getting out of control. Well, at least for a couple of days.
Rogues, yeah, I kind of quit those, but I thought I was going to have a hard time. I quit them over the weekend. Really? No, this is easy. I think I'm lucky. I don't think I get physically addicted to stuff that way. That's great. That was super easy. I feel like I have some of that where I'm not that. Dude, I have friends who and it's like, don't take that. I can't get off. Get that crane away from me. Yeah, people get physically active. I didn't really realize that was a thing. I think it's just different.
I hate to break it to you guys, but Bert definitely has some shit going on that he either doesn't know about or that he's clearly hiding from everyone because he'll be forced to quit drinking for good if it comes out. But do you guys remember when Brendan Shaw used to promote Kratom on his podcast, and then when I exposed him for illegally promoting an addictive product, he all of a sudden stopped promoting this for you. It was around the same time Philip Morris International tried to silence before Tom descended into his figure it the fuck out talk that we've become all too familiar with. These guys are so far gone and detached from reality that they don't realize how ridiculous they sound. They've basically become NPC billionaires who speak in empty platitudes and forgot what it's like out here in the real world. As usual, though, it gets worse. Much, much worse.
It's like, you just gotta deal with the cards you dealt. Well, you have 4 aces. Well, you don't. So, what are you gonna do? Yeah, you gotta just sit here and complain about everything, or what? You gotta figure it out. Yeah, figure it out. Yeah, figure it out. There's really not enough. There's not. Because you really, it's like, you don't gain anything by doing the, like, how come I don't get this? It's like, how come I'm not sick? I don't know. I'm not. You just deal with it. Yeah, you gotta just deal with it. You remember the documentary, The Secret, that's stupid on you? So you think nothing can happen. Yeah. Not really. That's bull. It's part of it. Part of making things happen. It's physical limitations to the human frame. You can't get taller. You can lose weight, but you can't really do much other than that. Yeah. But there's a bunch of people that just think about their problem. It's an obsession, and what it does is it carries you through time without having to deal with the problem. Because you just talk about the problem. Right. That's a big one. People live normal life. Dirt floor, shack, love your problems. Yeah, exactly. Your problems are not that big a problem. You need that perspective change for people. Exactly. That's right.
if you're struggling to pay your rent, you have to choose between eating meat or heating your apartment in the winter. Change of perspective. Look at the bright side. At least you're living in abject poverty in a third world country. Stop being so fucking ungrateful. Seriously, you people. But who knew that Joe Rogan could do such an accurate impression of himself? We've seen him Obama impression, and that time he tried to swing a Jew and a mafia boss, man, that was cringe. But when it comes to imitating himself, he gets it absolutely spot on.
Yeah, thank God it's that. Make a living. The UFC was around when I was competing. I've done it. And then imagine how dumb I would be now if I'm 7 years old. Oh, I'd be hey, you look good. You lose weight. Here's what we do. Because dieting, my brain would be like a 4-cylinder engine. I got to worry about it damage. Yeah, you said it to me before. I think so. I think there's just a certain amount that you get that makes you just a little reckless. Yeah, a little crazy. Touch. Yeah, just a touch. Yeah. Just a touch of brain damage that allows me to be. I like taking. I enjoy risks. Yeah, I like them. They're fun. Me too.
Two multi-millionaires sitting in their aisle, completely cut off from the world, telling us how much they love taking risks. You seriously could not make this shit up. Just remember, by the time Rogan kicks the bucket, he more than likely will be a billionaire. And that's not a coincidence. It's not because of luck or circumstance, it's just because of his mindset. You see, being rich is a state of mind. You're either born with it or you're not. You're either a player or a spectator. And if you're anything like Tom and Joe, you didn't have a choice. You were destined to be your own boss.
Yes. I think if you take this career path, enjoy risk, clearly. Yeah. Well, also, you don't have any choices. Yeah. Like, my thought was when I was first started, I was like, I can't work. I can't do it. But I know I can do things. But I can't show up and do a job all day for the rest of my life. I don't have that in me. I'm allergic to it. The problem is, like, I developed not having people tell me what to do. Yeah, I can't listen.
Like every comic has that thing too.
Yeah.
Like I can't have a boss. I think if I had done this, I would have started my own business of some kind.
Yeah.
Living on
Yeah, you would have had to. But that's, how many people don't?
Now we're at that age too where you can look back on 25 years of people you know.
Oh my God.
Who are like miserable.
Oh my God. People that are in hell.
Yeah, in hell.
In hell.
Yeah. Well,
Holy shit, these guys are so far gone, it's almost unbelievable. Do they not realize that their entire fucking audience work for a living? They're sitting there bragging about their watches, cars, fancy diets, and expensive health routines, all off the back of their fans. And in the next breath, they shit on people who work for a living. Not all people who work for a living are miserable. I mean, fuck, what are we doing here, baby? That's some crazy delusion right there. I seriously learned his lesson after his airport meltdown, but his little publicity tour over the last 18 months was clearly all just an act. It's like he gets empowered by being in Rogan's presence and reveals his true character. But all that bullshit aside, an episode of JRE with Tom Segura wouldn't be complete without some comedy brain talk. This is the real cringe in my opinion. This is the art of stand-up comedy brought to you by Tom and Joe.
I'll still do like what I do, which is like go into your club or book some club weekends, which are kind of like low, stress kind of things where you go like, all right, I'm just gonna go work out. Yeah. So I'll try to keep the muscle fresh, but I won't book like every 12 months.
It's good to take breaks.
It is, right?
So, I took a big sort of a break. I've just been doing club. It's great having no pressure. So, like, I just talk about what I want to talk about, and I write about what I want to write about, instead of going, I gotta put an hour together, because I have important thoughts.
Right.
Like, I have to make sure this hour's tight, and,
You just kind of take your time.
as I've gotten older, I've thought much more about stand-up, and there's stand-up is kind of unspoken. I think a lot of it is in person.
Really.
Yeah, there's a weird thing going on.
I also have this thing recently. I'm on tour right now. I realized that, like, man, it's funny how I could be like tired, and being tired, I go on stage and there's a different the right amount of tired. Not tired where I can't think, more relaxed.
Bro, what happened to just being fucking funny? Now we've got Tom telling us that he's got tiredness to hit the perfect set, but after hearing those hypnosis tape, his stand-up makes more sense to me now. He's humping the stool to hypnotize us into a state of euphoria where we're completely under his control. That's why whenever you watch him laughing at the live audiences, because when he scrunches his face up and yells at the top with his voice, he's hypnotizing them. That's the level of comedy he has. And speaking of it, if you want to see my detailed breakdown of all the Netflix comedy specials, including Tom's latest show, as well as all the check that out. Otherwise, make sure you subscribe to my channel right here on YouTube. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you next one.
Yeah, look at these.
So one of those is fake?
Yeah,
The one on the right is fake?
yeah.
That's perfect. Have you been driving much in Austin? It's not bad. It never takes more than half an hour right there. You'll just take off. And that's legal in Texas. Red Band, I'm starting with his place.
It was one thing for Brendan Job to drag Brian Callen to Texas, but the entire execution of the move has blown up in Brendan's face. And I'm not going to lie, I'm actually starting to feel bad for him. I've never seen Brendan with this much low energy. He barely laughed the entire podcast. He didn't even sit up and almost burst the vein in his neck while staring into the wrong camera. He didn't claim to be non-violent and then threaten violence against someone in the next breath. There was no name dropping or claiming he's super close to someone he's never met, and he didn't even falsely confuse anyone of exposing him. In this episode, Brendan just sat there slumped in his chair, looking depressed and defeated, sipping on a Diet Coke and shoving God knows what into his mouth at regular intervals, as the reality of his situation set in deeper. He did, however, bring up in the first 2 minutes.
4 weeks, buddy. I can't wait till you get there anyway. Tigers, the championship. I'm going to fly from Austin. That's what we have to do sometimes.
Allen, on the other hand, was glowing like an expectant mum. As for you who don't know, earlier this year after the LA fires, Brendan Schaub came up with the idea to pick up shop and move to Texas. So he convinced his buddy Brian Callen to their podcast and hopefully save off the Big Boy empire, which has been dying in the arse for years. However, what he didn't know at the time was that Brian would make the move on his own a couple of more Brendan would, because Shaw would have trouble selling his malt in Calabasas, because renting, he was able to get his shit together and move down there much quicker. And so over the last few weeks, Brian's been flying back to LA to shoot episodes of The Fighter and the Kid, until every time he comes back, he looks happier, healthier, and more at peace with his life, even though he wasn't able to fully beat the alligator. Brendan, on the other hand, looks like a divorced dad who gets to see his son one weekend a month. Ex-wife's new husband moved down to Texas for a new job, and is now forced much happier his ex-wife is with him, and how well the new stepdad is going in his new job.
I've been at the mothership a bunch. I love every night pictures. Yeah, it's great, man. I'm loving it. I'm so fired up. I'm writing like crazy. The late spot, like I close the little boy, so I'm doing a half hour as opposed to 15 minutes. It's just such a privilege. Rogan's there every night. It's just great. I get to catch up and see those guys. I love it.
Everything I predicted right here on this channel has come true so far. Brian has hit the ground running in Texas thanks to his decades-long relationship with tall and funny comedian Joe Rogan. After the allegations relegated Brian to the passenger seat in Brendan Schaub's train wreck of an existence, he's been struggling to score roles as a Hollywood extra. He hasn't been able to get a streaming deal for a comedy special, and he's been struggling to sell tickets on the road. Actually, that sounds exactly like Chris D'Elia. Must be a coincidence. But now that he's made the Austin sacrifice and been abducted by the comedy mothership, he's starting to turn around. And don't get it twisted, mothership regulars are making a killing. Rogan's club is sold out every day of the week, so I have no doubt that Callan's making more money from stand-up than from the fighter and the kid. Guys, asking to Brendan in 2025. A, move to Texas. B, lose his lawsuit appeal. C, make a comedy comeback. And D, all of the above. Clearly, the correct answer is all of the above. A has already come true, and looks like C is just around the corner.
And for us, I know you're stage for a different thing, but you might have to make a couple guest appearances. It'll be silly and fun. I promise you, you'll love it. Get your meat, just to throw it around a little bit, that's all. You know what I'm saying?
Bubba went real dark there for a second. As soon as Brian mentioned him coming out of retirement and getting back on stage, I started a little because I think we might be onto something here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but did that just sound like Brian was talking about going on Kill Tony? Because if he was, then fun, 100% yes, it happened. Chin, you're watching this right now from your unfurnished studio apartment. You have got to help make this happen. If there was anything we didn't deserve that nobody asked for, but we desperately need, it's Brendan Schaub on Kill Tony. And I'm not talking about going on the panel as a gift back. We need him on as a guest open on 60 seconds at a time, earning his comedy chops from the ground up, becoming a Kill Tony, getting an invite to Red Band's secret show, just completely run there. That not only is he the worst in the history of the world, but he's actually willing to lean into it and resurrect Go Poppy. Imagine all the recycled Texas material here, such as shitting on homeless people, being fat and white, complaining about things, and then showing off the size of his belt buckle. It would be the funniest thing to have ever had of the comedy mothership. And if you really want to see how the comedy scene right now, check out the link to my Patreon here below, where you'll find all my Netflix comedy special reviews and Kill Tony content. But as we know, just obstacle for Brendan resurrecting his comedy career. So I'll come back to Brendan's joke and problem in a moment, because Brian's Austin shenanigans did not stop there. If the stories about the Austin comedy scene didn't hurt Bubba's feelings enough, then Brian's newfound love of helicopters certainly did. We all know that Brendan's been bleeding money for years, and he's being propped up by his dad, Peter Shaw, who's the director of Thick Boy Productions. So when Brian brought up his old buddy and Chopper to go for the barbecue, it was yet another dagger in the back of his Texas
Chopper, so my buddy Shane Snyder, who is just a great guy, and I work out with Tim Kennedy's best friend. Shane comes everywhere in a helicopter. Yeah, that's a flex. It's not just a flex. He'll come and get me at my house, sir. Where's he land? Wherever he wants. There's a field. He'll land right there. You'll love this. We worked out, and he goes, "What? It's barbecue?" I go, "Where?" He goes, "Soul." I go, "How far away is that?" He goes, "Oh, no, you can't drive. It's about an hour and, 10 minutes, but I'll get there in 7 minutes." And I went, "Huh?" He goes, "Hop in." And I hop in. And I sent you that video. Bags like our cars. Yeah, Bubba, he's got whatever you need in his helicopter. We got up, and my life. And then we got back in the helicopter, and I was back in my car in 7 minutes. Okay? Yeah. And that's hard to argue.
Forget walking into his truck. I was about to walk into his chopper for some sloppy toppings. Thank you. As expected, though, Brendan's immediate reaction was to check out how much helicopters cost to see if he could swing it past his daddy. Taking long for him to realize that they were way out of his league, and there was no way he was going to be able to buy it.
How'd you buy a helicopter?
Well, he said, I'll let you use my chopper to learn. And he was giving me a little lesson.
Was it tough to learn?
It scares me because it's so sensitive to the wind. The wind. When the wind hits you, go like this. The whole thing was. And I'm like, oh, I think it's just let it do what it's doing. I know, but I don't like this. And by the way, you're in a bubble, so you can see everything. It would take me 4 months. It probably cost me 30 grand, a lot of money to get your license. But then you're.
$30 grand for a license?
Yeah, but then you're off and running. Now you can pick up a used chopper for about $130. A Thompson, not terrible.
And you want to get a knob or something?
You get anywhere you want. Now I just need more money. I don't have the money. You understand? I'm not a helicopter guy. But if I ever make a lot of money, that's a lot of money right there. Now my one buddy, our boy Eddie Stone, he flies around in that. He flies around that one right there. That ring.
Why don't we go dip on that one for 75K?
Go about it. I'll do it with you. I'll do it with you. I'm not going to 93. It's not you're scared of it.
This is so unnecessary. No, neither can you helicopter.
Now, let's waste time.
From 37.
I'll pick you up in a second. You know what I mean? Now, here's the problem. Sometimes you got to be careful.
That thing you're going to do.
Yeah, I know. That's not too hard.
Look at that little trade one for 42. That could be us. Come on. Single seat. No, it's a single seat. Yeah, we'll put it on 96 though.
Brian can sit on your lap.
That's what I'm saying. For $40 grand though?
Now you gotta spend. You buy a good one.
Yeah, you really don't want to pay any pitch on a helicopter.
No, you don't want to pay pitch on a helicopter.
There's more taxes
And maintenance. I need to steal that. You guys see that on stage at the mothership? Brendan Schaub is not getting credit. Don't penny pinch on tattoos or helicopters. That's a great joke.
Yeah, that's actually a terrible joke, B. Don't let that discourage you, Brendan. Tony's waiting for you. Trust me, you get a kill. I'm not gonna lie though, this whole conversation was funny as fuck. Seeing the rocks in Brendan's head slowly turning as he tries to navigate the world of aviation in real time was an absolute peach's delight. He also had of true self-awareness. He acknowledged that flipping drugs is one thing, but flipping choppers is a whole other thing entirely.
It's so convenient. He flies by my house. I'm with my kids. I'm with my kids, and he buzzes my house. My kids were like, ah! He's looking at me like this.
Bruce Wayne.
He comes right down to the trees. He's like, my wife's like, your friend's out there, and he's like, what are you doing, fucker? I can land on that field. If you ever leave, we'll just go. I was like, what? Wow. And he goes, you know, Rob, it's like a half a mile away from you.
Man, I'm jealous. You're like on helicopters, right?
Well, he's been setting options.
Well, since helicopters are statistically more dangerous than driving,
Or generally considered more dangerous than cars and airplanes.
but what he says, helicopters fatalities per flight hour than cars per driving hour. Okay, 27 times more dangerous than driving. Why? Well, that's because there's no fender benders.
There's no fender.
It's just mistake. Well, you're gonna learn.
Did you see
Super habit. Like I've made a few mistakes driving my day, right? And all the cars I've had, I made that mistake. Like if you were like, oh, Brendan flipped his TRX, right? I'm fine. Brendan flipped his helicopter.
Alright, so if helicopters are 27 times more dangerous than cars, then for our boy Papa, we better add a zero to it, like a handicap. But could you imagine if Brendan managed to convince his dad and Legs to get him a chopper, and he got his license and everything? Forget drive fast, we're talking about fly, don't land. Fly day, comedy mothership green room by night, all day. I'm telling you, it could work. He's even got the chopper impression down already. It's 10 times better than Callan's.
He comes right down to the trees. He's like, acts like your friends out there, and he's like, "What are you doing, fucker?"
See you later.
Gangster.
Yeah, Brendan's got that chopper noise down for sure. Brian sounds like a car that won't start. But all jokes aside, this move to Texas is going to be a real problem for sure. And the irony is the man standing in his way is the man who started all of this in the first place.
Bro, Alex Burr is the scariest kickboxer that's ever competed in the sport. He's like the one guy above all head. He just has to hit you once. Out of all guys I've ever seen fight, I don't think anybody I can say that more than that guy, including in kickboxing. In everything, it's terrifying. He's crazy.
I remember we came to the mothership and they were like, that was terrifying because he was like, "I want to meet you."
He's the hallway upstairs in the mothership checks the casket. You know the little area where the elevator is, where the VIP is? We're standing there, this little crowded area, like 5 of us. And Politon's kicking my legs and he's explaining how he lifts his leg up this way, and this is how he checks it. You're like, oh. And both DC are, what do you know about this? You know, like, how does a guy like that go and become a regular person? How do you integrate and just be a regular guy? Yeah, it's gotta be very weird. Like Sean's figured it out. Yeah. But Sean got lucky that he found podcasting, and found all gas no breaks. So like he found a way to transition time.
Yeah, very few. And it's just fucking unbelievable. The way Rogan brought that up with a straightly wrong is just next level. Talk about kicking a guy while he's down. Brendan had channeled Drive Fast almost 18 months ago, and he's still yet to break 10K subscribers. He's the most frequent guest in JRE history and runs 3 other podcasts himself. Not to mention very rarely break 50,000 views. Just let the guy go, Joe. He's already dead. Stop the fight. This is where I start to feel bad for your boy Brendan. We know how much he looks up to Rogan. He's his North Star. He runs everything past him and takes his advice in every facet. And then Rogan can't even remember the name of his stupid-ass car channel that nobody watches anyway and clearly exists as a way for Brendan's dad to write off all of Brendan's cars. Then Joe will drag him onto a fight companion where Brendan will make an absolute fool of himself, get every prediction wrong, claim that he wins, and mispronounce words with 2 syllables. But it's all good because Jamie turned off the live chat. I mean, what exactly is Brendan got to Texas for? It's clearly working Ryan Callen, but what's in it for Joe Rogan's not going to let him in the comment mothership?
Years ago, you told Brandon on this podcast that you should. Yes. When do you feel like a fighter should? Like, for example, me and him, I was friends. Like, his lust for training wasn't there, and I was worried that neurologically he was suffering. There's gonna come a point in time we have to stop. Now is the best time to stop. Like, you already have a career. You're doing podcasts. You're doing well. He's making more money doing podcasts than he ever did fighting. I'm like, dude, you've got it out right now. You're a funny guy. You're fun to hang out with. He might not have the best stand-up, but talking to the dude, he's a funny dude. He's got a great personality. He's fun to talk to.
Tell him, Brandon, or just being honest enough to say, you need to polish up your stand-up. Like, a lot of people surround themselves with this, like, that comfort, right? It's so important to have people that's going to be honest.
Holy shit, the irony of that conversation is next level. Rogan is the worst example of a rich and famous person surrounding himself with a bunch of yes men who continuously bend over to kiss the ring while simultaneously being one of the worst comedians in history. If anyone needs to polish their stand-up, it's your boy Joe Rogan. The net result of that conversation where Rogan told Brendan to retire from fighting and focus on podcasting and stand-up comedy is that his podcast is barely making any money and he's retired from comedy. This is why I'm starting to empathize with Brendan, because he's too stupid to see that none of the guys around him give a fuck anymore. Well, it's either stupidity or he knows he doesn't have any other choice. I really think moving to Texas is going to ruin him. He's dragging his wife and kids away from their friends and family based on the false promise of a better life and more opportunities. When the reality is, he's left the Golden Hour podcast back in LA. The short show is basically dead at this point. Brian Callen's got one foot out the door and one in the chopper, and Brendan's comedy career is dead on arrival. What are we doing here, B? Sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Remember though, if you want to see my detailed breakdowns of all the Netflix comedy specials and all the Big Kill Tony shows, don't forget to head over to my Patreon via the link in the description. There's a bunch of other stuff on there that you might be interested in as well, so go and check that out. Otherwise, make sure you subscribe to my channel right here on YouTube and hit the like button while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
So, having 11 hours? I think so too. 100%. And it can pay for itself, given how we got the door, flying me where you want to go, like Uber for a job. We don't have to worry about it. I know. We don't have to worry about it. You're right. The first podcast I'm scared. What's wrong with you? You're right. Enough with this. You're right. Politics, enough. COVID is over. Knock it off. I hate all this shit. I'm scared. How is it going to change your life? Tom Hanks is plenty of. What does it matter? And do you really care? At the end of the day, do you really care about that 16-year-old girl? No, shut the fuck up.
Joe finally said the quiet bit out loud, calling out Joe Rogan on his own podcast for the things we've been saying this whole time. Ever since the pandemic broke his brain 5 years ago, he's been repeating the same talking points again to whoever will listen. We've seen Joe have some awesome guests in the past couple of years, and even more recently, like Harrelson, for example. But instead of asking them about their life experience, Rothschild might often interview himself about the state of the world, President AI, and how much better Austin is. Now, some of these things are true, and there's definitely a time and place for those discussions. But Joe has become so in excess of $500 million guarded by SEAL Team 6 in his interaction with the outside world, his comedians, and his Twitter and Facebook feeds. So then, when he had Joey Coco take him long to descend into his ball to talking points,
When I found out they were trying to stop doctors take away their licenses if they prescribe ivermectin. If you just prescribe off-label a drug that people say is beneficial in certain trials, you're not allowed to do for the first time ever. Doctors are prohibited from prescribing something off-label that has no side effects.
and just to give you guys some context, if you're not familiar with Rogan's brave new comedy world, there is a hierarchy. At the bottom, you have the mentally ill common man like you and me, who are too stupid to recognize elite level comedy due to our undeveloped pedestrian brains. We often misunderstand the comedy genius of Joe Rogan and his because we likely have low testosterone levels, we're depressed from having to work normal jobs, and we don't exercise enough or eat enough healthily. However, Rogan is more than happy to sell us everything or anything he can get a sponsorship deal for, because money and bitches, am I right? But then there's the comedy class, the gentry, if you will. These are the thousands and thousands of working comedians around the world who tirelessly work at their comedy acts, trimming the fat and dialing it in for years and years just to get a few laughs, yet still, they don't always make it. The window for success is so slim and narrow that only a select few make it through to the other side, because there can only be 250 elite comedy assassins. These are the noblemen, the dukes, earls, viscounts, and barons of the comedy world. They don't tell jokes on stage, they murder on stage. They are literally killers, assassinating one audience member at a time until by the end of their set, they're the only ones left standing. Okay, just to clarify, they're the last man standing. Everyone else died because they were so funny, so they died from laughter because comedian. But then, sitting amongst the top 250 are the royal family, the cream of the crop, the best of the best, the upper crust, the bees, the ducks nuts. These are the Rogan Six, a protected class of comedians who are so funny, they've never been funny. And yet still there sits one comedian atop of the rest. To get last in a minute, this guy deals in revolution, whatever the fuck that means. He's so funny that he murders you, then he revives you, he can murder you again with another punchline. A man with almost 4 decades of stand-up comedy experience and only one comedy special to his name. That man is Joey Diaz.
There's like a few in my mind that are like running for that, like who's I guess there's no one best. And I go with like sheer RPMs. I gotta go with Joey Diaz. Some of the sets that I've seen him have in the OR, where I think it's the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
And so with the man himself sitting across from him in the studio, Joe threw all of that sentiment out the window and instead chose to talk about the same things he talks about every other day with every other guest. You could hear the deafening silence coming from Joey Diaz as Rogan rambled along, sniffing his own farts in between hot takes while he marveled at the sound of his own voice. But unbeknownst to Rogan, it was all slowly getting under Joey's skin. Rogan just couldn't take the hint.
That's one of the reasons why America became so powerful. To the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, the laws that gave you freedom of speech, the right to bear arms, the right to practice your own religion, all those things are also the type of people that moved here. Crazy, risk-taking motherfuckers that were willing to get their kids and get on a time here where people were principles that made this country great. Like very intelligent, liberal people with degrees are talking about the First Amendment restrictions. No, you gotta be able to say whatever you want. And then you decide if you want to communicate with people that speak differently than you. And if you think they have an egregious position, you're allowed to say something about it. And you talk about it. And everybody has to figure out who's right. If you just like, that's it. Take in and not take in. You're not allowed to, because I don't know you and you don't know me. This is nonsense.
So we all know that Rogan's a free speech warrior. The top 250 comedy assassins are the last line of defense against the tyranny of the government, and of course, Big Tech. Unless, of course, Rogan's the disabled who comments on an Instagram post because his followers were being too mean to Jordan Peterson and hurting his feelings. Hang on, I thought Joe posts and goes. He says he doesn't read the comments. Maybe he made an exception. Oh, and he also said this in the same podcast.
You know the old expression about snitches? Well, in this case, snitches get rewards. We want to thank you for turning folks in and making sure we are all safe.
You should go to jail for saying that.
There's nothing cringy than getting your producer full of a 5-year-old. I'm going to go ahead and claim that this is Rogan's best take. Eating it together is one of the most Joe Rogan things I've ever seen. This is nothing short of, and if you think you misheard him, you didn't. Joe says exactly what you think he just said.
What we're talking about is the problem with this disclosure of him. Those people are going to fall apart. They're going to fall apart in COVID. Oh, Jesus. They're going to be wearing silver jumpsuits and sucking alien tubes the moment those rounding up people who's not slaves. He'll do whatever the aliens are. All the people that got 9 or way of communicating stuff. So you don't talk so much online. You can get a lot of stupid online, get a lot of dumb things online, but you're also also going to get a lot of conversations that they had. What is wrong with the system? How do we get the money out of it? How do we get money out of politics? How do we get the number one corruption factor out of figuring out what's best for all of us? It doesn't bother. Sometimes when I think about it, because I do it, I go down roads, I don't want to think about it. I want to just enjoy my life. I'm scared to find out everything else I got. Take a chance at repetitive thing. Yes. Well, that's also one of the benefits of a society with children. A society with children wants to make sure that the future is safe. A society of people without children making rules don't give a fuck.
So at this point, we're about 2.5 hours deep into the episode. So Joey's high as fuck, Rogan's in full flight, and he spent most of them winding himself up with his doomsday. We all know how much Joey hates the alien talk, and only Rogan could weave his pandemic hangover in a hypothetical situation in which people would move the shots, drop to their knees, and serve the aliens to enslave us, presumably to mind God. If you know, you know. Chat, but it was when Rogan brought up Japanese babies that Joey Diaz finally realized he had the question, has Rogan given been to Japan?
I'm deciding right now. We have population have you seen that stuff on Japan? Japanese prices. They're having so few children in Japan that for 3 generations they could be in real trouble. Because I think about it with when civilizations collapse, I think about what was going on. I know. We don't have to worry about it. You're right. I'm like, I'm scared. You're right. Enough with this shit. Right. Politics enough. It's over and over. Not the shit. That's the problem. Worrying about this is what you think. That's true. Believe in everything. How is it going to difference in your world? I'll tell you. You're not actually going to work. Come on. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. When these house, there's no effect. Whether today is tomorrow, because of the internet, they ain't got nothing to do with it. Maybe you do a show. That's what's the show. I don't know what show. And I know what it is. Nobody cares. It's a show. It's a show. Finally, after all these years of Rogan talking out of his ass and repeating the same shit over and over again, the funniest man alive calls him out of his own podcast and sets him straight. I could honestly watch that clip on repeat. The way Joey immediately tries to defend himself, but then when he realizes Joey's not going to hold back and he's actually had enough, so he starts agreeing with him and laughing hysterically, not realizing that Joey's only half joking and he's legit getting sick of listening to Rogan spout off the same shit every time he sees him. That's the second time in as many weeks that Rogan's been called out on his own podcast, except this time, Rogan can't simply tell Joey to stop interrupting and ignore his questions, like he did to Douglas douchebag Murray. But the way Rogan was laughing it all off as some big joke reminded me of the time Bill Burr called him out on the podcast 5 years ago, and why Burr hasn't been seen on the podcast in years. You want to walk down the street with a mask on? Let's not start this, Joe. Let's not start this. Okay, let's start. I don't want to start this. Well, I'm not going to sit here with no medical degree, listening to you with no medical degree, with an American flag behind you, smoking a cigar, acting like we know what's up, better than the CDC.
All I do is I watch the news once every 2 weeks. I'm like, mask or no mask? No mask? All right, mask. That's all I give a fuck. I don't care. Right? And then, and then everybody wore the fucking masks. This is like rollerblading. Everybody rollerbladed, and then there was that one homophobic joke, and then everybody acted like they never did it. And then 100 million rollerblades get thrown into the ocean. We all wore masks, and then all of a sudden, people are sitting there. Well, you don't have the body type for it. Numbers would scrape on the ground. Even with that extra 2 inches.
And of course, we can't forget when Theo Von told Rogan that his body looks like a supermarket turkey with strings wrapped around it, which Joe took as a compliment, not realizing that he literally looks like a fucking supermarket turkey with strings wrapped around it. The thing that Joe doesn't seem to understand is that real comedians don't want to go on his show and talk about politics and the pandemic and woke liberals. Regardless of which side of politics you come from, that shit gets boring and it's so overdone at this point, especially when he's putting out 4 episodes per week, all with the same topics on loop like a broken fucking record. Sometimes it's just fun to talk about fake stuff that you think is real, like Dragon.
10 years ago, I got reading my mermaids. Like that sometimes. Where they actually spotted me. That's just a lie. It doesn't even make any sense. Like, fish don't have sex, you idiot. That means it's the most beautiful one in the world from the waist up, and all she do is give you blood. But people are, they want to fall in love with the mermaid. They're like, that's the craziest person to fall in love with. Is there any evidence? No, come on. No, they're manatees. These people saw manatees. Probably their eyesight sucked because they all had scurvy. They were all starving to death. They all had syphilis. So horny that they want to fuck manatees. They see manatees in the foggy walking around. I swear it's a girl with a tail. Horny from like Europe in the 1500s. These monsters. They're on this for 4 months, and they think they smell the water.
That was probably the best part of the podcast. Seeing Rogan ruin Joey's mermaid fantasy was almost as funny as seeing Rogan lose his mind when the ladies of the View ruined his dragon fantasy. Right, Joe Diaz's rant that kind of creeped me out a little. He was ranting about how no one cares about Epstein or that Tom Hanks was probably hostile, even though he allegedly had relations with him. Allegedly. Well, in case you didn't know, the check and passed on his own, at least, serving time for kidnapping and aggravated robbery in the late 80s, but it was when he got into comedy that he had formed Harvey Weinstein.
As long as she paid 100, I had no something like go from something. 3 times she went down.
I think that right there is why Joey likes to keep a low profile and do his own thing. Some people think he was joking, and others think he was being serious, because just like Joey seems himself about the Epstein list, who really gives a fuck? We've all bills to worry about. I think to do it, but it's a whole other thing entirely to brag about it. And that was way back in 2011 in the earliest of JRE when Brian Redman was on there instead of young Jamie. I think Joey's been lucky that none of those girls came forward and exposed him. If that's actually what did happen, we can't know for sure. Even if you go back to his last appearance on JRE from last year when all the P. Diddy stuff was fresh, in the first few minutes he immediately tried to downplay it and move on to something else.
There's so many different stories. I was never Diddy's party. Even though the motherfucker tell jokes. I know you have. Open no random jokes. That's it. No whole background music. I try to stand up. But a twisted web. Some folks believe.
Yeah, I think it's pretty fucking gross for these guys who both have daughters to be so chill and carefree when it comes to all this shit, especially when Joey used to openly brag about taking advantage of young women by trading sexual favors for stage time. Why is it that so many of Joe's friends have allegations that they can't shake? They all get so drunk on the money and power that they think they're invincible. I've said this before, but I have a feeling that in the next few years, some will come out of the Boston comedy scene. I don't know who it's going to involve or what it will be, how big their egos are getting, and how much shit they've already gotten away with. I wouldn't be surprised if there have already been some under-the-table settlements or not. It would not surprise me a bit. But if you want to see me rip all their comedy specials to shreds, as well as a bunch of other exclusive videos, make sure you head over to my Patreon by the link in the description. Otherwise, make sure you subscribe to my channel here on YouTube. Hit the like button while you're here. Watching, guys. I'll catch you next one.
What happens with me? I smoke pot on LA. I wouldn't make it before you say that. Have you been there? Right, that's a good point. You haven't been to the crossing. Why we asked there at all? Never been. Oh, I'm not going to talk about it now. Can you just go to see him going? Can I just go to wars, or do I have to come back and say what people want? Oh, I'm not going to been to the crossing, please. No. Why we asked there at all? Never been. You've never been. Oh, I'm not allowed to talk about it now. Can you just go to see him going? Can I just go to wars, or do I have to come back and say what people want me to say about the war? Have you ever been to Nazi Germany? Realize I have feelings about them? You can't time travel. Right. You can't travel. Okay, but so what? So what's the point? I got in there. I get it, and I know, and interesting. Okay, I like that. I like that. I love that.
The episode of JRE from last week with Dave Smith and Douglas Murray couldn't have come at a better time. Worst they've been in years. We get a guest who's willing to look into Joe's glazed over eye and tell him without a hint of irony that he's full of shit. But it's so much better than that, because the man himself, Douglas Murray, is easily the biggest twat to ever grace the JRE studio with his presence. Here we have a so-called expert degree in English literature from university telling Joe Rogan and Dave Smith some public interest in which they have no expertise in. The irony is so thick, it could even make Rogan's hair grow back. Okay, not really. The point is that Douglas Murray had the right message, except he had no idea how to execute it. Instead of putting Joe and Dave back in their cloud box, he ended up coming off as a pompous twat who was too arrogant and unprepared to bring her a Nazi uniform to a dress-up party in Oxford to impress his hot crush on the rowing team. He's the kind of guy to dance in front of his portrait of Winston Churchill hanging over the fireplace, wearing a towel and his favourite shirt. You can just tell looking at his douchey face that the only thing he's an expert in is smelling his own farts. The top comment on that episode summed it up perfectly. This is what you get when the world's biggest twat meets the Dunning-Kruger experience.
You can't time travel. Let's go back to the era. Let's go back to the go. In 1996, for the World Libertarians approaching the World Bank. It doesn't mean anything. This is a non-argument. Yes, I'm saying the World Bank did their own analysis of this, and they said that it was a 40% your own analysis. Hold on. You gotta stop interrupting. Okay, let him finish. I will. So sorry.
And so the main argument being put forward by Douglas Doucheface Murray is that Rogan and his comedy assassin buddies like to dip their toes into complex issues with absolutely no first-hand or comprehensive knowledge of the subject, and then when they get called out for making mistakes or just plain making shit up, they throw their hands up and say, whoa, 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 take it easy, guys. I'm just a comedian talking shit.
Right now, there's so many assassins out there. There's more arena acts out there right now than has has ever been in the history of comedy.
I'm going to come back to the top 250 comedy assassins in the second half of this video because in the last few days, Rogan has offered some of the most dogshit takes on comedy I've ever heard. Honestly, if you're new here, it will be a good test of your ability to withstand the cringiest of cringe. But the main point here is this. Yes, Douglas Murray is right in principle. My view is that Rogan and his inner circle of fucks have used their enormous reach to talk about shit they have no idea about, and because of the sheer size of their audience, they have incidentally helped to push completely rubbish narratives across many different disciplines. Or as Brendan Shaw would say, in every facet. Here's the thing though, Joe Rogan's comes time to throw up the hands and say, sorry, I'm just a comedian talking shit. Well, you see the problem. He's neither an expert nor a comedian, which begs the question, what are we doing here?
I just feel like we should get out straight away. I feel you open the door to quite a lot of people who have a big laugh, who have been throwing out counter historical stuff.
Hail Satan, hail Satan, hail Satan, hail Satan. Here goes the devil tonight.
I don't think
Hail
Daryl
Satan.
has
What's the other character?
guys that know what they're doing, they're not knowledgeable. They know
Here
what's
goes
going
the
on. But they don't listen to their views on
Here,
shit.
Rabbi.
Daryl is on
Here goes
You say, I
burn.
decided that Churchill is the bad guy.
Someone said,
This is glorious, but this is why they're gonna burn down.
Cooper said
No,
that.
literally.
he jokes with his friend Jocko.
Exactly. Before you get burned early, and these those things fucking cut.
That Churchill was the secret villain.
I can pick that in with
What I'm saying is, by
Look at
Churchill's
him.
actions are what that's fired. He's not saying anything. He's not just asking
yourself.
And then he once again
We gotta send this guy to hell, guys. Send Satan stuff.
was the worst.
That is so much.
Anyways, I do give you the chief villain's right.
What was that?
Provocative statement.
What happened to the entire book? Blinking in and out.
Is it?
Yeah, that. On the fucking video. I didn't know you could do that.
The backlash against Douglas Murray came from, on the one hand, he was saying, you guys are not experts and stick to talking about stool humping and kettlebell swings and stop trying to be smarter than you really are. But then when Rogan and Dave Rubin said being as the iconic dinosaur with a heart for the British Empire, he'd turn around and say, oh, well, no one's saying you can't talk about it. And so around his circles they went.
Get the concrete here.
I don't know. He's blinking in and out.
If we all pretend Churchill was the bad guy of the 20th century, at some point could be
Wake up.
because you wrote videos of big very successful in a much on one hand, I'm not a question, really, frankly, sometimes around and then this is there is no story downplayed anti-Semitism in 1930.
That was what those guys offended by something he did.
About it in the 1920s.
Because he's bad, inspired, because of how bad.
The idea that
Fucking Dahlia, so we know that.
that was what he was doing. And second, AFC won.
Like I said earlier, if I had hit Douglas Murray, people have been calling out Rogan. Exactly this thing. He had the balls to join the video face to face. However, Douglas suffers from what I like to call Rogan derangement syndrome, or just RDS for short. And I'm actually an expert on RDS because I used to suffer from it myself until I realized the error of my way. ways and corrected it. It's not so much as supposedly spread, it's the size of his audience that bothers them. That's what really burns them. Because think about it, if Rogan and one of his guests read the idea that Winston Churchill maybe wasn't the hero everyone thinks he was, for whatever reason, I honestly couldn't give a fuck. Well, there's no harm done. Until you factor in that the conversation is going out to millions of listeners around the world. And most importantly, the real supposed experts are stuck on legacy media with their 5-minute segments that nobody's watching anymore. I think that's what he's really trying to say. And like I said, I used to suffer from RDS myself until I realized that Joe Rogan is a lol cow sent to us by the comedy gods for our entertainment and viewing pleasure. The fact that he bought his own comedy club and fancies himself the king of comedy just makes it all that much funnier. Anyone who takes Rogan seriously deserves whatever the consequences are for doing just that. Look what happened to Flip Dibble. Look how they massacred our boy. And so when Tim Dillon went on JRE over the weekend to promote his new Netflix comedy special called I'm Your Mother, they didn't waste any time in mocking our boy Doug.
There is an argument to be made that level of devastation and death is worse than you talking to someone in your podcast. Allegedly. There is an argument to be made. It's probably not a good one. There is an argument just talking. I would name it before you say that. Have you been there? Right, that's a good point. Have you even? You haven't been. How is he in all these wars? Can I just go to wars? Like the idea of going to a war and then coming back, having a very black and white yes. I have been there. I get it, and I know, and interesting. Okay, I like that. I love that. You feel better than the other people. Well, of course, there's a lot of people. It gets very murky. Most people I know that have been to war have a very murky, complex view of things. You don't go to school? No, you go for an hour. Couple hours. It's a lunch. Yeah. It's lunch on the front line. Black jacket that says press. Tea on the front lines, and then you come back and you have all the time. Yeah. No, I'm gonna go. I'll go to any war and anything you want. So if you want to pay for me to go to a war, I will come back and I go. I saw the movies. They're terrifying. They are terrifying. Any war you want. And by the way, any country. If China wants me to, I'm doing it.
I think Tim Dillon is probably one of the best comedy podcasters in the world. He does what guys like Joe Rogan, Dave Smith, and Andrew Schultz could never do, and that's just to sit back and talk shit, instead of overanalyzing things they know nothing about. Theo Von is also good at that, but Tim Dillon nails it. Even Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle in their more recent years have dipped their toes a little bit deep into social and commentary. Even though Chappelle captured it perfectly, what does Ja Rule think? But Tim Dillon suffers from another problem entirely. His stand-up comedy is absolute dog shit. I went through his latest comedy special, which he shot at Rogan's Comedy Club, and dissected it in detail for Patreon, which jumped up this morning. A few hours, I concluded that it's the worst comedy special of the year so far. He is so much better on podcasts than he is on stage, and it's not just me that thinks so.
People watching Love on the Spectrum, which is why we're number 8 on Netflix's top 10. We should be higher, but they're watching Love on the Spectrum, which I get it's a feel-good show. Well, fine. This podcast, that's very sweet. Own the special. Yeah, the mothership loves it. It's great. I mean, a lot of people love it. Most people love it. Enough of this fat blowhard comments. You saved it. Well, the first one was very bad. And the producers were making this horror mistakes that they always make. They want to light up the room, and they want to do things very differently than a normal show. Yeah. That looks just like a room doing specials. They want to light the room up, and it just makes everybody self-conscious. They don't know it's different. There's a reason why comedy clubs are dark. It was still good. It was just tense. It was tense. Feel that people were well where they were filming, and they were like not in it. God, they listening to Rogan trying to convince himself that he saved Tim's comedy special after it completely bombed on Netflix is funnier than the special. Like I was saying though, if you want a detail down of how and why Rogan wrecked Tim's special, my Patreon in the
description where you'll find the review, as well as reviews of Bert Kreischer's special and a two-part breakdown of Kill Tony's Netflix debut. But like I said earlier, this is where Rogan really falls apart. When he admits he's not an expert and he's just a comedian talking shit, he exposes himself to the biggest open secret in the comedy world. Everyone knows his comedy stinks, but because he's got so much money and influence these days, you can't call him out publicly for it. The only one to have done it at Jezelnik. I've covered in detail how Rogan got his way into comedy, first using his fuck you money and the fame he got from Fear Factor, and then when his podcast took off, he used his Spotify himself a comedy club. Whenever he has a comedian on the podcast, they all tuck their balls in between their legs, lean forward, and kiss the ring.
There's 5 comedy clubs on my street. That ultimately is for town. You bring people into the town. The problem is when people used to be in control of comedy in the town, and all of a sudden they're not. And they used to be like the person people would go to, and now they're insignificant. Right. I don't think there's any environment that's good to get jobs. I mean, that really is a gem. Yeah. And everybody is just getting better. It's stage time. There's no substitute for stage time. Stage time and a good try. Yeah. You gotta have that. Because everybody's seeing it grow. You see these guys emerging, and you're like, this is incredible. We're so lucky. We have the luckiest job and the luckiest place in the world. I think so, man. And if I was a young comic now, I would go to Austin, Texas. 100%. Because they're just all that stage time. And you don't actually automatically get to go to the mothership, but that could be your goal. All you have to do, a lot of women get in there, a lot of non-binary people. All you have to do is just be good. Yeah. There's showcases all the time. Adam's picking people all the time. People see you. The path has never been clearer now for a young comic.
Between Joe Rogan and Tony Hinchcliffe, they've contributed more to the dead age of comedy more than anyone. I said this on Patreon last week when I was talking about Ari Matty and Cam Patterson. When was the last time you guys watched an awesome comedy special? You know, the ones that really made you laugh. For me, it's been years. The comedy podcasters have saturated the market, and now Netflix is capitalizing on their promotional ecosystem. The reach of these podcasts has been so big over the last few years that Netflix is basically buying their specials knowing they're going to get free promotion. We saw Andrew Schultz do 20 different podcast appearances to promote his special recently. Tim Dillon's been trying to get around as well, yet neither of them were able to reach the #1 spot on trending. And I said at the beginning of this video that I had some absolute dog shit takes on comedy for you guys, and when it comes to Rogan, his delusions are absolutely out of control.
It's one of those things that you hear now more than ever. When you're talking to a young comic and they go, I'm hanging out with this person, I go, yeah. They go, their dad owns this. You go, really? Yeah. Just curious. You ever find it interesting from a really low background that was good at stand-up? No. I mean, yes. There are some, for sure. They probably don't like any but yours. Yeah, they're around.
These guys are still pushing this narrative. Bert Kreischer is literally one of the highest selling comedians in the world. He makes tens of millions of dollars from touring every year, and he comes from a very wealthy background. His dad owned a law firm that represents the Church of Scientology. When Bert was 18, his dad took his whole family on a trip to the Virgin Islands to celebrate his graduation. And then there's Tom Segura, whose dad was vice president at Merrill Lynch. In fact, a lot of the comedians who hang around Rogan came from well-off families, or at least middle class. But these guys like to pretend they came from nothing and struggled to pay the rent while they were grinding it out in comedy clubs in their 20s. I mean, Rogan had several development deals in his 20s that paid him hundreds of thousands of dollars, one of which was with Disney. But by far his worst take on comedy is Rogan's #1 comedian in the world. This never fails to make me cringe. Listening to this is like eating a lemon dipped in salt.
There's like a few in my mind that are like a bit running for that. Like, who's the best? I guess there's no one best. It's so much. You always have to consider Chappelle. Yeah, the goal of our generation. He's the most prolific. He has social impact. And I go with like sheer RPMs. I gotta go with Joe. Sheer RPMs. When you just like, how many nights will we comedy store. We couldn't even talk. We couldn't breathe. You're not even laughing anymore. Everybody's just wheezing. He's making wheezing noises and slapping things. Some of the sets that I've seen him have in the OR were, I think it's the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. I've seen everybody. I've seen everyone. Great comedians who I love to death. I don't watch them every time they perform. But I think Joey hit RPMs that nobody did. People say, like, who's the funniest guy ever? I'm like, God, man, I don't. There's guys with sight, like Patrice had great. He was really hilarious, but he also had, like, great insight. Joey Diaz, you didn't get no insight out of Joey Diaz. He's rock 'em, suck 'em robots. You pull up. He's in a crowd of.
Fuck me dead. They pick up each other's asses at this point. I've never heard anyone else say that Joey Diaz is the funniest comedian of all time. I think that says more about Britain's taste in comedy more than anything. It's like how Tony gets Andrew Dice Clay to do a set at the Kill Tony Arena show material from 40 years ago, dressed in a gay biker. Making the Harvey Weinstein of comedy as number one is just pure comedy within itself. Like, sure, Joey Diaz can be funny, but best comedian ever is just diabolical. Comedian on a podcast nowadays, there's a bunch of top comments saying, as soon as I saw a stand-up comedian in the description, I knew to skip this episode. Joe Rogan becoming the gatekeeper of comedy is one of the worst things to have ever happened to the comedy industry. And now that his podcast ratings have fallen so badly, it's starting to affect his buddies who are putting out specials on Netflix. The Rogan bump is a thing of the past now. Remember though, if you want to see my detailed all their comedy specials and all of the big Kill Tony, don't forget to head over to my Patreon by the link in it. There's a bunch of other stuff on there that you might be interested in as well, so go and check that out. Otherwise, make sure you subscribe to my channel right here on YouTube. Hit the like button while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one. Never turns out the bisexuals. They should choose. It's kind of, they just want everything to burn. It's like, I feel like someone is going to might be switching to a flip-flop. Right. I'm not watching anything right after you drink. My wife already bought the flip-flop. She was like, you see, I got to do that. I told her to put background controls on my Instagram. I got no right. I'll show you for real. And you'll see it. Okay. I'm watching where you set up. Oh, that's scary. Bert Kreischer has finally made it back to JRE after almost 2 years without a solo appearance. The last time he was on by himself was way back when his Machine movie came out in early 2023. And we all know how that went. But this is actually, for those of you who don't know, cancelled Sober October with Tom, Bert, and Mark after Bert got too annoying. As a member of both Sober October and Protect Your Wife. Yeah, you're the only one. You're the only one. You're the only one. What's that? Respect that day. We never else have stuff. Okay. We just think it's kind of ridiculous that we got replaced. Yeah. Replaced. We just get tuned up and all you do is check. None of us talented to workouts. None of us are connected parts. So let's do it. I think I'm understanding. I have a problem. It's not making all about himself. Hold on. No, hold on. There's a clip. No, hold on. That's a guy that come out there. You're not interrupting. No, you're fine. Look at him. I'm not interrupting him. I'm having a fucking conversation. That's what conversations do. Now, if you guys remember when I covered Bert's little temper tantrum with Ari and Tom on Two Bears, One Cave earlier this year, I ended up defending Bert, and even more recently, when Bert was complaining to Tom that he doesn't understand why people think he's a narcissist because he's just trying to bring the same energy from his stand-up into the podcast studio. It was at that point that I honestly started to have a little bit of empathy for Bert because up until that point, he really just seemed like a self-centered, overweight alcoholic who demanded everyone's attention and couldn't read a room and say naturally, all of those things are still true, but they didn't understand why his friends would call him frat boy, but would make him famous in the first place. And that's kind of like selling comic out of the ideas his friends are the ones who have been encouraging him and enabling him for the last
Greatest form of affection you can give another comedian is to give them shit, right? But that's also, you also can get a temperature of how they're responding to it. You know what I mean? Like, you guys pick on Bird and everything, but like, if you got a sense that it was truly hurting his feelings, you would be more concerned.
sure.
You're like, dude, this is who you are. That's real temple. Get away from it. Podcast.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, you're like, you're the machine. If you don't talk about this on stage, then you're not doing yourself, you're doing yourself a disservice.
But Rogan did us all a disservice that day. Fast forward a decade, and this is where it's at. And they're milder, based on Bird Ration.
And that's nuts. It's so crazy. Isn't that nuts? It's literally a movie based on Bird. It really is.
Yeah, and they wrote a story about it for Rolling Stone magazine.
The original title was The Interruption.
Those Bird impressions are fucking unbelievable. I seriously watched that clip 100 times and it never gets old. All we need now is for Adam Ray to do Bird Crusher and kill Tony. Yeah, thank me later for that. Bird so far, this is not going to turn into some Bird defense video. Trust me. I put together a cringe compilation for you guys, which I'll play for you in a minute. And it's honestly some of the shit you'll ever see. But what I'm really doing is having a dig at Bird's buddy to have helped to perpetuate his insufferable public by constantly egging him on and enabling him, but then shitting on him when he starts to get too annoying. And when I say the hate is strong for Bird, I mean the hate is strong for Bird. Check out some of the comments from the latest JRE episode. You people are so fucking brutal. I was big fan of Bird, but with the help of my family and a great team of Bird's jokes, he'll do it for you. Dan, my excitement was quickly diminished. We'll try again tomorrow, ladies and gents. Even timestamps, guys, skip this one. That's my favorite. I'm a simple man. I see that I close the tab. This is one of the guys who just came here for the Bird slander. Some days we come for the guests, other days the comment section. It's a comment section day. Thumbs up for clicking on the link, not pressing play, and only reading the comments. Bird stops being obnoxious at 3:05:32 because Bart is 1000% reading the comments. God damn, this comment section is ruthless. I've never been a huge fan of Bird, but I'm starting to feel bad for the guy. I was genuinely looking for one positive reaction, and I straight gave up. Yeah, that's actually no exaggeration. Literally 99% of the comments were shitting on Bird, which is honestly crazy. And that's become the trend with the Rogan 6, whenever they go on to JRE for a solo. I remember last year when Segura went on by himself, the comment section was almost completely against him. That's the same with Andrew Schultz. Brendan Schultz gets a free pass because Rogan has Jamie and off the live chat whenever they do a fight companion. But can we just appreciate the irony of these guys being some of the original guests way back when Rogan first started his podcast and helped him to grow and believe in what he was doing, when everyone else was wondering what of the actual fucking audience has almost completely turned on all of them, just because we're all so sick of listening to the same conversations over and over again about about the fine art of stand-up comedy and how comedy brains are different to pedestrian brains, blah, blah, blah. You guys know the story. The thing is, though, all of this hatred really seems to be getting to Bert, especially with all the drama with Ari over Sober October being cancelled, and Bert getting a reality check over his tendency to interrupt everyone. At the very beginning of this episode, you could really see that Bert was happy to be back there, and it almost looked like he felt relieved.
Always good seeing it's always good seeing that. I always say, like, you get the best hugs. I'm a hug guy, too. Yeah. I think it shows your emotion.
I love a real hug. Yeah, a real hug where someone loves you.
Yeah.
You know I love you. So I give you a love hug.
I know you love me. I know you love me.
Oh man, that pulls at the heartstrings. There's nothing more homoerotic than two middle-aged comedians sitting in a studio being guarded by SEAL Team 6, blowing smoke in each other's faces and sniffing each other's farts while gazing into each other's eyes. Fucking amazing. God bless the 250. But in case you didn't know, Bert wasn't there to patch things up with his old buddy. He was there to promote his 6th Netflix special called Lucky because Bert's a lucky guy.
Oh, I should say, my special, Lucky, is streaming right now on Netflix.
Right now.
I say lucky because I am the luckiest guy in the world. I really am. When you think about, do you think about, finding the friends I did later in life, Like at 37 or 38 when I started meeting all you guys and hanging out with you guys. Getting into comedy at the time I did. We got into comedy when it wasn't a job. It was it was weird. It was like joining a circus.
Dave floods.
And I got into comedy because I got discovered by Rolling Stone magazine. That's number 40 in the whole country. I mean, what are the odds of my life tracking out? So that's why I'm named Lucky.
Well, we're all very lucky. If you're listening to this, you're very lucky. You can hear about that.
Yeah.
If you're watching, you're very lucky that you can see. You're very lucky that you can afford a phone. We're very lucky. Like most of the world lives in utter poverty. And that's the unfortunate reality of all these people virtue signaling about the 1%. Like, bitch, you're in the 1%.
And Boomer Joe's back with his dog shit takes about how we should all be grateful because things aren't so bad, We're all in the 1%, just like him. There's no difference between Rogan and his millionaire buddies and all of us working class folk. Stop complaining, bitches. If you can listen to and watch JRE on your phone, be grateful. Don't worry about your groceries, rent, and energy bills. Just pay for all that shit with fun coupons. And speaking of delusions, like I said earlier, I put together a cringe compilation of all the dumb shit Bert said throughout this episode, and it's honestly a work of art. I know I've been complaining about how unwatchable JRE is at the moment, but this was actually a half-decent episode. There was no politics or pandemic talk, 250 comedy assassins talking trash while sucking on bras.
Did you know it's wheelbarrow?
It's not barrel.
It's wheelbarrow. I'm always glad it's romantic programs on going out. I can't, because I can't work
You don't do your own work?
No, I have a guy program.
Okay,
He comes to my house and trains me every day.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
My dog caught a squirrel. My dog had 2 bull mastiffs. The big one is, he's like just squirrel the same way I want to have sex with my wife. She wants it every fucking day. And he caught a squirrel. And I think it'd be the same as if I had a kill sex and fallen and went moving. And he's moving. And I was like, oh, buddy, you should have never got what you wanted. What's great about these shows, like the English versus Black Doves, is there's 6 episodes. But it's a 6-episode arc. So it's not just like Sonic, like we remember like old dramas being the hour and then and then you never have to watch that again. Brand new one, the whole thing happens in an hour. But there are these episode arcs where it starts Peaky Blinders. Streamers have changed the way we're taking in content because you start. I feel like come on Instagram a lot. Like, we switch it to a flip flow. Right. I'm not watching anything right after you quit drinking. My wife already. I didn't do that. My daughter put pepper on controls. I got no. Like these 2 dudes climb Everest. I followed them on Instagram. Climb from Everest. Like,
Brazil. Go look up how many people die. Wait, Kilimanjaro.
No, nobody Mount Kilimanjaro.
Yeah.
There's a light left people died. And Mount Kilimanjaro is it's like it's a long line. People died. I bet it's under 10.
You know how many people definitely don't die on Mount Kilimanjaro? They don't go to Mount Kilimanjaro. 100% of the people that don't go up that stupid mountain. Just get a binocular and watch that shit. Just watch it. Watch it in your head.
I can't believe they still let people ride motorcycles. Okay, hang on. Bert's daughter's putting parental controls on his Instagram is the most crushes thing I've ever heard. And what did his dog do to his mother? My bad. But I'll joke, Bert, if you're watching this, you should totally start a GoFundMe to send you to Mount Kilimanjaro. Bro, I'll definitely donate to that. Go all the way to the top. Don't stop. We believe in you. And when you get back, you should get a vote of money. What are we doing? Oh, by the way, you guys know that Bert could read a really true story. Right? It's Russian. It's Acrylic. You can read that. You can read Russian. I never told Russian. You did, but I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you learned how to read it. I thought it was really hard. I just went to DJ, very big DJ said, I was with Santino, we were in a tennis tournament. I said, where's your accent from? He goes, oh, I'm Russian. I said, yeah. He goes, no. And we started talking to Russian back and forth. How long did it take you to learn that? As long as I was there, I got pretty good towards the end. How long were you there for? That's it? Yeah. That's incredible. 2 months. Anybody hidden skill? No, I know. I can speak Spanish. How'd you learn how to speak Spanish? From Florida. Really? I took Italian in college. I can't speak Italian. I took Spanish in high school. I can't speak Spanish. I understand Russian a lot better than I can speak it. I have a hidden ability to learn language. I understand Spanish a lot better than I can speak it. But like where I was just in Spain. I was just in Spain a week ago. And apparently my Spanish. Give me your ice. Ice. Say something. Yeah. Okay, look, just when you thought the machine story was done and dusted, Bert reckons he can speak Russian because he went there for a couple of months 30 years ago. Talk about a useless idiot. And is that a thing if you live in Florida, you just casually pick up Spanish? Top 100% needs to try and have a conversation in Spanish with Bert on the next 2 Bears 1K. That's to say everything he truly feels about without hurting his feelings. But we couldn't get through an episode of JRE without getting the full Dunning-Kruger experience. This next clip has so much green room energy, I'm honestly surprised they left it in. Throw a wig on Rogan, and we've got the next Dumb and Dumber reboot. How much better do you think anabolic steroids are than testosterone? As far as like putting weight on and like, I mean, is it so much more noticeable? Yeah, it's just completely. You've never done an anabolic steroid? Nothing serious. I've never done anything serious. I tried Anavar once, and I've done like some minor stuff. And Joe, the Tom's on, was that bad all the time? I think he is, but what do you think he is? Oh, yeah. Really? When the Tom, when we ever go Tom, put in the hard work to lose the weight. But he's been really disciplined. She got sick on it. She saw her Brian Simpson. Brian Simpson got real sick. So did Bobby Lee. Yeah, folks, just carnivore diet. Just eat meat, eggs, and you'll lose weight. I guarantee you. Oh man, I was waiting for Jamie to jump in and tell them both that testosterone is, in fact, an anabolic. I'm honestly surprised that Rogan didn't know that, given how quick he is to dish out vitamin and supplement it, though, not realizing that they're dosing anabolic steroids by taking high doses of test, which they've all openly admitted to. And I'm not talking about TRT, that's what Bert thinks he's doing. But he accidentally blurted out on Theo Von's podcast that he's jacked up on test and taking big doses, which with such an unhealthy lifestyle like Bert can be really dangerous. And for all the people to be calling Tom Segura out shortcuts to better health. Bert's over here throwing him under the Giuseppe, even when Tom's admitted several times to only doing it for a couple of weeks before he got sick and had to stop. Meanwhile, Bert has a trainer coming out to his house every day to train him, has a nurse come out to his house twice a week to give him a vitamin IV, and then eats and drinks like a pig every other day. For someone who takes his health so seriously, he really is walking a fine line.
I'm putting those nose strips on his nose. I was
Yeah, dude, I like that. It's your guns are gonna poke out of your stomach. That's what it is. That's gross. No, your guns. It's not a fat. They do too. Do they?
I'll show you for real. You'll see it.
I'm watching her do a set of lineage. Oh, that's stomach?
I remember when it happened.
Oh, dude, how long ago?
Probably 12 years ago. 2 weeks later, my wife, and I kind of lean up and I see it. And I go, dudes get it when they just gain a lot of weight. That's another way to get it. But like, I've never been that fat. Tom, yeah, I had one. I get it fixed. After the surgery of 13 weeks of recovery of being up, I'm going to go haywire.
You don't have to go haywire. That's nonsense. You should get it fixed. You should get it fixed and get your nose fixed too. Just bite the bullet. Run the body. They know how to fix those things. Breathe out of your nose. Do a yoga class. The instructor, he would get anatomy. He'd be like, yeah, breathe out of your nose. I'm like, I don't have a nose. It doesn't work. My nose, I had like 1/4 of one nostril. That was the only thing that was open. Yeah, my right side.
So it wasn't just.
Finally, we have confirmation that Joe and Bert are mouth breathers. They know Bert should totally get that shit checked out. I feel like every week we learn something new about him. As Fogan and Sober October, I hope he brings it back this year and they can all find a way to coexist in the same room for a few hours. Those are the best episodes in a podcast that he's been falling off hard over the last few months. The ratings have been going, and even though he's recovered back to the top spot in podcasting this month, his numbers are still way down compared to what it used to be. And don't forget, Bert's comedy special is out now. I'll be doing a detailed review over on Patreon, so make sure you check out the link in the description and become a member so you don't miss out. There's a bunch of other uncensored, longer form content on there, and it's a great way to support the channel. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
People saying, I knew you as Joe the stand-up. And I remember people saying, hey, he does comedy.
Unless you understand Aramaic, unless you understand the translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls, like there's people that are Aramaic. Congratulations.
Yeah, I got Aramaic, I got obviously French. I had to learn Spanish when I was working in construction, and then I got some of the click languages. Oh, really? No, I only English.
Woody Harrelson appeared from the curtains of the world's third biggest podcaster over the weekend to have a chat with the third biggest podcaster in the world about the same shit he's been discussing for the last 5 years. And as you saw in the intro there, our boy Rogan was in fine form, dodging jokes like a professional boxer before bursting out into laughter once he was informed that his guest was in fact joking. I mean, this is a comedy podcast after all, right? But no, you're not mistaken. You heard me correctly. JRE has finally been dethroned from the top spot in podcasting in the most ironic way possible by the anti-Trump Minus Touch podcast. Oh, and Candace Owens too. Now, I don't think Rogan's ready to sack young Jamie just yet because these rankings obviously change month to month, and JRE will no doubt rise to the top again once all the political bullshit dies down. However, there was one thing that caught my eye, and it's something I've been saying for a while now that people always tend to call me out for. But now we have the actual data to support it, so later on in the video, I'm going to have an I told you so rant. Make sure you stick around for that one. To start off with, though, let's have a little bit of fun here because this episode of JRE perfectly captures why Rogan's podcast has been losing millions of viewers. I made a little super cut for you guys, which is going to make you physically cringe. But if you haven't noticed, both Rogan and Woody were high as fuck in this episode. They started to straighten up a little bit after a couple of hours and got to each other. At the very beginning, though, Rogan's eyes were almost completely shut, and I'm all for this. What's happening, man? How are you?
Everything's good as can be. Happy to be in Austin. I love it here, you know.
It's a fun place.
Yeah, I mean, I stay here, so
It's perfect because it's like a blue city in a rain. It's like even the really bookie liberal people are pretty reasonable.
Kooky liberals. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about that.
Did you get a lot of that after Saturday Night Live? Kooky liberals coming your way?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good transition.
I think it should be before Jamie hits record. Like the whole month show, but instead of spicy wings, they have to keep taking that would totally pump viewership numbers, right? Basically, every episode will become like Protect Our except with scientists and politicians and whoever the fuck else is up for it. It was so baked at the beginning of the podcast that he completely had at the very beginning. Still in LA?
Where you're having Austin right here with you.
Where do you live though? Where do you spend most?
No, I live in Austin. I live in Austin.
I didn't know you lived here.
I'm determined you and I are going to have to hang out sometime socially.
I would love to do that. Let's do it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you don't feel just like you're back against the wall.
Come
Come
on. I go with you anytime. I'll bring you down to my comedy club.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
On C
great.
Street. What's it called? The Comedy Mothership.
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
It's fun. It's a great place. My buddy Tor.
That point, Joe. Keep reminding everyone that you're a comedian. But like I said at the beginning, even though JRE is now the third biggest podcast in the world, it's still the biggest comedy podcast, believe it or not. And for veteran viewers, you'll know that Joe's biggest talent is being gullible to fake Twitter and Facebook posts, as well as missing jokes when they're staring him straight in the face. Seeing jokes fly across the bow of Rothschild's shiny bald head has become a weekly highlight tab. My life is what the fuck who wrote that? I'm gonna start looking like I pointed out in other videos, I honestly think a lot of Rogan's either forgot that he's a comedian or never knew it in the first place, because once he reminded Woody that he in fact owned his own comedy club, Woody loosened up a bit and started throwing down some sick trolls, except true to form, they missed every time. Eventually, he just gave up.
You know, I'm on the school of thought that a lot of the religious experiences that people talk about were probably inspired by psychedelic experiences. And, you know, there's a great book called The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross by John Marco Allegro. Do you know about that book?
I've heard of it, but I've never.
Unless you understand Aramaic, unless you understand the translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls, like, congratulations.
Yeah, I got Aramaic, I got obviously French. I had to learn Spanish when I was working construction in Houston. And I got some of the click languages.
Oh, really?
No, I only speak only English. Come on.
John Marco Allegro, he was an ordained minister. If you read John Mack, he was a psychologist from Harvard, worked with people. And this guy was. Did you read that? That's crazy. Did you really?
Yeah.
Why did you?
I met him at campus in Harvard.
Wow.
You know, I went to Harvard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I had a great night, and then went back home. No, I only visited there a couple times.
Why not? You play really good chess. How many people turned off by religion, flying around in private jets and driving a Rolls Royce?
Oh, come on, just said Joe only understands toilet humor. That's why he's always laughing at Tony. He usually gives one-liners where he makes makes fun of someone's weight, voice, or skin color, but there's allergies, guests, jokes, Terry. See, Joe's a comedy gatekeeper. He's a kingmaker, like pedestrian, brain civilians trying to be funny. He'd rather you just left it to the top 250 comedy assassins, the Austin murderers who snipe their audience one dick joke at a time. There's no need to try and be funny if you're not one of them. The real killers are here now.
20 hours out of the house. I went, and they wanted me out of that. I went back after college for a year. I mean,
Oh no, that's hard.
no, it was a good year.
Really?
Yeah, drinking with Phil every day. No, I was just reading and jacking off in the basement. It was great. I was fighting right out of high school. So, like, I just didn't want to go. It's Tom Cruise. Like, so I understand why they wanted me out of the house. Like, you were living in a realistic life. Impressive skill all time. Like, so not drink by spitting bottles and just make the drink. I just want to drink. Yeah, I don't need a witty bartender. Right? You know, if you're really that funny, you should come here.
There you have it, straight from the pony's mouth. Don't try and be funny or witty if you're a mere civilian. Leave that to the big boys. And if you fancy yourself a shot on stage for a Kill Tony show and see how you go in front of a live audience. But if that doesn't work, just start a podcast and buy a comedy club. All jokes aside, which isn't hard on JRE, from Woody being high as fucking rammed on like a drunken sailor, this episode was fucking terrible. I mean, how is it possible to have one of the greatest actors of his generation on the show and not any of his roles? The closest we got was Cheers, and that he's been following him since the Cheers days. Imagine all the stories what he has from his 40-year career in the industry. White Man Can't Jump, No Country for Old Men, Zombieland, and that first season of True Detective with Matthew McConaughey was fucking epic. Instead, we got Boomer Joe, the same boring ass talking points he's been spouting for the last 5 years. He literally checked off every single box and didn't leave a stone unturned.
I'm a fan of yours too. I really am. I love the things you've done that just flipped everything on its head. You know, the people you've interviewed, that you got, you know, people genuinely up in arms. You know, like you're not afraid. You're a fearless warrior, and I appreciate what you do. You know, I just feel like to mandate was crazy. That to me is fascistic behavior. I don't know how many sets you visited, but everybody was like, you know, mass, and then there'd be different zones. Yeah, and then, you know, you get, well, the closer you get to the actual set where the shooting is, and then the red zone, people, put your mask on. And I just like, I never bought it. I get a video. I wish I had it with me. I take an inhale and hit a pop, right? And then I put on my mask, and I exhale, and it just comes out every, right? You know, the concept, people have, for people saying, you know, trust in science, very unscientific concept.
Yeah, they stopped any early treatments that weren't the vaccine, and that they probably shouldn't have done that, and that a lot of people could have been saved because of it.
It was a hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, which some legitimate doctors found to be effective, you know, so you can't even bring it up. And then you couldn't even get it.
Yeah.
Suddenly they made it ungettable.
Yeah, well, you couldn't get it from Walgreens. They wouldn't prescribe it for you.
The media does push the divide.
For sure, media's bullshit. First of all, they're dying. They're dying like AM radio. They're not going to make it. They're not going to make it. The internet is more compelling, and independent journalism is more accurate. Beautiful thing about someone like Elon buying Twitter and turning community notes is now you have a way of fact-checking things where people use the community notes and they start posting studies in the community notes and saying, no, this story's not true. Here's why it's not true. Here's why it's probably not true. But what they didn't understand is at the time, they didn't understand the media landscape. They thought that they were still huge. They didn't understand, like, an average video on my show was like 10 times bigger than their show. Remember when Biden, rather, was on television talking about the hurricane was coming? The most important thing when the hurricane's coming is you keep vaccinated. Everything's harder if you're not vaccinated. I also think that things are going to get really weird with AI. I think with AI, and especially when AI gets attached to quantum computing, we're going to have an undeniable access to truth. And unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of propaganda that's with that too, because a lot of this AI is programmed by people, so there'll be a battle of which AI is the most trusted and effective. And the real fear is that AI governs us, which is probably
one of the absolute waste of a podcast. It was worse than the fart sniffing, but at least he didn't bring up how bad social media is for your mental health. Oh no, hang on.
You go on social media at all?
No.
That's probably healthier.
Yeah.
That's probably healthier
Yeah.
than being on it all the time. Because I know a lot of people who are on it all the time, and it makes them sick. It's like radiation.
Joe Rogan is easily the most chronically online famous person in the world. Okay, maybe the second most after Elon Musk. How many times has he gone on long rants about a Facebook post or a tweet he saw, only for Jamie to reveal that they were just trolling and it's not real, or that Joe forgot to read the community note just praised in that clip? The best one for me was when he almost started crying over the father and son boxing match, thinking that dad was beating the shit out of the son and potentially giving him brain damage just for all, only for Jamie to eventually tell him that they were two YouTubers who had been talking shit about each other. Why doesn't lie? But thank God we didn't have to hear about how Rogan challenges himself by working out, jumping in the sauna, and taking ice baths. Oh, fuck, hang on.
Now, what point did you say to yourself, I'm definitely not allergic? There's no chance of me being allergic.
Oh, I don't know if you ever think that. I guess I think that now.
I mean, you're at the tippy top of the tippy top. And everybody's got to be kissing your ass, telling you how great you are. It's got to be hard to not allow your ego to dictate that.
Yeah, I don't know. I stomped my ego pretty good. I do it with workouts, I do it with martial arts, I do it with cold plunge. That's pretty brutal. I put myself through way more than the life ever did.
Imagine being so stupidly the hardest thing in your life is getting into an ice bath after a workout. Yeah, that has to be harder than being a single parent or working 2 or 3 jobs to feed your family. Who knew the 6 a.m. workout followed by a cold plunge and a protein shake? And don't forget the sort of slum it with the peasants over at the health club. That's how he stays healthy. Find me there when we do it, Henry. But like I said at the beginning, Rogan's numbers have fallen off this year. Obviously, though, you can see on the phone ranking chart his monthly downloads and plays across all platforms has dropped by a massive 35% per month, combined with huge increases for Midas Touch and Candace Owens. But the metric that I found the most interesting was actually the average plays and downloads per episode. That's now down almost. Do you guys remember how Rogan used to promote his average?
When I first started doing this, I really just talking shit with my friends. I just get high, say stupid shit, just laugh and joke, just talk, just have fun, just hang. And it became a thing very strange. Like what it is now, where it's too big. You and me talk, just do, but it's not to do with an audience of millions. That's a hard thing to say. It's a hard thing to conceptualize. If you saw what 11 million people looks like, if you saw it in a room, you're cold. If we had to have this conversation on stage with 11 million people, you'd be like, what the fuck is that?
So I've heard Rogan use that 11 million figure a few times over the years, but now it's come right down to just over 3 million, which is obviously still a crazy number, but relative to where he used to be, it's a massive drop. And I call this when he signed his new Spotify deal over a year ago, which is around half the size of his first contract, and everyone was calling it as a win for Rogan. He beat the work mob and got a new contract, etc. But the reality was the new deal was watered down because his podcast had fallen off so hard during those Spotify years. It's also interesting to look at the breakdown of the views. Around 1 million came from podcasting apps, but the bulk of the views views, around 2/3 or 2 million came from YouTube. So YouTube really is still the king of podcasting, despite what Spotify will have you believe. And I think it's obvious as to why JRE fallen off so hard over the past few years. This episode was a perfect example. After the pandemic, thoroughly right or wrong about certain things, a lot of the shit he was talking about before is actually true, and the mainstream media has tried to cancel him and him look like a freak. But this all happened like 5 years ago, and Joe just hasn't moved on all the shit that he takes every morning. His brain is just fried at this point. He lives in a bubble with almost no interaction with the real world. And just like Woody was saying before, everyone around him kisses his ass and tells him what he wants to hear because they all want a piece of the pie as well. It's pretty sad to see because, like a lot of you guys watching right now, I used to really enjoy listening to JRE back in the day, but now it's become so predictable and boring over years. Anyway, make sure you check out the links below or just head straight over to podcastcringe.com and get all of my new merch designs. Otherwise, sign up to my Patreon via the link in the description for my longer form uncensored content, and don't forget to like this video and subscribe to my channel on YouTube while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
And I know it is. Why would you? Yeah,
No.
just headache in your life. But I'm just saying, I would vote.
What made you convinced that he was cheating in that particular game? And by what method do you think he could possibly have been doing it?
Could you hear something? Was it like bird? Hearing vibrations?
Is
Smelling something.
Yeah, listening to you.
Norwegian music. Diners.
that's actually German. But it's been awesome talking to you, man. Hey, thanks for coming in.
Alright, episode of the Joe Rogan Experience, world famous Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen was the guest along with Austin Comedy to discuss all things. Now, you might be wondering, why the fuck was Tony Hinchcliffe on this podcast? And the answer is anal beads. But we'll get to that in a moment, because if you don't know who Magnus Carlsen is, he's actually a legit genius. But we've seen how chess champion at the age of 22. This episode of JRE was pretty good. In my opinion, it was probably the best episode so far this year, because there was absolutely zero political talk and little to no fast, but there was a lot of anal bead talk for some reason. And it's these awkward conversations that are the most entertaining for me personally. There's nothing better than listening to Rogan and Hinchcliffe flexing their toilet humor comedy brains in front of a genius and get absolutely nothing out of him, other than an awkward smile and a nod. Incidentally, today I'm wearing my fresh new Plum Expert t-shirt and hoodie from the Podcast Cringe merch store. As most of you know, being a top 250 comedy assassin isn't easy. In fact, it's one of the hardest jobs in the world, right up there with podcasting and day drinking. But a true comedy assassin is also a Plum expert. Just remember, if the crowd isn't laughing loud enough, you're not shouting loud enough. So check out the links below, or just head straight over to podcastcringe.com to get an expert t-shirt, as well as a bunch of other expert designs only available from the Podcast Cringe merch store. But like I was just saying, it was random as fun to to see Tony Hinchcliffe on this episode. It wasn't mentioned in the title or the description, and this was Joe's explanation for why he was there.
Tony Hinchcliffe is here. It was a gigantic fan and just creamed his pants yesterday when I told him you were coming in. And then immediately I said, you got to come with me. You've always been a giant chess fan.
Well, it's actually a newer thing, but when I got into it, it was just everything. Now it's what I do. Right before bed, I fall asleep. Usually, I fall asleep.
What do you do when you wake up?
I wake up and I look at the board and it said you resigned because my time or whatever. I just ran out of time. But what you will appreciate is that when I fall asleep playing chess, like when I fall asleep, I'm still playing the game in my dreams sometimes. And sometimes the game will go all night. It'll be like this never-ending game and pieces will pop back up that have already gone.
That sounds amazing. Like I would like also that would never happen to me. Like I like to play a game of chess on my phone or my iPad. And then if something comes up, like my wife tells me like I have to be somewhere, I have to do something, can you just finish the game? Like, no, I can't do this. What are you talking about? Yeah, you can't just resign. That's right, that bitch out.
Having Tony Hinchcliffe on JRE with one of the best chess players in history, just because he likes to play chess on his iPhone late at night before he goes to sleep, is actually podcasting the guy who thinks 1 times 1 equals 2, and then bringing him back on for a follow-up podcast with an expert just to tell him that he's wrong. The best part for me, though, is that like many of Rogan's non-comedy guests, I honestly don't think Magnus knew that Joe and Tony were comedians. I think a lot of pedestrian brain guests just think these guys are podcasters. Even Magnus Carlsen doesn't have the brain capacity to comprehend the true genius of Boston comedy assassins like Tony and Joe. But that certainly didn't stop Rogan from comparing his line of work to Carlsen's.
Well, that's a beautiful way to live your life. People can find a thing like that in their life. That really is the key to an enjoyable life. We talk about it all the time at our comedy club. We're on the green room. We're like, we are so lucky that this is actually what we do for a job. And pretty much everybody who's good at it is obsessed with it. They think about it all the time. It's kind of the only way. But I need time off sometimes because I think they're different because it's always different ideas and different things to work on. Sometimes you need time just to refresh your perspective.
I honestly couldn't agree more. Rogan taking 6 years off between his last 2 specials did him a world of good. It led to some of Rogan's most memorable jokes in his 2024 special, Birth of Votes, such as being misgendered at the airport while being high, a bunch of pandemic jokes from 2020, and recycling material literally from 15 years ago. What are we doing here, B? Anyway, some of you may have heard of the 2022 cheating controversy involving Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann, or as I like to call him, Hans Free. After losing in their 3rd round matchup, Magnus accused Niemann of cheating, which led to some seriously blacked out theories about how exactly he cheated in that situation. It literally only took Rogan exactly 4 minutes to bring up the anal beads during this podcast, which honestly caught me off guard. Like, I knew he'd obviously bring it up, but at least let the guy sit up a little bit first. You know, especially with Tony Hinchcliffe sitting next to you.
I need to know the anal beads thing. Is that a legitimate theory? So it actually started in one of my friend's streamer channel that like one random guy made a comment about anal beads, and he was like, yeah, maybe. He started taking the rounds in Reddit, and then Elon saw it, tweeted about it, and then obviously it blew up. But I really don't believe that has happened. Like, I think it has no connection to reality, but it just became a thing of its own. So unfortunately, this young man, we'll explain the anal beads thing, but this young man is a very talented player, but does have a history of some shenanigans.
So it was pretty obvious that Magnus didn't want to entertain this theory. That was probably the most emphatic he was throughout the whole podcast. He wanted to make it clear that he didn't believe it, and he didn't want it to become a thing again, even though Elon Musk already made it go viral without a shred of evidence. But true to form, Rogan wouldn't let it go because it's such an outrageous way to cheat. And it obviously sounds funny, right? scandal actually created a lot of publicity for the game of chess in general and attracted a whole new generation of viewers, which is strangely ironic, right? Anyway, my point is, I don't actually think that Rogan knew who Magnus Carlsen was until he saw Elon's tweet and took it as gospel, and it was the one thing that Magnus really didn't seem like he wanted to talk about.
Was you convinced that he was cheating after taking the game? And by what method do you think he could possibly have been doing this?
Did you hear something? Was it like burn? Vibrations.
His seat shift.
Smelling something? There's always something in the air.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been the smoking gun. Oh, that's so funny. Seeing Magnus's deadpan reaction to them finally giving in with a nervous smile and a snide remark was worth the price of admission for me. Seriously, give this guy a few sets on Kill Tony and a couple of open mics in the mothership, and he'll hang up the chessboard and dedicate the rest of his life to crafting the perfect dick joke for me.
Anal beats thing for people who don't talk about the theory had vibrating anal beats. There would somehow or another through some sort of claim to him that was kind of got tell you right how it's in your butt. Well, luckily I brought one.
Yeah. Something right now. No, it would be like it would buzz, right? It would buzz the letters and then the numbers that would indicate where you would move.
Yeah, it's just a logical version of ways people have cheated. Yeah, that whole conversation really didn't go in the direction Rogan was hoping it to. Magnus was giving them absolutely nothing, which actually made me think, do they have green rooms at chess tournaments? The chess grandmasters sit around roasting each other while they get high. So those of you who don't know, Magnus actually has a for being super chill and not taking everything too serious. This quirky genius who just wants to love music or whatever. You can say that. Yeah.
So you listen to Wu-Tang Clan?
I mean, honestly, it's just how listening to music usually, like doing tasks that are more intuition based. That helps with the flow. I've definitely some of my best. It's just listening to music. What do you sitting there farming? I think
Some wild Norwegian music.
Music.
Rammstein or something.
Oh, that's actually German, but that's a good song. Fuck, Tony really is a bomb expert. That reminds me of the time he had no idea about the Cloud Gate sculpture in Chicago, which is also called the V, and so he got all unheard and kept bringing it up in the next few episodes of Kill Tony, just to let everyone know how good it is, because he didn't know what it was. But like I was saying, Magnus seems heaps chill. He's into Norwegian rap music, which is fucking hilarious. This whole next segment went completely over Joe and Tony's heads. Oh man, you guys are gonna love this.
That's just as well with Norwegian rap, really. What's a good Norwegian rap band that you could rap group that you could recommend? There's a guy called Mr. Big Lower Bean. They're kind of a little bit ironic, but they're like doing like American like West Coast rap. Oh, that sounds bad.
Okay, so Magnus didn't really explain that well there, which is what makes this next bit so good. Basically, there are these of US West Coast raps, so their whole shtick is that they're eye-gangster. That's why they have names like Mr. Pimp Lotion and Oral B. It's meant to be a piss take, right? Norwegian culture and West Coast really well apart. There isn't that much to rap about in Norway, right? But Joe and Tony thought that they were serious. They didn't quite get that the whole thing is mostly a gag and that they're not serious rappers. Like, they don't actually think they're gangster rappers. It's more of a satirical dig at their own culture.
I actually did a song, Mr. Pimp Lotion. I did a song with a great name, Mr. Pimp Lotion, in a show. they have this thing called spinel, which is like moisturizing oils they use for animals. But like this spinel, like he's obsessed with that one. And somebody apparently stole that from the back. They didn't know who it was. They didn't know about it. So they had a bunch of people like send in their verses.
Incredible the difference between America and Norway, what the rappers are rapping about. Gang wars and shootings. And in Norway, somebody's like, who stole my look?
Yeah. That's what he's saying. Don't wait for the gun. It's best that someone speak out. Who stole this beagle?
Who stole my look?
Yeah. Basically, like, there's a bunch of verses, like people accusing each other, and then I randomly come in at the very end and solve the mystery.
Was it you?
Alright, guys, get ready for Tony Hinchcliffe to start shitting on Norwegian. Rappers like Kill Tony, and for Joe to bring it up a defining feature of Norwegian culture. Even Jamie caught on that it was all a go and like, yeah, dude, that's the joke. Agnes was then why they didn't get that it's meant to be ironic. I know they're all just fucking around and having a laugh, but honestly, this episode really made me realize how lowbrow and juvenile Joe and Tony's comedy is. I know that Magnus is kind of dry and just likes to play chess 24/7, but seeing them interact with us and tell us really shows just how happy they were on the podcast, and Rogan's jokes would fall flat on their bald head. But all jokes aside, it actually took Rogan longer than I thought it would to bring up vitamins. Joe Rogan has the most expensive piss in Boston, and he loves to tell everyone about it, even at 200 IQ chess juniors.
You normally method of like when you eat, vitamins you take, certain things you do to optimize your clarity. If I'm playing in early, before that, which is generally like a big omelet with some kind of salad. It's around with vitamins or nootropics or anything like that. Things that you remember. I think it's a little bit about the way that I was raised. Like I kind of had to. I don't feed into supplements or anything like that. So you probably have an impact on it. I mean, it's extraordinary to think about how good you are without it. Like any little thing that can give you a very slight edge. And I think that vitamins for sure give you a slight edge, particularly nootropics. There's a bunch of different vitamins that have been shown through clinical trials to improve cognitive.
Okay, hold up. This guy was a fucking grandmaster at the age of 13. He was world chess champion at 22 and held that title for 10 years straight, defending it multiple times. And so Rogan says to him, hey man, you should try nootropics. I mean, fuck me dead. That is actually crazy. The company that sells Alphane called On It, a nootropic that Rogan supposedly helped formulate himself, whatever the fuck that means, is being sued in advertising and the health benefits of their product. I did a whole video case over on Patreon. They did a deep dive into the clinical study that Rogan was referring to there, which is one that the company relies on to make the health benefit claims for Alpha Brain. And not only is it misleading, in some cases the placebo performed better than for Brain Group. For Rogan to get a chess genius onto Alpha Brain is wild. This coming from a guy who drinks all the time, even the damage from just a few drinks a week is well known and documented. Just ask Bert Crusher.
Zero alcohol is better for you than any alcohol, but cut off 2 drinks per week should be a mercy. The UK Brain Bank that showing that, the more you drink, 4 drinks you have per week, a little bit more brain atrophy.
My brain is fire hot. My brain is working so much better.
This is so good.
That was our boy Bert when he supposedly quit drinking for a few months and felt amazing. Who knew? But of all the shit that Rogan takes to improve his cognitive function so he can be a better UFC commentator and a podcaster, all he really should be doing is drinking less. Now, don't get me wrong, I love a drink just as much as the next bloke at the bar. I'm not saying everyone should stop drinking and it should be bad. In fact, I'm drunk right now. Just saying that, though, actually makes me feel depressed. Fuck, I wish Bert was here, just to walk in the room with a bottle of champagne and tell us the machine story again. But for someone like Rogan who craps on about achieving your best mental state and performing at your best, it really makes you wonder how he can say all of that with a straight face and a whiskey in his hand. Certain days I sort of just accept that, you know, my brain is not going to work. That's what work is good. And it's frustrating, especially if you got a big game and you know that you're story about zero because I feel that with podcasts, my brain's not functioning until I'm like, I'm talking about quantum physics. Although what you're saying, it's so esoteric. You know, it's weird. The brain just doesn't always work. Yeah, that makes so much sense. It must be really frustrating when your brain doesn't work, huh? I understand it though. I understand. I mean, it made sense. To me, he's making sense. You know, I saw a comment the other day on a Rogan clip that almost made me shit my pants from laughing. It said, Joe Rogan did another episode of taking a stance on something that could be ended with a Google search. That has to be the most accurate description of JR I've ever seen. The sad part is that Rogan still check out the links below or just head straight over to podcastcringe.com and check out my new line of Bomb Expert merch, as well as other designs like Business Shark and Comedy Assassin. Otherwise, sign up to my Patreon via the link in the description for my longer form uncensored content. And don't forget to like this video and subscribe to my channel on YouTube while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Back when I was a wrestler in high school, some guys would shower.
Which comedians was he? You always say your friends are funny. I don't know. Not to make it awkward.
Listen, he said that. Is that your shirt? Drive fast on gas?
Bro, where's mine?
Come on, kid. You like Teslas? I like those. But I like the way it looks. What does it say in the back? Anti-electric vehicle club out there. Well, then you can drive it in your truck here, electric vehicle. I didn't ask for that. I asked for the GT.
Brendan Schaub's comeback tour has finally kicked off for 2025 with an appearance on the latest JRE fight competition. Sex offender Brian Callen and welterweight champion turned 250 comedy assassin Matt Serra. Seriously, when the funniest gold dude on TRT with his DNA, you know there's something going wrong. And I'm not talking about Rogan here either. But by far the funniest thing about Rogan's live streams everywhere on the internet Brendan goes, he gets trolled comments. Even after the stream was finished and Jamie took it down to edit a few bits out before uploading it as a video, the comment section was going hard. Love how Brendan Schaub can be so wrong so often with confidence. Schaub's self-awareness is almost as good as his MMA career. Always love listening to Brendan talk. One, agree with the person talking. Two, repeat person talking. Three, number one, it's a good vibe moving to Austin to be closer to Daddy Joe. Yep, that's right, Brendan can.
What are you doing with this? Let's be with people in the room. Let's not connect with folks outside. Well, have nothing to do with us today.
We're watching outside YouTube.
Yeah, what are you doing? Just keeping up with the zeitgeist. Don't do that. Come on, there's 3 other people in the room, and we're also on YouTube. No.
Were you just watching you on YouTube right now?
Yeah, bro, this is ridiculous.
On Mirror or something?
Look, guys, we're all making too much of this. It's the same whole grieving.
You were about to be watching you.
Don't ever let them know you're doing that either. Well, y'all are more famous than me. That doesn't bother me. It doesn't matter. It's like you're dealing with crazy people.
Yeah, you'll stay as famous as you are.
Also, you're doing it while you just hang out. Yeah, what would you take on it? What I missed? I was right. 2 and 3. Listen, yes, that's what.
I agree with Rogan about staying in the conversation. It is kind of weird to have your laptop out there on JRE on a live stream to read them. You could have just asked Jamie to check what people were saying on Twitter or whatever. But the code from Rogan and Tony calling their fans mentally ill and crazy is so fucking wild. These guys will read to their fans with a straight face, but when it comes to the live chat and comment section, all of a sudden their fans are crazy people who shouldn't be heard under any circumstance of their comments. Like Tony said, you're not going to get famous if you read that. It's all about dick riding Rogan to fame and fortune while ignoring the people who got you there. And speaking of dick riding Rogan, did you hear Brendan the Parrot Shaw agreeing with everything Rogan was saying, as if he isn't the most hated man on the internet? I don't know if you guys have heard or not, but Brendan's back in charge of his socials. Rabbbi will take it from here, man. Like I was saying though, on the latest JRE Fight Companion, the funniest guy in the room was Matt Serra. And for the first time since it happened just over a year ago, finally someone brought up Cat Williams talking shit about Rogan, and he's never been funny buddies to his face. Honestly, when Matt blurted this out, I bricked up almost instantly. I've been waiting for someone to say this for so long. If I've ever seen on an episode of JRE.
Which comedians was he? Oh, when he said your friends are funny. I don't know. Not to make it all quick.
Listen, he said that.
He said that because he thought for some crazy reason that I didn't have him on, like somehow that he would be showing up people or something because he's so good. Maybe he thought that because he's isolated. That's not, he doesn't know me that well. The first time I met him was in the studio. I love Cat Williams. I've always been a fan. He's so wild, and I've actually taken advice from him. There's 2 pieces of advice that I took from an interview that he did once when I was this day. One, he said I never eat before a show. He said don't eat because I want to be hungry. The better I'm being hungry, my brain works better. And then 2, he said I have a music playlist that I make that just gets me in the mood to do a show. And so I'm like, that's a good idea. The Green Room playlist that we have on Spotify, that's all the songs. But it's only for hours, dude. Hours. It's smart. Yeah, you should do it. That's what athletes. It was a smart thing. I was thinking, I was like, why don't I do that? Like, that makes sense. Like, you want to turn it into a little bit of a party. You get that music going, it feels good. Like we do at the Green Room at the mothership. They get that music going, everybody's having fun.
So basically, Rogan's response was, I don't know, I love Cat Williams. Great guy, never met him. Rogan asked him who Cat Williams was talking about when he said he's been pushing the same 6 never been funny comedians, and Rogan's answer was, I don't eat before shows anymore and I listen to music. He even dragged the sacred green room into the mix as well, and fuck me dead, out of the 10,000 hours of Brendan Shaw podcasting I've listened to, I've never heard such crisp silence from your boy. Bubba and Brian got real quiet for a minute there, but for someone who insists on promoting the most dogshit comedians in America on his podcast, Rogan hates it when any of them get their flowers when he's in the room. See, Rogan's the John Wick of comedy assassins. He's the queen bee of the hive, the tallest, funniest comedian alive. So when that was passing on a compliment to Brian Callen, Rogan changed the subject real quick.
I want to give you a compliment, Mongo. Who doesn't give compliments? I don't know if he saw you, but he's dying the whole time. She killed him. The stress factor. Matthews are very high on this kid. I like his very, very high on this kid.
Rogan and Callen have been friends since the 90s, but man, Rogan likes to shut him down. Imagine if that was Shane Gillis. He'd be giggling and smiling like a high school cheerleader crushing over the quarterback. And I've heard people say this so many times. Shaw and Callen must have something over Rogan to keep getting invited back on for the Fight Companions. I mean, Brian even had his his own appearance on JRE a couple of weeks ago to promote his comedy mothership appearance and the recording of his latest comedy special. So they must have a compromising video or 300 pages of evidence or something to keep getting the royal treatment from Rogan. And just in case you didn't know, Brendan Schaub is the most frequent guest in JRE history. Brian Callen's also in the top 5 most frequent guests, yet in almost every single fight companion, they're the weakest link, and Rogan lets them know it too.
I remember Matt Serra when he fought Matt Hughes. I thought Matt Serra dropped him.
He dropped him. Let's talk about that.
Let's talk about that.
I wanted to say, every time I hear him say it, it's wrong. It was a headbutt. My head hit him. The head connected.
Look at that head. Look at that head. That head.
No, it's that head.
You take my head. I said that head hit Tower 7.
This thing can go to
That's how they collapsed.
when my head touched his chin, my hand went,
Yes. That was all. It was definitely so hit him first.
yeah, but
You were 100% serious. Look, Matt, you always take 30.
he went through a lot.
He did go on. He's coming back. He looks really good. Who's coming back? Matt, no, I don't mean fighting. No. I mean coming back from his injury. Matt Hughes got hit by a tree, and so he's recovering. No. It was caught and stalled out or something. I don't know what happened.
But it's the president.
I don't know what happened either way. So what happened with the?
I'm just asking
Maybe somehow information on that.
There's a massive opportunity for Rogan to have some awesome guests on his fight companions, like ex-fighters or even former MMA referees. Instead, we get two fucking degenerates who can't seem to capitalize on the Rogan bump. It's insane how shit their podcast numbers are, especially Brendan's solo Schaub show, where he speaks into a microphone all alone in a studio, looking into a camera with nobody on the other side. And speaking of, let's get to Brendan being an absolute fucking dumbass. And let me just say up front, I get it. Brendan cops a lot of shit. Some people think it's bullying. For me, I see it as a public service. In fact, even the first judge in his lawsuit who ruled against him in the lower court described videos shitting on Brendan Schaub as being heavily in the public interest. Thank you, B. But the thing that people seem to forget is that your boy does it to himself. He tries to attack or go hard on someone, always ends up backfiring on him. I mean, on what planet now for being a poser? Bro lives in the classiest of houses.
I was busted up on his right eyebrow. Yeah.
Moments where you guys, when you had Zuckerberg on, because I hunt. Oh no, I went like this. Yes. And then my fingers, I bow, but I went, I don't, because I go, I saw Joe. No, I kind of told you. I think he, I shoot archery every, yeah, I should shoot. Bows and arrows. Yeah, he does. No. He definitely has laser tag. He definitely hunts pigs. He lives on an island. He's an island in Kauai. It's infested with wild pigs. He does hunt them. I've seen videos of him doing it. It's just someone gives him a bow. He doesn't look at it.
Rogan was real quick to defend his billionaire oligarch. I'll come back to shitting on Brendan in just a moment, but he was right. When Zug 2.0 tried to bring up his bow hunting exploits with Rogan, it ended up falling flat on its face, which honestly, I'm here for. These are the JRE moments I enjoy the most, when the rich and famous elite corporate overlords come onto JRE to reinvent their image, but mess it up completely.
You wind up eating that meat from the animal. You were there. You want the animal die. Like, all together. Like, oh, this is where meat comes from. Yeah. Why things have become sort of emasculated because that energy's not necessary anymore. It requires meat. Actually pull the trigger, kill the animal yourself, cut it up, butcher it, cook it. You knew what you were doing. Yeah.
Well, my favorite is bow.
Okay. And that's, I think, like the most. That feels like the most kind of sporting version of it. Yeah, if you want to put it that way. Yeah. You're just trying to get meat and something. The most effective is certainly right.
Yeah, no, I mostly
most of these are rifle so much higher, but it's but yeah, another what kind of boat do you have? Gosh, I didn't get to do it this season, but do you know the company that makes it? Not off the top of my head. I have to know. Yeah, no, this is embarrassing. This is I get you hooked up. Yeah, I think it's like just a held out bow that I got strung to my drawing. Did you get someone to coach you? Yeah. Who coached you? Basically a bunch of the guys who help in security on the range.
Bro was planning that moment for months, only to come on and completely bomb. One definitely got fired over that one. But now that Data White's on the belt, Joe's got to bend over and let Zuck have his way with him, to support the cause. However, we can't let Brett off the hook here because later on in the podcast, he would also become a bomb expert when he tried to flex his hatred of electric vehicles on Rogan, completely forgetting that Rogan had just taken delivery of a custom Tesla Model S. And just like Zuck, Brendan had been waiting for this moment for months. Finally, Rogan acknowledged his shitty little YouTube channel that hasn't broken 10k subscribers called Drive Fast All Gas. Well, it actually started out as Toontown, but Brendan allegedly received a cease and desist from Disney, so he changed the name to Drive Fast All Gas, which makes more sense when you read it as an acronym.
Is that your shirt? Drive Fast All Gas? Well, where's mine? I don't like Teslas. I like those. I like the way it looks. What does it say in the back? Anti-electric vehicle club. Your electric vehicle is something else. I'm jealous. I don't know about it in the car. Like I was telling you, my thing was I'm so angry at this. I'm trying to ban combustion engines. You get so much anger, but now moving to Austin, it's kind of clean. Good. Tesla's got a factory here. I know. It's not one. Get yourself a Cybertruck and put the Fighter and the Kid logo on. Just drive around town. Let's go, baby.
Himself and he's moving to Boston. Say less. Last week are starting to come true one by one. All of the above will happen. But like Brian was just saying there, Rogan recently took delivery of his custom-tuned Tesla Model S from Unplugged Performance. And in another gift from the internet gods, they decided to bring the car to Rogan's house, but they were said they forgot to show us the car. Watching a guy trying to sell a car in the buy isn't completely sold. Why is cameraman more focused on Joe's legs than the car? The cameraman is definitely getting replaced after all the comments. Terrible cameraman. Next time, give us a clear 360 of the car, please. I felt it and we never got it. The build and the whole reveal has been a mess. Show off the damn car and all the parts and hire a proper social media manager for fuck's sake. Joe's legs are made out of carbon fiber, and so after getting roasted for fangirling over Rogan's legs, they ignore the backlash. We appreciate the constructive criticism on wanting more footage of the car in a 360 view. The last thing we want to do is not showcase Joe's epic custom build as fully as possible. We have more footage and will release another edit that shows the car more clearly. As a response to the comment requests, we'll also aim to tour of our vehicles in future videos. For this particular video, shot with Joe in one take quite rapidly, so as a result, the content capture with Joe was raw and imperfect, yet still greatly enjoyable to us. We hope to our viewers too. Okay, seriously, who the fuck wrote that? That sounds like something out of a Drive Fast All Gas video, and was Bubba promoting his car brand when the last time he posted was over 4 months ago. We're doing heavy. But in all honesty, I'm so ready for Brendan in Texas arc. If you thought Hinchcliffe's boots were cringe, wait until you see Bubba when he settles into his new digs up the road from Papa Rogan. He's going to become a gun expert, buy a Cybertruck, and try to pierce it with a bow and arrow. Him and Jim will start posting barbecue videos. Oh man, your peaches delight. Just don't ask Bob. Texas is on a map.
There's one of the main characters. Well, also, he's trying to make a name for himself, and he's in Australia, home country, the whole deal. That's where he's from, right? You have to have your hometown boys when you fight on a card in the motherland. That's why Porsche Strickland. Going back there. This is from South Africa. It's like you jump around the same area. It's the same area. So, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Closer than Vegas for sure. Yeah, not much.
Brendan really has absolutely no geographical awareness of the world around him.
I believe they're on opposite sides of the globe.
They are. What with this, right? It's like this. Santa lives here, and polar bears live here. The polar bear, so he's up here. That's how you remember it. Polar bears are down there.
Why do they show polar bears at the North Pole?
Because polar bears are in the Arctic. And the Arctic would be the South Pole, and Antarctica is the South Pole. Make sure I'm right about that.
You'll learn something here today.
Where's the North Pole?
The North Pole is the Arctic, and the South Pole is Antarctic.
The Arctic is center.
It's the North Pole. Okay.
So the Arctic has the North Pole. Santa lives.
South Pole. That's it.
So Santa lives in the Arctic.
The amount of
Why is it important to know where Australia is? Why is it important to know where Africa is? It's the same thing.
Yeah, next season 1 went to Asia forever, and then season 2 went to Europe, Africa, and Africa? Well, just for one location. We were in Morocco. Jesus Christ. People say Africa like it's a country. Go to all the time. Africa is a country. That's a big context. So like Chins are technically African and Moroccans are everybody's claiming Africa, but it's a whole bunch of
so many different places.
yeah, but it's like I'm American. I know. Hey guys. No, that's different.
No, but it's not a continent. The whole continent is North America.
It needs to get as far away from a camera and microphone as possible. But to be honest, at this point, I live their lives. At least this way we can check in on him and make sure he's still safe and hurting anyone, you know. It's like those parents that would rather teenage kids drink at home rather than going out and getting up to no good. Better do it at the house where it's safe. Say, I am far apart they are or they're located on a map. Brendan's determination not to quit is only matched by his stupidity and lack of awareness. I honestly think he's going to make a comedy comeback this year and try to make his way onto the stage at the mothership. And if he somehow gets a spot on Kill Tony as a guest on the panel, there's plenty more to come, so stay tuned. Anyway, remember to check out the link to my Patreon in the description. I recently dropped a video covering the episode of Kill Tony with Shane Gillis, Mark Norman, and Ari Shafir, so make sure you're signed up so you don't miss out on that one. There's also a video up there covering the Kill Tony New Year's Eve show, which they only just uploaded to YouTube. Here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure to give me a thumbs up if you ended up watching. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Black guys like anime. That's black guys in
I've never been a black guy in my life who likes anime. Jamie, the show's not about you. The show's not about you. I've never spoken.
Protect our bars, teams can as well. I will not do that. I was going to pass the next senior part of life. You're not going to notice. You guys are turning nasty out. So you got to learn how to handle it. So you got to start to act like Rothschild.
It's a rare occasion to see Joe Rogan's eyepiece young Jamie piping up on the podcast. Protect our parks. Jamie had basically had enough of Shane Gillis and decided to set the record straight. The funniest part about this story is just how long Jamie sat back and kept his mouth shut while Shane was going around talking shit about him, how he owes him money for a night out at the casino, where Shane spotted Jamie $1,000 while playing blackjack. It all came to a head in the lead-up to the Ohio State versus Notre Dame championship game that just ended up beating Shane's beloved Fighting Irish. It's going to be interesting to see if Shane sticks to the deal and pays up and puts the t-shirt on. But all of this is mostly banter, except for the part where Jamie actually gets annoyed with Shane lying and calls him out for it. Because for the most part, Shane are actually really good friends and they hang out together. But things started to get a little bit came down to their football rivalry. Whenever their teams are about, they both turn into narcissists on protectile parks. I got all the way. Want to go be with me? No, I'm here. Okay, I'll go. I'm very comfortable. You went.
It was fun. That's a Joe Rogan. He was standing there with Jamie. He was like, Jamie's that Jamie felt. I know. Jamie, you went up and jacked off to that couple. Jamie, how much you jack off to? Scale 7 to 10. Just last night or today? Just last night. Jamie, low-key funny. Low-key. Joe's out here. I'm going to tell you the truth. You're a virgin. You see that? Shut up, dude. Dr. Gay. You bully me. Oh, I don't bully you. He tried to bully me. He bullied me earlier in the football season because he knows I like Notre Dame fighting. Now, we were just supporting J-Mo. Real nasty. Shame was getting I was not getting it. Shame was others a lot, but he's quite all nasty. Do you think YouTube wants to show piss on you?
Okay, just before we go any further, can we all just agree that Ari Shafir is the most disgusting JRE guest in history? He didn't catch it there. Rogan was talking about the bottle of piss that Ari was waving around at the beginning of that clip, went off at Mark Norman a shot at walking to the bathroom. Like the guy Luke Menace, he apparently took it on stage at Skates and also on Kill Tony, was edgy comedian. Ari's equivalent to Bersha taking off his shirt. He's getting his junk out in front of a live audience. At times he just couldn't be bothered going to the bathroom like a normal person while in the studio. So he just starts pissing in bottles all over the table and gets piss everywhere. I mean, basically doing it on every episode until Shane called him out for it on Protectile Parks 13 and told him to get new material. So on episode 14, he managed to walk himself to the bathroom, which seems like progress, I guess. But getting back to Shane Gillis in the lead up to the game, they were looking for an opportunity to G each other. And then Papa Rogan jumped in and proposed a piggyback that Jamie supposedly owed him. And the cowboy hat. I know
He had a very distinct style. That it was the idea of like these things keep accelerating. That was back when this is typical black guy. It's championship week. You guys are at each other's throats. You stole from him. You still pay. You borrowed money from Shane to give him a cut. Didn't give me a cut. Oh, really? Yeah, you look out of the way. You gotta give him a gapper. Don't you know what a gapper is? So let's say if you and Shane are playing, you say, "Can you give me $100?" I give you $100. You win $300 off of Shane. You throw him $50. You throw him a gapper. I gave you $100. You can get an action, even though you really technically only owe me $100. If you want this to keep happening in the future, you throw me a gapper. I do. It's a free.
I think it's crazy that Rogan doesn't actually know the full game. He's been keeping his mouth for over 3 years now, and you can see there how Shane immediately tried to change the subject by bringing up a question that he had for the podcast, which was about Ohio State's business dealings with one of Epstein's former associates, which I'll play for you in just a moment. But after that, Jamie was own about Notre Dame paying over 20 team, and it basically just became tit for tat. And the funniest part is how they both clearly prepared material to sledge each other with. Jamie even had the Ohio State song ready to go whenever Shane started talking shit about the game. But then finally, Jamie brought up the money that Shane still owed at the casino, and thank God for Mark Norman, because we wouldn't be able to fully understand the magnitude of what was going on in that studio. His custom library of Mark Norman sounds and one-liners always helps to navigate the degree of bullshit swirling around in that room at any one time. So if you get confused, just wait for the noises.
So, one question in the podcast. Jamie, who's the MC?
This is information I mentioned before, so I don't know if that's even true.
Jamie always takes the establishment position. Where's Jamie? That's his name. Now, Lex Wexner, what did he do and why does he pay for your entire roster?
He donates a lot of money to Ohio State.
Yeah, what did he do? That's like suspect.
Big businessman.
No, I don't know either. Do you want to go on red? Just Google, see what Jeffrey Epstein worked for him. Jeffrey Epstein worked for the guy who paid for your rock boy.
Much money on your team.
Notre Dame spent $20.4 million. Side revealed by quarterback Riley Leonard. An eye-opening take. Wow. This means nothing. This is called little fake news. What is this from? That's always right. Yeah. What is this from? Jamie. Check the Jamie.
Are you going to be sad on Tuesday?
Oh, you're going to be sad if Notre Dame loses the national title. Yeah, maybe a little bit. I'll tell you this. I'm going to go down there. I'm going to take my dad and say, I love Notre Dame. President. They will. If you have to wear a shirt with a podcast.
That's not bad.
I'll do it. Okay? It's fair. Both of you. Don't do the t-shirt. Wear a Celsius shirt. You can wear a day shirt. Jamie, $1,000 even up. Okay. That's it. I hate it. Incredible. I hate it. Do the shirt. Do something embarrassing if you don't want to see it. $1,000 t-shirts. Really?
Yeah, Mark Norman's that guy in every group that always gets you into fights, but he seems to disappear when shit actually goes down and says, what the fuck, you guys? I went to drink and you all disappeared. Meanwhile, he was the one who told the other of their girlfriends just he was bored and wanted to see what would happen. But the thing that's been really bothering Jamie was Shane's appearance on Flagrant back in 2023. This is where Andy and his set of dick riders brought up the night at the casino and asked what really happened with Jamie at the blackjack table. And this is the first time that Schultz has conspired to talk shit. Nobody much quite like Andrew Schultz does. Remember that time when Tom Segura told of clowns and balloons? So Schultz thought it would be a good idea to with balloons when Bird came in for an episode of Flagrant. That was the first time in my life where I felt a little bit of beef for our boy Bird. He really didn't deserve that. Oh, fuck it, maybe he did. Anyway, so when Shane was on there in September 2023, Schultz brought up the casino story and asked Shane to explain exactly what happened.
Jamie. I knew it was Jamie. He's such a people. So break that up. We pulled up Jamie for some down. We're in Austin. And Jamie was like, listen, yeah, the last Protect Our Parks, I was going to bring the story and Shane. You set it up, because we only know Jamie's word out. All right, this was after a show where at a casino. What did you win? Yeah, with Rogan, watching with the boys, Trump was there. You were charged up. Dana and Taylor were betting like hundreds of thousands of dollars per hand. But then one of the others, like a side table, we're playing a little bit of blackjack. Jamie gets an ace. gets another ace, splits it. He needs some help. I could help. I'll play that. I'll play that. Yeah, I'll play that one. And another one, and another one. He got 4 aces in a row. And I ended up paying for 3 of the aces. He bet they all won. And I won it.
Evenly.
That's pretty even, yeah.
Now, here's the question. It seems.
I kept like doing it like this. Where you like, I'd be like, no, that's fine. You should have got balls.
75%.
Get more eventually, and get more. He was upset about it because I guess in poker and gambling, if somebody back bets, you just pay it back what they gave you.
And then
Not the winnings.
no, you get a little bit. You get
I should have got all my winnings. That's what I got.
yeah, you won that one. But I think his thing was like, I gotta pay him back no matter what if I lose. So he has no
But the
risk.
rest don't know that was the risk. If those hands lost, I lost those chips.
Oh,
He paid me back. That was the risk.
So he deserved all the rewards.
I agree.
After he won, I was like, I'm gonna pay him back no matter what. This rule after he won. This rule is for degenerate gambling addicts that really like, oh, you pay for me, and then if I win, it's my money, and you get yours back. No, suck my, dude, you're the ones out of money. You need mine. I want you money.
Yeah.
I'm on your side.
I couldn't agree more. I did still have bully on going on to giving me more and more and more money.
I believe that.
And I was hammered enough. I just did. How much was the winning? No, I don't know. I forget. I swear to God.
Jamie knows exactly what
I know. He knows.
$300 except to this.
No, more, and I think we split it even. Or maybe I got a little more than
You get 75%. You pay him 75%.
not 75. Pay for half of it.
I think, of course, Schultz's entitled Brad's side piece. They can't thinks that Shane should have gotten 75% of the winnings. But Shane admitted that Jamie gave him half the winnings, which is what actually they're obviously good friends, and Shane was clearly just trolling Jamie the whole time by dragging out the story and making him out actually knew the story, including Rogan, who was making his mouth shut while Shane's been on the podcast multiple times over the last 3 years since it happened. Finally, when Rogan kept bringing it up and Shane kept digging in, Jamie decided it was time to set the record straight once and for all.
Clear from a gapper. We talked.
I feel like I didn't have any money when I was the casino. I think you should not get that much money.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Yeah. Hold on a second. You're wrong. I sat through 4 hours and didn't bring up that information.
Starts talking shit.
That's crazy. Lost it all. It wasn't just one gapper, was it? Explain what happened now. Tell lies. Tell lies. Oh, that's how much did I put up on 2 aces come out? How much did I put up on that? For that, you pay better.
The second time aces came out, I didn't have enough to cover that one. I had 400. I borrowed 600 and changed. Fourth time, it happened again. And then we won all 4 games. Wow! And we're starting to collect the money because everybody else won too. There's chaos.
I said, that's mine.
And then he turned to me and goes, I don't know where you get.
Was
it 5K now? I had only won 8,500, so I think I ended up giving him like 4,200.
I was just making fun of him, right?
And then shit.
He was lying. They betrayed too.
No, he gave you more than he gave you.
We wrong and said it.
That's what CNN does.
Oh my God, it did worse. It was a real thing. Wow. Jamie wins. I feel like he's going to win this. He's getting 1,000 views.
Martin Norman said it earlier, I've never heard you hyping up so much during a podcast before. There was that time when he got his knickers in a non-landing conspiracy expert on the podcast, and he threw a tantrum because no one was listening to him. But he really went for it in this episode, and it was good to see Rogan let him go and not shout like he usually does. We've all seen the clips of Rogan giving Jamie death stares for interrupts. Joe likes his cases to keep real quiet as they're told. But now that Jamie's team won, supposedly Shane has to give him $1,000 and wear a t-shirt that says, I'm Jamie's bitch, which I think is simply beautiful. You know, deep down that Shane's gonna hate it. He even looked kind of in Rogan's story the whole time and never thought to correct the record. Jamie kind of reminds me of Milton from Office Space. He's sitting there putting up with everyone's bullshit for years, and finally he just says, yeah, nah, I'm done, and blows the whole place up. And Mark Norman also brought up how much Rogan pays Jamie, which is something many of us have speculated about for a while now. And judging by Rogan's response, I actually think if Jamie gets paid more than Red Band did, to which Rogan, yeah, he gets paid a lot more than he did, and did quite well. Now, quite well actually means, according to Rogan's standards, $200K a year, it could even be up to $1 million. Who knows, but it wouldn't be that crazy if it was, seeing as Rogan makes over $100 million a year just from podcast, super important part of the show. So if you want to know more about how much JRE changed when Rogan replaced Red Band with Jamie, I did a video about it a while ago over my Patreon, so go and check out the link in the description if you're interested in signing up. There's plenty of other stuff on there about JRE and Kill Tony as well. But while you're here, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a like on this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
He's going to have that little one that's even faster. Get this little one. And Wilder, based on corporation. And that nonsense. So nuts. They wrote a story about Rolling Stone magazine. The original title was The Eruption.
Come on, guys. We're barely 30 seconds into this video. On Bert to make sure he's okay, though he's sitting at home watching this going red in the face as his blood pressure goes through the roof.
There's got to be a group out there if you're not interrupting. No, in conversation. Conversations.
Believe it or not, Bert's actually the hero of this video. In this video, where Bert's a delusional, obese, alcoholic man, he is. Well, we'll get that. Because in one of the few gifts of irony put forward by me, Bert Kreischer is the one person who actually proves Joe Rogan has been telling a big lie. It's like one of those guys can understand, but amidst the ugliness of it all, the solution that comes out of it is so, just to walk in and tell us all the machine story again. So stick around because of Bill Burr's comments about the LA wildfire roasted people like Rogan who live their lives online and then pretend to be experts about shit they have no idea. At this point, I really don't see how Rogan would ever have Bill Burr protect our parts for strong. 2 months after episode 13. Yes. episode of October. We have Ari Shafir, and thank that because his new Netflix comedy special
Gotta be careful about China! China wants to steal your data! We gotta talk to TikTok is stealing your... What are you, some communist? Sorry! Whose team are you on?
Rogan just keeps going until he gets that laugh, huh? He wins with sheer determination. But seriously, those fake laughs are fucking diabolical. It reminds me of those beauty pageants where the contestants have to answer talk about world peace and global politics, and everybody nods and smiles while they sit there waiting for the bikini segment to start. It's almost like these guys are looking in for a shift at the factory, expecting to drink beer and whiskey and smoke cigars around the table. I will say though, compared to the last October crew episode from January last year, where they all dressed up in suits while showing off their $100,000 watches, Protect Our Parks is a lot more relatable. And thank God for Mark Norman. That guy has some serious on him. I feel like I say this every time I cover an episode. At some point, someone's going to sit him down and explain to him that Joe Rogan is a with violent DNA in his blood.
He was sick on stage one night, and I was doing a show, and it was coming up, and I swallowed. Oh, no. Yeah, I was like, oh, no. Because I knew it, but I was already out. Well, then when you listening to your act, I did this and you're trying to say Joey Rogan. Yeah, I'm trying to get those up there. It's like a chihuahua. Yeah, you got some real beef on you. Well, that was a moment where I had to show shame with her. Whoa, that was an going a little crazy with the football stuff. Yeah, but there was no... I was unaware of what was going to happen. You thought you could take it? Yeah, for a second. 4'8". We had this conversation.
There are two things we know Rogan doesn't want to hear. The first is he's a fucking hack, and the second one is how short he is. Now, I'm going to prove to you guys that Rogan's funny in a second. He's not. Sure, this is a photo of Joe sitting next to one of his master oligarchs. Zark is listed at 5'7", whereas Rogan is listed at 5'8". So clearly you can see, oh shit, hang on. Alright, I fucked this up. Let's move on to Joe Rogan being funny. Talking about ratings. Right, so you gotta, yeah, but it's not, because I don't think about ratings. No, you would say that, but that's why I have the ratings. Do you think what do you mean? You be on this show right now. That's like saying things. How'd that come across? I didn't get it. I didn't catch it. Oh, you the one time jokingly funny and Brian Callen doesn't. Seriously, what are we doing here, B? By the way, on the topic, Callen, has somebody checked in on our boy Brendan Shaw? Brian did a few nights in the mothership last week, which were all sold out, and he actually taped it for his upcoming special. For those of you who don't know, Bob was actually banned from Rogan's club for obvious reasons, which led to his untimely retirement from comedy around his time, so you can understand how being a good state of the moment. I'm sure he'll be salty as fuck on the flight to Panya this weekend, so stay tuned for that. And speaking of the comedy mothership, even though Rogan's stand-up comedy is nothing more than a shitty Sam Kinison impression, his true talents lie in his ability to use money heard from his podcast to build him up. You may recall a video I made not too long ago about Joe Rogan and Bert Kreischer being the kings of comedy, where I compared Bert's fully loaded festival tours with Rogan's new comedy club. Well, the whole idea of festivals exploiting comedians came up in this episode of Protect Our Parks, and Ari explained how Bert got the idea to start his festivals in the first place.
We're talking about the other day. We're talking about these festivals, they'll sell, tickets. Like, what is this? Like, what is your business? Your people's art and you should get them all together because that led to Bird's tour. Right. Bird's like Friday Festival tour. Right.
Okay, so here's the thing, and you might have to stick with these actual words. I'm not exaggerating.
A lot of posers. That's all people like the idea of them being the one who decides what's real, what's not. Just goofs. You're always going to have that. There's a lot of that they hated us when we came here. But really what they didn't like is that you could just
Joe Corey, Adam Sandler, Jerry Seinfeld, Trevor Noah, Sebastian Maniscalco, Cat Williams, Gabriel Iglesias, Matt and Nate Bargatze. You've probably guessed it already, but the only Rogan comedian on either of those lists is Bert Kreischer.
I gotta figure it out. Let me tell you, I figured it out 55. Yeah, of course I gotta take something. Here's my whiskey. Let me tell you, how many have done already? I'll tell you real quick. Steroids, it's a steroid. Yeah, there's steroids. John T. Here. I want to talk about your money when you're easy. Hold on, I'm not done talking about program. You want to come on? Yeah, sure. You want to disrespect the real game changer is we do sober October the first year, and so I tell it did really well. Tickets for the rest of the world, so they're going to clean up everything out of the show. Maybe we should next year instead of telling those dudes hip hop dances, we'll learn a hip hop dance. We'll learn it. We'll practice. You put all your shows out there. You have no idea how quick Joe shots down. It's in their comfort zone. So, like we've been saying for years now, the Joe Rogan Experience is the real MVP in all of this, not the comedy mothership. And in a perfect case of irony, Bert Kreischer, the most annoying comedian on the planet, is actually proof that Rogan's podcast is more powerful than his comedy show are not necessarily the funniest guys around. Sure, some of them are decent, like Shane Gillis and Mark Norman, for example, but those guys were on their way up anyway. The bottom line is that when you have such a big audience, it's not hard to convert that into ticket sales. Take a look at Bert's actual numbers from last year. He made $30 million in gross sales from 388,000 ticket sales. That might sound like a lot, but when you look at the number in the context of his podcast audience, as well as the reach of Rogan's podcast over the years that Bert's been going on there, it's actually a tiny fraction. Not to mention the fact that Bert brings a bunch of comedians with big followings with him on tour as well. And so what Bert has managed to do is convert Rogan's comedy podcast ecosystem ticket sales.
Nobody else on that top 10 list needs Rogan. There aren't enough comics to meet the demand, and he needs more venues, etc., etc. Now, everything always goes better as podcast, even Kill Tony.
Go on, Kill Tony. Who's the guest on Kill Tony?
We are.
The arena with Kill Tony on the New Year's meeting. Sold out 2 nights. 2 nights in a row. Yeah. 2 nights in a row at the arena. 2 years in a row, 2 nights in a row at the arena. Mad packed with crazy fans. Nice. Perform was great. The fucking Kill Tony experience is so different. It's such a fun.
It's a new show.
It's a new show every time, and the fans are so rabid. They're so happy to be there. It's a lot of money. You have a DC room.
Joe Rogan could open a fucking cafe and be a line out the door every single day. He could open, alright, maybe not a hairdresser, but hopefully you see my point. When you have tens of millions of viewers tuning into your show every week, almost everything you do will turn to gold. It's just basic math. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think Rogan deserves everything he's got. He had a vision for what he wanted his podcast to be 15 years ago, and he executed it flawlessly, even executing Red Band along the way. And it's no different to mainstream media. He made most of his money from ad revenue. He just cut out the middleman and went directly to the viewer while downsizing the production costs so you didn't have to share the money with anyone. Sure, he talks a lot of shit, but that's to be expected when you're recording yourself talking for dozens of hours a week. I just think it's funny how Rogan thinks that the mothership is successful because of all the comedy killers he brought to Austin with him, and how everybody was on once they rocked up because they couldn't fuck around anymore. The real killers were here now. That's some A-grade cringe right there. I mean, even Joe himself acknowledges how powerful his podcast really is.
I think the strangest thing I was ever a part of was when you were getting kicked out of your own show because you were central. Let's go. That was the wildest thing to be a part of because you were freaking out. You were explaining to me on the phone. You wanted to get money to pay the staff. You were like, I'm going to pay everybody. I'm going to do it out of my own fund. You wanted to punish him special on Comedy Central because he got a Netflix deal. That's when Netflix was popping off. And Comedy Central was coming out. And his show had Sunset. Yep. It's so wild. To pay the entire staff. He was going to go into debt to pay the entire staff because he knew that they were getting all signed off. You know, if you're a cameraman or if you're the people that are working at the scene, they like them. They go, you're signed with us. When these people won't be out of work 2 weeks to go, I'm going to pay the rent. I'm like, wow. They said that way. Yeah. In your rights in your contract to do that special on that. Yeah. It's in his contract. Yeah. He can do it. It's like I made one of my own. One thing I already fears was nails in the coffin for Comedy Central because it was one of their best shows. My podcast, I could have stopped it if I went on there like, hey, buy a comic. It wasn't that big back then. It wouldn't have done it. It wouldn't have done it back then. It wouldn't have had the impact it would have if you did it today. It'd be killed their career. It would kill them.
So obviously Rogan knows how powerful he is and how much influence he has over the comedy industry these days. If it wasn't for JRE, most people would know who the fuck half these guys are. I mean, we saw how nobody knew who Tony Hinchcliffe was outside of the comedy circle joke when all that Puerto Rico shit went down. But there is one famous comedian that seems to be causing trouble lately. Bill Burr's been getting in on the Luigi Mangione situation and the LA fires as well. If you guys haven't seen it yet, check a clip of him from the Jimmy Kimmel show where he goes goes off script and starts saying the wildest shit about Luigi catching people off guard. He also mentioned the wildfires earlier this week on his podcast, but first, to give you some context, here's Rogan's hot take on the LA fires.
It's hilarious that some people are saying climate change. This is climate change. This is you have 100,000 losers that are just camping on your street. What do you think's going to happen? What do you think's going to happen when the people with the houses are in jeopardy? What do you think is going to happen when these people that are living in $50 million houses and you're camping out a block away, which is exactly what's going on?
A lot of my friends back east have been checking in on how you doing? You all right? Are you safe? You know, and you know what that means when people check in on you and ask if you're all right, if you're safe. One, that means that they're concerned about you and your safety and they care about you. And then more importantly, they want some gossip. What have you seen? I know there's the news reports, but you're out there. Can I get some more, something a little more juicy so I know something that my friends don't? Because I have a friend out there, he's one canyon over, and he said he saw a crazy homeless person on a parasail shooting listen to this, shooting flames into a dog park. I think there's video on the internet, I'm not sure, but that's what he was saying. Somebody said they saw a guy in a Dodge Power Wagon with a Trump hat on, throwing lit cigarettes out his cab on either side. I will say the frequency and where the fires were lit, it did start to seem like, all right, like what's going on here, man? Is this being done by somebody? And then they show somebody goes, yeah, there was a guy doing it. There was a guy that was doing it. Some guy did all of that. And then they show some crazy homeless guy in like a residential area, like a dumpster on fire. It's like, so you're telling me that a homeless guy somehow with no car, no money, somehow went to the Palisades and then out to Pasadena and then to Laurel Canyon or Runyon Canyon? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you figured out there on the internet?
Yeah, it sounds like someone's got some wires crossed there. It reminds me of when Burr was on Rogan's podcast and Joe started up with the pandemic talk about the masks, and Burr completely shut him down and basically told him to shut the fuck up. These two just seem so different now. Bill's just an old school comedian who loves to talk shit and poke fun at anything and everything, whereas Rogan's gone full Boomer Joe with his internet connection. Literally, the first 2 minutes of Protect Our Parks this week was Rogan ranting about politics, and it was the same with the previous episode. But hey, there's a lot going on at the moment. Make sure you go and check out my Patreon via the link in the description and get signed up to stay up to date everything I'm posting over there. My breakdown of Kill Tony's New Year's Eve shows is already up there, so go and check that out if you're interested. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you.
Luigi's in the same jail as Peter.
No, that's crazy.
Olive oil makes baby oil.
Where else Luigi go?
How many panties does Luigi get? Oh, it's that one. It's unfortunate. It is unfortunate. When you get caught with your pants down, you're supposed to say, I got caught with my pants down. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. Yeah, it's the old thing, especially if you're public. Like, it's very clear that you're incorrect. Well, the irony of the situation is if he just kind of left it, it probably wouldn't have made anywhere close to the splash that it's made. And we told him that. We said, like, hey, Marcus strikes on his back. It's going to happen.
The money that you thought you were making and the popularity you thought you were making is all going to be spent on attorney's fees. And I don't care if I win or lose. I just get to spend money. You see, all this dark energy that you're bringing toward me, have alchemically converted that energy into money. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Only Joe Rogan can bring on a degenerate conman into his studio, encourage and entertain his black theories, and then turn on him after he gets exposed for being a fraud. It seems like Joe's the last one to figure it out these days. Dr. Joe Rogan experienced last year in June to discuss his theory of the Anunnaki, a group of alien gods who led ancient advanced civilization and created us humans to find gold, which that Rogan took it face value, except what Rogan didn't realize. Sorry, did nobody on Joe's team think to check out the guy's website before calling him? It's called forbiddenknowledge.com. So the infamous bullshit detector has truly been smashed into 1,000 pieces, and this is what we call it depends on. And I'm not an expert in many things, but the things that I am an expert on, you can wake me up at 4 o'clock in the morning and ask me about those things. Like martial arts or comedy, I can tell you, I can give you an expert version of reality. It seems like he does not have that, and he is a wonderful talker, and it's a lot of fun. I like watching his videos. I love all that ancient history stuff, and even the most ridiculous tinfoil hat aspects of ancient. It's fun. It's entertaining. But when he was on with you, it was quite apparent that you are an actual expert in the Bible and in many religious texts, and that he didn't necessarily have that. Okay, so I'm going to take you guys through all the details of this beef between Billy Carson and biblical scholar Wesley Huff, because they actually released an appearance on JRE. And to say that Wes thought this guy is a massive understatement. Wes basically unbuttoned Billy's shirt, unbuckled his belt, unzipped his pants, and stripped him naked for the world to see how full of shit he really is. And as homoerotic as that sounds, it was actually fucking hilarious. In fact, it was so bad that Billy has about 5 people related to this debate in an effort to steal back the narrative, and he's effectively trying to silence them. You guys want to have a laugh? Stick around to the end where I go through a couple of clips from his hour rant on a live stream after the published in December. The guy has a full-on meltdown, but we can't let Rogan get away with this. As much as I credit him for getting someone on a podcast who's an actual expert in text so that he can clarify the records made by Billy Carson is a fraud, Rogan has a tendency to exploit mentally ill conspiracy theorists just for clicks and then turn on them once they get exposed for all the things they said while they were here. Just ask yourselves, did we really need an expert to tell this guy was full of shit?
You talk to Terrence Howard, do you know his theory about how planets are created? That it's just things ejecting from the sun over billions and billions of years, and that there's a Goldilocks zone where you can create life, right? And that's where the people are.
It makes a lot of sense.
It makes sense there.
I just talked to him a couple hours ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, so we're talking about that conjugations and everything.
Look me up for like 3 days. I looked at this podcast for 3 days. I was like, dang, I know first of all, because he's so smart. Like, how would you ever imagine that a dude who's an actor on a television show or movies that's smart? Right. Like freaky smart.
You honestly could not make this shit up. Joe Rogan testing Terrence Howard's theories with now disgraced Billy Carson is peak JRE. All we need now is for Joe to convince ChatGPT that we're all lemmings forced into slavery by the Anunnaki, and my 2025 bingo card will be complete. But for those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, let me get you up to speed. Billy Carson's theory is that these ancient deities called the Anunnaki were advanced ancient aliens from a planet far, far away called Nibiru. They came to Earth thousands of years ago in search of gold. Now, supposedly, gold they needed to stabilize their planet's atmosphere because science, so they came down to Earth genetically engineered humans and things to try to develop in advanced technology and science, which led to the construction of megalithic structures such as Egyptian pyramids.
So the idea is that there were beings that were having wars on this planet. Do you believe there were people that were revolting, or beings?
Everybody went get evidence of these wars in the book of Deuteronomy, the modern day Bible. These gods claim to be God because everywhere in the Bible where it says God singular, it's actually a mistranslation. They were fighting each other over resources and people. They control the planet. And you see these wars in the Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita, the Bible, the Sumerian tablets. I mean, it's more than just no matter where you go in any culture, you're going to discover that these beings, in some way, shape, or form, engage mankind, brought unique, and just so much more inherent wisdom, alchemy, all these things came from these. The craziest version of this story is that they genetically engineered us out of lower primates and put here to mind gold. That's the wackiest version. Right. That's the bare bones. Yeah. The wackiest versions that they made us. We've talked about this a couple times, but part is that human beings have this incredible fascination for gold.
So the theory goes that because the human race was born out of the DNA of the Anunnaki, we have this vast esoteric knowledge sitting deep in our brains, just waiting to get unlocked. And Billy Carson believes that certain individuals have been able to do this, such as himself and Terrence Howard. Well, and if you're wondering how he got all of this, well, it didn't quite in his mother's womb. It took him a little bit longer to unlock his Anunnaki DNA compared to Terrence Howard.
When did you start going down this road, exploring all these interesting
Well, that was a long time ago, 1977, and we moved from New York to Miami, next city, over, living in hood. I'm out at the back airplane, but I'm looking at the airplanes go over. And this one day, this plane goes, but it's not really a plane. It clears the horizon in seconds, not minutes. It just goes straight across. I know as a little kid, the plane takes a long time to go from one point to the other. It went straight across, glowing tic-tac, glowing metal, yes. And then it came back up right over me, completely silent. About now I can estimate about 250 meters. And then it just went gone. And I ran in the house and I told my mom, I told her, hey, I can't believe I just saw it. And my mom said to me, son, back in the day, there were advanced people. And this is 1977, mom told my mom. That's why I dedicated to go to it. And so I went to the Maple Park Elementary the next morning, and I told the teacher I have to go to the library inside the school, Maple Park, and I said, I need to get all the encyclopedias on space of aerospace. And she gave me the encyclopedias on aerospace, and that's when I started researching from that exact moment. Wow. And I haven't stopped since.
You were, how old? 7 years old. Oh my God. You just got locked in.
I got locked in. I'm looking at submarines. I'm looking at hovercraft that back then, flying this that we had created in the military way back then. I couldn't find it, but it took me down the path of technologies and advanced technologies in aerospace information. And I kind of became a quasi aerospace historian, and that led me in further on down the line to studying, architecture and seeing connections between.
Yeah, that checks out. The local elementary back in the 70s. I love how his mom casually dropped that there were ancient beings who visited us thousands of years ago from an advanced civilization. Dinner's ready, come and eat. Oh, and we were visited by ancient aliens. Like I said in the beginning, we can't let Rogan off the hook with this one. He can't have it both ways. On the one hand, he's just talking shit and entertaining these interesting theories with a known grifter who's trying to grow his audience to sell more books and potions from his side, but then he gets an actual expert on to fact check him, and then he shits on him after he exploded. 2 months before, we had Billy Carson on JRE, and Andrew Schultz had Billy's flagrant podcast as well, which Rogan reflected on with landing their chat last week.
Schultz and I had a discussion about this. Like he said when he had Billy on the podcast, he said, we're not going to research anything. We're not going to search anything. We're not going to just let him talk. It's fun.
Yeah. And the difference is, though, Andrew Schultz trying to get to the bottom of anything or dig for the truth. The podcast is called Flagrant. Rogan, on the other hand, like I keep saying, likes to play it both ways. He's either digging for the truth and exposing establishment lies, or he's just a big head comedian talking shit with his buddy. It just depends which direction the wind is blowing. But now that you have all the context to this debate, let's take a look at what actually happened. In October of last year, Wes and Billy Carson brought them together for a virtual debate, which they both agreed to, even though they'd only been given 24 hours notice. And Billy exposed himself for being a fraud almost immediately. He was literally laying out his basic beliefs when he did a fatal error.
You want to, I guess, go first, Billy, as to how you came about the findings where it seems that Jesus was not. So later, that's not accurate.
Or in my videos, if you listen to the podcast, this thing is according to the Sinai Bible. Okay? According to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified. That Bible predates the King James Version. The text there actually is about 12 to 14,000 differences between the Sinai Bible and the King James Version of the Bible, which came much later.
So straight away, Wes Hobson architect went off and he bluntly began to dismantle Billy. Remember, Carson is relying on a particular text that he believes to be the real dates the King James Bible. He believes that this states that Jesus wasn't crucified, but he was actually married and literally alive.
Or for the Sinai Bible, referring to Codex Sinaiticus, like the Codex that comes. That's why I was trying to get some clarification. Codex Sinaiticus is at the British Library. So you can go and see it. It's on display. Digitize the entire manuscript. So linguistic work, I'm an expert on early Christian scribal culture, and particularly reading Coptic manuscripts. I actually have a facsimile, so I have a photocopy that was done by the British Library that I work with in my office. The only reason I ask for clarification is because I want to make sure that what I'm addressing is actually me, and not addressing something else. It's a 4th century Greek manuscript. It comes from approximately between 325 and 350 AD. And it's almost a Greek text that we develop translations from. To say that it denies the crucifixion, that the crucifixion isn't there. I mean, I can go on right now, Codex Sinaiticus, and I can look up the end of, say, Matthew 7, where it has Jesus being crucified. And that's in Codex Sinaiticus, or, the John 19, or any of the other
copy of the text Billy was referring to right behind him on the shelf, and as he continued, he studied it in great detail, and he confirmed the claims that it's making were completely fabricated because it was consistent with the Bible as we know it. It was at this point where Billy realized that his depth and he misspoken and was actually talking about a different document, which, as it turns out, just like Billy Carson, is unknown through it as well.
Well, the text where I was referencing actually was misquoted. There's the gospel part.
Okay, yeah, well, so that's good. Let's deal with that too, because I've actually worked with, there are 2 manuscripts on this. Barnabas is a really interesting document because it is a known forgery, and so I think it's important to give these sources. So we know it's a forgery because it does things like in chapter 92, it says that Jesus spent 40 days on Mount Sinai, and then he came to the Jordan River and he walked to Jerusalem. But Mount Sinai more than a week's journey away from Jerusalem, and neither Mount Sinai nor Jerusalem are close to the Jordan River. So never mind there not being a route from the Jordan River to around Mount Sinai or going to Jerusalem.
So the key ingredient that Billy Carson has been relying to with is idolatry amongst biblical scholars. Basically, everything that came after that was Wes correcting Billy's incorrect interpretation of ancient texts and writings, because that's what he specializes in.
Problem is to really delve into these subjects. It takes a tremendous research, years and years. You really have to know what you're talking about. Most of us don't. Well, especially with language. And when you study the language, you realize the complexities of these things. And so when someone has it and they're making statements, they're obviously indicative of someone that studied them. It's super apparent. And so I think it's one thing claims about, say, like Christian history or the Bible. When you start to get into like linguistics and philology, it gets messy. If you don't know what you're talking about, it gets really bad. When I see people like Billy Carson talk about being able to Sumerian, I'm like, dude, I read ancient languages and I can't. I've tried and I can't make heads or tails of Sumerian. So the gives away. Listen, I like Billy. He was a nice guy. I really enjoyed talking to him. I really do. I think his videos are fun. But I also think truth is important. I have no problem with him as an individual. He just needs to course correct. You're not doing people a service, especially people like myself that aren't educated in this. Like, we learn to others who claim fast knowledge of this to help me out. Hey, what's going on? When I sit down and talk to you, tell me what's going on. And if you don't really know, you kind of been over a lot of people, unfortunately, for yourself.
I remember thinking to myself when I was making the video covering Billy's appearance on JRE last year, this guy so casually reinvents passages from the Bible. Things like the Bible has been written for centuries. For example, when he said that whenever there's a reference to God, it's actually the plural gods, and that's why we know there were these ancient aliens who came to visit us. They were God-like beings, etc., etc. So it seems kind of obvious to anyone watching that Billy was getting loose with the truth. As it's out, he had no idea what the fuck he was talking about. And as you can imagine, being fact-checked like such a long and comprehensive debate, actual expert completely ruins his credibility. And when grifters get squeezed into a corner, they do what grifters do best. They grift even harder.
All that was that not only did he not want us to release the conversation, but then he started throwing out seasons, trying to see what was his argument. Apart from the fact that he was embarrassed that he lost. Well, yeah, that's not really an argument, right? Well, the cease and desist letter, the cease and desist letter said, I don't want you to use my name or my face in anything going forward, and anything up until this point you need to remove. If you're a public figure, he's clearly a public figure. Is that even, can you actually say that?
So for those of you that here's the cease and desist letter, or as I like to call it, a cease and desist, that Wes received from Billy's lawyers. He's basically trying to claim that he has moral rights over the video, which he never gave consent to. Yet at the beginning of the debate, both him and Wes politely that they've been looking forward to an opportunity to flesh everything out together. So it's clear that he gave consent to the interview, which obviously would be published. All professional grifters, he took it a step further and potentially prejudiced big lawsuits against Wes by doing a live stream where he openly admitted that he was pursuing a slap lawsuit, which for those of you who don't know is illegal in most jurisdictions. It's basically when someone launches a lawsuit for the purposes of silencing or punishing somebody else for exercising their right to free speech. I'm wondering let Billy explain it to you.
The money that you thought you could be spent on attorney's fees, and I don't care if I win or lose, I just want you to spend money.
Yep, couldn't have explained it better myself. But of course, he didn't stop there. He went on to explain how the debate was part of a cult conspiracy to defraud him and tarnish his good name. Because for reason or another, these Christians had become obsessed with him. According to Billy, they were trying to exploit his high public name themselves into the public consciousness so they could grow their cult and profit off his devil.
You have to network with hundreds of thousands of people all over the world to supposedly handle Billy Carson's group. Well, they don't realize not only are they not handing my group, they're making me more trained because they every 5 minutes I'm on their tongue and their lips every minute of the day. When they go to sleep, they dream about me. When they wake up, the first thing they do before they kiss their wife or their boyfriend, they talk about me. They post me and call my name 24 hours a day, nonstop. Only factual.
Looking like a true narcissist, this guy has mad grit and short vibes. Instead of walking away and taking the L, he doubles down fully unhinged. The scary part is how calm and collected he is while spouting all this nonsense. This guy really believes his own bullshit. He's got it all figured out. After unlocking his Anunnaki DNA at 7 years old, been channeling all the dark energy around him for his own benefit, just like in Star Wars.
Because of what they have done now, they have created this whole energy field. That's what's behind me on this flower of energy. They create this energy like the Jedi. The Jedi will use the Force for dark. The Jedi will use the Force for light. I'm sorry, I'm use the Force for dark. It's up to the wheel of how this energy that they're in their crock pot stirring up. We're going to attack Billy Carson. We must do everything we possibly can, including making fake accounts, making robot accounts of comment and hate, and thumbs down videos and attack in Vietnam. I'm at 1,490 people. The most I've ever had was 5,000. You guys doubled my popularity on a live video in one day. Thank you so much. All our energy, all your listeners, and all your followers, and all your people, and all your people that are in your organizations that are watch my video with that dark energy. Now I've never seen all the Billy Carson. That's dark that's coming here. You see this behind me? God's not a man flying around with a magic wand granting wishes. God's the job to tune in. Y'all that tune in, I'm tuning energy that you're bringing toward me. I've alchemically converted that energy into money. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah, bro's high as fuck. Like all the just before him and after him was just about the money. And like I said at the beginning, Joe Rogan elicited all of this. He can't expect to bring these guys in his studio who are clearly suffering from severe cases of delusional narcissism and then just turn around and say, whoops, he got caught with his pants down. Yeah, bro, you're the one who pushed out there to your tens of millions of followers and now you're acting like you are the victim. It's like all those YouTubers who are trying to play the victim card after the hunt exposed. I mean, Rogan for better help and aging on his podcast, even though everyone knows about their dodgy practices and false claims. So it's going to be interesting to see how far this goes. In my opinion, lawyers should be able to easily get any slap suit thrown out of court without much damage, which will honestly just make Billy Carson look even worse. I'm telling you. This guy is Brendan Shaw all over, but no doubt he'll still have thousands of followers who vote, and they'll still keep buying his leader of the Anunnaki and some other scheme he's got going. Anyway, thanks for joining me. I hope you enjoyed this breakdown of the whole situation. Hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Enjoy your little 100,000, 200,000, 600,000, whatever views you got. Enjoy it. I mean, take your little $20 check. I don't live over YouTube money.
Joe, what Joe does that you don't have the capacity to do is not make it all about himself.
Hold on. No, hold on. There's a clip. No, hold on. There's got to be a clip out there if you're not interrupting. No, you're fine. Conversation.
With 5 minutes into the union, Bert Kreischer has already thrown a tantrum because he can't handle the truth. Watching Bert's friends roasting him on his own podcast is like watching all being paraded around in a cage for everyone to see. On the latest episode, a comedy special coming out next week called America's Sweetheart, which is part of a new two-special with Netflix. In March of 2024, Ari also joined YMH Studios with his travel podcast, where he recycles the same podcast, so it made sense for Tom to put him on two bears, seeing as he basically works for him now. By the way, in case I haven't mentioned this yet, Yanis Pappas and Chris Stefano's podcast also joined YMH Studios a couple of months ago, so basically we get the same conversations with the same guests over and over again. There was one podcast that was Canary 22, which involved Tom, Bert, and Ari. Since the infamous Sober October Fall recap episode, Rogan cancelled the series because Bert wouldn't stop interrupting everyone.
No benefit from going to go on podcast.
He's correct. First of all, they're very nice people. Both Tom and Christina are nice people, and they'll be very good. Come for a second, and they'd be happy to have Garth on and be nice to him, explain we're sorry, he's hurt your feelings, but if you went on your podcast, I think you would turn around.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna be, you guys
Let him talk for a second.
Because no, it's just yeah, I think so. They do shut him up.
There is nothing that benefits Garth in this. Nothing that benefits Garth. Now, that being real.
Meanwhile, the Protect Our Park series with Shane Gillis, Mark Gordon, and Ari Shafir is up to episode 13, and it's one of the most popular fixtures in the JRE catalogue. And so Bert thought he'd bring it up with Ari, seeing that he's the only guest from both Super October and Protect Our Parks. Like everything Bert cried, it backfired.
Both Sober October and Protect Your Park.
Yeah, you're the only one.
You're the only one.
Respect that name.
We got most of them. We just think it's kind of ridiculous that we got replaced.
Yeah.
Replaced.
I did make it. I don't wonder what I can't rush it. I said, hey, we're going to skate fairly. Who wants this? Yeah.
Why?
Because you were showing me some disrespect of the free drugs I gave you. So thank you. And then so forth.
Wait.
And I said, okay, I'll move on.
We got replaced because you drugged me and I didn't enjoy it. I thought Joe like
I said, Joe and Tom, hey,
Tom,
yeah, I'm going to be in Austin. Sent them both texts with Norm and Jane. And I said, we're gonna go to Houston. We can stop for a day before. And Joe's like, yeah.
just so you know,
Yeah.
I don't care. No, I mean, the only way I can.
Tom's like, I'm running.
But also, I do go. Fun. Protect your market. It's not so wrong.
We just get tuned up, and all you do is count your workouts. So let's do a push up.
I think I'm understanding. Am I the problem?
You're the factor. I wouldn't say problem. You're the factor for sure.
Also, part of it is that when you come in, he's going, how's this guy alive?
He's like, let's help him. What's the opposite of self-fire?
Purposely mispronouncing Protect Our Parks as Protect Your Parks because he's so butthurt about Rogan cancelling Sober October, about how petty he really is. He does it from time to time on different podcasts where he's trying to purposely disrespect someone because comedian. But it ends up just coming off as another symptom of his toxicism. It's like a toddler chucking all of his toys across the room because he doesn't want to go down for an afternoon nap. And that's for Aaron bringing up the time he smoked Bird's drink with Molly on a podcast at the house back in 2020. Yeah, I don't know why he'd want to remind everyone about that, especially considering how much shit he got for it and how angry it made Bird's wife, Leanne. I'm sure she'd appreciate him joking like a little bitch for forgiveness and had to apologize to Bert before she'd let him back in the house. But just listen to how Bert makes everything about himself in this next clip and how annoyed he gets when Aaron reminds him how much Rogan loves Shane Gillis. So Bert tries to make it about himself again, except it doesn't work.
Bird is talking.
It is. Okay, it's all shit. So, no,
I'm not more.
no. I'm you.
You're me.
I'm you. Shane's Joe. Joe's Tom. Yeah, Joe's Tom. It's me. And I Shane Show.
Oh, it's Shane runs it.
Yeah, really, Shane Show.
Joe Rogan went on.
I'll do it as Churchill. I'll do Joe Rogan's show.
Yeah.
Fans out.
Yeah, he did that, all right. Very all for real.
Me again?
I'm you, and then I slow it down my way.
Oh,
Yeah.
you get the we can fix Ari.
Yeah, great. Fine. Same as you, where like, I'm not looking to quit drinking. You're going to have withdrawals. Like, I'm not even going to quit. What are you talking about? I just feel like I want to take a day off and then let's get to the hospital.
The fact that Bert doesn't understand why Rogan in the first place and he's trying to protect our parks is crazy to me. And just as a quick side note, it's funny how Rogan's buddies can finally see what we've been saying for a while now, that Rogan needs Shane Gillis more than Shane needs Rogan. It was only a matter of time before this the funniest comedian in Rogan in a circle, and Joe knows he has to keep him around to boost his own comedy profile. People forget how much younger Shane is than a lot of these guys. He wasn't part of Rogan's old touring crew way back when he was in between seasons of Fear Factor in the early 2000s. Gillis was still in high school then, and he didn't really get onto Rogan's in a big way until he was fired from SNL in 2019, after which it took Rogan 2 years to have Shane on JRE for the first time in 2021. Bert, Ari, and Tom have been friends with Joe for decades and appeared on some of the earliest episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience back when the Red Band used to annoy the shit out of Joe with his iPad. So while these guys are obviously friends with and fans of Shane Gillis, sibling rivalry with the spoiled youngest child, but Rogan's been so good at honest about why he started Sober October in the first place, and also why it failed.
When we first did the Sober October thing, it was part of the discussion. We're all like, hey, let's say I smoke too much weed. Yeah, turns out smoking too much weed is like way better for you than it is. He looks like a moon pie. A moon pie with a beard. He's so swollen. He's so swollen. At times when my wife was drinking too much, probably mostly because of comedy. Because at nights you're out with your boys and everybody wants to drink. They're all drinking. My friends are all drunk. They drink all the time. They drink at clubs. Like Shane Gillis. Berkey's not going to quit. I just want you to talk to him. Just talk about Berkey. Oh, that's what he wants. But that's what he wants. So let's talk about me. Let's talk about me. About how I have to quit. Come on, talk to me about me. Let's make it all about Berkey.
Yeah, the way these guys openly shit on Bert when they don't watches all these clips is both sobering and terrifying at the same time. And again, Rogan has discussed this times. They've all tried to help Bert in private, except he won't accept that he had a problem because he doesn't want to change. So they've resorted to openly mocking him for being an obese drunk who only wants to talk about Bert all the time. Billboard, they got something stomach. Stomach's tiny. And it was saying,
It's maybe going crazy, delusional perspective. The text message you sent us the other push-ups and really wasn't true. You thought your belly was smaller than that? That's me at like 220. But for you at the time, thought your belly was smaller than that.
I thought it was a great shape. I have legit great shoulders. Like great shoulders.
Yeah, no, you don't. You say things you don't really like. When you say things you don't really. Right. But you say things you know. Remember that one time you said you do this one?
Rogan's the only person in Bert's life that actually has the idea. The problem for everybody else is that they rely on Bert in some way, shape, or form. Tom has a podcast with him, so he has to put up with him to keep the business relationship going. Tom knows that most of the views they get on Twitter are people hate watching Bert because he's become such an overinflated cow. And thinking about all the unions on Bert's payroll from his fully loaded tours, mouths shut so they can all keep getting that check in the mail every year from the tour. Even Tony Hinchcliffe is on Bert's payroll, except he didn't hold back with theirs last year after the Tom Brady roast and basically told them they bombed to their faces. But Joe Rogan doesn't actually need Bert for anything. Sure, Bert's got a few spots in the mothership when he's in town, but other than that, Rogan doesn't rely on Bert for anything these days. That's why I think he just said, fuck it, I don't need this in my life anymore, and only has him on the podcast here and there just for a laugh. 2023. Since then, Tom's been on there by himself twice, and Shane's been on there 4 times outside of Protect Our Parks. And this is the kind of thing that keeps Bert up at night. You can tell it really bothers him, and when Ari finally said the quiet bit out loud and told Bert to his face why Rogan cancelled Sober October, Bert simply couldn't take it.
Well, every show October again, we should have a special out. That's a good excuse to come through one. Let's make a mountain, not see. Okay. Oh, you want to see? See more?
that you don't have the capacity to do is not make it all himself.
Hold on. No, hold on. There's a clip. No.
That's a goddamn clip out there. You're not interrupting. You're fine. Look at it.
I would never be able to do that. And then, because Joe's done that, he goes, don't make it about you. I go, that's how life works. I think of things and I go, that's amazing. I could never run 25 miles. Like, I could never run 50 miles. But I'll be Joe. I won't make anything about myself. Okay. I'll put Joe on my seat.
We swap. I don't think we sit in the same seats there, do we? I'm not sure.
We always sit in the same seat.
Yeah, well, time.
Just go, it starts now.
Maybe possibly you guys gotta have a football back here. We do.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be really fun for me.
I want you to get points out of
Run the show. How would it be different?
Welcome to the bird experience. The bird experience. Up here, my favorite beat.
That's pretty good.
And I start and I go, obviously, Joe Rogan, he's like a big brother to me. I can't wait to get some great life advice from him. I got Tom Segura here, one of my best friends in the world. And obviously, the guy I can't live without, Marty Shafir. You guys love the podcast. And then I go, I'm so sorry, I wasn't listening. You said it one more time.
Okay. And then, like, what's the first, like,
Conversation. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. Say that one more time. That's not good.
Okay, I just feel like I was listening, and I think that's a great point. It would be like, definitely, I'm going to be Joseph.
Okay, did you see how Arya told him like a tantrum because Arya with a truth bomb? That's what I was saying before about Bert being useless, giving it to him and being Bert would never do that in front of Rogan. No fucking way. He's something that Bert's fixed himself off to cope with all the shit he gets from annoying in conversation. But all the Rogan talk to cringe after a while. They ended up making a whole segment on what it's like to get a compliment from Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan compliment is better than Rogan compliment. I think it's about like 6 stand-up or I'm sure compliment.
Ugly fucking shit. And when Bert Kreischer's story started flowing, he couldn't. Just something to do with Bert, the hero of the story.
Maybe that's getting recognized. I've never had in my life, and I'm one of them saying is 100% true. Zorn Vegas, Islanders, Vegas. He's never had it in out. So Sunday morning, everyone's saving it like noon. I raced in out at 10 in the morning, and we did it out for everyone. Black man with black woman. They're dressed in, it looks like they work together. They look like they work in and out. Looks like they were the greeters. They're screaming at the top of their lungs. Yeah, I'm on your team. I'm smack you. I swear to God, I've not understood this. If Peter walked in right now, he would nod and say to that in and out, outside, in and out. And as we walked through the argument, he said, motherfucking bullet, God damn it. Oh, shit, you fucked. Jack me up, and he goes, I was like, yeah, thanks. And he's like, I want to go, that's it. It was maybe the funniest.
You know what happened? Peter wasn't around to verify Bert's completely made up story. The only bit that I believe is that Bert went to and in and out. But this next story takes the This is one of the funniest stories that happened to Bert he's ever told. The lengths that this man wants everybody around him that he's still faking astonishing. I mean, he was telling another story and then literally interrupted himself to tell this story. This is classic Bert Kreischer.
Wait, they're going to kill her? To kill this lady?
Hold on, I got a better one. I got
that one.
I got this better one. What are you ready about that? tell you about majority beer or something? Oh, you do a beer when you land? Well, that's not this story. Yes. Wait, when I land, I get a beer off the plane. Yes, they go off the plane, they go to get a celebratory beer. And Pete's with me. We get Stella. She goes, no. And I went, okay. Well, Pete's with me. Pete's with me. I've got them. No offer of what else they have. I said, she goes, no. And I said, already made her. And so I said, well, do you have any Stella masks? She goes, yeah. I said, great. I do that. She goes, I can only serve you one. I said, my buddy just went about, want to just start pouring too. I just saw him. And she goes, I can only serve you one. And I went, okay. And so she goes, I need to see your ID. I was like, now what happens here? Outside one story, everyone's reading, and they're all recognizing me, and they're coming over and getting pictures. Never mind, back my ID, and then she gives me a little beer. Pete arrives at this moment. She's a little sip of beer. And I go, this is what we have. It's like Stella. I said, well, it's fine. I'll just take 2 of those. And she goes, you know what? I'm serving you. And I went, excuse me. And everyone started. She goes, I'm not comfortable serving you. You make me uncomfortable. What I did, and I was not proud of it. I wish I didn't do it. I wish I could go back and change it. As I said, I apologize for I made you uncomfortable anyway. I have 2 daughters that are roughly your age. I would never want a man to make them feel uncomfortable. I'm going to go along with it. And I tipped her $20. And she went, excuse me. I said, here's $20 for your trouble. I apologize. And I walked away. Took the high road. Took the high road, but the high road sucked. It sucks. It sucks. She said, well, this is everyone's more watch this out. Everyone's more I walked away. This is what upset me about her. Is that she was at someone who's beaten her. She did that to me. They go, she was at her right. And she goes to me. And then she's got her own narrative. She's a total asshole. All the good stuff I did, none of that counts. Because she has to tell her story. I was so angry. That's where I got my energy was. Like more confused. So was it that you got left? You did something? Get loud. So she just was happy when the gyms were recognizing me. And they were and she was like, I think the energy changed more when I showed up. And she couldn't, like I said, didn't know who I was. I mean, and I just didn't say what I wanted to say. Yeah, it'd be so nice to trace it and just be like, give me your man, you suck. Okay, hang on. So Bert ended up giving her a $20 tip and walking away, yet he still somehow knew that she Googled his name to see who he was afterwards. Like, this is almost Brendan Shaw level bullshit. And I love how whenever one of these Karens are telling a story, they always leave the key details out of the story on purpose because they know that if we knew what really happened, it'd end up just making them look like a spoiled brat. This is coming from the guy who openly bragged about getting a girl fired because she told him that he couldn't drink at a high school function. And Tom sitting next to him nodding and acting all concerned, but he didn't have a massive public meltdown at the airport over having to check his own bag. Like, literally, this went on for days. It wasn't some spur of the moment dummy spin. On several occasions, Tom had the opportunity to stop it and say, fuck, what am I doing? And just stop. Instead, though, he ended up leaning into it for days until finally, a couple of months later, he deleted every single tweet from that whole month. And Ari at the end saying that he should have asked for the manager. In all of these stories, it sounds like someone is just trying to do their job and follow the rules so that they don't get fired, but the rich and famous comedian demands special treatment because comedians. These guys all need a dose of reality. Seriously, what are we doing here, B? But hey, make sure you go and check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer form uncensored content. I'm currently working on a massive breakdown video for you guys over there covering the 2 Kill Tony end of year shows, so make sure you sign up so you don't miss out on that. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one. No, I'm sorry. I ruined Sober October.
I just thought they were got busy and then we didn't do it. This episode hit a lot of notes.
And the episode with Joe Rogan is up right now. And honestly, dude, the Joe Rogan episode, I'm going to be fully 100% honest with you. And Giannis bombed. Okay? I mean, we were taking twigs and we were bombing.
Next, yeah.
Yeah, you want me to go on the other side?
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad, right?
2024 was the year of negations and class warfare. Then 2025 is the year of humiliation rituals. We're barely 5 minutes into the new year, and Joe Rogan is setting the standard for the top 250 comedy assassins. If you want to keep your seat at the table, sniffing Joe Rogan's farts is no longer getting covered. You've got to sniff his armpits. And so our boy Chrissy D found himself in the hot seat for the 4th time since his initiation back in 2022. Except this time he went up with his buddy Yanis Pappas, who's made 5 previous appearances, to promote their podcast History High Hitters, which they relaunched around 2 months ago. But for those of you who don't know Chrissy D, he can be a bit of a nervous wreck at the best of times. Even when he first came across this channel,
There's a whole site called Broadcast Cringe.
Yeah, I subscribe to them. Yeah, this guy rules. He's great. He covers pretty much all. What does he do? For instance, you can cut out whatever if I try. Andrew Schultz put out a special and he sold it for the first week. And he told his fans it'll never come out publicly. And then he just dropped it publicly. So he made millions of dollars off his fans and then he put it out there for free. So there was a good episode about that. Joe Rogan's one because he put all these guys on it. It's like all of them go on the show.
so it's better if you're not appearance on Jake Paul's podcast, and Chris just gave him shit the whole time, which was top tier trolling. And this seems right with him. He goes on podcasts and just talks absolute trash, very similar to Theo Von and Tim Dillon, except with Chris anxiety though, which he's openly talked about himself. He gets nervous and ends up running his mouth. At times it almost looks as if he has no control over what he's saying. The words are just coming out.
The rock I'm sick of it. Why you say that? Well, it started a long time ago, but I was hungover one day, waking up in a hotel. I just, looked at Instagram. It's just the rock. It's like disrupting in my iron paradise. I was like, this guy, shut up. I'm just like, shut the good God. Yeah. And then he posts like cheat day videos. Yeah, it's like, I earned this. And he just eats the cookies. It's like, Fast and Furious movies in the WWF. Shut up, relax on yourself.
He definitely comes off as a dude who just goes with the flow, and so on his latest read, everyone was in fine form. Rogan was missing jokes left, right, and center, while Chrissy and Yanis were trying their hardest to crack the code and make him laugh.
And it got to the point where we had so many jokes that missed that we were starting to just do it for each other. And every time one of us, like Giannis made a Mugobi joke, Giannis goes, yeah, I think for Christmas this year I'm gonna put Mugobi in my family stock now. And just staring at the both of us, and I was kicking him under the table. I was like,
I'm actually giving for Christmas a few of my friends will go here.
yeah, for real?
Yeah. No, I'm joking. Yeah. Nice Bob.
Yeah, at least we're not talking about it. We're talking about Grizzly today. Oh, really love it. Yeah.
Let's take
Dude, I had to come home once at Bob. I did this one where I just started ripping a Korean accent, awful Korean accent. Giannis was laughing, and Joe was just looking at me smoking a cigar. It's like I was doing a Korean accent in front of like my high school principal. I was just absolutely bombing.
I can't believe Yanis actually said that to Rogan's face. That's some serious balls right there. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a theory that whenever Rogan's getting bored of his guests or they're bombing, or he just doesn't give a fuck about whatever they say, he'll start talking about affairs and tell Jamie to pull up videos so he can film the episode and pass the time to hit that 3-hour mark. But I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually say it to Joe's face on the podcast. And Chris even took it a step further towards the end of the episode because he thought they were bombing so badly, he changed the topic of conversation and leaned into it.
Would you rather be an animal or a human?
Yeah.
You have to get eaten with an animal. You don't want a cannibal, you don't want some guy knowing he's eating.
You don't want to have that.
Yeah. Alligator.
Quick. Wait, how did Hippo? Hippo
snap you in half, you dead in seconds.
They drown you, right?
Yeah, they just rip you apart.
But let's go back to the beginning of the podcast because just before the armpit sniffing humiliation ritual, Rogan initiated Chrissy D into manhood by teaching him how to smoke a cigar. The only thing funnier than seeing Rogan constantly vomit ordinary conversation with comedians is how he acts like a real tough guy with violence in his DNA. For a guy who stands at 5'3" on a good day, it makes it hard to take him seriously when he acts like the big guy on campus.
Yep. This is Christopher's very first time ever. Okay, lighting and smoking a cigar. 40. How do you manage?
I don't know how to do any really like that. Like I don't know how to play pool, cigars. I don't really know how to do that, but I do know how to stay capital. Okay. Yeah.
Like
Is this the right way?
Yeah. Lower your hand. Yeah. Oh, you do this on purpose.
I swear on my kids I've never done this.
No, I mean the way you're being. Like you get the fire on the. Get it on there.
You're good. Just start pulling.
No, you're not. You gotta inhale while you are lighting. Just kind of take a deep breathe in while you're doing that. Right. How do you get to be 40? Never have.
Well, now you're a man. So what do I do now? I'm fine.
Not even lit. There you go. Take some little puffs. A couple puffs. Yeah, puffs. There you go. Puff. You probably have to keep it. Keep it lit. There we go.
I just said before.
No cigars. See?
I think because my dad never really smoked.
I'll start crying.
No, it's in the back of my throat. My dad never really smoked, and I never really did any kind of stuff like this. I was with my mom also, and she was more, we said that. I know, well, just I got cigars in my throat.
So the first 30 minutes of the episode was Chrissy leaning into not being a real man and playing along with Joe's humiliation rituals. Shortly after the cigar bullying, Rogan made them all sniff his armpits, and the best part for me was how he only grew a few inches from sitting to standing. No wonder he leaves the studio. But if you've seen Chris in previous interviews and on comedy, he talks a lot about his father and how tough he was on him. He hints that his dad was involved in organized crime and all the dodgy shit he used to get to. He's spoken openly about how he used to get hit when he started. And so he was clearly trolling Rogan by pretending a real man like Joe is. And as you probably already guessed it, Rogan ate him at 21 face value, even though it was so obvious that Chrissy was just talking trash. And this is what I love about comedians like Chrissy D. Test the waters to see how far he can push the room with his bullshit, and then he slowly keeps edging that boundary up further and further.
Certain things that are easier to hurt.
Right, and he's got a good jaw.
But there's arguments against that. Like, there's some guys have small jaws, and somehow or another they take great punches.
I'm scared to sleep with the lights off, so I don't touch it on my head.
You did a good job, though. The structure's good.
Yeah. What I have, what my defense is, not against guys like you, if you don't know me, what my defense is I look like I can take a bite.
You can be a complete psychopath.
And I
can teach you how to really find your inner psycho. There's something dead behind your eyes that's very troubling if you're angry.
When I get really angry, you'll punch a wall and you'll do magic. I cry. There's been many times where I've gotten so mad that I just start to tear up and cry. I cried pretty honest before. When I get angry, I just start to cry. Wires cross somewhere in me, but we've kind of accepted it as blossomed to the way it is because we both understand that we just have a little bit more estrogen than most guys, and that's okay. We got it for sure. I mean, I think people get fully clipped. I think we got Joe didn't get it at all. Usually on being a little bit of a feminine guy, you're a very manly guy, buddy. That's rarity, baby. Yeah.
Well, most guys that if you hang around boxing gyms, or if you hang around a lot of cops, or
we say that if we went back in history 200 years ago, whatever, we'd be the guys in the war, we'd either be hitting drums, or we would just be keeping the troops loose, laughing with the troops, because I think we have value as men, other warrior men like yourself, We're not going to do the fighting. We'll do the cooking, the cleaning, and the laughing. But it's also for my nuts up to be a eunuch to watch there.
It's also the experiences that you've had in your life.
Fuck me dead, Joe. Listen up, mate. Have a laugh. Jesus. Bro just said he'd give up his nutsack to watch over the women. As usual, though, things got worse because if it's not bad, the answer that fills his studio, he insists reminding everyone how important it is for him to ship with comics. This forever made me cringe. Listening to Joe waxing lyric about how funny his buddies are and how he couldn't live without them has to be one of the most ironic topics of conversation on his podcasts. The only thing that comes close was how he explained to us how dialed in he was in preparation special Burn the Boats last year. It took him 6 years to trim the fat and tighten it up into a 1-hour set of straight bangers. By the time he walked out on stage in his dad's shirt, he was basically a SEAL team sniper, dropping members of the audience one by one with every punchline. And so when he told us for the 57th time about how he needs to talk shit with other cops to soothe his comedy brain, Giannis and Chrissy actually pulled him up on something. It was so refreshing to finally have someone not just sit there and say, yeah, wow, totally, and actually point out that what he was saying didn't actually make sense. And it caught Joe off guard because he didn't really know how to respond.
Do you know how much we would be loving this if it never happened? Like if it never got together and just shoot the shit, laugh and crack up and talk about nonsense. Like comics are the best friends. They're the best friends to have because you open with them, they talk crazy, they say wild, and you laugh together, you feed off of each other. They're the best friends. If you didn't have any comics for friends, there's a lot of sad people. So if you're not sad, you say your comics are sad. Oh yeah, some comics are. Some comics are sad. Tears of blood. Yeah, it's a little exaggerated. Comics are some awful narcissists. When you know when you really see that? When comics start attacking comics that are doing better. Yeah, it's only comics that are doing better. So what's happening? Comparison. So this is feeling like, look at that. Why is he? Right, he's on the road. They're back.
Oh man, that is classic Rogan. Just keep me fucking laugh. At first they were like, oh, what's Joe doing? And then they quickly realized he was trying to be funny, so they dialed in their fake laugh. It was either that, take another whiff of his armpits. By the way, did you guys know that Rogan keeps Andrew Dice Clay's cigarette butts in the ashtray and refuses? Between Joe and Tony Hinchcliffe, they're single-handedly keeping Dice's career alive. And it sounds like Rogan's trying to keep his DNA alive too. Am I supposed to just keep holding the cigar? You guys put it down. No, I put it down every now and then. So I just put it down and now.
So now it's going to say, yeah, I never said the name. Dice has cigarettes in there, so don't take the cigarettes out of the Oh, sorry. What are you doing?
Why do you want to keep Dice's cigarettes in there?
Because they're Dyson.
What are we doing here, B? I'm telling you, there are some weird-ass humiliation rituals going on in that studio. I can only imagine what goes on in the mothership green room. Our boy Chrissy D, though, no matter how hard he tried, he'd just catch a break with Rogan. Even when he directed his talents at Jamie, it was a swing and a miss. And like I said in my previous video, mark my words, guys, this year we're going to see an episode of JRE where Rogan sits there and has an entire conversation with ChatGPT.
Yeah, right. It's supposed to be, I think all we're saying, like, just hang.
I still think it's theoretical because they still want a 4.5.
Yeah, that's not what I asked. I know, but just Google what and how much.
Right, just go to headphones. You got a good headphone head.
Well, he's had a headphone on for a long ass time.
You can't paint the picture, Jay, without those headphones on.
Damn, I walked Carl. Yes.
Carl is asleep. All right, sleep.
So while Rogan's hanging out for ChatGPT version 5, We're all hanging out for another year of Lolcow podcasts. I'm declaring it right here in my first video for 2025. This will be the year of the Lolcow. If you missed the poll that I put up the other day, it's safe to declare Bert Kreischer the winner for 2020. Takes the crown for another, takes his place. We're expecting the final decision in Brendan Shaw's lawsuit appeal sometime soon, as he manages to successfully draw it out into another career. If the humiliation of losing the case last January wasn't enough, he went back for his hat and doubled down on his loss. So it's going to be pretty embarrassing for him if he loses again, given that the guy he's suing didn't even file a response to the appeal. If Brett himself, and if history repeats itself, he'll find a way to the room. As for Schultzy, he's got his new comedy special coming out soon, so I'll be reviewing that like I did for Rogan's special over on Patreon. Also, I'm in the process of putting together a comprehensive break of both Kill Tony and Definitely live shows, so check out the link in the description to my. I'll probably end up doing a 2-part series like I did for the MSG shows earlier last year. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Happy New Year, guys, and thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Go ahead, say, hold my toes. Chris, hold your toes. Somebody say, hold your toes. Yeah, basketball game like I do. Now, what is this building? And where's it supposed to be? I know. Oh, you're holding it back? No. I have a little bit, but I don't have the same connections on that. But I'll tell you a case that I think you think us around. Yeah, because this is why. Listen, no, but this is a craft. There's a memo in the project.
Alright, guys, we're finally talking about the drone. Rogan's been dipping his toes in the New Jersey drone situation for the past month or so, but because he's been hooked up with comedians no one's ever heard of, it was only last week that we got a couple on the show for Rogan to really get into the deal and get some answers. Well, it's the plan at least, because like most of us, no one really knows what's actually going on, and to Rogan's surprise, even his so-called expert guests have no idea who's controlling these drones or where they came from. But his reason to he's had on the podcast twice before proved to be one of the most useless of the year. For me, this was low-key funny as hell because by the end of the conversation, Rogan was so fed up with all of his ducking and weaving and just general lack of knowledge on the whole drone controversy that he spent the last 30 minutes dictating to James what to type into ChatGPT to get some answers while guests just sat there and made which models worked. This legitimately never used ChatGPT before, and he even failed at sending Rogan a couple of images from his phone, so he had to head over to the little guy to help him out. By the end of the podcast, Joe's disappointment was palpable, and when you consider how well the conversation started out, it makes it all even funnier.
Freaking out, what the hell? We don't know what they are, but it's fine. What was the Steven Spielberg movie? Shark, the great white shark. Yeah, Jaws. Yeah. Everything's fine there. The bear's like, keep swimming. Yeah, keep swimming. The water's fine. I want to say people get bitten. That's a perfect analogy. Dude, that is the perfect analogy. That's it. That's easy. Go about your lives. They're definitely like the spirit drone. Some nuclear materials just stole a cargo ship. Whatever. Guys. All the online conspiracy stuff is crazy, and I get all of it because obviously what I do, and people send me all kinds of stuff. I was like, well, I got a second. On the ground, but no, there's something really weird going on, and the fact that
30 minutes, it seemed like Joe had discovered a new recruit for his top 250 comedy assassins. This guy who repeated he was fist bumping and flailing his hands around like a seasoned collar. He got Joe to tap into his high voice, which is usually reserved for episodes of Critique. Once they got into the meat of the conversation, the history between the two of them dropped like a balloon, and Rogan slowly discovered that James fought the guy he thought that he was. I mean, he doesn't even know who Terrence is.
looks like Jamie Berry. No, Looks like Terrence Howard's creation, doesn't it? It's weird. What does he call that again? But it was those things that lock together. Those, the flying drone thing that he created. It's like propellers going all these different directions, and they sync up, link together, and it looks like that. So it's anyway. So it's footage. Talking about it. What is it? We don't know. It's not identified.
I love how Root brings up Terrence Howard's plastic toy drones as if they're widely used and commonly known. James clearly had no idea who the fuck Terrence Howard was, and just was dropped the day before they recorded this episode. And to his credit, it's actually really interesting because it covers the efforts over the last few years of several congressmen who have been trying to shed light on what various government agencies know about UFOs and extraterrestrial life on Earth and in space. He interviewed high-ranking scientists, elected officials, physicists, intelligence officers, and the military in protest, urging government secrecy around UFOs. But one of the biggest criticisms so far has been that, apart from covering the congressional hearings over the last few years and showing clips of various experts testifying that the government knows about UFOs and aliens, the documentary doesn't really get that Rogan's always talking about on his podcast. So there's no actual evidence to support any of the claims made by the people talking. It's mostly just second and third hand accounts of what people saw and what they think they saw. As for Rogan, his suspicion started when James couldn't send him a couple of photos. Okay, I'm going to text this to you right now. Right, here we go. I should have that. Because I have my phone on airplane mode. Yeah, take it off airplane mode, bro. I told you. Okay, now, I'm sorry. Otherwise, I won't actually send it. Oh, it won't. Okay, alright, here we go. It's like see that. I know, I'm so bad. I know. You were telling me how to do it. I was like, I haven't done that before. It's funny for people that don't understand. Usually tell me that goes through. Great show. Here you do it. One, and then just flip it left to right. Rogan's UFO expert sent him photos from his phone because it was on airplane mode. Brilliant. That's how it's just sellers to me. Rather than an actual UFO expert, he's been reporting and making videos for the last 30 years, but like most of Joe's experts, he lies on the details and lacks any real evidence to support his claims. When he couldn't entertain Rogan's questions about different alien and UFO stories, Joe started to get frustrated. Think about that. Around the UFOs. You heard the story? Yeah, he was reported on a news station where he lost contact. He's got great access. We believe he was human access. What's it called? New York, it's a British accent. It just has credibility. Some guy, so we got this cop. Right, sorry, mate. We're over here. What is this building? And where's it supposed to be? I don't know. Oh, you're holding it back? No. I have a little bit, but I don't have the same connections on that. But I'll tell you a case I think we need to get into. Oh, you see, you're going to move us around. Yeah. Because this is one of the, this is this guy. So, there's a memo in the program. Yeah, I don't know what Joe expected from this guy. He was only able to regurgitate what other people had told him over the years. He didn't actually have any first-hand knowledge of any of these events. It was like watching a kid fumble his way through questions from his after he did a speech about something he had no idea about. Because like I said at the beginning, Joe wants to know the drones. He's read all the conspiracy theories, he's doom scrolled on Facebook and Twitter for all the latest theories. He's spoken to Eddie Bravo and Duncan Trussell. Mike Baker's not answering calls or texts, and now he's got questions. Who better to fill in all the caps, and a UFO expert. Joe would throw out different theories to the problems and questions that came out of them, and James would just sit there and be, wow, or that's crazy. And it got so bad that Rogan ended up basically having a conversation on his own because James had absolutely nothing to add other than how weird the whole situation is.
Because I know you said you were frustrated. Oh, yeah, it's just another anecdote. Evidence, piece of testimony, third party, not firsthand. I'm frustrated. No. What I'm saying is I totally agree. Frustrated. As somebody who's been chasing for 30 years, I too want access to the better one.
We're trying to get back to what I was talking about earlier. Logistically, if you're letting something go from the ocean, if you're flying it out of the ocean, you would have to have some sort of a large craft to house these things, or it's going to launch from. If it is actually, the drones you're talking about right now, right? Yes. How do they hide the fact that there's a battleship out there? Is that possible? And if it's from a submarine, how do they develop a submarine that can launch 50 car-sized or SUV-sized drones from?
Yeah, that's one of the things.
As hard as this one really is a head scratcher. It's confirmed. Right. But here's the question. Yes, is it possible to classify a U.S. battleship that's capable of having these things? So big. Could you how big would it have to be to launch 50 drones? God, dude, I'm talking. I don't know.
All these press conferences. You're talking about the head of the gang of 8.
Okay. But if they need to control those guys, if they are really looking for a nuke. Okay, let's imagine that this story about a Ukrainian nuke from the time when they disarmed them. There's one that's unaccounted for. This is one of the stories that's been on the internet. I don't know if it's true. Yeah, or just a regular nuke. You're looking for gamma rays, finding that you could devise a drone. They're very exciting. Everyone's met that we did that. I decided to cancel. Wow. I met someone that's pretty important that you don't go to the golf course. God, that's so crazy. So what does that mean? I gotta, if you don't mind, I was contacted with this week. No. But it was just there to promote a documentary on something completely unrelated. At one point, James literally said, I hope you spent the $20 to watch my new documentary instead of just pulling up everything clip. Seeing this with other group on Netflix. Think back to when Billy Carson was on the has a website called The Forbidden Knowledge where you can unlock the secrets of their units by clicking on the online shop and buying his alchemical elixir of the Anunnaki. Or Bart's the moon landing hoax expert who mentioned his website when he was on JRE about 50 times, where he's got a bunch of self-published books for sale on the homepage. Josh Dugan was trying to build awareness towards injustices in the legal system and accidentally brought on a gruesome murderer. And like I said before, Graham Hancock popped in for a visit when he got a new season of Ancient Apocalypse to push out on Netflix. But what happened next with James Fox was possibly one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen on an episode of JRE. Rogan got so fucking bored of talking to him that he
told Jamie to pull up ChatGPT so he could talk to it about the drone. There is so much going on here, so I'll play the clip and then break down. Get ready for the Joe Boomer experience.
An unprecedented moment in history. There's an unprecedented push for government transparency, and I want to continue supporting the different people on this. I especially want to throw a shot out to Representative Burchett because you're killing it.
Hey, Jamie, why don't you use ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT what's going on with the drones in New Jersey?
I'd be very curious to hear about that.
Ask ChatGPT what is really happening with the drones in New Jersey. Just see what ChatGPT.
Tell me how that works.
I don't know. Find out. It's AI, right? With the drones in New Jersey. Numerous drones are recorded across New Jersey on the express. It's incredible how fast this is. This is incredible. They found no evidence suggesting threat to public safety, despite these assurances. Some local officials are said for being concerned. I live in New Jersey. Should I get out of town? Should I evacuate? Yeah, should I evacuate? Say evacuate. Get out of town. It's like a should I evacuate? This time, there's no official recommendation for us in New Jersey. As a precautionary measure, are you sure? Have to ask you. No federal evacuation orders. Okay, it knows that there's no federal evacuation orders. If you were going to, would you tell me the East Coast, based on the current information provided by trusted authorities, there's no evidence of an imminent threat? Could you imagine? Put this in. Could you imagine a scenario where these drones are a nuclear bomb? Would you advise me as a preemptive measure to evacuate?
I'm so impressed at how well he's typing.
While it's possible to imagine scenarios involving drones searching for dangerous materials such as a nuclear bomb, there's no verified information suggesting such an extreme situation. Yeah. This is zero intelligence. Listen, I think that drones are looking for a nuclear bomb, and I am going to leave New Jersey. Where should I go? There is a precautionary measure. Here are some suggestions for place to relocate temporarily. Head west. Okay, so now we're getting better. So now it's saying go further away.
The confirmation bias in that whole sequence was crazy. And that was only a short 2-minute clip I edited from around 30 minutes of Joe dictating to Jamie what to type. But that was honestly such a good insight into how Joe's brain works. Without realizing it, he completely coached the AI model into giving him the answers he wanted. That's the clearest example of confirmation bias I think I've ever seen on his podcast. When he didn't get the answers he wanted, he'd change his questions slightly so that the language model would give him an answer based on a new premise. At first it was telling him there's no confirmation of a nuclear bomb threat or the missing nuke theory. So he comes back with, if there was a nuke threat, should I leave? I mean, obviously it's going to say, yeah, you should leave. And then he's like, okay, sweet, now we get it somewhere. Fuck me dead, that is absolute gold. Boomer Joe in full flight. That's honestly funnier than when he goes full Dunning-Kruger. And if that wasn't funny enough, old mate James Fox was sitting opposite Joe, rolling an RE for every response. And he even complimented Jamie on his touch typing skills. This is peak Joe Rogan experience in 2024. What a way to end the year. Joe's finally fucking had it with all these guests who have no answers, so he decided to do the pod with ChatGPT instead. He seriously could not make this shit up. And did you notice how he was almost completely ignoring his guests so he could concentrate on what to type? Who knows, maybe he'll start a new trend. Look out for the next episode of The Fighter and the Kid, where Brendan Shaw tells Jim to pull up ChatGPT and starts dictating questions while Brian Callen sits there twiddling his toes, waiting for the torture to be over. Now, if that whole interaction there doesn't sum up this year, I don't know what does. It started out with Cat Williams calling out basically everyone, We had a couple of presidential assassination attempts. The hot tour girls had her way to fame and then crashed out harder than her crypto scam. Jake Paul fooled us all into watching another fake fight, while his brother had a child with the sloppiest seconds in Hollywood. We've got CEO shooters getting probed harder than presidential shooters, planes getting shot out of the sky on accident. We found out the former Syrian president had a camper trailer in his garage, yet Rogan won't let Alex Jones back in the studio. Nobody can explain the drones, so Rogan said, fuck it, I'ma just talk to ChatGPT from now on. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Democracy Manifest. The drones buzzing overhead are getting so loud that we can no longer simply enjoy a succulent Chinese meal in the privacy of our own homes. And if that doesn't piss you off, then the landfill problem in Puerto Rico will. Because there's one thing I've learned this year. If you stare hard enough at a pile of trash, it'll stare right back at you. Clearly, I've lost the plot, so on that note, thanks for sticking around. I hope you have the best end of your fucking love you guys. I'll catch you in the new year. Thank you, B. Oh, fuck. I need a drink.
I'm curious, what would happen if you asked ChatGPT? Is it GPT?
There's a lot of that they hated us when we came here. But really what they didn't like is that you couldn't just around anymore. The real killers are here now. The real Segura, Tim Dillon, and these animals moved into town. So this is like a new hub. It's the hub of the world for comedy. The comedy mothership is the hub of the world. Yeah. And it just opened. Congratulations. Thank you very much for being here.
Joe Rogan's biggest battles in life have been trying to convince people he's not 5'3" and that he's famous for being a comedian. After developing a passion for martial arts as a teenager, Rogan would go on to win the US Open Championship Taekwondo tournament as a lightweight at the age of 19. However, after suffering from headaches, he became concerned about the long-term effects of life as a fighter, so he turned to stand-up comedy at the age of 21. Now that I think about it, this is actually eerily similar to the Brendan Schaub experiment, only Rogan never fought professionally and decided to pursue comedy several years earlier than Schaub did. Believe it or not, though, they both still continue to lie about their height. And so Rogan will pursue a career in comedy with the intensity of an infectious disease, using the publicity from his acting career in sitcoms throughout the 90s, as well as his role as the host of Fear Factor in the early 2000s. He would use this to cultivate a stand-up comedy audience that would sustain his Joe Rogan experience. Place tickles my testicles is what I would explain to comedy guests on his podcast that he's a comedian at a comedy club, which over its short existence has somehow become the nucleus of comedy around the world. If you haven't heard yet, the comedy mothership and Joe. However, there is a problem here, but I think I've found the solution, so let me explain. It's probably quite obvious to most of you by now that Rogan became a household name through his podcast, not through stand-up comedy. This has become quite a controversial point for a lot of his fans to do with his podcast fact. I've personally spent hours investigating Rogan's stand-up comedy specials, and my conclusions have been well documented here on YouTube and in forensic detail on Patreon. Joe Rogan's stand-up fucking sucks. The problem is that because he's so famous now, the comedy community has accepted him with open arms because of the exposure that he brings them, and now that he's opened up his comedy club in Boston, he's managed to create his very own comedy community. This is where things get interesting, because Joe Rogan, the comedian, is very different from Joe Rogan, the comedy club.
That's not what we want.
On the last episode of the Tim Dillon Show, Joe Rogan made a guest appearance from his own studio. And it's not the first time he's done this. To the intervention with Brendan Schaub when him and Brian Callen were on, was also shot in Rogan's studio. And he's also done a couple of other shows, such as Breakings from there as well. For some reason, he doesn't seem to like to leave his little bubble, or he's a big shot. So he just gets instead. So it's weird watching an episode of the Tim Dillon show with Jamie pulling shit up and Rogan, especially when Tim was just on JRE a few weeks ago. Started the conversation off by talking about the intricacies of comedy, how comedy specials are made, you know, all the boring behind the scenes stuff that nobody gives a shit about. There's always someone that commented the timestamp to skip forward. But on this occasion, they were actually talking about Tim Dillon's recent recording at the Mothership and how Rogan came in and said, and I gotta say, guys, Rogan was 100% on the money here. And I gotta give for it. Take a look for yourself, and then I'll come straight after and break it down. This actually kind of caught me off guard.
Thank you for letting me shoot the special at the Mothership. Was amazing. Thank you for saving it.
Thank you for doing it. Well, let's talk about it. Yeah. When we got there, someone, it's generally some executive type person decided to put lamps on every table and light the room up. It was the brightest I had ever seen the club. I could see earrings. You could see everything. It's tough. Well, it was tense. They were having fun. You were doing really well, but your opening acts were struggling. Because it was a feeling when you got there, when I walked out, Jesus Christ, this feels like you know what I mean? It felt like a conference hall. It felt weird. And everybody seemed like a little off-put by it. Like everyone, the audience was dead. You comedy all the time. You go out and shoot a special. You go, okay, I've done this a million times. It's gone great. And it'll go great now. And we'll just get it on film. And then you go out. And it's like, I'm like terrible. Like, because you were there. And you might have my whole pay left. Well, I don't figured it out. There was a light in front of you on your table. It was crazy. It was a bad idea. And then Thursday shows were the best ever. That's perfect. Well, we got them to shut off everything. They said, oh, we're just doing these. Like, let's hit them all. Like the stage. Yeah, and they did everything. Yeah. Of course. Yeah, so there's you were the dictator. But it's like that dictator. It's right. Do whatever the company wants. Right, whatever you need. Tell me what you want. Music? No music? Okay, no, right. Whatever you want. I was directing or producing your special. Just that would happen. I was no, we have to have it very dark. Let's take a look at it. So let me get a sound. Sound's gotta be cranked all the way up. Make sure some things are missing. Go ahead. And just focus on Tim. Let him stay. Right. It's just everybody. That makes complete sense to me. Without even seeing the final product, I can already tell that the changes Joe made to Tim's setup for the recording were an improvement on what was already there. In my opinion, this is where Rogan should be putting his energy. With the decades of experience from his sitcoms, the comedy clubs, the events, Fear Factor, and even as a podcaster, Joe's seen a lot of different setups and production designs, and he seems to know what he's talking about. Who in their right mind lights up a Tim Dillon comedy special like a fucking Christmas tree? How is that going to work? Unfortunately, I don't think Rogan's going to take a step back from all his other roles to focus on producing and directing comedy specials. You see, Joe loves being the arbiter of comedy, loves being the gatekeeper for new talent, and setting the tone for comedy. The Austin Holy Trinity is going on JRE as a guest, doing a set at the Mothership, and then guest starring on Kill Tony. When it comes to recognizing talent, Rogan fucking sucks at that. Count Williams said at the beginning of his being pushing 6 episodes, and when you combine that with stand-up comedy, it's really hard not to cringe. When Rogan breaks up over comedians hanging out and talking shit, when mediocrity and stuff like that rises in the culture, it's not an overall net positive. No. And everybody's chasing fame, which is a very unstable thing. You know, it's a bad old system. Yeah, I think when kids are growing up and they're watching this stuff, they're going, oh, I should just be internet famous, and that's how I'll make my money.
You know that that's like a giant goal among kids today. It's as far as like job aspiration influencers. Do your kids know how like well known you are? It'd be amazing if they didn't. Well, I don't know. I'm sure it'd be amazing, but they know. Okay, they're super aware. Yeah, I'm a freak when I go places. And people just come up to you and yeah, it's a whole thing. Yeah. Most people realize. So it's not a real problem. It's when it comes to job, not my people. Yeah, they want my time. Yeah, well, they want my time because I don't know, point to their girlfriend and tell her how to cleanse some kids. tell her I can kill her. She doesn't believe me. Tell her no one suffers more than the girlfriends of our fans. I think. No one, and she said, I think you're really fun, but every day I hear either Joe Rogan's voice, Neil Mont's voice, your voice. Yeah. And she goes, I just wanted to stop. Sometimes she'll go like, I'm waking up and something in my house. And my boyfriend's laughing. This is really funny. And she goes, why do you? And he goes, no, he's screaming about this waitress. And she goes, make it stop, turn it off. Why do you do this? Well, ladies, you have your crime show. This is what we need as short, and certainly as comedians, and including a lot of comedians, to talk to. It's very fun. Yeah, it makes life enjoyable. It makes life make more sense. Drones freak me out talking to them about you or to you. Either about the drones, it makes me laugh. They're talking about what's going on in Ukraine and laugh with you, and really stay up at night freaking out about the fact that we might be. Because some people's job is to freak out. That's not our job.
Joe Rogan 2024, talking shit is very fun. Seriously, doesn't he hear himself talking? Joe's idea of talking shit is sitting in his studio, popping zins and smoking cigars on his bike. His jokes go flying over his shiny head. Then you'll he saw on Twitter the other day that turns out to be made up by some random. So he'll let Jamie find the real one that he thinks that he saw. For someone who loves to talk shit, most of the time he really is just full of shit. After going on and on about the drones and the orbs and how it's probably China starting World War III, Jamie inconveniently revealed the truth.
Jamie, are they just getting terrified?
These are stars.
This is a John Summit concert.
Okay.
This is nothing. The star out of focus, the bomb looks exactly like a photo. So these are just stars. Yeah. Thank you, Jamie. Wow. Stars on top. That looks exactly. And the top stars, the top one, beautiful. Looks exactly like it. Yeah, the top one looks exactly like it. Everything's fine. You're fine. Biden's good. Except for all that Syria.
Okay, that was actually fun. They literally spent the previous half hour discussing how these unidentified orbs that keep popping up. Rogan was balls deep in all these conspiracies, reading up on all these different opinions about what spherical objects could be. Jamie does 5 minutes of Googling and figures it out. And for someone who's so blind like Rogan is, he really doesn't see the irony of spending so much time shit that he saw on Facebook and Twitter, breath complaining about how toxic it is.
You know, I can summon my car. That's crazy. Like if I'm in a lot and I want my car to come to the front, if I park back there, I can summon it. It'll come to get me. I can press the address and I'll say, take me home. It just takes me home. Full navigation, stops at red lights, puts its blinker on its lanes, recognizes where the traffic is, goes around it. We're so close to not needing drivers, and then that's going to be great for the government. They can just shut your car down, and all the rebels are going to have like car readers. Right. Even that's what Tucker drives. You ever see Tucker's car? He drives on GPS, no nothing. I never sent him like Instagram stories or something. He doesn't even have it. No, he doesn't look at any of that stuff. He doesn't. It's kind of cool. It's the way to do it. It's the way to do it. I'm pretty close to that. There's enough of the Costco family. Yeah, I'm not close to that because I do go on Instagram a lot. I really like to go on YouTube. There's something about being a comic. I want to see what's going on. It's also like YouTube for me is a nice escape. I get to watch a video about an ancient station or watch a guy go on walks in the forest or watch, a professional pool game. Right. To me, it's like just entertainment. Right. But this social media thing, man, most people are not cut out for it. I think it makes you think you're in conflict all the time. Everybody's always. I think it accentuates mental illness. I've known people that I'm friends with. I can't even talk to them anymore.
Did he just say he's pretty close to being completely off social media like Tucker Carlson, and then admit that he's always on Instagram and YouTube? Come on, bro. Get your story straight. Honestly, like I was saying before, Rogan's social media obsession with bullshit that he gets duped by and tells Jamie to pull up for everyone to see. But getting trolled has become a big issue, especially since his last comedy special dropped. Last week, he called out channels like mine because he doesn't like how much engagement we get for younger
things that people would say about me. I'm like, oh my god, what an asshole. That's not true. And he get all upset. Then I stopped reading. Changed everything. Changed everything. You do the post-it notes, right? Yes, it's the way to go. I have friends, and they'll come to me, like they'll come to the comedy club or something, and they'll be like genuinely emotionally distraught because people were attacking them online. But they're not here. First of all, it's not true. You're a really great guy. Right. So it's all bullshit. And they don't know. Right. So they're just deciding to do this. They know that because you talk openly about it. And so now they accentuate it. They're gonna keep jabbing at you. They're gonna rock. There's a window. You're the cheap seats for that. It's something that's like systemic. That is literally spreading and growing like trash out all the time, and then they think there's some sort of value to them. Value, right? They do get engagement, right? And if you're a person that has like a YouTube show, really doing people, you have that. For sure, you're suffering, but you got to do others. Like there are guys who make a living doing it. They're all dumb. I think there's value in it, but I do think you make something out of you, create a career doing that. That's part of the problem. Is it's effective, right? Like trolls. Yeah, like trolls. It does get engagement, but then you're kind of engaged. Okay, 100%. Joe was talking about Bert Kreischer at the beginning there. Maybe Whitney Cummings as well. They're the first two comics that I can think of who have openly cried on podcasts because of all the hate they get. And we've heard this from Rogan before, and it's been getting stronger ever since he dropped his comedy special earlier this year. And we all made videos ragging on him. I think Elephant Graves is a funeral for Joe Rogan's comedy career. Must have really gotten under his skin. It was probably the most viral of all the videos reviewing his comedy special, with over 3.6 million views as of recording, and we know that Rogan's people tried to have it taken down at one point. And look, I don't necessarily disagree with everything Rogan just said, but trying it out as if anybody who says anything negative about him is mentally ill or they're trolling or they're crazy or whatever. That's just for example, when he has guests on JRE like Josh Dubin, who apologized for not vetting the guy he brought on the podcast, who allegedly dismembered somebody after he got him an early release from prison, when Josh was actually his lawyer and had access to all his files and records. Yeah, somebody's going to call that out, right? Or when Rogan took advantage of the mentally ill Terrence Howard, who thinks he learns advanced maths and science in his mother's womb and can prove that 1 times 1 equals 2. I mean, there are countless examples of Rogan fucking up, except if we call him out on it, apparently we're just mentally ill losers who love to hate, because if we knew him personally, we know he's a nice guy. Bro, seriously. But when it comes to stand-up comedy, that has to be Rogan's kryptonite. It's the biggest open secret in the comedy world that Joe's not that funny.
And at time, Mark Norman joked that he was a mom. Like I said in the beginning, though, he clearly has an eye for it. As the opening, the company mothership has given him an opportunity to get more involved in the production side of things. So we'll have to wait and see how Tim Dillon's comedy special comes out. Description below to my Patreon, where you'll find a bunch of videos from Rogan, Kill Tony, and various comedy specials, and of course the lawsuits. I'll definitely be doing a review on Tim's upcoming special, so make sure you're signed up so you don't miss out. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching this. I'll catch you in the next video.
It's photo Jesse. I said it wrong. That's why we were talking about Jesse. It's all a illusion. All of them, when convenient, have said the exact same things. Dragons are real.
With another episode of Protect Our Parks, and Mark Norman was in fine form, pushing the boundaries of Rogan's wit with his Tourette-style rapid-fire comedy. And if you look back over the 13 episodes of Protect Our Park, each one is like a nail in the coffin of the slow death of Rogan's reign. In this episode, Joe seemed to be the furthest away from his buddies that I've ever seen him. I mean, there were several points where they were just sitting there waiting for him to finish rattling off the same old talking points, and then they jump in and quickly agree history and collect their paycheck. Well, except for when Rogan went to the bathroom and shouted a bit out loud. We'll get to that a little bit later, because in this 4-hour episode of JRE, they covered so many different topics that it was hard to keep track. However, one thing you can always count on is the customary wankfest over their comedy credentials and how they're the last line of defense in the battle for free speech and expression. Because, burping, farting, and making dick jokes are the 3 pillars of freedom they can be. I should say, though, that it's mostly Rogan and Ari that wax lyrical about how important they are in preventing World War III. Shane and Mark usually just sit there waiting to jump in with a zinger that inevitably flies over Papa Rogan's shiny head. But we should be grateful for the opportunity to sneak a peek behind the curtains of the mothership green room. It's a very rare sighting to have 4 of the top 250 comedy assassins in one place, up and on camera. And just forgotten how rich they are, don't worry, they reminded us at the beginning of the podcast.
I remember when I found out how much money people would be doing stand-up, like if they sold out a whole weekend through improv. I was like, that's what I get at a comedy club. What they get at a comedy club is what I get on sitcoms a season. Yeah, no, close. No. You're
Teacher for the year, right?
Yeah, for a whole year. Yeah, when a teacher gets a whole year in a weekend, he does move back to Toronto. It's not because it's hard to get there. They can do it too. You don't like teaching? Just put together an act. It takes 13 years. Like the reality of comedy is it really takes 10 years to be able to do it. Bro, you hear that, Jamie?
And can I just say, Jamie was in fine in this episode. Not only was he looking like a registered sex offender, but he did absolutely zero fact-checking and just let Rogan loose, which was a sight to be. I'm telling you guys, the best episodes are the ones with absolutely zero interruptions from J-Mo. Playing what can be described as one of the biggest copes in Austin comedy history, Tony Hinchcliffe managed to be the focus of most of the conversation, popping up several times over the 4 hours, bringing him up as if Tony was paying him to do ad reads, I think, with an ego the size of an elephant. Incidentally, Tony what looks to be a comedy special recorded at the mothership exclusively on Twitter. So make sure you check out the link in the description to my page, because I'll be doing a full review of garbage in the coming days. Plus, I've also been covering all the drama with the Puerto Rico joke, as well as Tony and Rogan are ruining comedy. So if you're interested, the thing that I find the funniest though in this whole situation is how Rogan and Tony are single-handedly keeping this conversation alive by constantly bringing it up and complaining about how everyone's complaining about Tony's joke. You know, the whole cancellation fee mongering that Rogan and his buddies have made a career out of would forget. But obviously, now that Tony's going hard in the paint with a dedicated comedy special, quoting about how this is somehow a win for him, when, if anything, it exposed how shallow his comedy really is. And now that we're talking about it, how in the fuck is Tony Hinchcliffe one of the biggest comedians of comedy around the world? Yet he actually said that. Yet Tony's never released a proper comedy special. Even though Rogan's recent live comedy special has a 4.5 out of 10 rating on IMDb, at least he actually did it. Tony's biggest claim to fame is his 5-minute set at the Tom Brady roast, which, to his credit, was pretty fucking awesome. And we all stopped drinking the Kool-Aid and realized that even though Tony's one of the best roasters going around, he's still just a whiny bitch who's his feet when he doesn't get his way. See, when you're a 50 comedy murderer, it doesn't matter if you're wrong. All that matters is the company you keep. Time for comedy.
It is a great time, man.
I always call you Ari because sitcom is dangerous.
It is. Tony proves that. Proves it. Tony proves it. It's danger. It gets people mad. Trying to entertain. It gets people mad.
Yeah, we don't want to offend anybody. We want to get mad.
We did. It's one of my many hookups. Someone's like, what Ari should have said this thing. Not even a weird thing. And then he goes, yeah, he's our friend. In the story. Yeah. That's our friend.
If you're not offending anybody, like, we're not trying.
Yeah, well, yeah, 2% of people, perfect. 9% on our side, right on the way. I think it's a great time for us. So it's like,
It's a challenging time. All challenging times are great times. As long as World War III doesn't pop off and it doesn't become like the end. It's like we're basically at the Cuban Missile Crisis, but like accelerated. Imagine thinking comedy is anything other. These cope sessions are getting cringier by the day at this point. Only Joe Rogan could make stand-up comedy to the Cuban Missile Crisis. Like, so the actual fuck is he talking about? And that he just says shit now and his buddies sit there and agree with him. But you can tell they're just like, what the fuck is he talking about? I mean, it's no coincidence that most of those conversations are between Rogan and Ari, while Mark and Shane just sit there waiting for them to finish. The two funniest guys in the room are the quietest when Rogan's spinning his web. But thank God they were there. Without Mark and Shane, these episodes would be boring as hell.
so much when we check before work.
Tony ended up with 4 thrones.
He has a lot of thrones. Way more thrones than anyone should have.
I'm thinking of getting a new throne.
It's tough. Dude, don't get me started. That like Hinchcliffe was in high school days. What?
So he had a wrestling match with David Lucas on stage. That's right, you were there. Yeah, David Lucas. David Lucas is like 300 pounds. And he was scrambling, trying to get to his feet. Hinchcliffe was controlling him. So it was the top. It was the top. Yeah, he was out of breath in 4 seconds. 4 seconds of exertion. He was ready to heart attack. Tell that fellow. The lost my watch. Okay, how is that nobody got Tony Hinchcliffe and Lucas wrestling on video? It'd be the funniest thing either of them have ever done by far. But did you guys know that Tony Hinchcliffe's Puerto Rico joke originated from the comedy mothership Green Room? See, that's the thing we've all been missing up until this point. Any joke that comes out of the shenanigans in the green room is sacred. and is destined.
The thing is, that joke was based on his need to, like, he gets freaked out about the environment. He gets freaked out about the pollution patch. We were super high. Super high in the green room. It's like, dude, he's like, how long have there been plastic? There's only been plastic for 6 years. It's bigger than Texas. So it's getting upset by garbage. Then he finds out about the joke was actually out of his concern. Puerto Rico. He actually loves Puerto Rico. He's just he's a people don't know the whole backstory of that joke. They know that the joke about Puerto Rico, you're doing it in Trump rally.
You should have come out and just like,
I kind of did. I basically said that. Like, this is
When they'll try to defend somebody, but they're so scared of the backlash, they go, "Look, I didn't like that joke, but it's just right."
it's like, bro, how about I thought that you don't like joke?
Hey, Ari, why don't you try across the table? Yep, Hogan did exactly what he said. He hated it.
I'm gonna tell you that joke kills at comedy clubs. I don't. It's just like if you're Puerto Rican, you hear that, you guys like, oh.
Yeah, that's awkward, huh? And just in case you've forgotten, Reagan was the end of the world podcast on election night because of the backlash from Tony's Puerto Rico joke. Comments were lyrical about free speech and anti-censorship, but to tuck their tails between their legs and hide at the comedy mothership green room until it's safe to come out again. It's honestly like Rogan just discovered stand-up comedy during the pandemic and opened his comedy club as if it was the last comedy club on the planet. But enough comedy assassin talk because it's time to talk about dragons. Now, this whole thing has become, and not just because Rogan clearly believes or admitted, it's because he broke his number one rule: don't read the comments. Whatever you do, do not respond to the haters. However, at almost every step of the way, Rogan's acknowledged every single one of his controversies. He's even done a couple of apology videos. So for a guy who doesn't read the comments and responding to the haters,
They're not coming at you. It's scary. People saying, don't read it.
Don't handle it really well.
So
Take a joke, get off, and then just not another word about it.
I had to read the thing about the view because I just thought it was funny.
Oh, yeah,
That about me. Dragon lovers. I was trying to say that I believe in dragons.
Wait, what is this?
I checked it. And then the lady goes, checked it. Believes in dragons. They live alongside people.
so what started out as just a laugh at how cringy the view is turned into a full-blown cope session where Rogan went on a 15-minute rant about why dragons probably did exist. Honestly, this is some of the funniest shit I've seen in a while. And it doesn't even make sense. Rogan got so butthurt for being called out by the women on the Double Down and tried to prove them wrong by being them right. I don't know, guys. I'm so
Working, bro. The view decided from this and from me talking about it with Jeff Lucci the other day, explaining what Ford says and saying that I think that there was pterodactyls living with people. I said, no. He said, maybe they did live as a my position is it's probably crocodiles or some big Komodo dragon, big lizard that did kill people. People fought them with swords and they came back with a story and then the artist drew. All throughout these same time periods, there's been giant lizards. All throughout the same time periods have been Komodo dragons, have been crocodiles, been here for 100 million years or whatever they've been. Probably more.
It's like Joy Dave or whatever her name is.
No. This is the most important part. This is right after she was saying, we are run by ABC News. You should trust us and who believes in dragons. You're worried about losing your job and you're worried about pocket over and it was the source of news and we said Donald Trump was Hitler but half the country disagreed with us and he won and this is everybody believes in dragons. It's free.
Bro, Rogan being hard. He cares so much about this. Like he said over the years, this is one thing that's got him all jacked up on Alpha Brain. And like I said, he went on and on and on. And out of all the guests to sit in front of and write about flying crocodiles that breathe fire, these guys probably weren't the best choice. I almost thought he was going to snap up one point until everyone just shut the explain his theory without anyone talking over him. Joe, nobody gives you belief in dragons. We're all worried about 1 times 1 equaling 2.
There's a photo that I have on Instagram. Jamie, there's a photo I have on my Instagram of a whale that's on a wall in an old Italian church. The whale doesn't look nothing like a whale. The whale looks like a monster. It looks like dragons. So that's what it's like. That's what they thought a whale would whale. Yes. That's a cool. That is the story from the Bible. Seen a whale before, so they drew this thing. They're doing it in tile and all of that. It's a very difficult medium to work with. What's that higher primary? What is this? Look at that guy. Isn't that wild? So that is what so their version of things that we know that what look like. We're all hooked up already. So that's probably what dragons are. Probably giant crocodiles. I wonder if there were some kind of this is what the Bigfoot myth is about. The Bigfoot thing that really existed. It's called Gigantopithecus, but it lived like 100,000 years. That was a thing that was passed on in stories. It's dead now. It doesn't exist anymore. But people were telling a story about a thing that was real. That's probably what dragons are. It's probably people years ago, there were some reptiles that could fly. We know that pterodactyls were real. They just find one of those things that would change everything.
So after Joe finished justifying his belief in dragons, without just straight out admitting he believes in dragons, just being another routine episode of JRE, his buddies weren't going to let it. The best was when Mark got Joe's rant about how Hillary Clinton is more MAGA than Trump because of a speech she did 20 years ago, and Rogan looked like he would full jujitsu bear on him and snap him in. Thanks to some quick thinking from Ari and Shane, they broke the ice and kept the conversation going. It's getting to the point now that anyone's jokes anymore. He's too busy ranting about it, while waxing lyrical about how the comedy mothership is going to save us from nuclear war. I thought it was so of shame to call out Rogan's drag bullshit when he went to the bathroom, and everyone else laughed and agreed with him. I get that they're all buddies and all of that, but it's so obvious Joe's slowly going off the deep end, and his friends are just there to show their faces. It's kind of to show their boss how dedicated they are to firm, but they're really just waiting for the boss to leave so they can go home as well. It's a funny defense leaving dragons.
Yeah, you gotta go and test. You could have got me a real good. Now the viewer was, what's wrong with you? I know that's the worst thing somebody can say to you, so I do about Mars that's fascinating. And one of the things about Mars is at one point in time, whatever billion years ago, it was probably closer to the sun, and it probably had something. I think that was millions of years ago. I know some sort of biological life. Right. Amoebas. Yeah, something. Now actually human beings, right? What is it, the Dogon tribe? Is it the Dogon 2008? Hillary Clinton was more MAGA than Trump. More MAGA than Trump. It's all illusion. It's all a illusion. All of them, when convenient, have said the exact same things. Dragons are real. It's crazy they give you a false sense of reality.
One of these days, Mark, one of these days. But at the end of this podcast, there was only one thing on my mind. Where the fuck is Bill Burr? We are so over a Bill Burr JRE session, and now that I think about it, he hasn't been on since he roasted Joe in front of a live audience over his little rascal's hat. That was the nail in the coffin for him, unfortunately, so I doubt we're going to see him on JRE anytime soon. Check out the link in the description to my page in my longer form uncensored content. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching guys, I'll catch you in the next one. Or you should flip it because if you hate me, you're homophobic. Thank you. He's not. He's somehow. Against all odds. So a very unfortunate incident happened
after the podcast, about a month later, the gentleman beheaded somebody. Allegedly, yes. Alleged on this one. Probably better off just let me think real carefully about the next one. I know. Jamie and I were both talking about it. He's gonna bring something up.
With well over 2,000 episodes of JRE released over the last 15 years, Joe Rogan's had some pretty controversial guests on the podcasts. One of those guests was Sheldon Johnson. And for all of Rogan's talk of assassins and murderers, killers, etc., it was only a matter of time before he had an actual murderer on the show. But there's one thing that we know about when he fucks, he does it in the most ironic way possible. Podcast earlier this year, it was the first guilty, but had supposedly received a harsher than appropriate sentence, told him to get his sentence reduced to time already served after 23 years in prison.
When somebody go into the prison system and come out worse, right? Which happens, right? This is not how you prevent these things, right? By being proactive, by being responsive instead of being reactive. Don't wait for something.
Just a few weeks after he spoke those very words in Joe Rogan's studio, Sheldon would allegedly murder
Shiny. It's so crazy. We went out with him that evening in the comedy club. He was hanging out with us in the green room, and then the news broke, and then the comics were like, "Hey man, what the you two bringing that guy around?" Like, we didn't, I'm as shocked and over it now as I was at the moment. I mean, it's really not funny. I mean, I'm only laughing at him. I'm sort of nervous. I call him a miracle on this show, and the media shoved that straight up my ass. I mean, of course, but that's what they're doing.
So I'm going to get into this episode in a lot more detail in just a moment because it ended up turning into a therapy session for Josh Durbin, who, as you can imagine, feels partly guilty for his role in getting Sheldon out of prison early, only for him to go out and commit one of the most gruesome crimes possible. I'll give you my opinion on whether Josh had a fall or if this was just an unfortunate incident. And there was something that I noticed as this conversation went on that's very similar to the conversations Rogan has with his comedy buddies. So I'll get to that in a moment because speaking of comedians, did you hear the previous clip about how he felt betrayed? Because he brought him to the infamous Mothership Green Room to hang out with some of the top 250 cop assassins. What did Rock White say about how exclusive the Green Room is?
The best thing about the green room is how restrictive it is. That you just can't go in there. You're just not. You got to earn that spot in the treehouse. And so maybe time you open the door, you'll see. Some right Joe's laughing and having a good time. That's our little space, man. It is the greatest thing.
Well, it turns out all of Rogan's buddies who are supposedly upset when they meet an actual murderer. But for those of you who don't know the full picture, this was Josh Newman's 8th appearance on JRE. He's first going back to 2020. He's a civil rights attorney who advocates for people who have been wrongfully imprisoned, and he brings some of them onto the podcast to tell their story and spread awareness for all of the work that he does. However, Sheldon Johnson was not wrongfully convicted. He was actually guilty of his crimes, but the difference was he supposedly received up much harsher than necessary sentence relative to crimes that he pleaded guilty to.
He was the only guy that you'd ever brought in that was you felt was in jail for too long. You know, he got a 50-year sentence for 77, and it was really time serving about 30 years.
So I think Jordan said he originally got a 50-year sentence. I'm not sure when he got that. Maybe it's had a better in his head. But if you go back to Sheldon's appearance on JRE from earlier this year, he explained the crimes he was guilty of and how he ended up getting such a harsh sentence. And one of the things that stuck out for me was how much he downplayed his crimes, making it out to be common assaults where nobody actually got hurt, rather than being honest that each incident involved felonies, which all contributed to a long sentence. Petitioner's bullshit detector was malfunctioning that day, but stick around because wait until I tell you about Sheldon's father and son.
With the gun charge that triggered the felony that allowed them to be sentenced the way they did in 1990. Two people in particular, I gave consignment to, and I ended up getting arrested for a case. And when I sent someone to go pick up the money from them, they kind of just was like, you know, man, whatever, I'm not paying.
You got arrested for something. You're in jail.
Yes,
These guys figure since you're in jail, and we're not going to pay. Okay, I'm not going to pay. And then the case that you were arrested for got dismissed. Then you come home, and I come home, and you know, I need my money. I gave you something, and we had to understand that you were going to pay. And when I came home, when I finally located this particular individual, he had his girlfriend with him. And this guy owed me $5,000. And when I saw him, he had a bunch of jewelry on. His girlfriend, she had a bunch of jewelry on. I said, hey, where's my money at? Oh, no, I was going to pay. And I took his jewelry. And his girlfriend happened to be there. And unfortunately, she got caught up in the situation. I had a bunch of young guys with me. And they robbed her as well. And he got hit in the head with the gun right here on the side of his head. He got 2 stitches. And they gave him 25 years for the case. Did you hit him in the head? No. One of the guys that I was with hit him in the head. And he identified me in a photo array, unbeknownst to me. He identified me in a photo array. This guy, you know, as far as I was concerned, he was in the streets just like I was. So in my mind at the time, this is a guy who I gave something to. He's living in a new life. I'm living in a new life. In hindsight, as I moved on and I became mature and I began to reevaluate myself, I realized how wrong that was. But that was later on. At this time, I committed the crime and I just kept moving. Another guy that I ran into, he also owed me some money. He owed me $7,000, and he kind of went along the same ways. Like I wanted that this is where he was at. He was selling drugs, and I was willing to get my money. And the same circumstances kind of ensued. So what's going on? Reading in between the lines and outside the margins without really going into all the details, and I robbed him because he owed me $7,000. Did you get physically hurt?
No. He didn't get touched. Got roughed up a little bit, but there was no physical harm.
So how do you rough somebody up but they didn't get touched? That whole conversation was weird as fuck. Out of all the wrongfully convicted people that Josh Dubin could have put on there with him, he chose this guy. I've got a lot more to say about that in a moment, but let me tell you about his father, because when I was reading up on him, something stuck out with me that I just could not get past. And Ellen's dad, Sheldon Sr., was also a convicted criminal. Listen to this, though. Johnson Sr. separated from his wife in 1978 and started a family with another woman. In 1986, he was convicted of after sexually assaulting his 7-year-old stepdaughter 3 times because, quote, his second wife refused to have sexual relations with him because he had his continued abuse. And get this, he was only given 5 years probation by the judge, who claimed that a harsher sentence, quote, would be excessive hardship for family who depended on him as the breadwinner. But he had to move out of the house due to a court order requiring Johnson Sr. to stay away from his stepdaughter. What the actual fuck? Bro, what is this? 5 years prison. What are we doing here? Get back to what Sheldon was just saying. It's clips from JRE. Was his version. Now let's listen to what actually happened. He committed a series of robberies targeting paid protection money during time. During one such robbery, Johnson and having the possession of stolen property. A month later, in December, he was arrested for attempted murder and robbery, rejecting a plea deal that would have had Johnson serve 23 years in prison, a sentence of 50 years, parole for 41 years. That's all. Fucking wicked. He got Rogan or Josh Newman, who's an actual lawyer. Read that before letting Sheldon lie through his teeth on that. Who dodged a manslaughter charge at the age of April 2008 while his dad was in prison. His son, also named Sheldon, was charged with manslaughter for the April Fool death of a 24-year-old Columbia University international student. He was being encouraged to do it by his friends, but he was not convicted, and instead he was ordered to 18 months in a juvenile detention boot camp. So, with all of that bullshit in mind, I think Rogan would finally admit that they fucked up. Right?
Think about this. You and I have discussed it privately, and I kind of want that poor guy that got killed. And it was a gruesome murder. You know, it wasn't just beheaded, I mean, he was dismembered completely. Well, he's trying to get rid of the body. All right, I'll let John let you know. What was the circumstances with the guy that allegedly killed? I don't know if I'm doing it just because I'm distancing myself from it, just leave it. I don't know circumstances, but apparently this was someone he knew from childhood and from in prison. I've heard rumors and, you know, stories about the guy threatened his son to he slashed Sheldon when they were in prison. I don't know if you remember Sheldon had this big gash across his face. But I don't know. And because someone lost their life, I felt even remotely responsible for that, which I do. You know, I can be at peace with it, but I didn't cause that. Well, the guy really did. If you've been literal, this person threatening your son or whatever, you know, so much you can do to stop a person from seeking revenge. I guess, especially completely institutionalized. There's a reality of prison life. There's a reality of being incarcerated. There's a reality of taking a person who's convicted of a violent crime, putting them in jail with violent people for years. It's just a reality of this man that he allegedly killed. You can only take so much.
Reaching that hard to empathize with a psychopath is all kinds of fucked up. And let me just get one thing straight here. This is the thing that Rogan and Dubin refuse to acknowledge as they sat there hustling each other and sniffing each other's farts. Nobody was going to go off and commit such a gruesome murder, allegedly. But the real issue for Josh, the fact that he was parading this convicted felon around as if he was a wrongfully convicted and now exonerated prisoner, was the victim of an unjust legal system and trigger-happy prosecutors. I've said this before about Josh Newman's JRE appearances. I really enjoy them. Some of the wrongfully convicted guys that he brings in with him were so humble and forgiving. They were grateful for all the help and publicity surrounding their exonerations, and they just wanted to get back to their families and try to claw back what little time they have left. Sheldon Johnson is not that guy. I figured that out from just reading a couple of paragraphs on Wikipedia. Josh Dubin would have had access to all his files, his whole history, all the evidence against him, etc., etc. Yet he still thought this guy was a good example of the fine work him and his team had been. And even when he did stop and reflect on what this means for him and the work that he does, he still managed to fudge the figures and give himself yet another pass for being reckless.
I have to take the mirror out and look straight in and say, what did I do wrong? You did nothing wrong. Well, I don't think you did anything wrong. The man had great qualities. He was very nice guy. He just thought he'd get away with getting payback on him. He didn't let. Look, I was the public face of these sentencing. There were a lot of great people. There was nothing that raised him. He didn't let anyone down if he did this. Well, he didn't let anyone down if he did this. And the people that still need help. Recidivism rate for people that have served long sentences like that is less than 1%. It just happened to happen on a case where I was involved. I have no. Is it really that low? Yeah. Wow. Yeah. They look at exonerations, resentencings of people that have been incarcerated for more than 20 years. It's that low.
Okay, so when I heard Josh say that, I went down a bit of a rabbit hole, and I ended up discovering that he was full of shit and stretched the truth to suit your own narrative. Let me explain for a moment. So, the rate for wrongfully convicted was less than 1%. And there isn't a lot of data to go off, but the consensus seems to be that the rates are much lower for the wrongfully convicted, so we'll give him that one. But he also threw in resentenced felons in there as well and tried to pass them off as having a low recidivism rate, which is just not true. Resentenced prisoners tend to have similar rates of reoffending to prisoners who see out their sentences and get released as normal. According to a study by the Bureau of Justice Statistics, about 68% of released prisoners were rearrested within 3 years and 77% within 5 years. So, trying to lump Sheldon Johnson into that 1% category of wrongfully convicted is straight up lies. But at the end of the day, Josh is working on the front lines, guys, and I'm just some dude on the internet, so he's probably right. I mean, after all, he's an expert when it comes to incarceration. He read a book about it when he was in college.
He can't apologize for giving someone a second chance and then, they squander it. All I can do is say, well, what could I have done better? I mean, I have a deep understanding, I think, of what incarceration means. I mean, I read this book, I was getting his name confused, Henry Jack Abbott, or Jack Henry Abbott. It's called In the Belly of the Beast. When I was in college, I don't want to offer this as an excuse, but what it has caused me to do is reevaluate and say, look, maybe I need to take a much closer look at what sort of mental health counseling these folks are getting. But Sheldon, I arranged for him to be speaking to a trauma therapist. Should I have been on him more to be going to those appointments? Keep on sort of adding this disclaimer. Maybe this is my aversion to getting attacked. I am not excusing if Sheldon did this. I just think that it's not so simple as, oh, you hope somebody can get out and get reset. So look what he did and all these people in your movement. Okay, you're entitled to that opinion. That's where I leave it. Yeah, you can't listen to the best things I did in the wake of this whole Sheldon Johnson incident is I turned my comments off on Instagram, turned my account private, and comments off is a nice thing because you can't believe it's
Yeah, that's usually fuck up. Just disable the comment section and everything will go away. Except Jamie forgot to disable the comments on the episode here on YouTube. How dare Josh show up without a murderer? You can blame whoever you want to, but at the end of the day, the judge was right. Besides the body parts in the freezer and multiple other crimes, Sheldon Johnson is a good dude. Who would have known he was going to do that? I don't know, maybe the judge that called him a danger to society before this clown got him down. The comment section is 1,000 times better than the podcast in this case. He should have been left in jail. Some people can't be rehabilitated. Josh Durbin playing the victim couldn't be more repulsive. What a douche. I have a very deep understanding of what it's like to be in prison. I mean, I read this book. I can't believe Joe brought this guy back on. And as of recording, the podcast had around 6,000 dislikes to 10,000 likes, which is pretty high for an episode of JRE. But I just want to finish off with something I said earlier about how this review of the conversations that Rogan has with his top 250 fake murderers, and it's that they can never take responsibility for any wrongdoing. I think that's what bothers me the most about JRE these days. When was the last time you heard Rogan or one of his guests say, you know what, I messed up and I think I'm going to take some time off to reevaluate my decisions and take responsibility for the consequences of my actions. Instead, we get this so-called jerk of apologists who gas each other up and pretend like they didn't do anything wrong. I mean, for Joe to sit there and tell Josh that he didn't do anything wrong and to just shut out the haters because they have limited information and don't know the full story is wild. It's actually the opposite. Josh had all the information and still made a bad decision, knowing the severity of Sheldon's crimes and the likelihood of him reoffending. But Josh is in the business of selling his narrative that these guys need a second chance, which might be true, but he definitely chose the wrong pin-up boy, that's sure. Anyway, make sure you go and check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my lots-of-form uncensored content. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
I promise the next time I bring a guest on, it will be vetted. The guest will be vetted a lot more.
Alright, let's get to it. Wait, we have access.
Tony Hinchcliffe. Yeah. Dude, you're live on the air right now with Dave Smith. America's back, baby. America's back! Let's go. I gotta go, brother. I love you.
Rock and roll. Bye-bye.
You could have a group that goes to everything and says no to everything, right? And then you get nothing. You know, so you kind of like how many layers of like you drain spaghetti, remember what I'm talking about? Like how many layers of spaghetti?
Since Cat Williams set the rules for 2024 at the beginning of the year, who would have thought that Joe Rogan would completely flip the script and Trump on JRE followed by a full-blown endorsement, only for Tony Hinchcliffe to completely bomb nobody gave a fuck about his trashy joke. The only thing funnier than seeing Hinchcliffe bomb in front of a bunch of people who didn't know him was hearing about how hard he coped from all his friends on election night. Joe Rogan hosted a fine selection of the top 250 comedy assassins at the mothership, and apparently Tony was lurking around desperately clutching onto any positive news about Puerto Ricans voting red. So I'll take you through the best stories from the mothership green room on election night, but apart from Tony's epic bomb, we also saw Rogan hit back at all his critics and prove yet again why he's still the biggest voice in new media. His recent run of guests has gathered over 100 million views just on YouTube, and that's without factoring in Google's attempt to shadow ban one of the biggest podcasts in history. In fact, Rogan's people had to actually get in contact with YouTube to get them to lift the restrictions on his episode with Trump, so I'll show you exactly what happened in the second half of this video. However, there is something I noticed that everyone's been missing. It has to do with Rogan's immediate response to all the controversy surrounding Tony, and I've yet to see anyone who called him out for it, so stick around for that as well. But if you want to see my breakdown of the Tony Hinchcliffe situation, where I go through his set at the rally in detail and explain why I think he was the one at fault and nobody else, then check out the link in the description to my Patreon, where you'll find a bunch of other exclusive videos covering Rogan, Kill Tony, various lawsuits, as well as other bits and pieces. It's also a great way to support the channel, so go and check that out if you're interested. In this video, though, I'm going to be showing clips from several recent episodes of JRE, and one thing in particular that I think we absolutely missed out on was an End of the World podcast, which Rogan actually cancelled after all the backlash against Tony Hinchcliffe.
You were having a problem getting guests, and things were not going good. And I said, hey, I'll fly in and I'll help. I'm always here to help. What we were talking about doing a live show at the mothership, but somebody told a Puerto Rican joke, or like maybe that's something about it. Yeah. It was, it might have been, I don't know, it could have been interesting. Trump loses, he's on suicide. If Trump loses, we're going to have to hide him. 10 years. They'll take him in Canada. He just sort of change his rhetoric. No, if Trump loses, he definitely will have to got time down. Like those people, they're like years of hundreds. You know? Yeah, those people bring down. Don't come across the comment. People think there's some guy, puppet master. It's always Jews. The Jews. You know what gets to the Jews? It'll start somewhere and it goes to.
I think that was a massive miss for Rogan and Tony. They took out of the sandbox. Yeah, when it comes down to it, they bent the knee and it took all the pressure. Could you imagine how fucking funny it would have been if they'd done a live show from the mothership and we got to see Tony coping hard for a couple of hours before declaring. Instead, we'll have to listen to anecdotes from 250 elites who were right.
I was rooting for Trump last night as much as anybody in this country was.
No, it's Tony Hinchcliffe. Okay.
Second most.
Tony Hinchcliffe. More part of Trump than ever. I have 26%. Well, wasn't it? But I need comedians. By the way, I need like that night that we had in that green room watching the elections. How many jokes were cracked? How many times we rag on Tony? Oh, dude, we took Tony off the ledge. We did it. Tony's a fucking. Tony's like got statistics. 26% more Puerto Ricans voted for Trump. Yeah, the Rican path. Just like the just like what a night it was like. It was a really fun time to watch the club in the green room. We're all hopping back and forth off stage. Like, who's winning? I know. It was fun, man. It was so crazy, dude. Freaking Diet Coke. Tony certified. When I walked in, I hadn't seen him in months. I'm just fucking grilling him. I'm like, there he is. I'm like, who's an island now? That's what I said. He's sitting there. Who's an island now? Did you really say that too? Yeah. And here's the best thing about Tony, though. He laughed. Like, Tony is for the joke, right? Yeah. Like, even if he's, like, going through it, he respects the joke. And, like, you respect that to the core. It wasn't the best timing. Probably not, right? No, there a lot of super over him. But he said, no, not just. But that's also what organized that meeting was.
The man's eyes are so much bigger than his stomach, but sitting on the outside looking at coke from everybody involved was fucking crazy. Seeing the top 250 defend Tony, distance themselves from his joke and avoid being associated with it by cancelling that live show at the mothership, and then seeing all of Tony's critics latch onto that one joke, acting like he'd killed a puppy or something, and then seeing Trump claim that he didn't hear the joke, didn't know who Tony was, and didn't want anything to do with him. Yeah, that really was the chef's kiss in all of this. But hang on. Doesn't ever go Obama.
was a man at an event who made some comments. These are human beings. The man holds this big rally in Madison Square Garden. And the warm-up speakers were trying on it. Is that Adam Ray? That's Obama. Oh, it is. The speaker. It was in the Trump rally. He was talking about Puerto Rico as a pile of garbage. The simple fact that Obama's talking about Tony Hinchcliffe is crazy. Obama's doing a Tony Hinchcliffe bit.
I just realized why Joe Rogan's President Obama impression never took off. It's because he's too short. But all jokes aside, I'd be interested to know how Tony feels about the whole situation. Weeks for Kill Tony to catch up with the current times, or for Rogan to declare it's safe for him to come out of the mothership green room and into the JRE studio for a post-cancellation bragging session. And that's exactly how I think Tony's going to play. Example of how important he is and how comedians are the last line of defense. And that even Puerto Ricans agree that they're living on a pile of trash. And can I just use defense of Hinchcliffe's hope that Tony's actually legitimately concerned about recycling? Is one of the funniest quotes I've heard coming out of this whole situation.
Reality is this one of the things that helped Tony is that joke was based about Tony goes that landfill. Tony was obsessed with the Pacific garbage patch, and then he got obsessed with Puerto Rico because they don't have any room. So their landfills are glowing with garbage. They literally have a garbage problem. So he came up with a joke based around that. We're going to get upset about the joke, but they're also going to understand it's just a joke. And then when they know, and then when if someone does tell them, oh, Puerto Rico really does have a giant garbage problem. Like it's a giant problem, overflowing land. You ever see it? Yeah. It's crazy. Look at the images. You're like, oh my God, you got to do something about this. You can't cover your island with garbage.
See, I think the real issue here is that we're just admit that the general public have no idea who the fuck Tony is and know enough about his joke for it to make a difference. That's the truth. I mean, the idea that calling Puerto Rico was just Tony's way of raising awareness about recycling is 10 times funnier than the actual joke itself. Rogan did end up having a decent take of why Tony was the one to blame and how he should never have been there in the first place.
I think when you do certain your career, you got to say no things that are outside of comedy. Yeah. If you're just coming out and someone says you want to go speak in front of the president, go out there, make them look your best. But if you're Tony Hinchcliffe and you just did the Tom Brady roast, Kill Tony's the #1 comedy podcast in the world, you have millions and millions of downloads every week. Don't. It's just the worst environment ever for it. The lights are bright. It's in the day. Yeah. No one knows a comedian. He goes up cold. No one goes on after him. There's like his big ass pause after him. The whole thing was like organized terribly. Terrible. Oh, it's complete disorganization. It was like there was the Trump speech, which is the big thing. Like, what do we do with all the extra time? Like, let anybody talk. Who wants to talk? This guy owns a sandwich shop. Let him come up there. Yeah, look, it's my friend Giovanni. Like,
Tony bombing on a live show when he's made a career and millions of dollars from roasting open micers bombing on Kill Tony is being irony. And I'm here for it. But like I was saying before, Tony's definitely going to play this as a win. Instead of acknowledging that he wasn't famous enough to make a difference, he just posted this with nothing else about the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And I actually think that that event would suit Tony a little bit more than a political rally, except it looks like Tony's burnt that bridge now and doesn't really have a chance of getting on there. It would be a pretty big backflip for Trump's people to reach out to Tony to appear at the dinner after they went to so much effort to distance themselves from him. But stranger things have happened. Even Rogan was legitimately worried that Tony was in danger.
the way these news organizations work, they have outlines for stories if Kamala wins. They have outlines for stories if Trump wins. If Trump lost, they were going to blame it on Tony. They had stories where they're going to blame it on that joke, and they were going to say that joke during the time, they're going to blame Tony, and Tony would have been. Because then the Trump supporters would have thought that too. Right. And so it was like both sides would have disliked Tony. Yeah, absolutely. Even had to go to Puerto Rico or Costa Rica, maybe. Mexico. Mexico and Puerto Rico. They don't even. They don't know on the most infighting. So it's a giant rivalry between Mexico and Puerto Rico.
Okay, so here's the thing, and this might be a bit of a stretch, but just hear me out for a minute. Do you guys remember when Shane Gillis was infamously fired by SNL for making a joke about Chinese people? A lot of people don't realize this, but it took Rogan 2 years before he brought him onto JRE. That firing happened in September of 2019, and the episode 1685 of JRE with Gillis came out in July of 2021. Now, I've covered this before, so I'm not going to go into all the details, but when Shane was talking about everything that happened to Rogan, and he made that joke that, I don't care if I get fired, I'll just go on Joe Rogan, which fell flat on Joe's bald head. Rogan said that he wanted to give it time to simmer and settle down instead of having him on straight away. So he waited 2 fucking years. So my theory is that Rogan's actually really careful when it comes to booking guests who have baggage, and he waits to see which direction the tide goes before getting them on his podcast. He likes to play things safe. Think about it. When was the last time he had Alex Jones on? I doubt we'll ever see him on JRE ever again, yet Rogan claims to still be very good friends. My point is, I think Rogan would have actually distanced him had lost. You heard him just say in that previous clip that being MAGA enemy number 1. So all this bravado about being uncancelable, completely independent, and free from the constraints of public opinion, well, even though it's true, it's only true to an extent. In my opinion, Rogan's gotten so big now that he's got a lot to lose if he makes controversial decisions. His new Spotify deal relies on ad revenue from sponsors, so as much as he likes running the show, he adds a lot of the same people as the mainstream media do.
The way they talk about, or like where it's like, oh, these bro culture guys or something like that. Like, I'm sorry. Objectively, this is an opinion. What happens on this show is so much more intelligent and thoughtful and deep than anything that's going on at CNN. The entire young generation, as they've all turned that off. None of them are getting their news from CNN anymore. And look, man, that's, I think, the most beautiful part of this election.
Yeah, history is dead.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth in that, but also a shitload of hyperbole. The bit they left out was how Rogan's podcast relies on ad revenue just as much as conventional media does, but the laid-back and casual style of conversation on JRE, compared to the suits and makeup on CNN and Fox News, makes it look as if they're completely different, when the reality is they're all just trying to get paid. Because for me, I don't watch JRE news and accuracy and all of that. A lot of us are just here for the laughs. I mean, keep in mind what Dave was just saying about how JRE is the place for intelligent conversation. So you watch this next clip.
In the middle of a 200 round shit. They should have a diaper around to fight you. At the same time. I would have been infected much.
That's what I'm here for. I'm not here for political debate. I spoke about this in a recent video and reached out to YouTube, who ended up supposedly fixing the problem once it was brought to their attention.
YouTube throttle. They did something where they won't say what they did, but they did something where the Trump interview that I did. Yeah, where you couldn't find it. It was like the biggest can't find it. Yeah, not trending. Oh shit, it wasn't trending. It wasn't trending. It was getting it was 1 point. What was it? 1.4 an hour at one point in time. 1.5 an hour. Yeah, and it wasn't trending. Yeah, like and it's like your channel is a known channel. It's not like you posted on it yesterday. It's like it's like this is a high trust. Yours is a high trust channel, but it's like you're not trust. So this scam. I remember when you said something happened. I'm sure it was a mistake. We couldn't search for it. Yeah, I'm sure it was a mistake. You know, So we reached out to them a couple of times and they credit. So now you can find it. Okay. But so in the meantime, Elon was furious. And so Elon contacted Daniel Ek at Spotify and they put it on X as well. So now it's on X. So now it has way more.
Joe, can I just check, why do you say you're certain it was just a mistake?
It's just a mistake. Being sarcastic.
Oh,
yeah. It's like, there's no way it's a mistake. That's too convenient. But it could have been like some rogue engineer. You know, there's a lot of people that are working behind the scenes. There's a lot of things.
That is so dumb, though.
Yeah, I completely agree. Put restrictions on public interviews and videos in the up to the election, and it took an episode of JRE for everyone to realise it. That actually really pisses me off, because if it wasn't for Rogan calling it out and telling everyone what happened on their back end, everyone would still be calling it a conspiracy. Big tech is still 100% suppressing certain types of content, so I'm glad they got exposed for it. And like they were just saying, all it does is make Rogan more popular. If they're still up to the same old bullshit tricks, and it's not even about politics, it's got to do with which candidate you support, policies you care about. As long as you're not in breach of YouTube's code of conduct, they shouldn't be suppressed formats of any videos. That's why I think Rogan came out on top. He definitely won the internet over the last couple of weeks, and even though he might not be the king of comedy like he thinks he is, he definitely proved yet again that he's still the king of media. Anyway, make sure you go and check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer form uncensored content. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you in the next one.
I know guys who shit themselves in the UFC. Old school guys, yeah. I believe Tim Sylvia shit himself in the fight.
I always got more publicity than other people, and I didn't. It wasn't like I was trying. In fact, I don't know exactly why. Maybe you can tell me.
Oh, I can definitely tell you. You said a lot of wild shit.
As most of you know, the Don has finally made an appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience in what can only be described as one of the biggest events in podcasting history, with two of the strongest and most influential personalities in the world coming together for an uninterrupted 3-hour conversation. But for me, it wasn't actually the discussion itself that caused the most controversy. See, Google's up to its shit tricks again. I first noticed this episode featuring the former president in my worst performing videos since I started my channel, which I thought was kind of strange. So I went to the back end of my YouTube account to see the analytics, and the average view duration and click-through rate were higher than usual. Then it quickly occurred to me that YouTube was effectively shadow banning my video in the lead up to the election, limiting the impression. My views from notifications and subscription feeds were higher than usual, but YouTube refused to in suggested videos. But when this episode of JRE dropped over the weekend, it was a Saturday afternoon where I'm located, and it caught me off. Usually Rogan's podcast drop overnight, so I started with it, but then I went out for the night, and so for the rest of that night and the next day, you'd have to see how hard the episode was going. It was hitting 1 million views an hour, but here's the thing: every time I opened YouTube, it wasn't in my home feed, in my history, or into my subscription feed to find it. How the fuck is one of the most viral videos of the year not in my home feed every single time I open the app, especially given I already watched the trending feed? I mean, it wasn't even trending at all. Now, Twitter was one of the worst culprits before Elon took over and turned it into a free-for-all. But it just goes to show you how big this episode of JRE really rate limiting and shadow banning Google. It was still getting 1 million views an hour, reaching 30 million views in the 2 or so days that's been up just on YouTube alone. I think it would have already pushed 100 million views without the interference. So it'll be interesting to see if Kay Harris ends up going on the podcast, but it looks like time is running out for her. So I'm going to try to avoid mentioning the former president by name in this video to see if YouTube will still rate limited. But if you want to help me out, post this video wherever you can and share it with friends and family who you think might be interested in watching.
One of the beautiful things about you is that you frequent people. Like you get out and you do these huge events, but you're just making cool. We've highlighted you on the show many times. doesn't always do it scary. It's funny stuff. But it's like you're making fun of Elon one time. You're doing an Elon impression. It's great. You have like comedic instincts. Like when you said to Hillary, you in jail. Like that's a great time.
So one thing we know about our boy Rogan is that he's always out to recruit big names to join his elite group of top 250 comedy assassins. What do you think of DJ? Can't deny that he's funny as fuck. To start headlining at the Comedy Munchip in the next couple of weeks and even appear as a regular guest on Kill Tony.
I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. I think it's called Puerto Rico. Okay, I think we're getting there.
So maybe scratch that Kill T appearance, but it was lucky that we got JRE fight companion the day after the Don went on the podcast because we got to hear Rogan's reflections on the conversation from the previous day. I was so surprised when I saw that they went for 3 hours uninterrupted. Usually when Rogan has on big public figures like that, they only go on for an hour or so, sometimes 2 hours if they're getting along well. But this like a normal JRE episode just with his breaks. The thing is though, most of it was taken up by DJ's random tangents and storytelling, which we know from the Flagrant episode as The Weave.
Real good. You ask him a question, he starts to answer it, but then he takes you on a total but you gotta bring him back in and be respectful. Also, you remember this is a vision of an entertainer and a businessman. So it's an entertainer that, like, he's like a comedian, man. He says funny shit. He does it all the time. He's funny, man.
And so in the spirit of the Don's new membership amongst the top comedy assassins, I pulled out all the funny on JRE for you.
Yeah, you like to wave things in. But when you do the weaves, you have to be ready to the weave. Look at this, just in this one thing, we're talking about little pieces all over here, but it gets back home. It doesn't come back over. They end up in the wilderness. I give you one that you may not know. Okay, wait, I think you know everything, actually. There's a student of yours, but water. The nicest and tough. He said the country's going to fail. You should do the same thing, Joe. You cannot be voting for Kamala. You're not a Kamala person. I know you. I've watched you. I know him better than this. You know what? Without speaking to you, I think I know you maybe almost as well as you would. You can be a person, but you're not a Kamala person. Nobody's going to be this, but he was not dead, right? Your weave is getting wild. Yeah, no, I want to bring back to terror. What's happening with the whales? I've read about this. Well, they say that the wind drives them crazy. You know, it's a vibration because you have those things at 50-story buildings, some of them. Right, and they're super sensitive to vibration. They have those things, you know, the wind is rushing and things are blowing. It's a vibration and it makes noise. You know what it is? I'm going to be a whale psychiatrist. The whales freaking nuts. Telling you, he was so stupid. He was so unwise. He was like an unwise man. I like to see with violence a lot of times. As a specimen, I would say they're better looking than topless. Okay, they're even taller. Like perfect.
Alright, quick height comparison. Tom Cruise comes in at 170. 2.1 centimeters or 5 inches, whereas Rogan comes in at 170 centimeters, which is 5'7" flat. That's brutal. You know, Joe was burning behind that laugh. But let's take a moment to look at how this podcast actually came to be, because for those of you who have been following this channel, you'll know that Rogan has refused to have DJs on the podcast over the years because he simply didn't want to help. He wanted to remain be able to have uninterrupted involved. So, what that changed his mind after these years?
He did my friend Theo Vaughn's podcast. He did great. He's just talking like a normal human being. No, I was, he was a nice thing. Shot you. I was like, you gotta go.
Okay, so apparently Joe decided it was finally time to get him on after he was shot at the year at that rally. which is probably true, but I don't think that's the whole story. And this is something which I think people generally get wrong about Rogan. Will Carding claim that he doesn't care about numbers and fishing for last show, yet time and time again he proves the exact opposite. We saw how he leaned in so hard to Terrence Howard's mental illness and exploited it for views twice, and how he was quick to get Cat Williams on the podcast after he called out Joe for pushing 6 never been funny comedians. It can be quite reactionary at times, and given that the Don had hit the last couple of months, I feel like he had no choice but to get him on, or else be left behind by the other podcasters who got there before him. And don't get me wrong, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I've always said he should get him on the podcast, but I think Rogan's got it in time with this one. We know he's proud of having the one podcast in the world. We've heard him say that a bunch of times, and so the pressure JT on must have been pretty strong to give in after all those years of refusal. Oh, and there's also Dana White.
I assume you love
I love that too.
I think he's a class.
He's probably the reason why you're here.
I don't know.
He's one of the big ones.
He is. I would say everyone's indispensable. You know, everybody believes. Maybe you might not be. You know what? Truly, I don't like it a great deal.
It's big, yeah, it's because
I think it's all good.
no, he's the best fighter of all time.
So it's interesting how Dana White played a big role in getting the Don on there. According to Joe, at least, he also helped to resurrect Bud Light through Rogan and Chase. One powerful dude, But going back to the actual conversation itself, as usual, there being a lot of controversy over the questions Rogan was asking. People think he didn't go. Jamie was almost completely silent the whole time. And you guys know on this, either fact check podcast properly or tell Jamie to fuck up. I think Joe got this one mostly right, in my opinion, and I'll show you what I mean exactly in a moment. I don't already set up for proper fact checking. There's more to it, and even then, fact checking is full of lies anyway. So basically, Joe didn't go hard on many policy points, except for the tariff discussion and the talk about how he would end the wars going on at the moment towards the end of the podcast. I get that policy was important for a lot of Americans, but really, I agree with Joe. I'm more interested in what it was like for a non-politician to become a world overnight. Remember, this is their first conversation, so it's not all about the next week. Joe had a bunch of questions that he's been wanting to ask for years.
Nervous for Trump. I was definitely hyped up. I was excited because I'm wondering. There's a lot of questions I need to answer. Did you feel pressure? No, not pressure. Pressure being like make sure you cover. You know, like I knew what was important. Did you not nervous? Yeah. But also so pro-vaccine. No, want to get involved in what is in the JFK files. You know, that's what we talked about. I think they said his letter's still alive. Okay, so that's why you would release it. Because some of the people that are going to get implicated are still alive. So what it's saying to me is that the government is things I want to talk to you about is the JFK files. And if they showed you, this was your quote, you wouldn't want people to know it.
You know, there are a lot of good people, people that that you would find reasonable people. And they asked me not to do it, so I said, well, we'll close it for another time. But if I would, I'm going to open them up. I'm just going to open them up.
Why didn't you open it up the first time?
Because a lot of times,
the hesitation.
Addresses, people that are still living, there are people read into. I think it's to open it up. I think it's fine. It's going to be time. It's a cleansing, it's really a cleansing. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it immediately, almost immediately.
Sort of imagine what could be. There's people that were implicated in the assassination.
Well, when they're living people, you generally tend not to want to do it. When people are still living
People that formerly worked for the government.
For the government, and living people that were somehow involved in it, then you tend not to do that. But yeah, it's time to open.
See, I don't get the whole point of opening the files to answer questions in the name of transparency and accountability. Joe said this on the Fight Companion too, that it's because they're trying to protect the government from the embarrassment because they were involved in the JFK assassination and don't want to reveal the truth, while some people who were involved are still alive. So you can tell that Rogan was disappointed and confused as to why he said he'd make the files public in his first administration, but then he backed out, and now he's released them if he gets in again. But it wouldn't be a clarity without a discussion about aliens, except again, Joe came out pretty disappointed.
A lot of interest in the people coming from space, you know.
Yes.
And I know you're interested.
Oh, very interested in that. How much did they tell you about that?
A lot.
What they tell you? How much can you tell?
So
How's that work? Is it like super top secret? Tell me.
Well, so not to Biden, I can say whatever the hell I want, but it's never been my thing. I have to be the people that Area 51 or whatever. I think it's the number one tourist attraction in the whole country or something. Area 51, I know that, right?
Sure, I know what it is.
So anyway, but it's a big tourist thing. So I interviewed jet pilots. If you saw them, you'd love to have them.
I've had a couple in here.
I interviewed jet pilots that were solid people. Perfect. Great. And then we saw things, sir, which, like a round ball wasn't a comet or a medium. It was something. And it was going 4 times faster than an F-22, which is a very fast plane.
So when you were talking to these people, was this something that you were compelled to have conversations? Is this your personal interest?
A little bit. It's not a great interest for me, but I get that question as much as almost any question. Do you think that we have aliens flying around or whatever?
What do you think?
There's no reason not to. But I did interview, let's say 3 or 4 guys that, and without tremendous interest, if you had them, as I said, you love to have these solid, beautiful people. They said, sir, there's something there. You know,
There's something there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've talked to quite a few of
They're
them.
not conspiracy.
I feel like Rogan's going to be forever disappointed that the US government knows absolutely fuck all about aliens. He's admitted several times that he knows deep down there's probably nothing there, and he wants to believe it. I feel like the Don would have given him a bit more than that if he actually knew anything. But one thing they did get into was the assassination attempt, and Joe even asked to take a closer look at his scar after all the controversy over how quickly his ear healed from the gunshot wound.
Joe, did you ask Trump about the assassination?
Like there's nothing on it.
Yeah, I did almost know that. It's hard to corral him. Like I said, he's like very slippery. No, I don't mean that way. I mean that he just like, the guy's a gifted talker. He can just talk. You never have to worry about him having things to say. So when I was talking about this assassination, he was just joking around and got it. We started the UFC because I wanted to see the scar on his ear. He doesn't have a little mark on his ear. He did have a mark. Yeah, he doesn't have a little, it's a small mark. Your ear is filled with blood vessels. That's why it bleeds so much. You have a scar on your ear. You got anything on that?
So,
A tiny little mark.
it zigged right there.
It healed up pretty good, man.
It's pretty good, yeah. It's not like some of the wrestlers, some of the UFC fighters.
No. You think you call it fun?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Having a living former president on your podcast and content, and then they show you the scar and everything. But I gotta say, some of the UFC discussion got pretty cringy after a while. DJT's been a close friend of the UFC for a long time, helping them to break into New York after they were banned, but he kept randomly bringing up fighters' names and trying to work in the discussion wherever possible. Like that line from the clip I played earlier where he goes, "You're a Khabib person, but you're not a Kamala person." Yeah, that was pretty fucking weird. But the question is, will the Don's opponent go on JRE in the next few days, given how viral this episode was, the shadow banning and interference from Google?
Ask him. I want to talk to her like a human being. I would say, what is the experience like of being the vice president? You never had any kind of national exposure at this level. Like, what is that? What is the pressure of that like? Like, what's it like when you get in there, when you do things and you can't make them happen? Like, what do you think you can do differently as a president? Just give people, give her versatility. I might not agree with her. All right, let her talk. Well, she was a big girl job. It's like, it's not like, oh, look, it's a big girl job. It's a piece of shit. It's a big job. A big job. It's a good job. It's a big boy, big girl job. It's a real job. You know what I'm saying? Like, PNTA is a real job. Imagine God doing this show. I could have actually done this show. I was laying on the floor. She was supposed to be my stepmother, and I hope she does. I will talk to her like a human being. I hope she does, because it would be a mess. She would be laying on the floor, come until she would say, call in the medics.
I think we have a fine conversation.
Is now that DJT has gone on JRE, Kay Harris has second mover advantage where she'll effectively get the last go on. She'll have to DJT's 3-hour performance. That's what makes all of this so interesting, because imagine her trying to keep a conversation with Rogan for 3 hours. I reckon that would be more entertaining than the Don's appearance. And I've got to say, overall, this episode was pretty underwhelming. I think both Rogan and DJT had good intentions in sitting down together, and it seemed to be a pretty natural conversation, free from interruptions and ads, etc. But I think Rogan's expectations of what he's going to get out of it were way too high. And I think the internet, including myself, hyped this up more than what it turned out to be, which is kind of disappointing. You just can't pick these things right. Even Rogan said in the past where he's had a guest on who but then they turned out to be shit and vice versa. So overall, I was hoping for a few more laughs out of this podcast. See if Kay Harris gives in and goes on there later this year. And check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer form uncensored content. There's plenty of stuff on there covering Rogan, Tony, various lawsuits, as well as other bits and pieces. And it's also a great way to support the channel. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks all
versus health expenditure. Same chart.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
USA.
That's pretty good.
Jamie's the best.
He's good.
We had that evidence and that information. We were confronting Flynn. That would have been a very, very different conversation. Totally. The arrogance in which he describes when people just want win and they don't want to get to the truth. It does. And the truth is it's very fast.
Getting fact checked by Joe Rogan has to be one of the lowest pointy ones alive. But you're a career academic carrying on your father's name around the deepest and darkest secrets. There's basically nothing. Dibble, aka Flynn Dibble, found himself the target of the top 250 being yellow chief this week during state of JRE with regular guest Graham Hancock, and Joe didn't even need him.
I watched episode 1 and I'm into episode 2 of the new season. It's fantastic. Looks awesome. Fantastic. But before we do anything, we address what we know now about the debate that you had with Flynn Dibble. That was the last time we were here. Played fast and loose with the truth, and distorted quite a bit of information that were some key points that you had discussed.
This was obviously something Rogan wasn't happy about. He wasted absolutely no time in calling Flynn Dibble a straight-up liar, and even accused him of manipulating facts and figures to support his own narrative. And the magnitude of the occasion wasn't lost on Joe's audience. People in the comments provided a timely and accurate UFC 330, Dibble versus Hancock, live from Göbekli Tepe. Flynn Dibble is bringing the sweat out of his Indiana Jones hat as we speak. Hancock, Flynn Dibble right now, probably. 27 missed calls from Flynn Dibble. This podcast is the origin story for Flynn Dibble becoming the Joker, and my personal 99% Dibble. Fucking brilliant player. But let's stop goofing around down to it. Rogan's main issue was with shipwrecks and how well they preserve over thousands of years. For those of you who saw my previous video covering Hancock and Flynn Dibble's debate on JRE, this will refresh your memory, and for everyone else, let's get you up to speed. Graham Hancock's central theory is that there was an existed around 12 years ago. He believes this lost civilization was culturally and technologically advanced, even compared to what we know today, and it supposedly explains how there were so many megalithic structures built around the world, like the pyramids in Egypt or Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. Thanks to this lost culture's sophisticated engineering and astronomical alignment, they were able to build these structures that still defy our nation to this day. But conveniently, this lost civilization was apparently destroyed by a cataclysmic event, like a comet hitting the Earth or a bunch of floods around the world, which would explain why there's almost no evidence that they ever existed. Hang on, no way, there is actual evidence. Rabbbi believes that various myths around the worlds of giants and even aliens bringing science and knowledge to their cultures is evidence that they were led by some of the very few survivors of this orgasmic event. But archaeologists like Flint Devil disagree with Hancock's theories. There is insufficient evidence for such an outlandish theory. One of the things that Flint Devil pointed to was a lack of shipwrecks from this ancient period, who, according to Graham Hancock and many others, had advanced seafaring abilities.
Greatly inflated shipwrecks that have been discovered. This shipwreck that we are currently available about 4,000 years, about 6,000 served, by the cold water. That turns out to not be the truth at all. That's right. What's left is pottery and coins and things of the like. And especially when you get into the possibility of ships having gone through a cataclysm. Not a single ship has survived to testify to that. Same with 50,000 years ago, it's gotten there, and even at the lowest sea level, they would have had to cross about 90 kilometers on the water, and in large numbers. And again, no ships have been found to testify to that. Archaeologists accept that they got there by ship. So to say that we haven't found any ships, I say, it's not really.
So basically, Rogan and Hancock are saying that the earliest known, but it makes sense why there are no discovered shipwrecks from 12,000 ago. Therefore, Flint Dibble's criticism that there should be shipwrecked ancient civilization is completely redundant, and he's a liar and he's manipulative, etc., etc.
People like Flint just out and out lie to try to dismiss these.
Unfortunately, I think he let us down very badly in the way that he manipulated that debate.
Flint Dibble wasn't going to take this lying down. He made an appearance on Decoding the Gurus today and hit back at both Rogan and Hancock.
He accused me with the shipwreck thing, where he says, well, but in the Ice Age, we do have evidence of humans moving overseas with ships, and we don't have their ships, right? And so, what the reason is, this is disingenuous because the ones about those ships is they're basically rafts or canoes. So they're not going to be distinguishable from just logs that we do get, because organic material does preserve underwater. In many different contexts it can. Our earliest example of human-modified wood dates back 180,000 from a waterlogged context in Africa. Wood can preserve. But the thing is when you're talking about simple craft, just tying logs together or a dugout canoe, that type of thing, it's not going to be easy to distinguish once it's degraded somewhere. Sure, we've not found any Ice Age ships, but that's because we don't think they built Ice Age ships. On the other hand, he's talking about a civilization capable of traveling across the Atlantic. If you see a very different kind of ship that should show up in the archaeological record underwater in some form or another, especially out of the 250,000 that have.
I'm not here to tell you guys who's all wrong. Clearly, I have no idea. I'm just some dude on internet, right? Now, this might surprise a bunch of you, but in this whole situation, I actually agree with Joe Rogan. I really think Flint will fucked up here, so let me explain what I mean, and hopefully it makes Flint Dibble should have never done the debate in the his first mistake. Rogan has been close friends with Graham Hancock for years. In fact, Hancock's featured on episode 142.
It's been a very fascinating thing for me in the many years that I've been on it. One of the most fascinating things, I'm in touch with people that if you were younger, like a long time ago, there was no chance I would be able to sit down with you in a conversation. Graham Hancock is probably the one guy who's what's my view of history more than anybody ever is from the Prince of the Gods. You have spent an enormous chunk of your life covering all these different structures and all these different monuments.
This is also a criticism I have of the various guests that have gone on JRE over the years, attempting to actually discuss facts and figures in an effort to clarify a theory or explain their JRE is. It's never been what
14th century. 20th century AD. I spoke.
Rogan claims that he really isn't. To me, at least, he wants to discuss alternative theories and give a voice just because he finds them interesting. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, this is all entertainment, right? Who's seriously tuning into JRE for the accurate and well thought out theories that are backed up by comprehensive studies and evidence? I mean, this is the guy who brought us fucking Alpha Brain. Shit that Rogan saw on Twitter or Instagram, or he saw some documentary to chat to the author or the filmmaker. That's the whole reason why I like JRE. It's just shit that Rogan finds interesting, and he's got a pretty crazy imagination. So for someone like Dibble to go on the podcast that he was actually going to have a debate with Graham Hancock and convince Rogan and his audience that Hancock's full of shit, that's kind of wishful thinking. That you're gonna, I mean, have you guys forgotten about Howard already?
Terrence Howard, somehow or another, it's the craziest story ever. And Terrence Howard is like literally one of the smartest guys that ever lived. And he's got all these genius ideas and inventions. And even though it seems coming from an actor, it's hustle and flow guy. What? I understand. I kind of understand it. I understand. Kind of. It makes sense. To me, he's me. He's making me believe.
Did Flip really think that Rogan was going to give him a reply after the first debate and have him on again? 5 new season of Ancient Apocalypse on Netflix, and he came on to JRE to promote it, as if Rogan's going to get Flip on to fact check Hancock while he's promoting his new show.
I hope that people who enjoy the show have expressed that enjoyment. That really, really, I know. And the final thing I want to say is thank you for saying about Keanu. It's right. He's a great man. He is.
Of course, you have Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves, which for those of you that don't know, he's going to be on Ancient Apocalypse season 2, and according to the press release, he's going to be in several episodes. So it's like it's almost a co-host. And as soon as Netflix is, the thumbnail is going to pop up, and it's going to be an image of Grant Hancock and Keanu Reeves, and you know people are going to click on it.
It's going to be another celebrity who collapses for it. So, you know, with celebrities, not particularly themed critical figures. So, it's going to be.
Those of you who follow my Patreon will know that I'm the first one to put my hand up and say I used to be overcritical of Rogan for spreading false information and entertaining batshit theories. But I've come to appreciate JRE for what it is. It's just Joe talking shit with people he finds interesting. I'm here for that. It makes no difference what
In a way, they're happy they got it out. And Jill did not want him to step down. Right. She started taking cabinet deals. Right. Like,
Yeah. Sorry.
Can I do it? Let me do it. I'm not there. Yeah, he was, but I don't think she was running the cabinet meeting. Because that's what I heard. Yeah, that's what people say because there's a picture of her there, but she's not running. I don't want to ruin a great story. This is fun. It's fun if she's running. There you go. I hope she's funny, and I hope she's awesome. I mean, the thing about it, I'm married to goddamn president. I want more.
See, this is why I think Rogan should fact check in search of the truth.
You know, it's just very unfortunate when you have a debate and one person is an expert and they're not truthful. It's just, I think it's very bad. I think it's very bad because it reinforces all the things he was saying.
Instead of, smearing people
who talk about the possibility of a lost civilization, or people who even talk about aliens, I think of it instead of spirit, that archaeology should understand why people are asking those questions. People are asking those questions because they're not satisfied with what archaeology is offering. It's not providing a nurturing, satisfying resolution to many of the problems that come from it. It's represented as saying that somehow I've proved that a lost civilization exists. And I don't claim that. What I do say is, join me on this journey. There are mysteries. Let's see if they're explained by archaeology or if they're not explained.
I'll be honest, I straight up thought that Hancock was a fraud and just another Rogan's alternative expert. But after actually watching his show on Netflix and listening to as well as his past episode, I see him more as an entertainer and filmmaker who's simply passionate about history and wants to share his theories with anyone who will listen. I don't think there's anything wrong with that though. This isn't an academic debate. The guy writes best-selling books and makes entertaining documentaries. This that was very evident in the Joe Rogan.
I feel like if you are the one telling people they're elaborate, it's not the best way to be elaborate. It's better when other people know you're elaborate.
How much he is aggrieved and how much he wants to be canceled. Because let's be honest, in today's world, being canceled sells. That is just the reality. People who are constantly canceled, all they can do is go on podcast after podcast and brag about how they're canceled. Because they know that as soon as they are canceled, other people are going to say, oh, I want to buy that.
It's the old cancelled comedian formula that has turned so many of the top 250 into multi-millionaires. They complain to their millions of listeners around the world about how they've been cancelled. Then they come out with a new comedy special on the biggest streaming platform in the world. And Graham Hancock's following that formula exactly. He's had multiple best-selling books. He's got a second season of his show on Net Manager in the original content section, and he's got appearance on the biggest podcast in the world. Now, my Flip Dibble was never going to beat Nepo Daddy at his own game. That's why I think Flip Dibble took a massive L. Hancock and Rogan had successfully ruined his credibility, and they did it all in the first 50 episode. It was obvious they discussed it and planned to supposedly set the record straight, and now all Flip Dibble can do is roll his sleeves up and go on some smaller podcast to tell his story. Unfortunately for him, less and less people these days give a shit about the truth. But anyway, thanks for joining me, guys. I hope you enjoyed this video. Don't forget to go and check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer form uncensored content. I do stuff on there as well, so go check it out. Also, if you're not a regular here on YouTube, hit the subscribe button and make sure to give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Was it like pottery, Jamie? Who was bringing that up? It wasn't Brian Rescue. Do you remember who once was bringing up like all the Egyptian? Oh, Flip Dibble. Was it Flip Dibble? Flip Dibble. What kind of name is that? I have friends that have big podcasts. They have like this huge staff. They have all these people running around like, what do these people do? And it's like they want feeling of they're the boss of a bunch of employees. Mess, man. You don't want that mess. So that extra money that you're making things too big, you put yourself.
After helping his buddies create some of the biggest podcast networks in the world, Joe Rogan is now egos with their teams of production staff, personal assistants, assistants and bad wranglers. But there are a couple that Papa Rogan doesn't want you to know about, which make him look like a hypocrite. So he had Shane Smith on the podcast this week, who co-founded the now bankrupt media company known as Vice, after he was ranked as one of Canada's richest people with a net worth over $1.2 billion in 2015. Media would file for bankruptcy due to embezzlement, fraud, and conspiracy to defraud investors. Sounds like the perfect JRE.
Yes, Vice is one of the best examples of go broke ever. Because Vice was huge, and it was, you had great shows, and then it just got too.
However, despite our boy Rogan shitting on Vice for most of the podcast, Shane tucked his tail between his legs and kissed the ring for most of the conversation, blaming the people he hired for Vice's problems instead of himself. At one point, he claimed that he was a better founder rather than an operator, which, according to him, was the main reason the media company turned to shit. And so Rogan took the opportunity to call out his buddies with podcasts for being greedy and overexpanding their production, instead of just keeping it nice and simple like he does with one producer and one video editor.
One of the smart things you've done is like, just keep your own, dig your own shit. And I got, my eyes would get big from my snout in a way, because you're just like, let's keep going, fucking do it.
Just keep it small. Keep it small, Kevin. Keep it small. It's just me and Jamie, and we have a video editor that's not even local. He just gets it off here. I have friends that have big podcasts, and they have like this huge staff, and they have all these people running around like, what do those people do? And it's like they want this feeling of they're the boss of a bunch of employees. For some reason, like they want all these production people that are creating content, and then you have inter-office conflicts, and they're always putting out fires, and people are complaining, and then people leave and make videos talking about what a piece of boss you were. There's currency for these mediocre people. So you hire these mediocre people, and these mediocre people attack you because there's currency in attacking you, but you didn't need them in the first place. This whole thing was stupid. Like, you're making a little bit more money, but you have more problems. But you don't notice that money. Like, you have to pay attention to what you notice.
Okay, so I think it's pretty funny how Joe was obviously talking about his former protege, Brendan Shaw, also known as Bubba, or alternatively Creep Joe Puppy. Shaw was meant to be Joe's special creation. He was tall, funny, and had a full head of hair, except as it turned out, he actually wasn't funny in a ha-ha sense. He was more funny in a redacted sense, if you know what I mean. And so our boy Bubba was perhaps the best example of one of Rogan's close friends growing too quickly with little to no talent at all to back it up. This, amongst many, many other things, led to Brendan's baddie wrangler parting ways with him and dishing out his deepest and darkest secrets to anyone willing to listen. In fact, you'll probably find him lurking in the comment section down below as I speak. But as for what Rogan was saying about keeping a tight operation without unnecessary busybodies marching around with clipboards and nothing to do, I absolutely agree with him. And I've said this several times before, you can criticize Joe for so many different things over the years, but one thing you've got to admit is that he keeps things simple when it comes to the production of his podcast, except that's not the full story. But I'll get to that towards the end when I show you why Rogan's a bit of a hypocrite.
You're a fairly wealthy person, and you have $100 more, $100 less, $1,000 more, $1,000 less. You don't notice it. But I tell you what you do notice. You notice hassle. You notice problems. Those problems are worth a lot of money to get rid of. Like, if you had a bunch of employees, like, what could I do? There's so many people, it's so annoying. God, I wish we were small again. Getting back to small again is a grind. That's a mess, man. You don't want that mess. So that extra money that you got by making things too big, give it to yourself. So the parking lot of the comedy store, this friend of mine was not even very successful. Was like, trying to find a new assistant. I go, what do you need a new assistant? He goes, you don't have an assistant? I go, new assistant, yeah, but what happens to David Spade? The guy shows up with duct tape and a taser trying to kill you. Remember that? Because they fly sending you. Because if you got some person who's working for you, he's making $1,000 a year, and you're making $50 million, they want to kill you. After a while, like, I'm a part of this too. So they put people that are 3, 4 years old and working as an assistant, probably a little probably made some mistakes, probably, not really on the right path in life. Now suddenly you're connected at the hip to this person, and they want to tell you about problems. Maybe they got an ex-wife, maybe they got a this. If they're making more money, they're going to make more money. Who wants a big organization? Like Vice is big now. The JRE, we have 1,000 employees worldwide. You have 3 employees. It's so
just said what's in my brain. Like, it's that 100% of that is true. Everyone should listen to this because it is 100% true. When you're younger, exactly. When you're younger, you're like, oh, you're exactly. All I need to do is be in the same room as you. Yeah. And then that's access. And once there's access, then you're exactly what you said. Then you deal with their issue and you deal with everything. Aside for a second, there's a project that my friend and I are working on. I'd really like to get you involved. Yeah. Yeah, no, got you. It definitely got you, and you're exactly right. Like you were saying that. It's not the first time we've heard this rant from Joe. Alongside Rabbbi, Tom Segura. They have a real production staff. Yeah. There's all these people running around with clipboards. It's like, I'm like a bird house. Just typing away. They're doing emailing us. Social media, crazy, promoting arena shows. Everyone's going nuts. No, I don't want that in my life. Why would you need it? I don't want it. You're a white guy. Yeah. When the movie came out, I was getting a lot of negative. And I texted Tommy. I was like, can you just take a look at it and see if it's real? You know, because I can't look at it to be up. So I just stopped looking at it and hired someone to do it for me. I don't trust them. Are you trusting them? No. Just monitor them. And then Tommy read them. He was like, that's actually kind of sweet. You're like, it's not that bad. Hiring staff to promote and sell out your comedy show is one thing, but hiring someone to monitor your comment section is the third crusher. Now, when it comes to overproduced content, Tom and Bert definitely take the cake out of the Rogan 6. The Fighter and the Kid has become one of the laziest podcasts on the internet, and that's obviously reflected in their shitty numbers. They used to lean on news articles towards the end of each episode, but now within the first 10 minutes, we get the infamous, what else you got, Jim? The fact that the podcast is going is just crazy at this point. Not to mention the fact they've got 2 full-time producers on the show. Seriously, what are we doing here, Benny? But going back to what Rogan was saying about doing things yourself and giving his friend the advice that needing an assistant, Tom Segura is the opposite. In fact, Tom recently gave TikTok comedian Rabbbi exact opposite advice to what Rogan was giving. According to Tom, delegating responsibility to the people around you is just part of the
16 to 20 ounces of lean meat at dinner. So, like, I'll have, like, 3 pieces of salmon or sea bass, cheese, sometimes, like, sirloin. A lot of seafood. And now, do you cook it yourself or do you get somebody to make food brought to you, like, when you're on tour, especially? You know, the thing to do is, it's to make it somebody else's responsibility. So you say, like, this is what I have to do, and then it becomes like whoever on your team thinks like this has to be wherever we're going. You have an assistant, right? Okay, you're just going to get an assistant. Yeah, it's somebody else's job. Yeah. Damn, it's a really good idea. Okay, I feel weird not hiring. And here's the thing, it's so hard. Really, it's so uncommon to hire someone. Yeah, I don't know. Just telling someone to do something feels so uncomfortable. What? Yeah, I know. You just don't have to laugh. You pay them or they love them. What's so funny? You like those people to do. Okay, there you go. Like if I ask someone to do something for me, it's gonna get thrown back in my face. Or somebody, not even if I ask, they just do something for me. Yeah, but this is part of life. I mean, just when like carrying bags out of the green room back to the tour bus or something, you're like, let me carry that out of my house. Don't worry, I'll let him carry it. I should have a hard time doing it. He wants to. You're not carrying my shit. It's his job. There's not much security risk, I suppose you're right. So I think it's clear that Rogan has a difference of opinions, buddies. And the ironic thing is, he played such a major role in their rise.
rise to fame and fortune in the first place. However, like I said earlier, things aren't always as they seem with Joe, because behind the scenes there's more going on than you think remotely, as well as his buddies who helps out with booking guests. Now, as far as the production side of things goes, it's a pretty lean operation, considering how far and wide there was one thing in particular that stood out to me during Rogan's rant from earlier.
You're making a little bit more money.
Still back into getting such a big payday. There was also a bit of skepticism about how it could affect his podcast, because like he just said, you're making a little bit more money, but you've got more problems now at you. And I think a lot of people don't realize how making off of YouTube and from his own sponsors before the Spotify deal. I've done the calculations here on this channel before, and mine's also moving to Spotify for around $100 million a year at the time, just made his deal. Took all of the sponsorship and ad deals off his hands, but ironically, his biggest controversy would come just after his move to Spotify. Spotify's something numbers, like they delete some of your episodes.
Yeah. Well, they did that. They also were very apprehensive about certain guests that they had on, and there was, a lot of pressure from advertisers. There was a lot of pressure from different people. They were, like different artists like Neil Young and Joni Mitchell pulled their style go. But again, over time, it showed that was all true.
Isn't that exactly what Rogan was talking about earlier? How if you bring on all the they cause conflict when they project their own feelings into your work, etc., etc. And like I was just saying, he was giving bragging rights and a little bit more money than he was making before. I think he justified because they're not actual production stuff. They don't report to him directly, and he doesn't even see them regularly. But for him to say it was touch and go for a bit there with the Joni Mitchell and Neil Young boycotts, plus advertisers pulling out, leading over 100 episodes, yeah, that's pretty crazy, right? A whole team of people over there who work on Rogan's podcast. But there's another company that Rogan works with called Superman that some of you may have heard of. They're the ones who go around stealing creators' ad revenue on behalf of Joe. They've had channels deleted before, and even just on this channel here, they've tried to take the ad revenue for a whole 20-minute video for just a 15 quarter for such a big podcast like J.R. Reid to have people making sure his content isn't being ripped off and posted as clicks with no commentary. But there would still be a team at Superman dedicated to Rogan's podcast as well. And then there's Joe's security team.
Rogan is at the ultimate place that you can be at in life to a certain extent, because like Ricky was giving the example of Smith trying to fly out on his movies, right? Like he's just gonna fly out for a couple days over a weekend, whatever, and Joe's just like, nah, man, sorry, I'm just not doing it. He's like, I'm just saying no to everything right now, because he's just so happy. There's like almost nothing that can tempt him to leave that.
When he came and did our podcast, I'm just making a promise. On a match, it's not Friday flight goals. His flight security's taking a day off, probably doing his project, but he up in the hotel. I was like, that's how, I don't know, he's just the man. He's the most.
Damn, I whatever.
You can't say nothing bad about his security. He flies around. It's like every guys, they're there in New York City, very nice hotel probably, with multiple people. He's got to get rooms for like
50 grand at a certain point. When you're living a certain way, it's not that.
I've always wondered he would need a bodyguard or something like that. Most big celebrities have one. I mean, Messi has one bodyguard with him all the time. But the way Schultz was describing it, it was as if Rogan has an actual team following him around all the time. We know he's got a bunch of ex-Navy SEALs at his fortress of a studio in Austin, which kind of makes sense when he's got high-profile guests, Elon Musk or Donald Trump, for example. Those guys have their own security details Well, I've always wondered, it's not like he's going to Brazil or South Africa. We're talking about Texas to New York. I don't know, maybe I'm missing something and he gets a bunch of credible death threats all the time. Who knows? But tell me this, what's the point of being a jiu-jitsu assassin with bows and arrows and a John Wick-style gun collection if you can just have a security tower everywhere? It just seems to me very brave about having a small team, but that's a lot of the work that other podcasters do internally to other companies who have teams working on his podcast for him. And don't get me wrong, I'm not criticizing him for having all those people working for him on the outside. It's more the fact that he's so critical of his buddies who have more trained staff than him. And he's probably 20 to 30 people indirectly in his business arrangements. Not to mention the people running his website and his store, as well as his comedy tours. He probably employs more people than all his buddies put together. One thing that Rogan's always been vocal about is how money is not important to him and how it doesn't make you happy. Don't you love it when multi-millionaires preach about how money doesn't matter to them, but then start bragging about their custom car collection straight after?
Why the most important? It's really great advice. He goes, all you really want is to be able to go to a restaurant and not worry about what things cost. You get used to cars. Like I realized like early on, I got an apartment, one nice apartment I had, but I was in it a couple weeks. It was just my house.
Yeah.
Just like the house I have now. So not just like your home. Okay, great. What do you need? You need a TV. You need a bedroom. You need a kitchen. That's all you need. Hopefully it doesn't stink. Hopefully it doesn't.
I don't know about you, but you accumulate, right? And because I never had, I got into watches, I got into art. Then I got like this car from 1969.
What kind of car is that?
So in 1969, Johnny Cash had a #1 show in America. And ABC got one of a kind, Rolls Royce, all black mahogany interior. When we got, it just was like fuel oil, just black smoke coming out.
They're terrible.
So I got into a Tesla, and yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome.
Ferrari versus Ford. This is the original car. I actually have the next version of that, which is my T. I have one of the 2005 ones that's a stick shift driving manual. Electric cars are different than any other car in terms of the speed that you get, the way it feels. You just go whoosh, but there's no sound. But that car is. That's that car. It's like that car is visceral. It's exciting. There's an engine behind you. Come on, Shane. It's a ride. It's not efficient. It's not supposed to be efficient. The experience. It's a sensory overload. It's not just transportation. That's why turning one of those things into electric is
Oh, that's fucking great. Shit's all over converting gas cars into EVs right after Shane was explaining how he converted a Rolls Royce. That's some Brendan Shaw level agreeability. By the way, after watching that, look out for Bubba's latest project on his dog shit channel, Drive Fast All Gas, where he'll be converting a Tesla into a Ford GT. Anyway, don't forget to check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my lot of uncensored comedy and stuff on there right now covering Rogan, Tony, various lawsuits, and it's a great way to support them. Also, if you're not a regular on YouTube, hit that subscribe button and make sure to hit thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Talk about something that's perhaps even more disturbing. You and I
want some.
You and I are both friends. Over here, if Apple could make a phone and charge me money, I'll pay double for it. What's a phone worth? $1,500? Charge $2,000. Yeah, charge $2,000. People pay it. You're most likely putting on part of their bill to pay a little bit of it.
It's hard to pinpoint the exact moment that Joe Rogan's brain out of his head. For some people, it was the Spotify money. Others claim the pandemic that cooked him. For me, though, it was the opening of his comedy club in Austin when his cognitive decline really started to set in. Before that, the podcast was his pride and joy. He was well lead and fully dedicated to the best guests with the most interesting backgrounds to discuss the most whacked out shit that nobody had heard about. Now it's become a circle jerk of open micers, never being funny comedians, and right-wing grifters who are here to sell us a book or a pill or some sort of online course. The worst part is days, because once Boomer Joe gets going on his points, they end up just sitting there and nodding their head until it's time for Joe to hit green room at the comedy mothership to mingle with his latest assault of top 250 comedy assassins. This is one defining feature that no other has possessed before. He truly has no fucking idea what's going on, and that's what makes this so fascinating. Let me explain. If you've been following this channel for a while, you would have seen Rogan give dozens of his guests the advice not to read the comments, and this is what really makes him a pioneer in this space. Take, for example, his latest tweet reply. The account retweeted an article about how all of its assets are to be liquidated, including his flagship Infowars show, except Boomer Joe didn't realize that it was a parody account and not the real Elon Musk. So he in all caps saying yes. Now that's not the funny bit. The funny bit is he would still have no fucking idea to bring up the Elon Berry tweet on a podcast and see his reaction as Jamie is forced to correct troll shit. They got me. Yeah, they could have got me. Yeah, there's a fake image. They got me. Sons of bitches. It's just amazing how much stuff is. So we all know that Joe V. Rogan has been having a tough time on the internet, and the only time he realizes he's being duped is when he reads watching JRE these days is basically like going to a family barbecue and getting the latest shitpost updates that all your boomer relatives fell for. But despite the failure of Joe's infamous bullshit detector, he still blames the boomers for believing in the mainstream media. Distrust in the media is at an all-time high. It has to be how it's ever been in human history. At the same time, you have these independent people that have become bigger than the media. That's never happened before. There's never been a thing where just an app that you get on your phone has 30 times more views than the top show at CNN. But now that's the world that we live in, and so propaganda is not effective anymore. You're just talking, just no one believes. They know that the mouthpiece for corporation. No one thinks that's the real news anymore. You have to be like old boomers who are like real tired, like those old liberal boomers. They're still like MSNBC to death. Like the Stephen Kings out there. Yeah, MSNBC to the death. Yeah. Joe Rogan, he's the one spreading fake news to 30 times the audience. Mainstream media is being Joe Rogan. But the frustrating thing for me is how Rogan wastes decent guests playing over them and ranting about the same topics over and over again. So with former Navy and CIA contractor Sean Ryan, you'd think Joe would have had a bunch of questions about his background and all the shit he's seen over the years. Instead, it felt like Joe was the one being interviewed. And it seems like I wasn't the only one who noticed. Sean just did his interview of Rogan using Joe's platform. Genius. Joe talks for 3 hours. Rogan had a lot to talk about today. Like Sean is the interviewer and who is the guest. Sean Ryan doesn't like hearing himself talk, which is why he's so successful. It really just lets the guest talk. Best interviewer. So instead of going deep into Sean's background as a US government, to talk about shit he saw on Twitter. You've seen the Steven Crowder undercover thing he did with that COVID czar. No. Have you seen it? Jamie, go to his most recent one. Because the most recent one is fascinating. It's openly talking about Monkeypox is really just getting us get in from unpredictable. Yeah, is it on his Instagram? Go to it, I'll show you which one it is. Yeah, that's it. No. That's not it. That's not it. There's no second one. No. I know. Maybe it's somewhere else. Let me scroll down a little bit. See if you can find the one. See that one right there that's kind of yellow. It's yellow.
But which one? There's got to be one where he's talking about monkeypox. That's not, because that's all about. God damn, I better find it. I might have watched it on X. I probably thought I'm saying X now. Yeah. God, yeah. Like when you call a transgender person a girl, you like that? I did that. Some shit. No, that's not it. The monkeypox one, goddamn, I know I saved it. If you want, I can find it. I saved it on my phone because I was like, this is too. God damn it. This is gonna be a problem. If you just see if you can find it, it's gotta be out there. Because I watched it this morning.
This was basically the whole first hour of the podcast. Joe would remember something he saw on Instagram or Twitter and then have Jamie pull it up so you could read it off the screen for everyone. People are starting to get sick of obsession with politics, and it's not necessarily because that he's just so fucking lazy when it comes to any sort of real discussion. Instead of getting Trump or Kamala on his podcast, which he could easily do, he'd rather just rattle off a bunch of fake tweets or memes about it, and then pretend like he's well informed and weeding out all the bullshit. I mean, he's got the biggest podcast in the world. He's had some of the craziest over the years. Whistleblowers on there, or even just the people he always talks about. Instead of reading their social media posts, get them in there for a talk. Like, what is the point of having such a big if you're just going to read off the screen and repeat the same shit over and over again? Saying at the beginning of this video, Joe has not putting in effort to book the best guests and have the best conversations. Ever since he's built his comedy club, he's been in autopilot. Guys like Theo Von have been into it, and even the internet's second biggest loser, Logan Paul, being rumored by having Trump on his podcast as well. By the way, if you wonder who the biggest loser is, well, you'd have to be a numbers guy to figure that one out. They can be
Outraged because people were saying that ABC or another had gotten the sub out of Kamala, and they agreed to Kamala that they were not going to ask her about her PA record when she was in California, and that they were not going to talk about some other person she was involved with that might be ace. Said they were only going to fact check Donald Trump. Yeah, I think it didn't give her the question, and they really did. This is someone signed an affidavit to that ABC employee that claims these things. Humans sometimes will do things.
According to this, it says that this started with a claim that there was an affidavit, but I don't know that it's ever been actually presented to anyone.
Interesting. Didn't it get discussed on Twitter and people were posting about the veracity of it? I think Elon put it on his post. No. Colin Ruggo had it on his. Bill Ackman. That's right. Bill Ackman was going to tweet it. Didn't know if the claim was accurate, but shared it anyway. Which is what's fun. It's fun to do on the internet.
The person who did it was killed in the car crash. That seems to be false.
Yeah, that was Rachel also doesn't do herself any favors. I think they do stuff like that. This is my take on that. When I saw all these people tweeting that the guy died in a car crash, I was like, that might be a trap. Throw out a fake story and get people to share it, like, without looking into it at all. And it turns out to be complete horseshit, and it makes the whole thing look like horseshit now. Now it looks like the makes the David. It's at least connected to horseshit. Yeah. Sorry, tactics. They had a lot of good tactics. They're very organized, which is really interesting.
And then, in one of the most perfect acts of irony put forth from the universe, right after waxing lyrical about how political operatives spread false information to help a story get traction and build a narrative, Joe spreads false information to help us get narrative. Except nobody might like our boy Greg. He starts off by quoting his mechanic as a reliable source. Then he makes a completely false statement about political donations, pops us in, and then proceeds to get fact-checked by Jamie while clinging onto the fake chart that duped him on Twitter. Fucking brilliant.
George Sorlock, radio station. Yeah, man. What a bad investment, because who listens to radio? That's bad investment. Let's talk about what are you going to do? Like, because because like the only is one of my cars, and he brings it back. He's always listening to right-wing talk radio. So I turned my car on the other day, and I'm listening to these guys argue about Kamala Harris and the border. She was the borders are. You know, it's where they were going over this. And I was like, maybe that's what he wants to stop. If you look at the amount of donors that donate to the left versus donate to the right, have you ever seen that chart? No. It's fucking nuts. The left gets so many more donations than the right does. It's a giant difference. Why do you think that is? I think a lot of rich people feel guilty. And they get empathy, and also it's a good way to cover them with better people. I wonder if they're buying their place inside of the rules. Like they donated here. The top donors to my secret covered 7 of the or 6 of the top 7 are Republicans. Oh. Individual donors. Donors. What I was talking about was like they showed a chart that had like Google, Facebook, mega corporations that were donating some kind of $105 million. Wow. That's guy's probably worth billions. That's probably some sort of a write-off. That's pretty crazy. Go to top corporation donations via party. Because that's the chart that I was looking at. This is the number one. This is corporations. So they donate to Google. Federal contributions. So 82 million is the top one, and that's Empower Parents. These are right wing. Is that why it's red? So it's the top. What is that Google chart that is? Well, it says Google Euro Alphabet gave secrets. It says they gave just under $10 million to contributions and then spent 21 mil in lobbying. Top recipients, obviously. Kamala Harris. Yeah, they're all looking. So Google's all blue. Yeah, I love how when the left does it, it's because they're evil and manipulative, but when the right does it, it's just a tax write-off. But if you're political user, it's obvious that Joe falls for all the Twitter and Instagram from all. When he thought Joe Biden could see him, that Biden was actually quoting something that Trump had said. But Reagan's fixation on the pandemic is also something that needs to be studied. He got ridiculed for spending so much time hashing old talking points about the pandemic. His latest special burnt the boat, but that didn't stop him claiming that he loved modern civilization. While talking to a bunch of comedians on his podcast, what about to see here is a glimpse into the comedy mothership green room. We go into apocalyptic times. Do you think they'll look back on like the shutting down of the country for a year and a half as like the trigger that made society begin to collapse?
I don't think they will. They'll never acknowledge they were wrong.
But like objective historians, you think time would be like this is the fall of
the internet. The internet is the beginning of the end for everything.
Yeah, but it's not. Because the internet didn't shut the country down for a year and a half. Without the internet, they would have pulled that off so much easier. It would have scared the shit out of you. You would never know. Yeah, but this happened in the 1930s. You would never know how many people. You would never know about internet. You would know about a goddamn thing they didn't know about. That's been so scary to Spanish.
A strange twist of fate. While entertaining 3 of his fellow top 250 brethren, Joe was faced with an uncharacteristic disagreement from one of his disciples, which forced him to swiftly correct course and trample over this shocking display of insubordination.
Funny coming into this room and think things like watch their much like whether the Cat Williams thing or maybe that was one of the what I just said, Terrence Howard.
Terrence was very interesting. He's a very, very smart guy. He just doesn't have a formal education. Terrence is like this super smart guy. He's way smarter than anybody around him. But then the really super smart guys are actually super smart guys who are educated about it. They don't engage with them. So Eric was like, let me just talk to this dude. Education. He's kind of a self-taught genius. He's crazy smart. He's just he's going to hang out with more people like him. Dude, I mean, he's too smart for anybody he knows.
This is right. It's like Dixon 50 years ago.
That was a close one, huh? But it just goes to show how out of touch Joe is with what most of his viewers are thinking. After all the fallout from his Terrence Howard episodes, Joe still doesn't realize that Terrence is clearly suffering from a mental illness. And he profited off of his misfortune and helped to publicly humiliate a sick man.
He's a guy on the internet that takes clips of podcasts and creates narratives of things that scientific and mathematics and estimation.
One times one is one. Like this is question. One times one.
There's something very wrong with the math because math should not be and if the Switzerland didn't have that problem,
It's a very good touch with reality.
That pretty much sums up the 7 hours of air Joe dedicated to Terrence Howard memories from the room, and amazingly accurate as well. But we forget Joe's other obsession, the moon landing hoax. Some of you may remember that I covered his episode with moon landing hoax expert Bart Sabrell. I came up again with that bullshit episode 2204, which was actually when Joe brought up his bit about the moon landing from his latest special to that. My God, yeah, I watched your special 3 times, except instead this is fully God.
I used to like, you don't anymore? I had a joke back about it. That before COVID, I went to vaccines, the most important invention in human history, and after COVID, I'm like, I don't think I want to do it.
Yeah, I know that was in your, but yeah, I usually think that.
I think there.
I know. Hang on, so there's a less than 0 possibility to not go to the moon. Doesn't that mean? Never mind. If you didn't catch that episode, basically, Joe went on a 40-minute rant about was fake. While Matt Walsh just sat there with his resting bare face, why the fuck he brought it up in the place? The top comment on that episode is that, okay, Joe, we're going to talk about the moon landing. So it's plain to see that Joe's in cognitive decline. Some people say it's of substance abuse mixed with delusional chronic syndrome, but I honestly just think he's so fucking rich now that he gives 0 fucks what anyone thinks about him, including his audience. And when he compared his decline to someone like who actively went after his audience and tried to bully them in his decline is quite unique. The fact that Joe has no idea what the internet really thinks about him is some of the funniest shit I've ever seen. For a guy who warns about the dangers of falling into echo chambers and getting sucked into the propaganda machine, really has manifested his own by becoming Uber Joe. So we can shit on his stand-up fuck, he just doesn't know why. Anyway, don't forget to check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my long uncensored content. There's plenty of stuff on there for Rogan, Kill Tony, various dudes, as well as other bits and pieces, and it's a great way to support the channel. Also, if you're not a regular here, hit that subscribe button and make sure to give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Show, but sometimes you have to. I have 4 eggs, blueberries, shake, lunch. I had lunch today, 10 ounces of chicken, greens, and then dinner I'll have 16 to 20 ounces of lean protein, like sea bass, salmon. Sometimes I'll have leaner red meats, greens, fruit.
You got something organized there?
Yeah. Yourself, sirloin, but a lot of seafood.
And now, do you cook it yourself? Or
Yeah, that's our podcast.
So, top 250 comedian Tom Segura is back on the Joe Rogan Experience to tour his new diet. Tommy Buns is no stranger to the podcast, though. He's become a regular fixture on JRE over the years, wishing to build one of the biggest private. Their fame and fortune has come at odds with Phil's reputation for being a massive arsehole to poor people, and now it's basically come to a point where he can't escape it. Reminiscent of Brendan Schaub's homeless cats, everywhere Tom goes, the poor seem to follow him around. Just take a look at some of the top comments on this episode. My net worth is way too low to watch this. Pause, we're here. Tom's not sitting in a chair, he's sitting on the floor with his stick. Hey look, it's the guy who hates porn. Seriously, this is probably the worst comment section I've seen for a guest on JRE. It's been back on YouTube. I remember when top 250 comedian Andrew Schultz went on the comment section, but this was definitely worse. And it's not something that has gone unnoticed by the man himself. It's gotten sort of bad now that Tom is clearly having trouble dealing with it. No matter how hard he tries to act humble and clean up his reputation, he just can't seem to shake it.
I'm sending you clips of my favorite accounts on the internet or on Instagram are hateful comment sections. Comment sections where it hurt so bad, but when it's not you, me out and someone will go, this rap totally doesn't take a shirt off. Like it's like the dumbest slam that is ignorant to me is like he's not funny and everyone's funny. Everyone has to be a little funny. Like, no way. Can you really say never? Can you really say never? I want to sit that guy and say, never. I've never. How did I get this angry? Yeah, how did I make you so angry? Like, wait a minute, can we work on us together? Can we get in a couples therapy and figure out why you hate me and what I'm doing to make you hate me?
I have like so much disdain come at me from people who know me, and it's just like a constant barrage of just like I'm so poor and I don't have comedy assassins coming out of Austin, Texas. Joe Rogan is by far the most humble of 250, and I suspect it's because he's been absolutely fucking loaded since his first. Those of us regular folk who are able to make him laugh on the internet. We had a great chicken pat steak.
And I'm so happy that we live in a time of the internet, because the internet is so fun, because there's so many regular people out there in the world that are so fun.
Yeah, they are.
So this dude's name is
And for those of you who didn't Tom have a something that is as they run through ranks. However, as big as their car collections have become, with us poors, that guys who drive Bugatti, oh, you know cars, passionate guy. Yeah, you know who gets the wheel spinning. But then they got onto the topic of which car they love the most out of their collections, and as it turns out, it was their slowest cars that they found to be the most fun. It kind of reminded my little air-cooled 964, that Porsche RS America.
It's not the best. My favorite is my slowest.
Which one?
GT40.
Yeah.
It has that upgrade.
Yeah, but that car's way faster than my car.
But it's
That car's fast.
It's pretty fast, but it's not like I think everything else I have is almost faster than it.
So it's just engaging.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it puts the biggest smile on my face.
Right.
It's very fun.
Yeah, that's like my white car, the GT3 RS, the Sharkworks car, same kind of thing. It's just real raw.
Man, that clutch is so raw. But enough car talk, because on a podcast with two of the best comedians in the world, it was inevitable that they would get into the fine art of stand-up comedy. Fresh off his first special in 6 years, Rogan was keen to share his experience doing Netflix's first live special, which ended up bombing. If you haven't seen my full review yet, check out later the breakdown of Bobby Lee's multi-million-dollar lawsuit loss, and I'm probably going to recap of Tom Segura's latest appearance on Kill Tony. So check out the link in the description if you're interested. It's a great way to support the channel. He made some interesting comments with Tom, which may help to explain why after taking 6 years to dial in a tight 1 hour set, it ended up falling flat on its face.
I'm getting ready to do my live special, knowing that there was a date that this had to be done, and then it was only on one night. So it was like this super high that. Yeah. And when I did it, it was like afterwards I was like, I want to do that again. Really? Yeah. At first I was like, I'm going to do this one time. I'm never going to do this again because this is ridiculous. Millions of people on Netflix.
So you enjoyed the experience?
I like it. Yeah. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah. I like it too much.
Well, that's kind of how I am about being.
Have you ever thought about doing a live special?
Never.
You should do it. You think so? Yep. I think everybody should do it. Just, let it go. And just bust that mother for the whole world, and you don't get anything.
That I'll tell you.
I always have that problem. I don't want to watch me.
I hated it. Yeah. Then I told them about the show, then they're like, no. I go, yeah, I want this show. They're like, what about the other show? I don't want this show. And everyone was like, you asked me to watch it.
Well, that's got to be. You can have anybody giving you advice. I don't agree. I think if a comic is going to put out a special, it should be that comic special, or that comic thing should be on that special, and that's it. You're not supposed to have someone tell you what you're going to put in your act. Sure. Like, do you know how to do comedy? No, you don't do comedy, right? Shut up. You shut up. This is crazy. It's a crazy conversation.
Yeah,
But everybody wants it.
So it sounds like Rogan has completely insulated himself from the outside world. He's just sitting there in his ivory tower, surrounded by yes men who sit around kissing his ring and smelling his salts. It's almost like an extension of his don't read the comments advice that he gives everyone. Like he just said there, he refuses to take any notes from anyone regarding his comedy, and it really showed in his latest special. But I think that can happen to anybody though. If you've been working on something for so long, it's easy to get too close to it and lose your perspective. So it kind of makes sense how he thought it was so dialed in and so tight. He trimmed off all the fat and honed it down to this perfect 1 hour set. And he probably has no idea what people really thought about it, which is kind of wild when you think about it. And even more so for his buddy Tom. Like I said earlier, even Andrew Schultz copped a massive backlash in the comment section from his last appearance on JRE. And it sounds like Joe has absolutely no idea that the tide is turning on all of his buddies. It's almost like he's a king living in his castle, and with the peasants surrounding coming for his head, he'll turn to his inner circle and say, what the fuck happened? I thought they loved me. But as for Tom, once they got deep into the comedy brain territory, he gave us some insight into what it's really like to live life on the road as a stand-up comic.
During the day, drinking water, and a couple of coffees. It's like we're on the road. We go work out, but increase the water intake. So drinking more. Okay, I get there. The show's gonna be in 45 minutes. It's like I pee, but then I keep going without some water. Maybe the more than start the show, I introduce, the opener, and then I'm like, all right, I'm gonna compete. I'll be back. And I do that, and then it's like, hey, he's got 5 minutes left, and I always go, do I have to watch the caption? Oh, jeez.
If you think you gotta go on stage for an hour, you take it. Like, oh my god.
Yeah.
How much time does he have left? He has 3 minutes left.
I can't. I know that is, but your body does this thing where it will shut the thing down, unless it's like a real emergency. But the he one, like, I hate when you go, all right, I'm just gonna go out and do a toddler, just go do your shit. And it's like 5 minutes in, I'm like, I don't care right now. You just carry that. Oh, your body will like put that in, but there's like this discomfort you have the whole time. You're just standing there, getting for an hour.
I don't know who the fuck told Tom that people are interested in his peeing routines. I seriously miss Fat Tom. He never used to clean eating and his gut health and bowel movements. Now it's all he talks about. And how he trains every day doing hard cardio. He'll do 2 in a day if he has time. And when he's on the road, he'll bring his trainer along with him to help build up the sweat before he goes on stage to burn the pause. Like, it's getting beyond ridiculous at this point. And the worst part is he knows how much backlash there is because all he talked about is his millionaire lifestyle with private chefs and hundreds of dollars in meat and seafood. But he still brings it up and he's discovered the secret to life.
Mike has helped me so much. Like this, I got it from a nutritionist in LA, Dr. Guglia. And like I told him a couple weeks into, I was like, if I don't lose a pound, I'm already gonna thank you for my digestion. I got so used to just explosive shit all over. I see a doctor. I hear this. And I'm like, yeah, I gotta go check it out. And then I had a colonoscopy a couple of years ago, and they were like, good, I don't know, man, switching to like the way I just described my eating, totally.
A 45-year-old comedian who looks like he's in his 60s telling us about his colonoscopy is in 2024. Doing you be. And I never thought I'd say this, but thank God for this podcast would have been boring as fuck, and he wasn't even there. This podcast was recorded last week before the UFC's event in Vegas, and how exactly they would use the venue when our big good came up in conversation. I don't know if the broadcast goes up the wall.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm wondering if you can see the fights take place on the ceiling. Jesus. My daughter made photos. They should. They should mark you. He doesn't just cry. He likes to take photos of them crying and then post it on Instagram. I'm so sad. My daughter went to college. Look. How many did he take? Where did that one?
That's what I saw.
His character is on one. How's he doing these days? He benders, he's off, he goes on. Yeah, he's cleaned up for a little while, then went right back in.
He's on a bird cycle. We're somewhere in Vegas. Somebody was like, you want this? He's like, can't afford Coquito. And I was like, well, okay. And then we go to this. I'm like, okay.
That's like the way you said it. Like, twist your head. That's such a bird.
Or Coquito. And then we go to this bar. And of course, like, he's throwing back. And at one point, next thing they're shirtless. And he goes, he's like, yeah, I can tell. And so time passes. Okay, we're gonna go this way out of this place. But here's the exit. He's like, okay. So I turn on the ready. He goes, oh, I go, okay. I'll see you later, man. Later. I'm like, how was it? He's like, oh, he's like, yeah, I was so hammered. I go, yeah, I know. He goes, yeah, I got back and I ate a dozen donuts. You know what happened to Mark? He goes, oh, I just ate the tops.
Throw the frosties! What are you talking about? Oh my god. He's still alive. How long can you do that for?
Yeah, he goes, he does because and then you know what'll happen is like, so he will see him for like a month, and he'll be like, oh yeah, and my other favorite phrase is like, I quit drinking. I go, what? He goes, Wednesday. You know, that's that term. I gotta clean it up. I gotta just like really clean it up. You know, like wandering for a while, clean up the diet. You'll see him just like, yeah. And out.
Takes a picture on Instagram.
It's a good
Sucks
picture.
has got it.
Sexy pictures.
This is me now.
And then you'll be
3
like,
weeks later, huge.
it's just like,
3 weeks later, I see him waddle through the green room with Mother Chef. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing?
cut it out.
He goes hard.
It was only a couple of weeks ago when Rogan was explaining to Andrew Huberman that doesn't care if people talk about him positively or negatively. He just wants to be told. I can imagine while smashing down a few donuts, Shay mentioned his name. Bro has a sick connection with himself, but I feel like Tom has become so fucking boring at this point that he should be accompanied by Bert everywhere he goes, just to keep things interesting. I mean, imagine how different this episode would have been if Bert was there. You know, just to burst into the room with a bottle of champagne and tell us the machine story again. I often catch myself thinking, man, I wish Bert was here. Anyway, ever since Cat Williams called out Rogan and his 6 never been funny comedians at the beginning of this year, it looks like the tide has really started to turn on these guys. Even just this episode isn't getting many views. I think people are just getting sick of the same boring-ass conversations. I mean, I covered Tom's discussion with Matt Rife on YMH last week, where they talked about almost the exact same things as he did on this episode. By the way, I mentioned this earlier, but Bobby Lee acted that Bobby's Tijuana story was getting too much traction, and Wondery used the morals clause in their agreement to get out of the deal. But during the discovery period, a bunch of emails and correspondence came out that showed Time Valley had inflated their download on other platforms besides YouTube, because apparently it used to get around 10 to 11 million views per episode on average, except now that we can see the number. YouTube gets downloads per episode across Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Yeah, I don't know about that. Anyway, just something to think about, right? But don't forget to check out the link in the description if you're interested in my longer form uncensored cover there right now covering Rogan, Kill Tony, various lawsuits, as well as other bits and pieces. And it's a great way to support the channel. Also, if you're really here on YouTube, hit that subscribe button and make sure to watching with elk sausage for breakfast. You want some elk sausage? Yes. Oh, yeah, really? Yeah. Give me a bunch. Okay. I got a commercial freezer back there. Okay. I thought that. Oh, elk sausage. So, I must say, I enjoyed your comment, your live comment. Remember questions? I've had times when my wife was drinking too much, probably mostly because of comedy. Because it's nice, you're out with your boys, and everybody wants to drink it. My friends are drunk. They drink all the time. They drink at clubs. Like, I get Bert to quit. Bert is not going to quit. Well, he asked me to help him. No, he doesn't. Otherwise, I just want you to talk to him. Just talk about Bert. That's what he wants. But that's what he wants. So let's talk about me. Talk about me. About how I have to quit. Come on, talk to me about me. Let's make it all about Bert. That's what Bert likes. He's looking at your way. You sent me a picture the other day when he's all skinny. Is he lying? He's looking more like a Roman candle. Andrew Huberman just made his 4th appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience wearing the same black shirt he wore for the previous 3. As usual, they discussed everything to do with brain health and performance optimization, including the benefits of ice baths, working out, podcasting, and stand-up comedy. However, Huberman is no stranger to controversy. Shortly after his 2nd appearance on JRE, he launched his own podcast called The Huberman Lab, which quickly shot to the top of the charts, becoming one of the most popular podcasts in the United States by 2023. Unfortunately, though, similar to other scientists who regularly appear on Joe Rogan's podcast, he has faced his fair share of criticisms over the years. Several scientists have publicly stated that he promotes health claims that aren't supported by scientific evidence, Some even label his content as pseudoscience, and most of this comes from the fact that he is sponsored by a bunch of supplement companies, which are often poorly regulated, leading him to extrapolate findings from animal studies to humans without sufficient justification. Even just on this episode, he gave the perfect example of how he reaches conclusions without any scientific evidence.
All the different nootropics, or let's not call them smart drugs, but things that can enhance alertness. I don't care who it is. It's like, where's the double-blind placebo-controlled study that shows it raises alertness and focus? As much as I believe in science, you don't need a double-blind placebo-controlled study to know that switch medication or
Double-blind placebo-controlled studies for alpha brain.
Right. And so they exist, and certainly that's one that I would put kind of high on the tier of things for if you want alertness and focus. It's certainly more benign than a lot of prescription.
So for those of you who don't know, the company that produces Alpha Brain, called Onnit, which Rogan used to own, is currently being sued in a class action lawsuit specific to false marketing claims, which are based on the double-blind placebo-controlled study that Rogan was just referring to. In fact, I did a dedicated video on this ongoing lawsuit over on Patreon, where I actually went through the double-blind study, which was conducted by a scientist on the company's payroll, mind you, and showed how the results of the study did not support the claims that Rogan has been making on his podcast for years. So for Rogan to bring up that study again as proof that Alpha Brain improves focus, and for Huberman to claim that Alpha Brain is on the tier of supplements that promote alertness and focus is kind of crazy. I mean, in some of the tests, the placebo group performed better than Alpha Brain group. I think his handlers haven't even told him in the lawsuit yet. But there was something else that came up in this episode, and for those of you who haven't seen much of Huberman's content, he's been a massive proponent of nicotine and the positive effects it has on the brain. So when he mentioned he was trying to help a friend of his quit nicotine, even Rogan was confused.
Thing on the nicotine, I'm trying to get him to quit the nicotine, so because he loves the nicotine. But between why are you getting him to quit? I don't have a problem with people taking nicotine pouches, but it's a vasoconstrictor. It raises blood pressure. As long as you're healthy in other ways, I just think that I see people go from like one pouch to a canister a day.
Oh yeah,
It's just a rampant. He sent me some that are 12s. Jesus Louises. I could do like half of these.
I put that the 12 in my mouth with 37 my body. Like, get it out of here.
That's a lot. It seems like they're keeping things in that useful but not excessive to me.
Yes. Well, I'm a control freak.
So what he's saying is that nicotine is a highly addictive, which makes people want to take more and more increases. Geez, who knew? Hey, it's about time Rogan admitted that he doesn't actually buy his nicotine pouches, and the companies who make them just send him free shit. Seriously, these guys will shill anything for the right price. And so this conversation eventually led to a discussion about drinking, and our boy Bert Kreischer ended up catching a combo of strays from both Rogan and
Times in my life where I was drinking too much. Mostly because of comedy. Nights, you're out with your boys, everybody wants to drink. They're all drinking. My friends are all drunks. Like a good solid percentage. Not drinking. They drink all the time. They drink at clubs. Like trying to get us to quit.
Well, he asked me to help him.
Otherwise, I just want you to talk to him. Just talk about Bert. That's what he wants. But that's what he wants. So let's talk about me. Let's talk about me. About how I had to quit. Come on, talk to me about me. Let's make it all about Bert. That's what Bert likes. He's going to quit.
Well, he was doing better with his health when he posted that photo of himself in the wetsuit. Come on, Bert. Like, get with it.
Did you get that yet? When was Bert skinny? But it's so good to see that Rogan's finally had enough of Bert's bullshit and he's calling him out all the time now. This has been building up for a while, ever since Bert kept talking shit and making claims about his physical strength and abilities that he couldn't back up. In fact, they don't even do Sober October anymore because Rogan got so fed up with Bert's shenanigans. As for Huberman, he was referring to the time he went on Two Bears One Cave last year, where he brought up Bert's drinking and tried to convince him to quit. At the time, Bert had gone sober for a few months to drop down to 230 pounds so that he could keep on drinking donuts. And seized the opportunity to try the next few clips. Just take a look at Bert's face during these conversations. It's exactly like Rogan was saying. Bert just wants to be the topic of conversation, whether it's positive or negative. And Huberman's wearing the same black and loves that shirt.
Here's the deal. Zero alcohol is better for you than any alcohol. But the cutoff, if you're not an alcoholic or somebody prone to alcohol use disorder, etc., at your own age, probably 2 drinks per week should be upper ceiling. Every additional drink you have per week, a little bit more brain atrophy, drinking of the brain balls. I have a hidden agenda, which is my hope is that I saw you post on social media, you're not going to have another drink until you hit 230. I think you should cut it out for good and watch your creative work and everything else skyrocket. Let's be frank, I don't know you well enough to say this, but I'll say it anyway. You don't seem like somebody who can have just 2 a week. I think 0 is going to be. I think 0 is. I think 0 is. By the way, if that's my baby right now, they're like, why do you bring this? That's all.
No one who has. There's not. Listen, if you're that person, lying to yourself, no one goes, well, that one whiskey's great. I'll have another one Thursday. Oh,
that's not time I have one drink.
He's dead.
He always says this. I don't even think you're finished.
I think he hit the Azebic and TRT for a few months, which he openly admitted, and snuck in a few drinks whenever he could.
You sent me a picture the other day when he was all skinny. See why? He's nice looking. Melted candle. Son of a bitch. He got bacon beats. I feel bad making fun of him, but I'm not making fun of him. He likes it. I'm just, what was you talking about? I'm worried about his health. Oh, yeah, that's not good. I'm worried about your health. Well, the thing is, Bert is on tour, right? He's got painted toenails, too. He's on tour, and they're doing activities constantly. They go to water parks. I don't know if they go to water parks. You know, like that, right? They do that, too. But he gets drunk every night. And it's not just like a little bit of beer. It's a lot of beer. It's a lot of, they have a vodka company now. That's not good. So he's true. Everybody loves a young girl. Time goes on. Does not look.
Yeah. So at the point now where Bert's closest friends are calling him out, Bert started to annoy the shit out of everyone. Even young Jamie's been trolling him lately. On the recent JRE episode with Kill Tony regular Ari Mati, he pulled up a photo of Bert and shared it on the screen while they were talking about how big
Goggles on, if you long ass swim, you why are you wearing Speedos? Everybody wears. But ladies, that's Bert, right? That's inflammation. That's human form.
That is true. That is inflamed body.
That's inflamed body. That's I would recommend that.
adrenaline was high as fuck.
Someone about this golf, and I was had my bathroom, and I was ripping farts that were like just coming like all this. I think my inflammation's so bad it kind of blocks up my stomach. You drink, you also eat crazy. I eat wild. I don't eat bad. Last night I grabbed those tacos and bell pepper. I walked home and I went, I don't want this. I'm leaving some John Mans in my assistant Peter. You want to call him right now? I don't believe it. I don't believe you. Oh, wait, so when I did Secret Time, I didn't realize that it already happened until they did the billboard of it. And they did the billboard, and I go, that's not my stomach. My stomach's tight. And it was the
Craziest, most delusional perspective.
I think I thought he had dysmorphia.
The text message you sent us the other day, I do more push-ups than anyone in this group.
Cheap push-ups.
Push-ups like you do for a day.
And that's Secret Time. I put that up on Melrose, and I go, that's not me. And then I was like, you thought your belly was smaller than that? That's me.
else's belly. Or then it's like when you go like, I have legit great shoulders.
I do. Well, I do. I have legit great shoulders. Like great shoulders.
Yeah, no, I don't.
So they're ridiculous.
You say things you don't really mean it, right?
I mean, I kind of get it.
Right. But say, you remember that one time you said you could do the splits?
With Joe, and I think it's because one who really pushed him out to his audience, forcing him to tell the machine story every time he was on the podcast, and calling him while he was on the travel show in Vietnam, then telling him to focus on podcasting and stand-up comedy. Now, 15 years later, Bert's an out-of-control menace to himself and everyone around him. Like Huberman was saying earlier, there's a point where the funny drunk guy becomes the sad drunk guy. It's clear that Rogan doesn't respect Bert anymore. The way he was talking about him in that episode, saying all he cares about is being in the conversation, whether it's positive or negative, with absolutely zero regard for how Bert might take Bert's comments, just goes to show how Rogan does not give a fuck between friendly banter and straight up roast friends behind their back, that he will probably get back, but just not caring. Not to mention the fact that all of appearance on JR since early last year. I think a lot of people don't realize that Bert was one of Joe's earliest guests, going way back to 20. He's made around 20 appearances. They'll always be friends. It's pretty clear that Rogan's limiting the amount of fun he spends with Bert, especially when it's just the two of them. But Rogan's comments were absolutely spot on. Bert is definitely aware of all the hate he's been getting in the last couple of years. He's addressed it several times, most recently on Steve-O's podcast, where he singled out two Lazy's videos. People are starting to point out, though, that Bert's leaning into the hate and baiting people to make videos about him so that he can stay relevant, and like Rogan was just saying, the topic of conversation. The problem is, though, that Bert's podcast numbers on his own channel are dying, and whenever Tom's away from Two Bears One Cave and it's just Bert by himself, the comment section turns into a pylon against him and how shit of a host he is. So at some point, leaning into the hate and baiting us for attention is going to stop working, and people are just going to switch off and move on to the next lolcow. And as usual, I'm here for it. Anyway, don't forget to check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer form, uncensored content. There's plenty of stuff on there covering Rogan, Kill Tony, various lawsuits, as well as other bits and pieces, and it's a great way to support the channel if you enjoy this content. Also, if you're not a regular here on YouTube, hit that subscribe button and make sure to give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
I'm not going to suggest people use smelling salts to try and get better on their exams. There are other ways to get better on their exams. I probably will take another one. Okay. Tell you, take your time. All right. Get in there, sir. Take it. Almost. Oh, yeah. Now to the right. No, that is good. Where it's definitely right. Oh. Makes your eyes water a little bit, but boy, it does shock your system. Wow. I think stand-up is a form of hypnosis. Yes. Do you think so? Absolutely. Yeah. I get exactly what you're saying. You lock them in to the way you're. When I've seen a guy kill on stage, I'm locked into the way they're thinking. I'm letting them think for me. I'm just like, I think for me. Right. You know, and it's so funny. And it's like, it's a form of hypnosis. And I said the only way that that's going to really work is I have to just be completely dialed in. I prepared for 5 hours the day of the show. Wow. Just watching video. I went to the gym. In the gym, I'm listening to myself. Yeah. It's like, I want to be just like that. Yeah. 100% dialed in.
So Joe Rogan's fresh off his live comedy special, Burn the Boat, which is sitting strong with an IMDb rating of 4.9 out of 10.
I hate dumb people that are confident, you know. Also wrong. I hate dumb people that are wrong and confident.
But another one of the 250 cold-blooded comedy murderers is gearing up for his own special, Love You, due to be released on Netflix globally on August 27th. When it comes to relatable celebrities, Adam Sandler has to be pretty close to the top of the list, even though similar to Rogan, he has a net worth estimated to be around $500 million. In fact, back in 2021, he signed a new 4-year movie deal with Netflix worth over $250 million. But the similarities with Rogan don't stop there. Sandler's well known for his generosity over the years, and bringing his friends along for the ride. So when he appeared on the latest episode of JRE for the first time, and two heavyweight comedians coming together who had both taken very different paths. Not only are they both approaching 60 years old, they're also only a month apart in age. And so, as you can imagine, the conversation was dominated by comedy talk, which for me wasn't such a bad thing. It wasn't like another one of Rogan's disciples putting on the podcast to kiss the ring and take their holy sacrament. Adam Sandler's a comedy legend with decades of stories under his belt, so it was looking like it was going to be similar to a Dave Chappelle, Bill Burr, or Louis C.K. episode. Except it wasn't, and why is because, like I said in the beginning, Rogan is fresh off his own comedy special, so what started out as an interesting conversation turned into a post-special debriefing session with Adam. And even though the podcast went for 2 hours and 7 minutes, they didn't get into the details and talk about Sandler's idols until the 2 hour and 15, literally 2 minutes before Rogan wrapped it up. To me, it seemed like he used the bathroom and keep going.
I'm sorry to hit it. Can I pay for one? Yeah, we can wrap this up. 2 hours and 40 minutes. We did, yeah. Get insane. This is the show. Oh, that's funny. So, because I want to go through some podcast cringe slop first. Just quickly, there was a bunch of other videos, including a big one I'm working on right now, covering Kill Tony's weekend clips and commentary. So follow the link in the description to sub and support the channel over on Patreon. But if there's one thing that came out of Rogan's special, it's that he's reads on his creativity as a comedian and storyteller. He rehashed a couple of jokes from previous specials, including one from 15 years ago, and he repeated on stage like sucking a thousand dicks in front of your mother. Yeah. It's probably worse than that. Somewhere out there, there's probably a guy who wouldn't mind sucking a thousand dicks in front of his mom. You know, and they're like, look at me, mom. You made me. A bunch of times over the years. So I thought it would be interesting to see the evolution of Rogan's bit about bombing on stage and how he's tightened it and trimmed off the fat over time. Take a look at this little compilation I made for you guys, and then I'll show you how Adam Sandler completely transformed it and made it actually funny. So what's it like to bomb? That must be so. Anybody ever ask you that? I always say it's like sucking a thousand dicks in front of your mother. That's what I describe it. But the problem is around that kind of time, maybe that's a lot. Switch real quick. I'm not saying it's a climax. You get to 10, that's short. Got a good head. Best things that can happen to a comedian is bombing. When you bomb, that feeling is so bad. I always describe it as like sucking a thousand dicks in front of your mother. The difference is that there's probably someone out there who enjoys sucking a thousand dicks in front of their mother, but nobody enjoys bombing. So it's probably worse. Will have to have something wrong with you to want to be a comic. Because so often, particularly in the beginning, bombing is devastating. It is the worst. I described it as it's like sucking a thousand in front of your mother. But the thing is, I think there's a that wants to suck a thousand in front of their mother. I doubt there's a person who wants to bomb. Bombing should be enough pain to slap anybody out of the business. I would say that bombing is like sucking a thousand things in front of your mother, but I think that's not out there who would like to suck a thousand things in front of his mom. There's got to be a guy that's like, see this, mom? 9999. This one for you. Crazy round. But no one wants a bomb. I would say that bombing is like sucking a thousand in front of your mother. The problem is there's a guy out there who's sucking a thousand things in front of his mom. It's like, look at your baby just sucking them down. It's like bombing imagine bombing like South. I always say it's like sucking 1,000 in front of your mother. But I think there's someone out there that probably likes sucking 1,000. 99. No one likes bombing. No one likes it. It's just utter failure. It's a tricky thing because it seems like you're just talking, but there's a lot going on. It's very complicated. It's hypnosis in a way. You're hypnotizing people. You're dragging them into the way you think about things. I always say bombing on stage is like sucking 1,000 in front of your mother. I think somewhere out there is a guy who wants to suck 1,000 in front of his mom. There's someone out there going, "You watching, Mom? You watching? 99." Just like, he's probably been on your mom's house.
So Rogan's been working on that bit for around 10 years now, and it hasn't changed that much. He's added some physical elements to it and tightened the delivery, except it's still missing something. You know, the funny bit. This is what happens when a poser meets a comedy legend. This is the difference between seconds.
99. Let's go. My mother would 100% at the end say, "You could have done it better. Yeah, you could have stopped him harder. Why did you stop on that one man? He wanted to explode in your face, and you stopped." I feel bad. You should call them and tell them to stop.
Mind. Adam Sandler made it funny, and now it's over. Let it go. But that's the thing with Joe. It actually makes me cringe watching him pretend to be an elite comedian and associate himself with some of the biggest names in the world.
It's a crazy thing, and no one can teach you how to do it either. You figure it out yourself. Your way of doing it is different than mine. Seinfeld's way. Everybody's got a different way of doing it, and nobody can teach you how to do it. You can, from watching other people, you can learn some things.
And even just on Kill Tone at MSG, he was on the panel for the Friday and very end of the Saturday show for a gag with Shane Gillis's Trump after last week's controversy. But when he's on the panel sitting next to guys like Gillis and Hinchcliffe, he looks out of his depth, while the other guys are dropping one-liners and roasting the open micers. He's sitting there giving them advice on how to tighten their sets and their game. And everyone's just sitting there playing along. Maybe I just don't have the brain to understand comedy like
It's so funny. A comic's brain is so different than a pedestrian's brain.
But getting back to the podcast with Adam Sandler, he at least seems to be a fan of Rogan's comedy and compliments his special, particularly the fact that he did it live. And I'm going to say, as much as Rogan's comedy doesn't resonate with me personally, I will admit that he did pull off a pretty flawless performance, considering it was a live event. However, as usual, Rogan took it a step further, claiming yet again that he sees stand-up as a form of hypnosis. Like, seriously, I've never seen somebody endlessly analyze the intricacies of making people laugh as much as Rogan does.
When I was young and I wasn't doing well, I was like, I started doing it with a guy who was drunk on stage. I started doing it with a guy who was very nervous. I don't know. I was going for that too. Just trying to find that guy. Trying to be comfortable on stage, you know? Right. And that's what you had going on your live show. I was like, comfortable and not terrified. You sat in moments not easy to do.
I was in the zone. When I'm at my best, I'm only thinking about the thing I'm talking about. Yeah. And then you lock the audience. Yes. I think stand-up is a form of hypnosis. Yes. Do you think so too?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I've seen a guy kill on stage. I'm locked into the way they're thinking. I'm letting them think for me. I'm just letting them think for me. Right. You know, and it's so funny. And it's like, it's a form of hypnosis. And I've said the only way that that's going to really work is I have to just be completely dialed. I cut a lot of stuff, you know. But it's 6 years since my last special. Like I said, I was thinking about doing a special in August of 2020. Yeah. Then the country shut down. Then I didn't do stand-up for 8 months. And when I did do stand-up again, I remember I had to listen to old recordings. Yeah. Luckily, I record everything.
I think Joe's mistaking hypnosis for yelling at people and forcing them to laugh. And I think he's right in a way, because the way he stares the crowd down and opens his eyes wide and yells the punchline, it would kind of feel awkward not to laugh if you're standing standing right in front of him. So he's definitely got that bit figured out.
So this girl I used to work with, she was like a volleyball player, and she was really hilarious. She was working the front desk, and she was like, "Oh my God, I saw this guy. This is 1986. This is when Kinnison had his HBO special." And she told me about it. Her doing Kinnison's bit made me go to the video store to get a VHS of Kinnison's special. That was like the first seed in my head where I was like, okay, this is comedy too. That was comedy. I thought comedy was like something I really liked, but it was so different than me. It was nothing that I would ever do. Right? It was just different. It was like I didn't see myself that way, but I saw that guy. I'm like, that guy's this is a different kind of comedy, and that was like the first seeds in my head that I had of doing comedy.
Yeah, that's amazing.
He changed comedy. He really did. Yeah. There was no comedy like that before Kinnison came around. He was a different kind of comedy. It's like all of a sudden the comedy was like you could yell.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was just a worse. But he would talk quiet. And then all of a sudden blast it.
Oh my God. And he was a legend at the store.
So it's no secret that Joe got inspiration from Sam Kinison. I actually compared their stand-up styles in my review video of Rogan's special, and even though he's so obviously trying to mimic Kinison's style, at least for me, the actual joke itself is separate from the delivery. Like I've been a performer, he's a great line in his hand, but in my opinion, it's his writing that's him down. So what we end up with is basically just screaming into a mic with average material. Now, I know people have been saying Burn the Boats is just as bad, if not worse, than Brendan Schaub's Rico Bobby, but I think that's not true. To me, Rogan's just an average comedian with a disproportionate amount of reach relative to his talent, which I think is similar to Dane Cook in the early 2000s. But finally, at the very end of the podcast, after listening to Joe talking about his own comedy journey for 2 hours, his 3 development deals, all of the murderers he's been on the road with, and even a Jimi Hendrix impression, Adam Sandler managed to finally get a word in about his own special, which, don't forget, was the whole reason he went on JRE in the first place. But by then, Joe had gotten through all his talking points and decided it was time to wrap it up.
What a fucking odd feeling when you think about going on stage and just basically telling people, just watch me for an hour, right? Just watch me. You know, it's working time.
I know you drove, you got babies there. Here we go. Yeah, you bought tickets in advance, you planned your day out.
What a sight. Go on, human. Let's go. Yeah, man. So for my special, I did probably 2.5 hours. It had the kind of, Josh, Zappy, time I did the special, I just came off the road. Hey, can I pee for one?
Yeah, we can wrap this up. 2 hours and 40 minutes. We did, yeah. This is.
Yeah.
Get insane. This is the stuff.
Oh, that's my dad. He directed it. He wanted it to feel like, it's kind of like just goes on throughout the show. That's wasn't supposed to happen, and that's that. It shows before the show, during the show, and that was not a clean club. It was just a little theater that they do. These people bought a theater, put on a little place there, and Josh liked it, and they made it turn out. You understand that?
That's awesome. When is it out? What day?
The 27th. No, it's 27th. Yeah. Okay. Just come with you. Yeah.
Congrats on yours. Congrats on everything, bud. Thanks. Congratulations to you, Tim.
My fist ended the whole thing. I appreciate it. All right on.
Yeah, it seemed like Sandler was having a good time and wanted to stay and chat. I don't think he does any long-form interviews. And like I was saying at the beginning, he seems like the kind of guy with a bunch of over 3 hours. But it seems like Joe's been keeping the episodes short these days for some reason. Maybe it's because he's got to get over to the mothership and hit the green room to hang out with his comedy brain. I don't know. It ended up being really disappointing. Out of the last 7, the podcast with Terrence Howard and Eric Weinstein went for over 4 hours, but we only got just over 2 hours with Adam Sandler. Anyway, remember to check out the link in the description to my see my breakdown of Joe's latest comedy special, breakdown of Kiltammy's week, and MSG. There's also a bunch of other stuff on there as well. So go and check it out, support the channel. Also, hit me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you next one.
It's very fortunate because I got to be like a version of myself. I was like basically like in a lot of conspiracy theories and delusional. I was like a version of me. They do it on the left, they do it on the right. They gaslight you, they manipulate you, they promote narratives. And the only one that is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You a fan? Yeah, I am a fan. He's the only one that makes sense to me. He doesn't attack people. He attacks actions and ideas. He's much more reasonable and intelligent.
Welcome back to Discover the Internet, episode 2185. At this point, this shit writes itself. Here we have a cryptozoology and Bigfoot expert on the politics, which resulted in passive-aggressively calling out Rogan for supposedly endorsing RFK Jr., forcing Joe to go into damage control. This was definitely not on my bingo card for 2024, but this has been building for quite a while. Even before Trump was shot at, there was mounting pressure for Rogan to have Trump on his podcast. We've heard him say multiple times over the years that he won't have him on because he doesn't to help.
I would say if you don't do the program and Joseph, you're helping that person. You're helping Joseph Biden win by not answering Trump. You come on this podcast specifically. You brought Trump multiple times. I never brought it up. It seems like you did. I think you did. I could tell you, Joe, don't go live with this podcast. I'm talking to you as if the camera's not on.
However, Rogan has had politicians on his show before. Unfortunately for us, though, it looks like there's absolutely no chance that Rogan will have Trump on the show now that the former president has taken a jab at him. So, ultimately, through all the controversy, there also seems to be some tension growing between Rogan and his producer, Young Jamie. The fact-checking is getting out of control, and it got so bad this week that Jamie ended up cock-blocking Rogan when he had Sarah Walker on. Also, I think I finally figured out why Joe's headphones are stick around and I'll share my theory with you at the end. But just really don't forget to check most of the video reviewing Joe Rogan's latest comedy special. There's also a new video about Tony Hinchcliffe's ego getting out of control, Bob Gillen covering Bigfoot sightings and various other mysterious phenomena. Basically, it's the kind of channel Rogan watches at 2 a.m. when he's high as fuck, just after he's done murdering his laptop with the finest stand-up comedy material.
Those giraffes, they can fly and they're predatory, and it's believed that they're probably the only thing around that would have given Tyrannosaurus Rex paws. Well, in a fight, T-Rex obviously. But imagine being able to sprint. How weird. What a weird. You know, like they don't know. You guys need to do what work. Don't be making me look stupid from into the surf where seals soar in the way. Right? They know that seals probably don't like to play around with their are. So like, oh, these things are here, I'm hungry, and these things are gone. And they know that if they come and mangle someone, the rest of the people are gonna talk. Right. So you'll put it here for a while, right? Is this your own personal? Oh yeah, here it is. Look at that. Oh my gosh, it just snaps that thing in half. You know? With a quick little flea of its neck. So the thing, can you get abducted? That's why I don't think I was. Because to think that you were, or to think that you have been abducted is, I feel like a sudden. And you're just wasting time being very productive with our lives. Yeah. We're talking about UFOs. I mean, you're doing all right. And do you have Instagram or no? Nothing. I just want to make my videos and that's it. Good. Don't read the comments here. I do it. I do all the time. It's so depressing. How many subscribers do you have now? 239. Yeah, too many humans, too many opinions, too many crazy people, too many mind viruses that can get into your head.
And Rogan would end up eating those words less than 24 hours later, because like almost every Jari episode these days, the conversation ended up slowly moving into political talk.
We're not being gaslit like to hell like him, like Kamala Harris.
In what way?
Like, wasn't she like a joke even among Democrats? Like 10 seconds ago, like literally like a day ago.
Yep.
And now it's like the country's rallying. No, yeah. What? I don't know. We're so easily manipulated, and they're all doing it in lockstep.
So it didn't take long for Boomer Joe to rear his shiny head and bring up the latest Facebook post he read. And JP fact-checking Joe is becoming a real problem. Like, it's not the same as it used to be. JP's really just trying to save Rogan from himself at this point. I mean, in basically every single episode these days, Rogan will tweet that he read, then run with it as if he'd pull it up moments later and explain what's going on. I honestly think this is becoming a real problem for them because recently there was an episode with Michael Malice that I covered, and more than half of the stuff Rogan was bringing up was fake, obviously interpreted it. But even now, it's almost like he's waiting for Joel up, and he has this look on his face as if he's just sick of this shit. Take a look how he handled the whole Minnesota flag situation, and you'll see what I mean. Just to note, JP's audio was really low at the beginning, so I had to boost it as best as I could. So there's a little bit of signal noise in there, but then it gets better. If you can't hear it, he's basically saying there's a bunch of false claims about the video Joe's referring to.
Change the Minnesota state flag to make it look like a Somali flag. Yeah. You ever seen that? Yeah. Show that video. So the video of him taking down the Minnesota flag and he replaced it with the new flag that looks a lot like the Somali flag. Oh, but there's a video of him doing it. Well, okay, well, let's see the video. But they did change the Minnesota state flag, correct? Sometimes the false. But yeah, that's the problem with like fact checkers. Some of these fact checkers are completely full of shit. Like you're just trying to debunk something, especially now when there's all this scrutiny being paid attention to what this guy's done. What's the false stuff, Jamie? It's not the flag itself, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I typed this. I'm just trying to even get to it. A whole bunch of stories are popping up. I'm just trying this, like, no, he didn't give him a Somali flag. No, he didn't change it. Except a Somali, false Somali.
Well, what does it look? Okay, but what does it look like? Okay, same color as a Somali flag, a white star, a different white star in it, like the Somali flag. Very different than the original Minnesota flag. And there's a video down below that. That's when he changes it out. All right, ready? So he gets the flag, picks it up, moves it out of the way, and places it. That's better. Why is that better? Why do you care what the flag looks like, first of all? And why do you get to change the flag? How crazy is that the governor gets to change the flag? That would happen. I don't know.
It's a big event that let people pick, you know.
I know you have a bunch of people. That's a high population of Somalis in your state. I would imagine they would want to try to get that flag a little closer to home.
Did Joe really say, why do you care what the flag looks like, while complaining about what the flag looks like, and then immediately admit that he has no idea what the process was for choosing the new flag? Jamie went on to explain that there was a design committee and submissions were made over a long period of time, so the governor didn't just choose the flag himself overnight and throw it in the background. But I also became curious about Minnesota's Somalian population after seeing that, and Joe was right. It's the highest Somalian population in any U.S. state, with a total of 70,000, which represents just over 1% of the statewide population. Talk about a nothing So in true Boomer Joe fashion, he just kept steamrolling ahead, complaining about how we're all being manipulated, it's hard to know what to believe anymore, etc., etc. Mind you, this is all after he casually spread a completely false narrative about Minnesota's new flag. You seriously couldn't make this shit up. Except this time, he walked straight into a burning house, almost completely blindfolded.
We're so susceptible to manipulation, and that's what's really scary about the time that we're living in, because we have so much access to information, yet so many people are willing to put the blinders on and go full steam ahead with whatever their team wants. After everything in the past 8 years, 9 years, it's hard to get pissed off anymore. But it's people saying that Trump is afraid to debate, that Trump is afraid to threat it down. And I saw this meme of Trump is like the cowardly lion. Everyone's like, he's never going to show up. It's like you said the exact same thing about Biden. Now you got shot in the face like 2 days ago and said, like Biden is scared to debate Kamala. They do it on the left, they do it on the right. They gaslight you, they manipulate you, they promote narratives. And the only one who's not doing that is Joe. You a fan? Yeah, I am a fan. Yeah, he's the only one that means to me. He's the only one that he doesn't attack people. He attacks actions and ideas, but he's much more reasonable and intelligent. I thought he was just nut, this like conspiracy theorist nut, until I read his book. I read The Real Anthony Fauci. I'm like, what is how much of this is real? Because if it's all real, this is fucking insane, and we live in a world where we're being manipulated by these health organizations that are being paid by the pharmaceutical drug interests.
So a bunch of Trump supporters took that as Rogan's endorsement of RFK Jr. instead of Donald Trump, and the attack started over on Twitter. Naturally, Donald Trump got wind of it and decided to jump in and fan the flames even further by saying, it will be interesting to see how loudly Joe Rogan gets booed and next time he enters the UFC ring. Now, can I just say, Shane Gillis needs to voice that as soon as possible. I can just picture it in my head movements. Oh, it's going to be amazing. Maybe the votes. But seriously, that's a pretty passive-aggressive way to mobilize your fan base against Joe. I thought it was petty of Trump to do that. He knows that he gets cheered when he rocks up to it, so he knows that it's Joe's stomping ground. Rogan's been there since almost the beginning, so it was definitely, I felt bad for Joe in this situation. He's allowed to endorse or support whoever he wants, but I guess by the same token, Trump's allowed to shit on him if he likes to as well. And so Don't Rico must have read the comments and decided to respond to all of them. I really appreciate the way he discusses things with civility and includes more of that in this world. I also raising his fist and saying fights after getting shot. He's one of the most American fucking things of all time. I'm not the guy to get political information from. Get that from a comic. Go to Dave's. He actually knows what he's talking about. So I think the first pretty clear about what he said, but then the second half was just, I hate it when Joe uses the excuse, I'm not the guy to get political information from when it suits him. He'll go hard at paint on science, politics, and history, but when he gets called out, he'll bitch out and say, I'm just a meathead comedian who talks shit for a living. You can't have it both ways, but let's put that to the side for now, because I'm seriously bummed that this means we're probably not going to get Trump on JRE. Just imagine if Joe had Trump and Shane Gillis on at the same time. But that's never going to happen now, obviously. And the strange thing is, Joe's pretty much easy on Trump and defended him, even when it made him look like,
well, you know, there's people that voted for Biden that are doing it now. And then they're like, what did I do? Right? What did I choose? How was this guy?
Yeah, you just can't listen to an interview where he's saying some of the stuff he says that just makes no sense at all.
So you know what he said yesterday or a couple days ago? He said he was talking about the Revolutionary War. He's like, I'm ready to find out the Revolutionary War. Like, hold him. It's crazy. If you had any other job and you were talking like that, you're gonna go, hey, you're done. This is the
Saying stable cities is that the biggest problem we had in the Revolutionary War? We didn't have enough air force.
yeah, that's it.
referencing Trump saying Jesus said stable genius, and that's where the
Well, I hear what it says. What did you say? Our army manned the air. It ran the ramparts. Everything it had to do.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
So
But I feel like that's because you can tell too. It sounds like a little different. He's like you can tell he like messed up his words, but yeah. He's
I don't think over the airport.
well, that's the thing about media these days. It's like
Right.
you gotta look into it.
Yeah.
Jamie's getting out of control with the fact check. That reminds me, it's gotten so bad now that Jamie basically caught on the podcast this week with theoretical physicist Sarah Walker. Joe was smitten when he finally found a scientist who was willing to listen to his theories and agree with him. And when she disagreed with him, she would do it politely without hurting his feelings. So yeah, things were going well.
I think this pathology of materialism, this thing that has possessed so many people when they live their entire lives to acquire things to impress other people. Like I'm like, oh, that's a big deal. That he's constantly getting better and better things. It does sound boring to you because you're a brilliant woman, but I had this bizarre thought once that ideas are life forms.
Oh, sure. I totally agree with that.
Really?
Yeah. And I narrated the audiobook,
Fantastic.
which was fun.
That
Yeah.
makes me happy.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. I was really like shy about doing it because some people like criticize my voice on like all the YouTube channels. And it's like, you know what? I'm gonna do it.
Listen,
Oh, no, you should never read the book. Thank you. But anyway, it's really fun.
And so straight after complaining about materialism and how people are obsessed with nice shiny things, Rogan started talking about nice shiny things and how cool they are until JD ruined it with facts.
they've gotten it down to now is extraordinary. But show the beyond movement because it's bananas. When you see what watches, they go for hundreds of thousands. You know these gears,
I know. I figure out how many gears are actually in it, but it's pretty insane.
they sync up. That one several $100,000 because it was just so insane and complex
It's gorgeous.
to create.
Yeah. You could do this.
With seconds, I mean, the precision involved in making sure that every gear is so perfectly, no deviation. It's a half a second over 25 bananas. Okay. Plus or minus 12 seconds a day. So it doesn't improve accuracy. Okay. Gravity, but it doesn't improve beyond mechanism. Facts prove that Turbion offer no more accuracy than traditional escapement on a Rover's watch. In some cases, even fucking
Jamie Rogan was almost home free. But can we just stop and appreciate that Joe Rogan's watch developed mechanical watch collection is more accurate than a $20 Casio watch with a quartz movement? I can just imagine his dealer telling him that he needs a tourbillon movement just in case he goes into space with Elon and enters zero ice baths, saunas, and kettlebells. You really do think someone can withstand all that pressure, you know? I guess life's different when money is just
right here. Fun coupons. Yeah? Money is just fun coupons. Let's get past food and shelter. It's fun coupons. I think of money as fun coupons. Sure, that's what I think of it. It's not thinking about money so much. Money is only fun coupons. But you're a zillionaire. No, I know.
these days. It's coming soon, I'm telling you. But let's finish up with my thing of you watching. It's been annoying the shit at me lately as well. And if you haven't noticed yet, now you won't be ever again. So as soon as I turned on the episode with for Grandmaster, I straight away noticed that the padding on Joe's headphone not too long ago. That's argument for widely evolved such big things. When I was at ancient words is so real that gamers are getting it. Push my head down to crazy. Gamers
others are getting it on the top of their heads by virtue of wearing headsets that's pushing down. These guys are, that's real, right? And what you know, this is not because of what? That's not real. How long they sure? Yeah, I mean, I know this guy. So it went away. So the dentist the skin just smushed up like that. God, I hope so.
So it looks like Joe is just trying to minimize the brain damage from wearing headphones for so many hours every day. Something tells me that if he was going to get dents in his head from wearing them, it would have probably happened by now. But at least now we can appreciate that Joe's consciously wearing them like that because of some random Facebook. Anyway, remember to go and check out the link in the description to my Patreon of Joe's latest comedy special. There's also a bunch of other content on there as well. But that's it for today. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you're not a regular, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to if you ended up in this video. Thanks for watching. In the next one.
I was reading articles all day today on the iPhone 16. Why? Why do I care about the iPhone 16? My iPhone 15 is perfect. Works great. What's wrong? I don't know. Tom Segura said the most horrific that we can find. I get Uber Eats from him. Yeah, they are fun. They're like super fun. It's just nice to be a Uber. The average person that's often occasionally watching the news and occasionally paying attention to the news feed on their phone, they have no idea what's going on. That is a fake image they got. It's just amazing how much stuff is fake. It's just like that. Who's doing that stuff? Why?
Welcome back to Joe Rogan Discusses the Internet, episode 2182. Now he had self-proclaimed anarchist Michael Malice on the show. This was his ninth appearance on JRE, and if you don't know who he is, basically he's a make outlandish claims and piss people off. He's also an author and ghostwriter, but he's most well known for being an engagement farmer over on Twitter. As for this episode, though, it was actually Jamie kept fact-checking what was right or wrong, and basically that half the shit on the internet is fake. So I'll take his bits. And speaking of the bits, Joe's latest comedy special comes out this weekend live on Netflix, and he gave it a bit of a plug at the start of the show.
I have to announce the Netflix special that's live Saturday night live. I've seen your set. It's really funny. It's tight now. Good. It's like, how long has it been since you dropped the special? 6 years. Sort of just really enjoyed going around and just doing comedy for when the club opened. It's just such a joy to be there all the time. It's like I get anxious to get back there.
So Joe's been on autopilot for a while now, and for one of the famous comedians in the world, it's about time he graced us with special. Those of you who know me well and follow the channel will know how much I've been hanging out for this. So page over to my Patreon via the link in the description and sign up for my full review with clips of Rogan's latest comedy special. And if it's anything like Ringo Harvey, we're in for an absolute treat. Best brings me, thank you. But let's get back to Boomer Joe and his internet shits. As you can imagine, now that he's gone his latest string of comedians we've never heard of, he started to get better yes on again. Comedy art, the Trump shooting and Biden's big announcement cast, as well as Kamala Harris and her campaign for president. And one thing Joe's third eye was how much of a bottom was in handling the after's attempted assassination.
Trump came out and he said that many men wished death upon me and were and everything. Like, didn't censor it out. Everybody's like, oh, day one. It was in so quickly the shift from, oh my God, to him again. It's like, you know, people are questioning whether or not he actually shot because his ear healed. So is that fake? Those videos are fake? We watched videos around the internet. Oh, Wait, Bill posted it.
I thought the guy was saying it in disbelief.
That's him going out to that
Scroll
song.
down because it says under it there was an explanation in text. What does it say there? Oh, it was not. It was fake.
Oh, damn it. Oh, damn it. He should do that. So he definitely should have came out to that. His concert. So he had he has that image of him in the back and Donald Trump's head over his body. But do you know what happening?
Yeah, the internet's a tough place for Boomer Joe. That tweet from 50 Cent was real though. But thank God for Jamie. He definitely earned his money on this episode. Rudy knows how to touch type Google because it sounds like Joe's been spending way too much time on Facebook and Twitter reading all of the dribble that falls into his feed.
There's so many weird things about that story. Like the story of the assassination itself. Everyone should be really uncomfortable with the fact that happened and not like say,
Yeah,
you're missing the whole.
I tweeted this out. I wish the White House would forget
3 overseas bank accounts.
Wait, is that true?
Yeah.
That I didn't know.
Yeah, find that out. The 3 encrypted accounts.
This should be what CNN and Fox lead with every night. Oh yeah, like this should be the scandal.
Right. This should be like,
OJ.
what is this?
They might not have fact check. It just says it might have been linked to an online gaming site or something.
Those are White House accounts. Okay, see what you get. So it's hard to know what's true and what's not true. It's hard to know what's not bullshit. What we definitely know is that they knew about it.
So after Jamie directed him a few times, it didn't take long for Joe to start second guessing everything he's been reading, and even Michael Mallard stuff that he's been reading online. We're discussing whether or not Kamala Harris and Trump would end up having a debate after the election, how it would go down, the winners and losers, etc. And so they went back onto the Trump shooting and questioned whether or not the shooter was colluding with the deep state to take out Trump before the election. And I don't know if Alice was just local or if he was just generally playing devil's advocate. It's hard to tell. Pushing back on Joe's theories and between Jamie's fact-checking and Alice's common sense, Rogan was starting to get a little bit frustrated.
They got it. Have several interviews.
Yes.
Yeah, I did. Yes. Like if they did that, that's just not the only time to do that. And then that one was so Lee Harvey Oswald. It was so perfect lone gunman.
At a certain
Take him out.
if you're that Crooks kid at all,
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
What about data that shows that someone from near the FBI office in DC was visiting this kid?
Being on their radar screen doesn't seem like
Why would they check him out?
maybe who knows why. There's lots of reasons to check somebody out.
Like being the governor right now.
Yes,
Obviously, you already paid it.
I'm sorry, my shot. Yes, you did. I gave you the big slide. I was scared.
So after they finished with Trump, they moved on to Joe Biden conspiracies that he's backing dead or he has a body double. Joe saw a post on the internet that compared the height of Biden compared to his wife Jill on 2 separate occasions from 2 completely different angles and distances, which support that Joe Biden had grown 6 inches after getting COVID recently. And we shouldn't be too hard on Joe. We all know how he got to grow 6 inches overnight as well. Okay, that was a low blow. But then Dallas brought up the State of the Union address and how Joe performed pretty well compared to some of his other appearances, like the recent debate. And this led Rogan into yet another hoax he fell for on his internet travels. So just how confident he was true.
Again, look at this. Like, sometimes he's bad, but not bad.
But I think, right, but the State of the Union was not live. And
Yes, it was.
no, see that they found out that it wasn't. That they looked at his watch. And his watch was, yeah. Someone had put that watch on it. I don't know what they knew. How do you know what they knew? You get a feed. You know?
I don't think all the Republicans would agree to it, too.
There's a way they knew. They're all there.
Yeah, do it. Yeah.
There could be some trolls. They got me. There was no watch. Was it Biden's watch incorrect times? No, President Biden's old officers wasn't recorded. They were long time voting on sons of bitches. It's just amazing how much stuff is stuff. Who's doing that stuff? Why are they doing that stuff? Why are they having people talk about that and share inaccurate information? I think it's to put everything in chaos. So you have no idea what's true or what's not true, and then ultimately you don't know what to trust and what not to trust. They could honestly say information, so we gotta write down on it. Probably putting up some of that misinformation themselves.
I seriously love this shit. It's so funny watching boomers cope with the internet. Why does it lie? And it's funny with the latest conspiracies how willing people are to believe that large groups of opposing sides of the political aisle are willing to keep a secret and go along with the plan. Like Malice says, no way the Republicans would let Biden get away with lying about doing a private event. But they've also moved away from the political talk and moved into other hot topics, such as body dysmorphia and beautiful heads.
You know that guy from the 1970s? He was like a beautiful, handsome man, and then he kept injecting stuff into his face. Oh, yeah, hold on. I'll send it because I sent it to Tom Segura. Me and Tom Segura sent each other the most horrific that we can find. I get boomer beats from you. Yeah, those are fun. They are fun. I'm like, sure, it's just texting me a boomer. I sent you. If I can get a smile on my face. I'm serious. The best text I ever got. I got a text from Rothschild. She said, "Do you have a question marks?" And I thought, okay, she's a boomer. She sees something in her screen. I can see it too. Like, what do you mean? She goes, "You don't call me. Like, what's going on with you? I'm worried." It's so sweet. All right, here it is. Jamie wants to
Back to those tweets that Rogan's talking because their story is crazy. But if you guys notice that Michael Malice was super at text messages from Roseanne, and started to use it as a flex.
Simulation's real. Yes. I know it's real. Because it keeps winking. You had it wink to you all the time, I'm sure. I was with you at the green room, and I go, Joe, like all these things have happened. Things that never get over. He goes, no, you gotta know. Just gonna have to go with it. Like this, like Jordan Peterson about this. He goes, at a certain point, he was me today, and he's like, you just have to this is what you're out. Yeah, Roseanne's texting me now. I guess this is my life. This is what we're dealing with. Yes. Yeah. Of course we're in a simulation.
Yeah, I'll show you another clip in a moment where he goes full Tom Segura. I don't want to get back to these twins real quick. So, Rogan was talking about the blocked off twins there who were pseudoscientists from France and ended up going a little bit nuts with the play. It got so bad that these guys made Michael Jackson look completely natural.
Okay, because it starts out in 1969. This is a gorgeous man. Beautiful, handsome man. He's a beautiful, handsome man. Now, so it's getting a little weird. 88. But I think that's just age. That's 91. That's just age. Just age. Now, things are getting weird. Oh, no. This is the beginning. Oh, I know this guy. Yeah. Now it gets crazy. Look at the chin. Something's going nutty. Now the cheeks. So he's trying to avoid the wrinkles, so he's turning his face balloon. And I guess it's just body dysmorphia. Now it's just nuts. Now it looks like you got attacked by a swarm. That's very weird or something. Look at that. I mean, Jesus Christ, and it gets worse. The head keeps getting bigger. Look at you. That's absolutely insane. Now if that guy just let himself age, he would just be an old, good-looking guy.
All right, so here's the funny thing about these guys. They were born in France and made ancestry, claiming to be the descendants of royalty, that their father was an artist, and they had IQ scores of over 190. It turns out that their father was actually a farm laborer, but that's neither here nor there. The really juicy stuff is what happened later on as adults earned PhDs in mathematics and physics with the lowest passing score. But then in the early 2000s, it started to come out that their PhD papers were complete bullshit and had no scientific merit at all. Basically, they had thrown together a bunch of theories and scientific jargon and terminologies, and it somehow got through the peer review and granted PhDs, even though their studies ended up with a bunch of lawsuits and investigations. But the conclusion at the end of it was scientific value. Now, here's the thing. Don't you think they would have made perfect JRE guests? Think about it. They lied about their childhood, they overestimated their IQs. Additionally, they both died within days of each other in hospital back in 2021 from COVID at the age of 72. And according to Wikipedia, they were both intentionally unvaccinated. Seriously, you could not make this shit up. But as for Rogan and Alice, after they watched the Botanoff video, they got into the topic of body dysmorphia, which led to obvious parts of the whole episode. Michael went from Segura, and Joe described himself without realizing it.
I got not facially, but it's gone away. You know it's not that. I'm kidding. I'm talking. I was at Gold's, and there was a young dude there in the early 20s, I'd say, who had striatum. And I was like, wow, that's so cool. And then my brain to myself, I swear to God, you just had the Tesla back at 2 in the morning with Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, and Jordan Peterson. And you can tell that kid that you think you're jealous of his striatum delts, and you're crazy. They look at that as freakish, that is that. It's like when girls have those huge implants, like, there's something wrong. You went crazy. And that's what happened to that guy's. Yes. Yeah, but isn't it interesting that there's something wrong with us where we can't see we really look like? We can't respect this. It's very difficult to when you're in the middle of that. When you realize, like, holy shit, my brain is like itself.
Let's just unpack this for a moment. Michael Malice was at the gym, and other guys ripped delts, but then he reminded himself that he was just hanging out at the Tesla factory with Elon, JP, and Rogan, how much better he was than by minding his own business in the gym workout. Seriously, the scope on display on Rogan's podcast is insane. Everything's a competition about status and social credit. And did you hear at the end there how they were saying that sometimes to see yourself for what you truly look like, but for Theo Von?
This blue cube ice bath thing.
Yeah, let's wait for one of those
Right next door. Yeah, so all right, I don't like doing this. So do you set it on purpose for the 50s? That one goes down to 37 degrees. Well, I'm trying to get down there. You make sure it's warmer than that. Like, you can adjust it. Yeah, but I'm just incrementally getting there. Shut up. Like, lined out. You know, talking about they put that rope around that it's got my sister. Yeah. Damn. I didn't know what that is. That's freaking wild, dude. Congratulations. Just keep working out.
Never gets a dad tells Eddie Murphy, who is playing a prince, that in 20 to 30 years of hard work, he too can own a suburban mansion just like him. But anyway, that's it from me, guys. Just a bit of fun today. Remember to go and check out the link in the description below to Patreon if you want to see some of my uncensored content. I've got a new mini documentary coming out this week on Redman versus Jamie and how the JRE was changed after Redman left. So go and check that out if you're in. There's also the review of Rogan's new coming out next week. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
If you ever want to get it lighted up on Joe Rogan, lighted up, I have 4 of them right now.
Yeah.
Doing sets all over the country. Example, if you don't mind, I'm going to use another biblical story. Why do you mind you almost like God is an interact? Spirits in the room, Jimmy. Have you noticed the light flickering? Noticed it? Keep an eye on it. Oh, spirits. What do they always do? Abraham is he's an old man when the story started. Why Abraham started flickering again? Going out. It's one of my tricks. I'm telling you, it's never happened before. This is why. 70 years old.
Freeing the children.
It's like, no, I don't think so.
Oh, my son, he's so confused. He thinks I was a girl, but I still love him. That's
That's how wonderful life is.
The last couple of weeks have been pretty controversial for Joe Rogan. A lot of his listeners aren't happy since the attempted assassination of Doug on the show, or even Eddie Bravo. Basically, anyone who can come on there and entertain the various conspiracy theories about the shooting. At this point, people would even be happy to see Joe's CIA handler, Mike Baker, come on the podcast. Tell us all what to think about the whole situation. There's even to play it cool and stop talking about it. So instead, Joe's had a few stand-up comedians on, a singer, and Francis Ngannou for the latest MMA show, which have reached 1 million views. And Rogan's refusal to have more controversial guests on the show like he used to is affect his numbers to the Tucker Carlson just dethroned JRE as the #1 podcast YouTube now, so that's going to have an impact. But so is Tucker. It's not like Tucker Carlson exclusive arrangement with Spotify or anything. So I think it's safe to say Joe fumbled the aftermath of the Trump shooting by not having a dedicated episode, or at least address it in more detail than he did last week in a previous video. But today, finally, Joe had his first decent guest on in a while. Jordan Peterson made his 9th in the podcast, which I thought could have been the episode we were all waiting for. Except, as it turns out, Jordan was only there to promote his new book called We Who Wrestle with God and his new online university, the Peterson Academy. They didn't discuss any current mention the Trump shooting once, but it wasn't all bad news because in the first 30 minutes, Joe went on an Alex. Rogan definitely looked like, I don't know if he snorted a bottle of Alpha Brain or he dumped a few Annies before JD hit the record button. Whatever it was, it had him choking up over classic cards from the 60s.
I'm a gigantic fan of 1960s automobiles. I love them. There's something about the way they sound. There's something about those shapes. There's something for those cars that resonate so strong today. A 1990 car ain't like inspired 100%.
One thing about this was that Jordan just came off an interview with Elon last week. Elon, whatever you think about him, Jordan's always had a big ego and loves the sound of his own voice. But when you pair him up with someone like Elon, who's one of the most awkward dudes on the planet, it makes for some really interesting conversation.
Some back tolerant was me also finding the champions wrestlers charging like at full speed. So it's doing but
You pay the price for it.
a very high price.
How are we going to fix that?
No time.
Look,
I'm open. I like me. I'm pro me. I don't think it's wrong with that. It's going to make us big pressure, I think.
my wife had an injury in 40 years, and it was all
This is safe. You can just hit safe.
all beef.
Sure.
I tried to cut her off.
Sure.
Anyways, that did happen to her. It couldn't lift the car from up.
Oh, that's great. This is not awkward enough as he is. So it looks like JP clearly got off that interview because once he saw Rogan was geared up for one of his epic rants, he just sat there and listened in silence. At one point, though, about halfway through his 20-minute dissertation on the features of taking psychedelics, Jordan attempted to jump in and end Rogan's seemingly never-ending rant like a bearing.
There's something about throwing war on that in the 1970s because it's equated in society, and that's so. And all these people that I know that are billionaires, I know that are like super rich people, like brilliant tech guys, and all of them are enthusiasts. Almost all of them have had these, and they're all kind of quiet about it. And it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate.
Like talking points. It was honestly impressive to throw everything together on the spot like that. Straight after JP asked him about the if, I mean, he had to then asking Joe a question like was going to derail the whole podcast and lead him down a rabbit hole. Basically, Rogan believes psychedelics are the solution to solving all the world's problems. It reminded me of that time when he was discussing the homelessness issue and then randomly threw in that psychedelics would have to be part of the solution.
The amount of money that it costs to have massive populations of homeless people is extraordinary. If they just put now or maybe more to prepare for the future into some sort of like comprehensive program to try to help people that are up like that, clean them up, and it would probably have to involve psychedelic drugs.
Yeah, it's not a cure, it's just people their minds. But this time around, it all started with JP's favorite topics. He always talking about how biblical stories offer profound wisdom for the troubled times we find ourselves in. And so he was talking about how Abraham offered his son to God as a sacrifice, and he was emphasizing the idea of how we need to make sacrifices in our lives to pursue adventure and create our own character arcs. I was having none of it. As soon as Jordan got onto Moses, Joe turned the conversation around and walked straight into burning bush head on.
Are you aware of some of the more recent work done by scholars in Israel, where these guys have come up with this hypothesis that the burning bush was actually it was a DMT. The burning bush was most likely trees apparently rich with DMT, and they think the way the DMT experience you smoke it, right? This is where motor.
Well, we have. I know about the case that people have been using psychedelic experiences for.
We don't know. Joe loves a good pseudoscientific theory. Only recently we saw how Terrence Howard convinced him that he was a genius and that 1 times 1 is 2.
I understand it though. I kind of understand it.
Kind of makes sense.
To me, he's making sense.
Theory. Basically, Terrence speculated that the consumption of psychoactive mushrooms played a crucial role in the evolution of human consciousness and the development of language, culture, and religion. And Rogan's discussed this for 7 years because, unfortunately, Terrence died back in the year 2000 from brain cancer at the age of 53. So he never had the opportunity to have him on JRE and talk about his theories, although he has had his brother Dennis on the podcast, who was also involved in coming up with the Stone A theory. But as much as trying to push this theory and help it gain traction, it's never really taken off within the mainstream scientific community. Proved using the scientific method.
Came up with a stone A. Now, it's not a theory, it's a hypothesis. A hypothesis is speculative, but can necessarily be not yet proven. The theory is a hypothesis that has been tested and proven with facts. So I disagree with them. I'm saying it's not a theory, it's a hypothesis. Even though we may not be able to prove it, I ask people to suspend their disbelief for a second. Now think of this. Our injustice mushrooms as a clan. Huge amounts of data is coming. Fractal patterns, geometrical empathy. You have greater courage. You're the leader of a clan. And you can overcome your fear response. You have courage. And you have empathy. And I think we need to take note of it. People like to follow leaders who are courageous and yet kind. Because a lot is a very good explanation. It's an unprovable hypothesis.
How much did you pay attention to McKenna's theory about the evolution of the human brain, the Stone Age theory?
Yeah, I looked at it, but I didn't find it persuasive. And in fact, if you I see psychedelics as having had a profound effect at the level of cultural evolution. That there are lots of interesting innovations that people who had psychedelic experience introduced to our culture. I talked about religion earlier. That could be one.
And I think there are hundreds of them.
Steve Jobs talked about, his use of LSD is very important. His formative experience, and in fact, there's a whole tradition of computer engineers going back to the 50s using LSD that I wrote about in the book.
So, but I don't see how we were selected genetically because of there was an advantage to the people who were taking a lot of psychedelics.
And so even though the stone date theory is widely accepted to be a speculative idea, and one without evidence or any grounding in scientific proof, Rogan really believes that it explains why we were able to double our brain size in such a short span of time. I mean, the way he was talking about it to Joseph was one of the most impassioned rants I've seen him give on his podcast in a while. Some would call it unhinged. It was almost as good. So when Jordan gave him the opportunity to discuss Alex, Rogan gave him the full history of the Stone Age theory and why we're still living in the mainstream.
I think we're in a weird place in society where the term drug is a blanket and it covers things that have vastly different effects. And the idea that psychedelics are a drug. What we use. I don't think that's what they are at all. They are probably why we. That's not people look at it as like, oh, you're escaping it might be the source of civilization itself. It might be the source of language. It might be the source of the expansion of the human mind over a period of 2 million years, the doubling of the human brain over a period of 2 million years. These ungulate cows that were everywhere that would shed, and then these psilocybin mushrooms would grow in their shit. Observed primates flipping over these cow packs. If there's something on that, they're going to try it out. And if these things are trying it out, and they're doing this over a period of 2 million years, and they develop language and culture and weapons, and they start thinking about things, and they become different than every animal around them. And this was McKenna's stone date theory, which I'm sure you're.
I've noticed lately that Rogan seems to be talking more in episodes. I'm not sure if that's a coincidence or he's actively trying to be a really good interviewer and letting his guests speak. But over the last couple of weeks, especially when he's had comedians on the show, I did a run and it looked like he was talking for around 7 times. It's Joe's purposely having on lower profile guests so he can talk more, or he's just trying to pad the episodes with conversation to make it to the 2-hour mark. I also suspect that he's purposely refusing to have on guests to talk about recent events. I heard him say the other day that he never books guests in to fish for viral moments or to jump on the latest trends. Except we've seen him do that multiple times. He's looking like a bumbling fool. The more I think about it, the more it felt like he took advantage of somebody with a mental illness views. And now that his comedy club is doing so well and selling out, focus on building up the Austin comedy scene and cement his legacy as a comedy gatekeeper who helped nurture young comics and boost their profiles by hosting them at his club and on his podcast. So I don't think it's just a coincidence. Programming recently trying to send a message that he does whatever he wants and nobody's pulling his strings. But as for Jordan Peterson, he's been having a rough time as well. Too late recently covered his antics on Twitter, just with the trolls he gets into for no reason. And being of hate and the target of efforts to cancel him have become his bread and butter. I mean, it's half the reason he won in the first place. Wherever he's being interviewed, he'll always find a way to bring up how much hate he gets and how tough it is.
One thing to know is that there's a treasure somewhere. Really?
Right.
Really?
Right.
You know, my family and I really learned this in the last 6 years because we were subject to continued assaults in the public sphere that were designed to be deadly. It's kind of a process because you're exposed to that, and then there's an intermediary period where it looks like it might succeed. And that's very stressful. That's usually when people come up with their apologies. Because they're just terrified they're going to lose. Well, I did lose my job. It cost me money. Right. So, like, the cost is great.
And like I was just saying, at this point, Jordan's whole brand is being a warrior on the front lines of the culture wars. That's part of the reason why I stopped following him as closely as I used to. I remember back when he first blew up back in 2016 for refusing to comply with Canada's Bill C-16 when he was at the University of Toronto. Those new laws added gender identity or expression as a prohibited ground of discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act. And so after that, he became a public figure in the debates over transgender rights, especially when it comes to children transitioning. He's also still involved in a long and drawn-out lawsuit with the Psychology Board in Canada because he's been so outspoken on issues like global warming and the Canadian government's overreach, which has cost him over $1 million in legal fees so far.
Your situation in Canada was that they wanted you to sign up for re-education. Oh, no, that's already, that's the plan, right? You sign up, they said already that I have to do that. Right. We haven't so that's cost me about $1 million legal fees so far. So it's a very hard battle to fight. It's very annoying because the accusations continue to flow in, even though that's a choice of the college. And I've already been sentenced to re-education of indefinite duration, right, until they're satisfied that I've learned whatever the hell it is that I'm supposed to learn. So that the only reason that isn't happening is because we now have an appeal in front of the Supreme Court in Canada.
So he's become a cult hero for some people for his refusal to comply and his willingness to fight back against the establishment. And for him, apart from fighting for his personal beliefs, being a cultural warrior also pays really well.
Sometimes, in a way, a guru, I don't believe them asking people to develop a vision for their own lives and to adopt the responsibility for that, but it has to be something that's personal. But do you feel responsibility then? Yes, absolutely. Fundamentally, this is supposed to be helpful to people.
What if I told you that you're playing on young men's distress to make all that money?
That accusation has been leveled at me before. I don't know how I'm playing on their distress, exploiting it or helping it. Look, I've said right from the beginning that I'm an evil capitalist. I don't make any bones about it. I'm not ashamed of making money. It's very hard to make money.
Can I ask you bluntly how much you make?
I make $80,000 a month on Patreon. My book is selling about 20,000 copies a week. I have royalties that probably amount to something approximating $1, garner about $35,000 to $50,000 an evening. I have a business that's generating, I don't know, something in the neighborhood of $200,000 a month for me personally. There's some other small sources of income than that.
You get a lot of money
Yes,
out of this.
yeah, and so are a lot of other.
So if you add all of that up, he's probably clearing $500,000 a month, which is wild, but at least he's open and honest about it. That interview, he's since joined the Daily Wire, which was a massively controversial move because he's basically thrown away any degree of independence that he had before. People have accused him of changing his stance on various political issues and becoming a mouthpiece for the Israeli government, and he's with the Psychology Board over in Canada is actually really to comply.
You to maintain your license, or is it important to you to win this?
It's
Moralists, lying moralists who are facilitating butchery and sterilization of children take away my license, not with a war. I'm in a prime position in Canada to undertake this battle against the woke licensing board. Because the money and what the hell are they going to do to me? I'm not practicing. They can't
talk about mental health and tell interesting stories. Now he fishes for controversy by saying the most outlandish shit he could have.
I studied atrocity for 40 years. I've never seen anything worse that's happening right now. And that is the things that were done in the camps in Germany. At least the God thing was wrong. They tried to hide it. We trumpeted it as a moral algorithm. It's like, no, I don't think so. Others, I think what you're doing is sacrificing your moral virtue.
Oh, my son, he's so confused. He thinks I'm a girl, but I still love him. That's how wonderful I am.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, comparing trans mothers to the Holocaust is pretty wild, even for him. Those impressions are pretty funny though. But he also went on the podcast to promote his new online university called the Peterson Academy, which coincidentally launched on the same day as JRE this week. And I keep saying, everything else is political and some reverts back to how he's the victim of an organized effort to cancel him. A launch video on his new academy had almost nothing to do with actually being a student and doing a course. It was all about the culture wars and how the universities have all tried to cancel him.
We've got other projects I want to talk to you about. Okay, all right, sure. We're launching Peterson Academy. Very, very high quality production. We invited the best lecturers I can find down to Miami. 8-hour courses on the topic they really want. High possible production. High level university equivalent education for approximately 120. Why did I decide to build an online? Well, is the crisis now in higher education.
President resigned today.
She's calling for the genuine independence of conduct.
We have a problem of affordability and cost of spiraling student loans. Emerging, and that dwarfs the entire academic enterprise. I think it's funny. I got canceled at the university, so I can try to return favor. They have a better marketing campaign than the universities themselves.
So don't get me wrong, I used to be a massive fan of Jordan Peterson before he became a political player. It's hard to watch now because he seems so obvious he's right or wrong, but when your whole brand is being a victim and constantly crying in interviews, promoting fat diets, and living your whole life on Twitter, challenging everyone who disagrees with you and fishing for arguments, yeah, it gets kind of boring and predictable. Both him and Joe are full-blown memes now, so I still enjoyed the podcast for the entertainment value, and beats listening to a comedian I've never heard of laugh at Joe's chicken jokes and kiss the ring. But anyway, that's it from me for today. Remember to check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you want to see some of my uncensored content. The whole 3-part series on Tony Hinchcliffe and Kill Tony is up now, so go and check that out if you're interested. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Famous statue of Mary in St. Peter's in Rome. Michelangelo made it when he was 23, some ridiculous early age. Yeah. He was 20. You were 20. Tell shitty jokes. The whole thing instincts of either incompetence or design or we're gonna make it. You're much better at guns. But kids are gonna out. They're fumbling around. The whole thing is crazy. They're erratic movements. No one knows exactly what to do. It seems they want Secret Service collected, high ready with area looking left and right. You want them to swift, decisive movement. Maybe stop rubbing our dreams. Well, touche, troll, touche. Story based on what the attention of Donald Trump is still dominating the news cycle. Podcast listeners have been waiting to hear all their favorite podcasters give their hot takes on what happened and explain. We saw how Tom and Bert were stuck behind their banked episode schedule in my previous video, and now Flagrant just dropped their free episode for the week, which was also a banked episode. Their guests were the hosts of a podcast from the UK called Zip Gigs, and our usual team was in fine form. Oh, that's a good ass point. Question. Are there black people in the UK that are just black people?
And some of their listeners weren't happy because they were obviously waiting to hear Andy and the Toy Story boys' dog shit take on the Trump shooting. But thankfully, Brandon and Alan over on the Father and the Kid podcast filled the void with their insightful stories and analysis of what happened.
You know how I found out Trump got shot? From my 4-year-old, because when Tigers play a game, I leave my phone in the dugout, and I'm not on the phone. Because I get to Tigers games, I get out half before, I warm them up, I drop them off earlier, right? And then the game starts right out half later. So the rest of the family comes. Rossi comes running up. Rossi 4 comes running up. So he comes running, he's like, Daddy, Trump got shot. Trump is dead. I remember, I have no idea what's going on. What? Trump is dead. Who the hell is Trump? Oh, I said, what, you don't see the news? You don't see him? Like, no, I haven't seen it. Oh, he shot Trump. I was like, what?
I swear I've heard that story before. But hey, can I just ask you guys a question? I've noticed this a few times now, and I saw some of you comment on my previous video. Why does Brendo always talk about his kids' baseball? Is there something I missed there? I swear he brings it up in every opportunity for absolutely no reason at all. It's very strange. Anyway, Rogan also dropped his first episode for the week, and imagine everyone was waiting to see what he had to say, the most historical moments in American political history. Except guess who he had on? Yep, another comedian.
A guy that once people knew what they would go to see him, and he would murder. All non sequitur.
So this episode wasn't from the vault. It was actually recorded this week on Tuesday, July 16th. So it left a lot of people scratching their heads as to why he didn't get a last-minute guest on, like Alex Jones, for example. Tim Dillon jumped the gun on everybody and had Alex on his podcast at the beginning of this week, which I covered in my previous video. So Tim definitely won podcasting this week. I'll talk more about Rogan's friendship with Alex Jones in a minute, because Joe and his guest Chad Daniels did eventually get to the Trump shooting. It was at the beginning of the third hour. A bunch of people in the comments were posting the timestamp when they started talking about it, because it was obvious that was what most people were there for. And so when they finally got into it, Rogan did not disappoint. He'd clearly been keeping up to date on everything that had gone down.
How about that president? How about that Trump guy? How crazy is this? If there's ever been a real indication that we're in a simulation, it's like this season of USA is the craziest season ever existed. There's so many twists and turns, so many plots, villains, so many incompetent, bumbling fools. This is someone wrote this. It seems like a script.
When a president that is giving a speech is shot in the ear and then stands up and goes full John Bender at the end of Breakfast Club,
He pumps his fist in the air.
that was a crazy.
It says fight, fight, fight. And when a guy who's a photographer is a wizard, that guy who got that photograph, find out his name, because this guy's a war with John Vagabond. Yes, also iconic photos of all time. Wow, that's nuts, man. That's nuts. So you can see as the bullets start flying, this dude doesn't even duck. He's still got his camera out. He's right behind Trump. He's just got his camera out. That is so gangster. He's running around. There could be bullets flying his way.
I would think you're holding up something black in your hand that's pointed at the president. It should get shot.
The Trump story is right out of it. And I'm hoping it's not a Stephen.
Yeah, some of the photos that came out of the aftermath of the shooting were pretty crazy. When you saw how even the Secret Service snipers flinched and hesitated when the first shots rang out, it really does put into context how quick that photographer was to kick into gear and start snapping photos, especially being that close to Donald Trump and all the commotion. There could have easily been more stray bullets to come or a second shooter hiding a gun or whatever. But the thing that has most people confused and calling foul play was how some of the Secret Service agents reacted in the heat of the moment.
It's just so much. There's so many things where you just go, what the all of it. And there's so much of it that seems fake, like the female Secret Service agent that can't holster her weapon. Have you seen this? She's like moving around all around, and she tries to holster her weapon. She can't get it in there. She can't figure out. And she stops for a minute and she's back to it again. It looks so fake. Here, watch what her gun look. She gets her gun out. She's trying to put it in there. She couldn't do it. And she's thinking about putting it back in there. She finally gets it in there. Like the whole thing's like, look at her fumbling around. The whole thing is crazy. They're erratic movements. No one knows exactly what to do. It seems you're like, where am I going? Like you want Secret Service cool, calm, collected, ready with the gun, scanning the area, looking left and right. You want them to make decisive movements. You don't want to see any of this squirrely trying to put the gun back in.
Yeah, it really is stranger than fiction in a way. Rogan's known for having a pretty creative, most people would agree that there are so many things puzzle that don't make sense. It almost seems easy to believe that there wasn't foul play involved. But compared to Alex Jones and the Tim Dillon show, Rogan's take seemed pretty tame.
The truck bomb's loaded. It's the truck bomb, in my opinion, loaded in Wisconsin. Next move is roll a truck full of plastic explosives into the event. They're also going to try to poison the event. That's how we're saying it. So poisoning, truck bombs, shootings is all that works. Also, they've been pre-programming cyber attacks by the Russians. Claiming they're working with Trump supporters. And the FBI already put out reports last year saying the Russians working with Trump supporters are going to cut the U.S. power. It gets worse. They will also, and this is totally.
I love how you go, truck bombs, side power outages, and then you go, and it gets worse. Like it's crazy to think about getting it. And I understand what you're saying. It's so wild to think about this. It's crazy.
Yeah, it'll be 100% clear. Yeah. That's for sensational reasons.
I love how he makes a speak of vodka and then says he's not making claims for sensational reasons. Even Tim had to look down at his hands for a moment to stop himself from smiling. Seriously, I might have watched that episode of the Tim Dillon show will end up being one of the best podcasts of the year. But like I said, I already went through the bits in my previous video. I think for Rogan, though, he seems to be a little bit more than made for an interesting podcast with Alex. In almost every episode of JD since he's been back on YouTube, people have been complaining in the comment section that he dropped Alex, and other people are always asking when he's going to have him back on. Incidentally, the last time Alex was on JRE was with Tim Dillon on episode 1550. Maybe back in October, settled back in November of 2022, he still hasn't made an appearance on Rogan's podcast. This is what Joe said about Alex a few months after the Samuel case finalized.
You really?
bear the responsibility of the course of our country based on a conversation? I think you can revitalize and rehabilitate someone's image in a way that is pretty shocking. Look at the way people look at Alex Jones now. Alex Jones has been on my podcast a few times.
Yeah, how do they? Which direction?
The people that have watched those podcasts think he's hilarious. And they think that he definitely hooked up with that whole Sandy Hook thing. But he's right more than he's wrong. And he's not God. He's just a guy who's had psychotic breaks in his life. He's had some things that are genuine for most people.
Yeah, I think it's a Rogan thinks people have rehabilitated their reputation, yet even 2 years after that, he hasn't had him back on his podcast. I mean, there's nothing that's come out about Alex since then. It's not like there's some new relation or accusation that hasn't been addressed. So personally, I think you should have him back on, not necessarily because I agree with anything Alex says, but more just for the entertainment value. I will say though, it seems like Alex is another time to have him back on the podcast.
turns his head at the last second, and the ball didn't hit. This 20-year-old kid climb on that roof 150 yards away, and no one sees him.
Well, that one guy was pointing at him.
Yes.
He's like pointing to
Yes, he's right there. The whole thing's nuts. The whole thing stinks. Either the most bombastic and friendly of presidents to feel bumbling Secret Service agents. They knew this guy was on the roof. To hear that guy had pointed his rifle before that at a cop. So the cop engaged him. He pointed the rifle and the cop ran away. The guy climbed the roof of the ladder. You can see the ladder. The whole thing is bananas. He's 20 years old, and then you find out he was in a BlackRock commercial. You're like, is this? And then Trump goes golfing with a bandage on his ear the next day.
And then he said, that's the difference between me and the shooter. I don't.
That's a real person.
And then you have people flooding from the left. Quote, I'll do that.
I remember hearing that story a couple of days ago and just assuming it was true because it sounded exactly like the kind of thing Trump would say. Sinking a 20-footer and then facing the camera to say the difference between him and the shooter is he doesn't miss. That is big Trump. Except fucking Jamie ruined it for everyone.
I read that golf story too. This is not the first time. There's a lot of golf accounts that put out fake shit. And stop ruining our dreams. I just want to have a Reddit post and people screenshot it. Oh, well, touche. Troll, touche. You got your story with the sons of bitches.
You can get me very easily.
I did read that too. But one of the other things that has been lingering over Shiny Head for the past few years is why he refuses to have Trump on his podcast. He discussed it on that same episode with Lex Friedman 2 years ago.
Also going to be one of the weirder times when people look back historically about the division in this country. He's such a polarizing figure that so many people felt like abandoned their own ethics and morals principles just to attack him and anybody who supports him because he is an existential threat to democracy. So he's going to run again. He's going to win if he gets a dead man. Biden shake hands with people that aren't even there when he gets off stage. But he's seeing ghosts. You see him on Jimmy Kimmel the other day? Well, he was just rambling. If he was anyone else, if he was a Republican, if that was Donald Trump doing that, every talk show would be screaming for him to be up. And by the way, I'm not a Trump supporter in any way, shape, or form. I've had the opportunity to have him on my show more than once. I said no every time. I don't want to help him. I'm not interested in helping him.
He's young. We'll see.
If I have month and I'm still young, yeah, they go have month. Really? Why do you think that? Because you'll have cup none?
So I think it's interesting when he says he doesn't want to help Trump in any way, and that's why he won't have him on the show. I remember when Patrick Bet-David was on JRE last time, he tried to egg Rogan into having Trump on, and Rogan said the same thing about not wanting to help him, and PBD said that he would be inadvertently helping Biden out by not having Trump on. Joe's made it clear, though, that he simply doesn't want to give either major party a voice on his platform.
I don't want to help anybody in this race. I certainly don't want to help him, and I certainly don't want to help Biden. And
Did the Biden people approach you?
no, I think maybe early on, I don't remember, before I got real controversial.
So here's the thing. It seems like the consensus is that after the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, he's basically won the election already. It's a pretty rare thing for a president to be shot at, and considering it hasn't happened in the United States since Reagan was shot at over 40 years ago, now that Trump is okay and the bullet only grazed his ear, he has massive bragging rights over Joe Biden, who can barely string a sentence together at this point. That's why I think Rogan should have him on the podcast before the election. I get that he doesn't want to get directly involved with the candidates, but given that Biden hasn't stepped down yet and the days are running out for the Democrats to replace him, it's not going to make a difference if he has him on or not. The only issue I have is that it probably will end up being a wet paper bag of a podcast, just like when Rogan had The Rock on the show last year. The only reason Trump would go on JRE would be to get Joe's approval, so he probably wouldn't want to have a fiery conversation and debate with Joe. And like I said, whenever Rogan has had a big figure on his podcast, he ends up just blowing smoke up their ass the whole time.
What happened with the Trump? What's the backstory there? And did you consider having him on? Did you like weigh in? Did you think about it? Not really.
Coming back, they wanted to do it at the White House.
Whoa! You imagine that? Oh my God!
Joe Rogan.
Did you tell him that, like, I mean, if he had been willing to come here, I don't know if you were in LA at that point, like, would you considered it more if they came?
Maybe I would have thought about it in LA, like to do like a real 3-hour thing. But either way, the problem is, it's a real problem in that I don't want anybody to be uncomfortable. I don't think it's my role. Like if I'm talking to someone like him, there's some uncomfortable things that have to be addressed.
I've interviewed Trump on outside and he actually hates to be pushed. So you'll have to be like, Mr. President. He's like, it's pissed.
Yeah, but that's why you can't do 3 hours. Right.
That's true. That's true. Right. Well, but his staff make sure that he, right?
Exactly.
I remember
they want to edit it.
Oh, of course. 15 minutes in, underneath the rest of the desk, his staff person's hitting me in the leg, trying to get me to wrap it. And I was like, dude, I'm not wrapping this thing. I was like, I'm wrapping whenever Trump is going to wrap.
Staff members.
Shine, the former head of finance, was sitting there smacking my leg, trying to get me to wrap at 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Asking uncomfortable questions.
Right?
Yeah, I don't know if I believe Rogan there. I think he'd be too scared to rock the boat and ask him questions, even if Trump did come on his podcast. But still, I don't think there's anything to lose at this point. Imagine if Rogan got Trump to have his first drink ever in the studio, just like he got Elon to smoke with him years ago. That would be wild, right? Jamie could get the smelling salts out and play music. Seriously though, imagine Donald Trump smashing some smelling salts and dancing around the studio after a few whiskeys. See, that's the type of shit we want to see in 2024. Not more comedians sniffing Joe's farts and kissing the ring. Anyway, maybe he's got something in the works, but that's it from me today. Remember to check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you want to see some of my uncensored content. I've got so much exclusive stuff coming your way in the next few weeks, so definitely check that out if you're interested. soon. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
That's the problem. We're too dumb. We're too uneducated to really understand what they're saying. But everything you touch is nothing. There's nothing there. It's mostly nothing. Yet it's okay.
Rogan was always passing money around. Really? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he kept me in business for a long time. Rogan also never touched my wallet and went out to the finest restaurants. He paid like 3 times in a row on branded on. This isn't normal for someone to get around, but not consistently get around. It's weird. Then later we're walking back. They just, like, it's not a power, it's just order. That's fine. How much fun can I have?
Safety. Yeah, but it's also like you have always fun coupons. Why do you have it? You're spending.
I don't know. He's a positive guy.
Once has been absolutely crucial. Even Rogan himself was worried at the promo poster, and the fact that it's going to be a live event just makes the whole thing even better or worse, depending on so far to the announcement. But also, as you saw in the intro, Ari Shafir went on the Tucker Carlson show this week, where they asked everything from the Kobe Bryant controversy, all the death threats that he has received over the years for his controversial style of comedy, as well as his experience as a Jew in the modern world. Needless to say, it was boring as fuck until they got to the end and Tucker asked about Rogan's impact on the comedy industry as a whole. That discussion ended up as a clip on one of Tucker's YouTube channels with the title How Joe Rogan Single-Handedly Saved Comedy. And as per usual, whenever Rogan's comedy is discussed or just his funeral, the guys having the discussion are completely oblivious to the fact that comedy is trash. And some of the most liked comments under that clip, Joe Rogan honestly isn't a good comedian. That being said, his accomplishment with his podcast is extraordinary, and his commentary when it comes to martial arts is top-notch. Joe is an average comic. Ari would be literally nothing without Rogan. So what started as a on how Joe saved comedy ended up accidentally exposing Rogan for buying his way onto the comedy scene. But yet again, over on the Joe Rogan Experience, for the second time in 2 weeks, Rogan brought up the fun coupons. So we're going to get into all of that as well as a couple of other moments. I want to say who it was.
Those peppers today, I forgot how to my ham and just went my eye. Clear up something.
What a glowing endorsement of this product.
Oh my god.
It's all good though, because it made it through the podcast and onto the comedy mothership stage later that night for the full Joe Comedy Experience. Podcast by day and comedy mothership by night. Let's get back to Ari's interview with Tucker Carlson first. Like I said, they discussed Ari's background and controversies, and there was nothing really new there. But when they got to Rogan's impact on comedy, things got a little bit more interesting.
That's actually my last question is about the new platform for comedians. Like, how central is Rogan to all this to this ecosystem?
I mean, he is the best. The amount of support he has. I mean, there's times where he goes, some big guy, some Oliver Stone was going to have a podcast, but I can't. I have some micer on today or tomorrow. So I'm already booked. I'm already booked open micer. Whereas everybody else will go, well, the name Oliver Stone will get more hits than this open micer. So I can't. He's just like, I'm the name. I'm Joe Rogan. So I want to put this guy on or that guy on. And this guy's funny. I want to push him to a big platform instead of like, what's going to help me book my show? It's like interesting. It's just the casual talking about the outlawness of stand-up has helped all of us. Whether or not you've been on this show or not, he's made stand-up more popular. So now we can all just it's a crazy level.
So what's the career? not as big as it once was, because there's thousands of episodes. But guys like Theo Vaughn launched off like a good early appearance. Tim Dillon launched off that. Dave Smith, really became well known. I know all three of the guys. Yeah. Like, it was consistent. It's not like, it's kind of like that. Like, they say, like, you want to hear a star, and then when you talk to them, like, no, you're 8th time on there, you're a star. But that whole week, people recognize you.
Person who Rogan makes the call himself. He doesn't have like scouts in the clubs.
So one thing that I've noticed in particular since Rogan held both and getting them up on stage that night and throughout the rest of the week to perform at the mothership. If you're a big fan of Steve and you're constantly looking for new acts to watch, then it's probably a good thing. But I'm starting to, especially since he's been back on YouTube, think something along the lines of, I'm so sick of all these comedians I've never heard of going on the podcast, or as soon as I saw the description of this guest as a stand-up comedian, I clicked, or I knew I could miss this one. To be a growing sense of fatigue with all the comedians Rogan's pushing on his talking about the Rogan 6. And it's not just been heard of, it's mostly because the conversations are boring as hell. Rogan gets them on and starts giving them career advice, telling them the same old stories over and over again, and that's probably why the view counts on those episodes are so much lower compared to non-comedian guests. At this point, I think Rogan's rushed by investing all of this time in stand-up comedy. People are to get comedy fatigue, and he's back on YouTube. He can't numbers like he used to on Spotify. More and more episodes are struggling to hit 1 million views, and when you consider that Rogan average of 10 to 11 million views per episode, it's to show how many people have some comedy on his podcast. But outside of the show, Rogan is known for being quite generous with his money and helping others who work pro. Remember, Rogan's pretty much always had a public profile, whether it was news radio in the late 90s, Fear Factor in the early 2000s, or being one of the face and voices of the UFC for almost 30 years. He's always been a celebrity in one way or another, and he's always had money.
He's always passing money around. Really? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he kept me in business. Rogan did. I opened for him for 5-6 years on the road. Yeah, we're good friends. We're good friends. But like, so I mean, I can't pay him back. I'm just trying to convince, Rogan. He just rules for it. And it's a way of like, he's like, pay your openers well. Joey Diaz would come with this also, and give also 150, and the rate for the bill was 100. And then one day he called me, and Joey, and he goes, hey, I'm sorry, I'm giving you guys a raise. And I'm like, no one's offering us that much. Definitely not more. He goes, no, you guys are headliners. Make headliner money. I'll give you 250 a set. So we come home, pretty much, on my own. That I never got any work, by the way. But like, it would have been the same thing. So never touched my wallet and went out to the finest restaurants. You know, it was great.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
why
so
do you think he does it?
I don't know. He's a positive guy. So for a while, he just brought Joey Diaz with him. And get to the airport. He's like, Joey, where are you? I'm answering his phone. And then he went to the new city. He's like, where are you? He goes, something came up. I missed the flight. I was at the airport. He missed your flight. He just excuses, you know? Yeah. And so he's like, he's unreliable. He might not show up. He became Jewish. But instead of saying, you can't come anymore, he goes, I'll just bring a second over. So if you don't come, I still get some money. It's nuts. To have an employee go, I just don't show up a lot. I guess I'll hire 2 employees. It's firing the guy. He's like, he's too funny. He's got to be supported. It's our responsibility. Yeah. So I try to do that with like comics. It's like, you know, what's the most
Wait, so when your opener is too high to show up at the airport, you're okay?
No, I've never had a guy like that, but whatever. But like, no, I'll pay for your meals. If we're out, like in a diner after spots, it's like, yeah, I got it.
Okay, So I want to point out a couple of things here. The first thing is, the time he's talking about is probably late 2000s. That's when he joined Joey Diaz and Tom Segura, who were opening for Rogan on the road. That's also around the time that Rogan left Fear Factor in 2006, which subsequently led to burnout, so he decided to leave and focus on a comedy career. Now, you've probably heard him say this a million times, but after doing Fear Factor, he had fuck you money. So he left and started touring and brought his buddies along for the ride. But one thing I didn't realize until seeing this interview is that Ari wasn't getting any other work besides Rogan propping him up and paying him really good money to open for him on the road. Incidentally, Rogan would go back to Fear Factor again when it was revived in 20, except it got cancelled again one season because the meetings were shit. So I think it's interesting to put that discussion in context, given that Rogan made most of his money at gunpoint from Fear Factor and went back for a second go a few years later, but failed. But going back even back to the mid to late 90s when Rogan moved to LA, according to Ari, even way back then, everything.
One of those. It was like LA. He took us off for like a standard hotel, late night food. He paid like 3 times in a row. I'm Brandon. This isn't normal for someone to get around, but not insist on getting around. It's weird. There were carnies. It was a chili dog place. And I was like, let me get this one. I was broke. I couldn't afford the standard hotel with carnies. I get this. How much did you do? And he took place. It was also like a man, sort of like, you can't get any from him, I'm joking with him. And I insisted. And he goes, okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And then later, we're walking back to the comic book. They just see another position when I paid for it. And it's like, that standard meal is about a quarter to you. It's about worth it, but 5 minutes. Yeah, that's why I paid. It's meaningless. It's the body clocks, but like that's all. I have more money, so take some. You know, like I just go get coffee. Make no stuff. I don't have to ask.
See, I know a lot of people think it's cool and really good Rogan to help out his buddy for 70 years, especially when they were broke and he had all his Hollywood money. But for me, it comes off as cringy. I think he used to be a bit over the top. If I had a rich buddy who had everything all the time, I think it'd get annoying after a while, and he apparently told Ari that he doesn't do it as a power move. He just does it because spending money is easier for him. That within itself is about Rogan being lucky enough to keep tripping over truckloads of cash, and to this day, he hasn't changed a bit.
Whereas, I mean, when you fly, like I just flew from Vegas on Sunday morning, it wears on you. That day, you're like, Brad, for no reason.
And also, I have a hard time like spending the money to move the front. You know, $100 wants to fly back from Australia in the first class. And the whole time I was sitting up there, I was just pissed at myself for being such a bourgeois pig.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be a problem as you become more successful. One thing that definitely happens is people develop this sort of crisis, imposter syndrome, sort of thing that happens when you get famous and when you become successful.
I don't understand. I know I'm good at the job. What I have is like just turning your back dumpsters. That thing's hard for me to kill.
Right. And I see what you're saying. Well, I know a lot of people that get the imposter syndrome.
It's a little weird to be in this room. Like, I'm really grateful to be here. But it's just like also weird to remember how far away from this room I was for such a long time.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Weird. Yeah, but it's like when you like, I think of money as common debt. You don't have to do anything stupid to just prove that you used to work.
You don't have to self-flagellate yourself.
Yeah, but it's also like you have all these fun coupons. Why do you have them? I gotta spend them. I should be spending them.
Burning them down.
That's wrong.
No, I had a 2007
7 show the Impala. I know. I'm trying to watch it. It's a cool little. Oh, it's pretty. Joe's funny coupons narrative is starting to run people off the media from a couple of weeks ago covering Protect Our World. The top 3 comments were about Rogan being out of touch and talking about money in that way. And it all stemmed from Rogan's new idea to expand.
Would have imagined when they would pull off that happened because like universe made it possible. All the things had to take place. LA's falling apart, it was down, all those employees were available. Everybody wanted to move. We started doing shows with Dave outdoors, and we started doing live shows indoors at Vulcan. The idea is just like, stop thinking about money too much. Money is almost like you're a zillionaire. No. But you just think about the customers. Exactly. It's also nothing. Clubs.
Which is still douchey, but I understand what it means at least. However, when you take into account the things that are saying with Tucker having a seemingly endless investment in stand-up comedy, he says that just trying to help out comedians. But the reality is it looks like he's trying to buy his legacy as a step. Joe's been trying to buy his way to comedy for years, and it's working. Like way back to his 20s. Have you had a development deal?
I realized when I was young, I got a development deal from Disney when I was, I think I was 25, 26. And I got this development deal. All of a sudden, they gave me like $100,000. That leap, that jump, when I got a development deal. So I was like 26, 25. I got this development from Disney. And it was like $150,000. All of a sudden, I had money. Like my whole life, I was like wondering how I was gonna fit when I was on my own. It was hard. How am I paying the bills? Eating. I felt like a physical weight lifted over my shoulder. I remember. Feeling like weight had been lifted off me. Like now I didn't have to wait. And I remember thinking immediately, oh, this is the key. It's like I felt lighter. Like I felt lighter. And then I was like, oh, that's the key. Like get the monkey off your back. Build the monkey off your back. That's the real thing. Get to a place where you're not on your bills. And that means like spend less money. And that means like live a more free. Get the fuck out. Just get a Disney development deal in your 20s. But what do you do with all the coupons once you've got them? When I first got my first development deal, I've been doing a lot. And then I got my first development. Anyway, the point is, up until then, I'd always been poor. And then my manager contacts me a couple months later and said, do you have a gambling problem? I go, no, dude, I'm eating lobster. I was like, bro, I'm gonna spend it. I didn't know about saving it. I was like, what? Saving it?
That was me. I just bought a couch. I bought like a $9,000 couch for our new home. And I felt so much guilt.
Yeah, you felt guilt for sure. But you said that something like, oh, come on, Joe, get your story straight, bro. Are we spending or are we saving? Get to a place where you're not worried about your bills. That means like spend money. That means like live out like a more whatever you have to do. What do we have? Anyway, to make matters even more interesting, Rogan announced this week that finally 6 long years with no comedy special is burned the boats, and it's going to be aired live on Netflix on August the 3rd. I'll definitely be doing a full clips on Patreon, so have a link in the description if you're interested in seeing that. But one of the funniest things Rogan has ever done is given us the gift of his comment sections and replies. Let's take a look at some of the replies to his announcement on Instagram. So straight under Andrew Schultz kissing the ring, we've got he still hasn't given up on that stand-up thing. Years ago, I knew from news radio and obviously Fear Factor. I was surprised to find out he was a comic. I was still surprised he was a comic. Oh no, it never gets old. We all know Rogan ain't funny, still got the pod. Stick to the podcast, just is weird. Not sure who's stand up Rogan. Or sure. I feel like Rogan should use don't read comments rules. Choose another unfunny special. And this last one, here we go, saying if you can't beat it, buy a comedy club to stay relevant. But it's so true, right? Rogan's last special was released back in 2018, and since then we had the pandemic, which really blew up the whole comedy space with Rogan's help. He moved to Austin and he built a whole new comedy scene, and now we have the long-awaited comedy special to remind everyone just how much of a comedy hack he really is. Further reinforcing how he has survived and grown his comedy profile by always being the richest guy in the room. That's what makes this whole Austin comedy scene circle joke so funny. The fact that Rogan himself is so unfunny. But I could be proven wrong. Time will tell. This could be the comedy special to rule all specials and finally cement Rogan as one of the all-time comedy greats. Or we could end up seeing Rogan sweating through his oversized button-up t-shirt while humping a stool and forcing everyone to laugh by yelling through the mic and making stupid faces. At this point, he's better off just hiring ghost riders like all of his buddies do. Anyway, that's
that's it from me. Remember, if you want to see some of my uncensored content, head over to my Patreon via the link in the description. I just dropped part 2 of my Tony Hinchcliffe film Tony series last week, and I'll be dropping part 3 very soon. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel, thanks for watching. Catch you in the next one.
I used to think of lobsters as poor people. It's the best. It's river, isn't it? I used to fish them out of the East River, like for bar food. Yeah, it would go. They're not just lobster. It's our favorite food ever. It's so good. I'm not over it. I'm not over it at all. And your teaching is not good. You tell us that it's not true. We can tell it's not true. And then we say, okay, I can throw out the entirety of what you say. 1 times 1 is not equal to 2. Start there. That, in fact, I'm all because Joe should have pushed back on it. The calculator says what times 1 doesn't equal 1. Each time you do that, I want to slap you and say, don't do that. This is one of the failures of Joe's bullshit detector.
At this point, I think Joe's bullshit detector has become more of a magnet. It seems like he's got someone on his podcast with a crackpot theory to sell the world, and Joe's sitting there front and center, eating it up with a glass of whiskey and a bottle of alcohol, slip in a few zins and call it a party. But it's no secret why he's sticking to this side. Terrence Howard's first appearance has over 10 million on YouTube alone, and a couple of days since his second appearance has been up over 5 million views already. It's seen enough of the conjugal waves he's putting out to the universe. This time around, though, Terrence wasn't alone. If you don't know who Eric Weinstein is, stick around because I'm going to give you his full background so you can understand what's really going on here. But first, let's take a look at some of the strange moments from the episode before we go balls deep. One of the most eye-opening conversations on JRE in a while.
Shout out to all the homies right now trying to figure out what's going on. Like, what are these guys talking about? We bring up the Harry Ball here. This thing that you created, people are just not going to grasp it. What's the error? The error is that the arc cosine of minus 1/3 is not equal to 3/5 pi. Okay.
What are we doing here, B? And so as a consummate, he's Eric Weinstein. He's actually a super smart guy. He graduated from the University of Pennsylvania with a bachelor. He actually held a traditional academic. He was a visiting fellow for short periods at MIT and the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, but his main work was as a financial analyst and consultant, which led him to become managing director at investment funds Teal Capital. So the first important thing to note here, which Eric admits several times during his involved with academic institutions for decades, basically part of the academic establishment, like, what's his name again? You know, the guy with the hat and the long sleeves.
Flint Dibble. Wasn't it Flint Dibble? Flint Dibble. What kind of name is that? He's an archaeologist.
That's the one. Flint Dibble. Fun fact, that's his real. Anyway, you've probably all heard of Eric's brother, Brett Weinstein, who was one of the biggest pandemic grifters, in opinion. Him and his wife of the Dark Horse podcast, which has turned to shit since they've run out of talking points. But you may recall he blew up after the Evergreen State University in 2017 which coincidentally was the same year. Now, there's a reason I'm giving you all of this background up front, because towards the end of this video, makes sense of it. As for Terrence Howard, if you know my previous video covering his first appearance on JRE, where I go through his background as well as various other important details. You may also remember, if you've seen the video, that Neil deGrasse Tyson actually published a response here on YouTube to some of the claims Terrence made about him on JRE. Tyson's response came up on this episode as well, where Eric both expressed his respect for Tyson, but also complained that he can be an arrogant establishment academic who couldn't give Terrence a fair shot, but according to Eric, didn't fully understand Terrence's theories to begin with. Now, a couple of more things just quick. Rogan didn't reach out to Eric to have him on with Terrence. Eric was the one who reached out to Rogan with the idea of doing a response podcast with Terrence. And so after all of Eric's waxing lyrical at the beginning about how Terrence's first appearance criticism of Neil deGrasse Tyson, he ended up basically confirming everything Tyson was saying in his response video. So what started out as this coming together of minds to give Terrence an opportunity to really flesh out his ideas with a part-time mathematical physicist, once Eric realized that Terrence doesn't fully understand the basic theories that he's supposedly refuting, it sunk in that it's all just riffing on horseshit, which is an actual quote from Eric. The irony is, Eric suffered from a similar response to his own theory called geometric unity, which he presented on JRE in 2021. But, like I said, I'll put everything up at the end and show you exactly what I mean. For now, this is how it started.
To someone who's had a deep education, and let's see, you guys can collaborate, or just like, let's start from Eric. Like, what the podcast that I did with Terrence recently stood out with him. I was not so happy with certain things in the podcast, and then I started hearing the response to it. I was more infuriated by the response than Eric has, because I thought a lot of people just use their position of greater formal education in some of these areas to be jerks and really dismiss and pretend that they couldn't understand things. So one of the things I wanted to do was to try to keep Terrence's experience.
Joe loves a bit of steel making. I said Eric's mission was supposedly to come on the podcast, deeper appreciation for what he's really trying to get at. Remember, that was one of Eric's main criticisms of Neil deGrasse Tyson's response, that he didn't put in the time and effort to really understand what Terrence was saying. Now, as for Terrence, well, partner up with Eric to help legitimate theories. But there's a problem. See if you can pick it up.
I'm trying to explain physics the way you explain. Well, okay, I'm going to try. I mean, there's part of it's one nation. There's at least an area that you have won me over, and I'm very excited. But I'd like to get back to what is that area? Don't leave us hanging. The linchpin. We'll get to it. Yeah, but you can't leave us hanging. It's like talk. Just can't talk. Stop trying to control it. He's got a plan. I know. He's got a very original. Have a good time. Hey, I get an ayahuasca, you know.
So here's the issue, and this will begin at the end when I show you the time Eric published his theory for the first time on JRE back in 2021. Eric, Joe, and Terrence don't. For the whole first hour of this 4-hour podcast, Eric was constantly trying to get the conversation back on track, while the jumping around and endless with Joe and Terrence. See, Rogan just wants to talk trash, have a drink and get high, then go and hang. He just wants attention, wants people to listen to him tell stories and riff and weed way around his pseudoscientific theories, because he's clearly a standard Hollywood narcissist who thinks he's got all the answers to the world's problems. But Eric actually wanted to achieve something here. He wanted to build Terrence's theories up from the ground. Have some say.
We start with the tension. Wait, no. We haven't gotten to the tension. You just talk about where look, you have a story. Yes. And by doing the anti-conslayer, you lose anything that's ridiculous.
See, Terence is a scientist. He's not an academic. He's not a systematic thinker. He's an actor who loves attention. I mean, have we all forgotten where his theory supposedly came from?
Can I ask you, Terrence, before we go any further, what was the inspiration for diving into this 3D structure and spacing side of it? They're going to call me crazy, but when I was had been kicked out of the world as a result of allegations, I had another dream, and that same being woke me up and took me back to where I was when I was a child. In the dream, I was like, oh.
And so after the first hour of jumping from tangent to tangent, Eric finally realized what was really going on. And for some weird reason, it reminded me of a Stanley Kubrick quote that says, anyone who has ever been privileged to direct a film also knows that, although it can be like trying to write War and Peace in a bumper car in an amusement park, when you finally get it right, there are not many joys in life that can equal the feeling. Eric Weinstein was trying to help Terence write War and Peace, but Joe and Terence weren't interested in doing the groundwork.
The problem, Terrence, is that you have a desire to go immediately towards what this means, right? And before you get to what it means, people don't even know what it is. You are, in your heart, really associated repeatedly between things that remind you of other things, and you have an incredible storehouse of things between your ears that you know to associate. If you're not very careful with the mathematics you're playing with, you are going to get so high, you're going to see everything connect to everything. And so everything is going to run. And your big problem is that everything runs to you because you know a lot of stuff. And you know a lot of similarities. Your brain's very good at that. And what your brain is not very good at is proving the amount of rhymes.
The sensation was when Eric realized that not only can Terence not do the math behind his own theories, but he doesn't understand behind the established theories that he's supposedly refuting and providing. Once Eric realized this, it changed the whole dynamic of the conversation.
It's no longer there. The moment that disappears,
I don't know if you're doing this.
I hate doing that. I hate to stop people doing what I'm not supposed to be doing.
No, I don't. I'm so far out over my skis. I promise you what the internet is going to say the next day about Eric Weinstein. Don't agree. Take all the good stuff that you do, and you get it. Don't do that. It's very, very natural. And I think you're building models, and you don't know how to do the algebra. You probably don't know how to do the differential equation. All that. Fine, I can try to help.
And so Eric eventually got Jamie to pull up the theory of everything equation to see if Terence would make any sense of
Unity and how he thinks of everything in the world. Right? Right. Do you have a way of relating what you think about in terms of what my community has wrong? Does this mean anything to you? This is not a gotcha.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
I don't know how to read this.
As best as we're talking about, I as imaginary.
Yeah.
You know, or I don't know what the D.
So that's the volume element saying your differential. And then in the parentheses is where the stuff gets crazy.
So look, I have a very basic understanding. Somebody who claims to have access to all mathematics and physics, not only would he know that its components back to front, but he should be able to sit there and completely rip it apart and point to all of its holes and shortcomings. Now, I'm not trying to belittle Terence or make him look stupid. He does a very good job of that himself, but he's the one trying to teach us everything. And this is where Eric absolutely nailed. Terrence for trying to teach us things.
Let's start there. In fact, Angry at Joe was Joe doing it. Right now, we've got this crisis where nobody knows what to believe in. Unfortunately for you, you were in a bad spot because you wanted to have fun. You had a show, and that got really big. So that's why you're here, Big Daddy.
All right, there's so much going on. First of all, like I was saying before, Terrence is trying to teach us things that are obviously false because he gets some of the simple fundamentals so wrong. That in turn paints everything else he's saying in the same light. If this guy truly believes that 1 times 1 equals 2, then he's clearly batshit crazy. The second thing is, Eric called out Joe for not calling out Terrence. This is going to come up again soon when I show you Eric discussing the problem with academia and peer review in general and why he thinks podcasts are so important to fill the void. Except here, Eric is saying that Joe did a crappy job of mediating the conversation. So my question is, which one is it? Is JRE the right or wrong place? This is truly brilliant. You guys are going to love this. After Eric completely rips apart Terrence's 1 times 1 equals 2 theory and proves how it's completely false, Terrence pivots and starts pushing the narrative that it was just a metaphor and he didn't mean it literally.
When I say 1 times 1 equals challenging the status quo, but in me saying 1 times 1 equals 2, like I said, that's a metaphor that there's something very wrong with the math because math should not be done. That's why I keep saying the 1 more
It's not a metaphor to us. It is life and death.
cat to gain the attention.
Never do it.
To gain the attention.
You didn't know, and now you know.
So he finally openly admitted that he made it up to get everyone's attention. Oh man, that for me was honestly the best part of this episode because that's what everyone's been talking about. Terrence became the 1 times 1 equals 2 guy. He got the shirt made it everything. Now, after Eric completely shut it down, all of a sudden it became a metaphor. He seriously could not make this shit up. But then after all the technical talk came to an end, the final hour turned into a discussion about Neil deGrasse Tyson and the academic establishment, and basically how the whole system is rigged to protect their own and exclude outsiders, which I generally agree with. This is where I wanted to get to, because here we get to see the true motivation behind Eric calling Rogan to put this podcast together. I think noticed about Eric over the years is that apart from being super intelligent, he's also very
It's the biggest bunch of shit I've ever heard. I cannot believe how disingenuous this is. He calls you the worst insult that which is there was a study called Kroger, both in effect that is and the ultimate insult is basically your mom.
What can happen is if you're a fan of a subject, let's say, a hobbyist, let's call it, it's possible to know enough about that subject to think you're right, know that you're wrong. This has been studied by others as called the Dunning-Kruger effect. To become an expert means you spend all this time. It doesn't happen overnight. You can't do ideas are published and contested. That's what we have learned is the most effective.
So remember in the beginning of this video wanting to help Terrence communicate his theories from the club so people would take him more seriously, explaining that he lacks time and needs to learn the fundamentals before developing his own theories. Remember the whole blackjack analogy of sitting on 19 and then hitting again and again and again? Is that not what Neil deGrasse Tyson was just saying there? I mean, for me, this whole episode was basically Eric exposing Terrence for suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect. Eric kept calling him out over and over again for constantly trying to teach us when he clearly couldn't get the fundamentals right. But of course, there's an explanation. You see, Eric has had his own run-in with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
This is Neil deGrasse Tyson. Just so you don't feel bad about just talking about me, my theory. To be able to talk about Terrence Whiteside about the new theory of geometric unity. This is from 2013. We are all Cosmos is not your normal talking documentary. In fact, it featured the original that enabled the series to live generation on the shelf like hundreds of other science documentaries that came afterwards. Censors.
Eric's claim to academic fame is of geometric unity. It's his supposedly grounding theory that aims to unify the fundamental forces of physics, including gravity, with the principles of quantum mechanics. The problem for Eric, though, is that he isn't an academic. He doesn't have an academic position, nor does he have any research-related positions in the fields of mathematics or physics. He's a finance guy. And so when he wanted to publish his theory of geometric unity, take a while to get when he tried to do it.
I asked you, I want you to have this. Is this nonsense?
Give me a stack of papers. You know, I'm like, you're not going to get rid of it. Oh, this is your unity theory?
This is the first copy that you got to version 1.0. I want you to have it.
Gary, you lost me. There's always a question here. What is this?
I believe this is the hardest part. This is the hardest part. This is something that I've been uncomfortable about sharing. I've been in what I call the ice age for about 37 years. I shared a little bit of it in 2013, and I shared a little bit of it last year, April 1st. And I am coming to grips with the story. You don't know this, but you've been playing large role in my life.
Well, that's wrong.
I don't know.
Well, what is it? What is this? What is this thing? What is this?
It is artist thing that you said.
Boil this down so that someone who understands physics at all great understand this in a way that they can explain to someone else.
Go to Jamie, pull that up, jamie.com. Try to pull that up, jamie.com.
Put that,
go to the bottom of this. There is a team of people.
they're not just saying, very few people are saying, well, maybe like 30%.
Okay.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
This conversation's a problem. We're tuning out right now.
Okay. Well, if you go to pull that up, jamie.com, look, there's no way in which I can talk about tensor analysis, curvature tensors, theory of everything.
I understand, but I want you to boil this down. You're not boiling it down at all. Why did you do this? And what are you trying to accomplish?
This is something I wanted to do on your show. Is that you and the courage to take the slings and arrows that are going to come at me as I focus online, which is what I'm going to do today.
Today? So this hasn't been online before?
Correct.
Okay, so the people that are included on this live,
people can now, it's going to debut tomorrow because we don't release it.
Okay, so there are three things to pull out from that clip. The first is Eric's pissing in Rogan's pocket. If you don't know what that means, it's basically the fine art of gassing somebody up to gain favor with them. Whenever there's tension in the conversation, Eric immediately compliments Joe and thanks him for giving him courage and helping him to take risks and put himself out there. Classic distraction strategy, right? The second thing is Eric is clearly using Rogan for his platform. Remember how I was saying that Eric is calculated? Well, him and his colleagues created a website called Pull That Up Jamie, where they put up all the clips that Eric had planned to go through on that episode, except they didn't end up going through them because Rogan was worried that it was too technical and it would be difficult for people to follow. He given that this was back when JRE was exclusively on Spotify, where there's a higher percentage of audio-only listeners compared to now on YouTube. The third thing is Joe hates technical stuff, and he doesn't like having to read things. JRE is the last place for an academic to be presenting their lifelong theory of everything. Rogan just wants to get high, talk trash, and speculate about hypothetical, nonsensical bullshit to fill the void between his ears. Now, until people can accept that about Rogan, they won't be able to enjoy his podcast. I spoke about this on Patreon recently, how it took me years to realize this, but once I did, I started to enjoy the podcast again. But I digress. My point here is, Eric Weinstein clearly has an agenda. It's this seemingly insatiable desire that both him and his brother Brett have to be noticed, heard, and celebrated as public intellectuals. See, Eric coined the term intellectual dark web, and it's basically a small group of academics and researchers turned public commentators, including Eric, Brett, Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, and Sam Harris. They fancy themselves as the final frontier of free speech and intellectual diversity. Now, I've personally consumed a lot of their content, and I agree on many things and disagree on other things. But my point is, just like the Rogan Six, without Joe, nobody knows who Eric and Brett are.
The sad fact, Joe, is that you built something credit on the people. Even though you think of it as, I'm just having conversations with people, and a lot of our fighters are just people. We don't have any other place. We can't go to the National Academy of Sciences. It's too politicized. We can't go to Harvard. You saw it just happen with Claudine Gaines, still a professor. Podcast is jippy and shitty and is variable in quality to go. Jerry, very much. This is all that's left. This is the challenge. I actually think that this is a better place. And by the way, some of the shit that I've said is probably wrong.
So remember earlier on how I said there was a contradiction. He called out Rogan for not pushing back enough on now he's saying that podcasts and JRE in particular are the best places for these kinds of conversations. I think what he's really trying to say is that these conversations are important as he's there too. Don't forget, metric unity was widely ridiculed as being overly ambitious and having gaping holes in it. And in a sense, he's kind of in the same boat as Terrence, except he wears a suit, works for a venture capital firm, and has a PhD. But let me put it to you this way: we know Rogan has these guys on just equations. Terrence, on the other hand, he is basically the Dunning-Kruger effect in the flesh, and although he might have a flash of brilliance here and there, he clearly. So Eric found a way to weasel his way into this conversation on traction that was getting at theater. Opportunity to get himself back into the spotlight. That Rogan at a spot of the mothership, laughing and agreeing with everything he says towards the end of the episode. What have we all achieved from the two Terrence Howard podcasts? I mean, we knew he was completely full of shit the first time. Now we have Eric Weinstein to confirm that. So we're kind of back to square one, except with almost 20 million views. It's a breakdown of Terrence and Eric on JR together. If you want to see some of my uncensored content, head over to my Patreon by the link in the description. Two of my Tony Hinchcliffe Killed Tony series pretty soon. But otherwise, and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you're enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Claims that you pulled off the same thing by finding a cheat inside of the lynch pin, which is why it's cheap. And I don't even think you know how genius this thing is. I'm going to show you noble gas, and I'm going to show you that. Listen to me. Tony's out there with the bird right now doing fully loaded. Oh, there you go. Like one of my
deal with my life. I agree to it.
You know, Bert Kreischer is one of those two fat guys driving a unicycle.
He's the pregnant man emoji on your iPhone. It's so fun. Because I think he over promotes. He's promoting every. It's not fun, and also the people that are like paying attention to your social media, like stop, be alone, like stop being so goddamn easy. Stop thinking about money so much. Is only fun coupons. But you're a zillionaire.
Protect Our Parts is back for its 12th episode, and as usual, when you have more of the 250 biggest comedians in the world, there's going to be a lot of comedy talk several times, which has been open for around a year now. Apparently, it's already reached its full potential, and he's looking to expand his comedy club operations to new locations. There was a discussion around Bert Kreischer's latest idea for a comedy festival at the Mothership. So I'm going to take you through all those details, as well as Irish Affair pissing in beer cans instead of going to the bathroom, which ended up spilling onto the floor. Yeah, Rogan and Jamie weren't happy.
So don't do it, Ari. Go pee out there.
Listen, I'll tell you this. I next time, yes, but it's
Look at you, a cat that's out of control.
Oh, I remember my first beer. But in terms of that, there are three comedy kings at the moment. There's Joe Rogan with his Ship Comedy Club, Bert Kreischer with his Fully Bloated tour, and Tony Hinchcliffe with Killed Tony. Now, when I say comedy kings, I don't mean the funniest or best comedians. That's obviously highly subjective and depends on individual tastes. What I really mean is the guys at the top who have the most influence over the comedy scene and effectively operate as comedy gatekeepers. And I think for Rogan and Hinchcliffe, it's a little bit more obvious than it is for Bert, especially when it comes to Killed Tony. But I'm doing a 3-part series on Hinchcliffe and Killed Tony over on Patreon, so you can go and check that out via the link in the description if you're interested. Part 1 is already out, and Part 2 is on its way. As for this video, though, I'm going to focus on Rogan and Bert because they have very different approaches to comedy, and now that Rogan's Comedy Club is off the ground and doing so well, it to launch his own first and Fully Loaded. Like I said, though, Rogan brought all of this up a few times and it ended up consuming half the podcast. I seriously had to edit out so much shit because it became so repetitive. But it all started with Rogan talking about how he feels like his comedy club is alive. Like, literally, it sounds like he's been spending a little bit too much time with Terrence Howard, but that's for my next video.
It's like clean as a whistle. I think the club's alive. When I first walked into that building, I was like, wow. It's been around for so long. When you have a building that's been around for almost 100 years, there's a feeling inside of it. Like the first place I went to, the coal house that I almost built coal house. I thought about doing like, if we get crazy big growing, to have like, you know how like Mitzi had the Westwood Comedy Store? Not far away. I thought about that. I thought about doing, I like that idea. Another one.
you don't have one A-level headliner in town on the weekend.
That's a great. Another thing I thought about.
Yeah.
Buying a theater. Don't say the name, but I thought about buying a theater in town and like big name headliners in every weekend. You're always going to be able to have like top level theaters. So you have them come in to theaters. You have them available.
Terrible Live Nation deal with it.
I do stuff with Live Nation too. What's going on with them right now? I'm in it for funsies. Yeah, that's what I'm in it for. There's not enough time in the world for me to pay attention to, but I feel bad about the scalp. Okay, well I don't do that. We have it so that if Ari Shafir buys 2 tickets, you have to show your license, your I look at your face, facial recognition, and then you get to buy 2 tickets, and those are only your tickets. You can't resell them.
Okay, there's a couple of things going on here. First of all, if you haven't heard the other 275 times Rogan has brought this up, the reason why his comedy club took so long to get off the ground after the pandemic was because he had issues with another building he was looking at, which had previously been used by a gay cult. So So it sounds like maybe he'll be able to buy that place again and get it going. And honestly, I can't think of anything more appropriate than Rogan expanding his comedy operations into a place previously occupied by a gay cult. But there's also this business about facial recognition at the mothership. I've seen this pop up a few times where people complain that Rogan's a hypocrite for always complaining about big tech spying on us, stealing our data, etc. But then he's using facial recognition technology in his own club. He went on to explain in detail that it's actually to prevent ticket scalping and to keep prices lower than other venues and other shows, where some people will buy a bunch of tickets to control the supply and then sell them at a higher price. By using facial recognition, each ticket purchase is linked to someone's identity and only they can use them to enter their club. I don't know, I think it's a little extreme, but I get where he's coming from at least.
The idea is like, stop thinking about money so much. Money is only fun coupons.
Well, you're a zillionaire.
No. But you think about the money of the customer. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. But that's also not about making more money. I made the club specifically to break even. I want to make it the best environment for comedy and not lose money, and that's my goal. I want to pay people well, have a good time. That's my goal.
Now, I've said this before, I think it's awesome that Rogan has the time and money to be able to set up his own comedy club and become a major player in the comedy world. It sounds like his heart's in the right place, but perhaps a more cynical view is that he's just a rich podcaster who moonlights as a comedian and wants to build his own clubs and theatre establishment to make up for being an unfunny hack with too much money. Yeah, no, that actually sounds exactly right. Anyway, I'll come back to that in a moment because actually, you know what? Let's talk about it now. Rogan was talking about the early days of the podcast and how it blew up out of nowhere, but he didn't fully understand how big it had become until this one time he was doing a show in Chicago.
I remember I was on stage at the Chicago Theater. This was like years later, and I still didn't understand how many people watched. I never looked at the numbers. Yeah, I was like, I don't want to look at the numbers. Like, I just want to do it, do my best. That's it. I'm on stage at the Chicago Theater. It's sold out. It's like 3,700 people. I go there. So I was telling the story. I go, how do you guys listen to the podcast? Yeah. And I'll never forget that day. I was like, that's wild. I was like, this is crazy. And then I started realizing, what am I doing?
Yeah, keep going. I know keep going. Never asked.
Yeah, I didn't ask.
I didn't know that story. That's great.
It was a weird story.
Mark Norman's reactions are always fucking hilarious. And I love how Joe tells the stories. For me, it's more about how his comedy career blew up because of his podcast. I mean, that's the elephant in the room, right? How is one of the most unfunny, famous comedians in the world selling out shows? And speaking of unfunny, famous comedians, let's talk about the other elephant in the room, Bert Kreischer. And then fully loaded together.
Oh, nice. Yeah, he's on the trail. He's out there with Bert right now doing fully loaded.
Oh, there you go.
He said, what am I doing with my life?
It's fun when you do activities. You gotta do activities.
Welcome to society. What do you want to do? Get the camera out of my face. Okay, moving on.
Don't you ever film for yourself?
Coming back to these things, right?
Or it's like when you unicycle today, you're like, God.
Everything's always a camera, and Bert is still making cameras out of so much time on that stupid Travel Channel show.
No tickets sold from that.
No, zero. I called Bert up once. I was in the main room of the Comedy Store. I called Bert up, and I was waiting on stage. I was like, what's Bert up to? I call, he's like, I'm in Vietnam on a motorcycle. I'm trying to go have the best time. I go, Bert, listen to me. You got to get off that show. Like, you got to be the master of your own domain. You can't do this. Like, you're a great guy. You're hilarious. You're great on podcasts. It's like, oh,
He's the pregnant man emoji on your iPhone too. I've heard that story about Rogan calling Bert in Vietnam more times than I've heard the machine story. And every time another part of me dies inside. But you gotta give it to Bert. He's created one of the most successful comedy tours in the world with some of the best comedians going around, including Mark Norman and and Shane Gillis. He consistently ranks in the top 5 best-selling comics, and he's doing all of that using the same material for the last 20 years. Just ask him, he'll tell you. I'd be interested to see the numbers, though, if Burt went on tour by himself and did shows with local openers instead of all the big names he pays big money to travel with him. Remember that time when he mentioned how much it costs for him to run his tour every month?
I can't imagine trying to break into comedy. Like, if you're a young comic working this, watching this right now. I wouldn't do it. It's too deal, dude. Like, there's a lot of Chris Rock. I mean, you throw it at a comedy club and you're gonna hit an arena act. I remember sitting in a wing and we were talking about our bus and it transitioned into private jets. Like what mid-size do you like flying the best? And that's comedy. That's comedy. That's just stand-up comedy. That never happened. It's like, yo, I was talking about like you're drugs, alcohol, that'll be just in comedy clubs every week. We haven't got you into Hollywood. Then you go, oh, you got to start a podcast. You got a social media presence. You got to have a social media team. You have a producer who's doing your content for you. Oh, by the way, your digital footprint needs to be this, and that's going to cost you. I'm checking, making sure I'm paying my overhead. Like, it's crazy.
Oh man, just listening to Bert talk about all of that stuff really stresses me out. Imagine having to do all of that without the Rogan bump. And it's interesting because compared to Rogan, who's also a so-called arena comic, he sees things very differently when it comes to promotion.
It is so fun. It's so fun. The activities, I'm always people hate on Bert know that it's so fun. You know what I'm doing? Because I think he overpromotes. Yeah, it's like really recorded. They would be hella fun. I worked out with the Rock. One of the things I said, listen, no cameras. Like, yeah. So we all came in, we all worked. There was no cameras there. It was like, I'm ready to. Well, the key is. Too hard. I'm sorry. Is that the key is moderation. The key is don't make every minute of every day. It's not fun for the people. And also the people are like paying attention to your social media. Like, stop. Leave me alone. Like, stop being so goddamn mean.
Joe, tell us what you really think. I can just imagine Bert lying on his couch watching that clip over and over again while Leanne rubs his back between his socks, telling him that Joe irony of Rogan complaining about how performative Bert is, getting professional staff working from his house full time to sell out shows, when he was the one who encouraged him to quit his job and join the Rogan Six.
Like, I go to Tom's. If you've been to Tom's, it's like they have a real production staff. Yeah. There's all these people running around with clipboards. It's like, look at Bert's house the other day. Can't keep people behind computers. Just typing a lot of social media, crazy, promoting arena shows. Everyone's going nuts. I don't want that at all.
But now that Rogan has his own comedy club, he's getting a taste for how important marketing and promotion is. And that's how I think Bert and Joe are so similar. They just don't realize it. It's kind of like Bert has a touring comedy club when he gets established comedians and up-and-comers who are JRE approved, of course, to open for him and to help sell tickets. And then,
this fully loaded comedy tour has got get drunk, then you get back on the bus to drive to the new gig. And it's just a crew talking shit. And we're smoking cigar. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. That's like there. But here, right here. Why would I go anywhere? I'm not going anywhere. Yeah. It's the world in town. It's just everybody here. We're kind of doing it every week. Experimental shows. But you do other shows. You do weird shows, like storytelling show. You'll do like fun, weird, Brian Simpson in front of a giant crowd. About a lot of different ways to expand. Like we're doing so well. It's like it's like too many people that want. I think theaters on top. Yeah, I think a theater's the move, and I think once we get the theater, then we do like a second Westwood type comedy store. I love it. We do Mothership West. I love how Rogan pitches the festival to them as if they're going to say anything but that they can use to elevate their profiles, and that's not by mistake. Rogan openly admits that his only goal is to create a fun and one, keep this process of building new comics. You need another club though. It's too much. It's overloaded. Yeah. But the idea is we're gonna do other clubs. I think we gotta keep going. I think we've probably been over a year, man. Whoa! The next stage, I think stage 2 is a theater. Stage 3 is a second club, like a little bit further out. We skew down a little further, a little. And everybody's gonna benefit. The Cap City will benefit. Everybody will benefit. The whole idea is like make this the best playground possible for comedy. There we go. Yeah. So I think it's pretty obvious that Rogan's trying to be a modern day Mitzi Shore and build his legacy not only as a comic but also as a comedy king. Somebody who helps to nurture up and coming comics with broken wings and self-esteem issues. Mitzi infamously rejected Jerry Seinfeld. He was too clean and put together. Apparently she prefers rather than comedians like Jerry who already had their routines figured out. But Rogan admitted that there was a lot of luck involved with his move to Austin and the resources to be able to pick up the way he wanted to. Also, Irish Affair is something that I never would have imagined when they would pull off. And I think it happened because like the universe made it possible. All the things had to take place. I had to have Spotify money, LA's falling apart, the comedy stores closed down, all those employees were wanted to move. We started doing shows with Dave outdoors, and we started doing live shows indoors. And Vulcan, once I got here, I was like, just like let it go crazy. I can't set up a system of like open micers and like showcases, and we gotta have a regular club. So don't do it, Ari. Go be out there, you idiot. I'll tell you this. I didn't last time, yes, but it's already finished. We gotta get you a cat that this is out of control. My body's trained from doing so many podcasts. Are you over pissing? Ari. Why do you do this? This isn't cool. Piss on the ground? Did you get piss on the ground? How much piss did you get on the ground? Wipe it up. You went balls on the Lauren Compton show. Did you really? I told him I'm not allowed legally. You gotta get a new bid. I'm not allowed legally. You gotta get new material. I told you you're not allowed. You guys did. What I said? I said LAPD. Yeah, I'm just call me, talk to a lawyer. Well, they just can't ever do that again. And I'm like, well, they got club and stuff. Like, listen, if you ever get to jail. Whoa! Hey, ladies, it could be you. You don't stand taking your weird penis. Breaking the law. Breaking the news. You seriously couldn't write this shit. Rogan's sitting there laying out his plans to dominate the comedy scene and open new venues and put on a comedy festival. Meanwhile, Ari's filled up 5 Bud Light cans with piss, and Shane's telling him he needs a new beer. And that's the elephant in the room.
room during most of these conversations, where Rogan and his comedy buddies sit around talking about how smart, funny, and successful they are. It's the same with Bert Kreischer. Both of them are close friends with some of the best comedians. For example, both Mark and Shane came up with the help of Bert's comedy tour and Rogan's podcast. The irony is that the two comedy kings themselves both aren't funny, yet they've cultivated massive comedy ecosystems. Between Rogan, Bert, and Tony Hinchcliffe, they're basically the new studio system in Hollywood 2.0. Tony manages the talent, Rogan owns the studio, and Bert takes everybody on tour and pays them. Anyway, that's my breakdown of the latest Protect Our Parks episode. It actually wasn't posted to YouTube, and I think it's because of all the copyright issues Rogan's been having since coming back to YouTube. They usually shotgun beers to different songs, and on Protect Our Parks 11, they were all complaining to Jamie that they couldn't play music anymore because they don't have the rights to play the music on YouTube, just like everybody else on here. And in this episode, they were playing a bunch of different songs without any mention of copyright or YouTube restrictions. So it sounds like the guys had a talk to Joe after and probably told him that it's boring without the music. So Joe must have got permission from Spotify to leave the music in and not post this episode onto YouTube. I also noticed last week that they dumped a bunch of Spotify episodes onto YouTube in one go, and a bunch of people started unsubscribing from the JRE channel because their feeds got spammed with all of those uploads. They ended up taking them down, but it was pretty random. Anyway, if you want to see part 1 of my Tony Hinchcliffe and Kill Tony series, head over to my Patreon via the link in the description. There's also a bunch of other uncensored content on there. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
You're not even really Jewish, right? No. Everybody thinks you are. Everyone thinks I'm a Jew. Come on.
The Joe Rogan Experience has become so unironically entertaining that it's almost ironic. Here we have the latest fight companion with Brian Callen, the washed-up Hollywood extra who knows nothing about fighting, Brian Simpson, a comedy mothership regular who also knows nothing about fighting, and Brandon Schlong, the former UFC power bottom who is known for having the most dog shit takes on fighting on the internet. Rogan himself, not only is he notorious for not getting jokes, but that's now become the funniest thing he's ever done. Now and then, Grumpy Joe with his shiny head and create awkward moments for absolutely no reason. So we'll get to Grumpy Joe later on because we're basically at the point now where his whole podcast is a giant meme, especially these fight companions with Shaw and Callen. Brendan sits there for 3 hours being almost completely incoherent while Brian fishes for viral moments by trying to troll Rogan, except it almost always goes over his head because he so literally. I want to start with Brandon though. It's so nice of Jamie to disable the live chat whenever Bob is on a live stream. That didn't stop people ragging on him after the stream ended in the comment section. What does Brian and Brenda have on Joe that makes him constantly invite them? Why the hell does he still have Callen and Shaw on here? I look down on whoever puts a mic in front of Shaw. Bubba just agreeing with everything Joe says is the funniest shit ever. Brendan has that microphone really close. If he isn't careful and it touches his chin, he'll end up on the floor doing the upside down tortoise. I hope Brendan isn't nervous being on a podcast that will eventually get more than 50,000 views. Shaw casually ingesting 40 milligrams of nicotine and lighting a cigar and talking about nootropics is crazy. Yeah, this guy is on so much shit, it's getting scary. I mean, the amount of coke this guy is dealing with on a day-to-day basis is sending him into a spiral of substance abuse, from smelling salts to even PEDs.
Tell you what, that wakes you up for a show. We have a green room. We'll pop a little step. I live in my garage before I get out, head to work. Everybody's like, get your car out. Oh, yeah. Damn. Have you had these? It's very hot. You have 24 milligrams in your mouth. Oh my god. Push the envelope. Yeah, that's not even an envelope anymore. You got a satchel. That's envelope. Hand me those MC man one for a trial there. I think there's one more in there. It's the same flavor, baby. You already have 24. Yeah, just the same flavor. I took the 24 out. I don't mix flavors. Well, now you get 16. To see if your heart stop. Yeah, for people who are dying. But I like it better than Zen, a lot better. Because Zen gives you this weird flavor in your mouth that it talks you. Yeah, it doesn't seem good. How long are you going to do it? Like a year. Why? Because it's good for your brain. It fires you up, man. It's good as a nootropic. It actually helps your brain. It helps cognitive performance. The real problem with cigarettes are not good. They smoke that. A lot of great books were written on cigarettes. Oh yeah, and nicotine's great. Yeah, nicotine's great, lover. It's also one of the most addictive substances known to mankind. But these guys never let the bro science get in the way of a good plug. Rogan there is being beneficial. While the company that he developed Alpha Brain with making misleading and false statements in their advertising and marketing. They managed to settle the lawsuit, but this time around is proving to be a little bit more difficult. If you want all the juicy details from the court filings as well as a breakdown of the study they used to make their false claims, go and check out the link below in the description. There's a bunch of other stuff. Basically, though, there's a class action in New York claiming the study they used did not reach the conclusions around cognitive improvements that they have been claiming for years. But Joe doesn't let that stop him when it comes to promoting non-FDA approved.
Yeah, let me spit this thing out. Renegade, bro. Thank you. Jay, do you know this conspiracy? Do you know about this? We're all being accused of secretly being sponsored by Zen.
Yeah.
It's some funny shit. Okay, watch this. This is crazy.
Okay, so maybe my conspiracy has been debunked, but now they've moved on to Lucy's, which is a conspiracy because they've been sending boxes of their products.
We are back. I gotta tell you, there's this thing that happened over the last few months, which is that everybody has discovered the wonder of just nicotine straight to the system.
Let me tell you, I didn't know where you're going with this. If I could invest in anything, and we just know we lost the podcast, I wish we had put in big tobacco.
Well, then here's the thing.
This is not an ad. This is not an ad. By the way, this is organic. You know we love nicotine. And by the way, this might be a sponsor because they sent us this box.
Yeah.
And this box made like harder than anything.
I know, because there's so many flavors, and these geniuses came up with the
The
crack.
Do you guys remember when podcasts were 1 hour long infomercials? Anyway, let's get back to our boy Craig Joe Puppy, because nicotine pouches aren't the only thing stopping him from flipping his TRX. Oh, no, wait, no, never mind. You don't drive with now? They don't know. They buy the best shapes inside by far. That Transcend, with like peptides, TRT. What's Transcend? It's a company. Now, like, you do your blood work like probably at least every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks. I monitor everything. All right, you should be taking this, and this. And it's a subscription. Like I said, oh no, it's just start taking things. And then they check your blood work. Like that's every bar, like 12 hours. I've never felt like that. They have stuff for your cognitive, like for me, your peptides are incredible. That's why they keep alcohol. I'm a guinea pig. I shoot myself out sometimes, but whatever. Why do you feel good? I have to. Okay, why is Brendan using PED? He's a 41-year-old retired semi-professional who stuffs his face with nicotine pouches and mumbles into a microphone. We did have like a great record. It's such a fun story, bro. You got so many pouches in your mouth. You sound like so wrong. He's relevant. What are we doing here, B? But seriously, why is Sean on PEDs? Why aren't any of these
guys on TRT, HGH, and everything else they can get a doctor to prescribe them? Is it so they join the podcast studio? Maybe it's so they can perform better in bed.
Practice. What's interesting me is like as one time about Armageddon, like the day's coming. Run. It's not very good. He's actually. That's why I run. I run all the time. Just pops off, give me a rub. Well, somebody told me some drug guy. He's like a whole bunker for the Armageddon to get in Doomsday. What are you gonna do, bro? It was like I would get in the mountains. Like, how? Have you ever jogged up there, bro? Can you even walk? Yeah, I'm like, yeah. You ever try carrying 8 pounds up mountains? I have. Yeah. So I'm a mom kid. I'm gonna take your gear, bro. I'll be jumping. Why did you start doing this? About 4 months ago. I started with miles. I went to dude. I did it with miles. That's easy to find. I don't know. They invited me. I forgot. CTE. Straight up forgot. I had to go. I didn't know if I saw a picture of Jelly Roll. I used to run. I was struggling so long.
Oh, convert seriously forget to invite Papa to the fruit and everything. Hang on, can we just stop for a moment and appreciate what just happened? Here's my read on this, okay? Good that the 2 bears 5-kilometer rush coming up. Because Tolerant Birds started promoting it several months back. Sean said he started running 3 miles a day a few months ago, which is 4.8 kilometer training for him at all. Now, I just made that up completely. I don't have 300 k, anything like that. But come on, guys. Mama starts doing 4-kilometer runs every day right after. We should acknowledge just before we move on that Brandon's apocalypse joke was actually pretty funny. No, okay, maybe not. Tough crowd. And speaking of tough crowds, Brian Callen just couldn't get anything to land with Rogan.
They call Lou the fact that he's always partying, like hanging out all the time. That homicide, he's got a lot of bread, bro. He got a lot of money. Yeah. He's hanging out with some people that have a lot of money. The same people could be that. Yeah, he's got something like the land, they take care of their athletes, especially if they're fighting. Homicide is friends with the cardio guy. The guy who's the leader of Chechnya. Yeah, he's no peace prize. Did he really? No, he's not. I was like, what the fuck? He's out. He's not.
Joe, on what planet is the head of the Chechen Republic getting a Nobel Peace Prize? But as always, it got worse. Guests trolling Rogan has to be one of my favorite dynamics on JRE, and Callen is one of the best at doing it because he's been going at it for so many years.
I love that Francis made a ton of money. I do not love the Joshua fight. That was sad. Watching him getting KO'd like that against Anthony Joshua. It's like you're just fighting one of the best boxers that's ever competed at heavyweight. He was a knockout puncher, really knows how to box. He was an Olympic gold medalist, and you had one boxer, right? Also might have had an incentive to get that fight going for a long time. I'm not saying anything, but what? Yeah, I said it. Well, Mike Tyson Fury. Shut the fuck up. You may have had an ridiculous. You're so wrong. There's not a chance in hell that Tyson Fury carried him. He was terrified of his left hook and left right. He's not all there anymore. Those fights with Deontay Wilder took something out of him. 100%. Somebody started playing it. I think that Tyson Fury did you not hear him? Yeah, but I'm just saying. I'm introducing my thought. Yeah, but you're always talking. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, but your conversation, and then you move on. I'm saying that the idea that Tyson Fury didn't have a bag of tricks and he didn't carry him. For me, it's very strange to me. It's very strange. He's one of the greatest heavyweights of all time, for sure, but he's also fighting a mountain of a man with insane physics. If he was carrying that dude, all that would be out the window after you drop it. Oh, God.
So clearly, Callen was just talking shit, and once he saw Rogan take the bait, he waiting for a second helping, but Grumpy Joe takes everything so literally these days that he kept shutting it down. And it bothered him so much that he even brought it up again later on when Callan brought up
Justin Timberlake wasn't selling well in his concert. You guys, that's what
Got arrested for drunk driving?
I don't know. Is that conspiracy?
You're a conspiracy.
This was like, can you believe that Tyson Fury carried Francis
I do believe they're all
ridiculous person?
I think he got paid for it too.
Oh God, that's the toe.
Yeah, you could tell Rogan was coping hard. It reminded me of Callan's all-time best Rogan from way back in the RE days, where he played the tough guy, saying he could beat up anyone.
I played for a full year, and it turned me into if somebody tried to bully me, I'll shoot the house and kill you. That's what happens. I get so angry. I'm not happy.
It's true.
Bully me. You're trying to bully me, right? Hold on, let me answer this problem. You've talked to too much vernacular. When I first met you, all the people around with, those are all toxic, and they've ruined the way you're allowed to communicate with people. It's true. Because they said stupid, and you said stupid. But it goes, Manny, bro, look at how what do you have to say to me?
Clearly, Callan was taking the piss and trying to wind up Rogan. Not just from the look on Brenda's face that he knew it was a joke. They probably planned it in advance. Brian actually explained that it wasn't a bit last year when he had Adam 20 on the Fighter and the Kid podcast.
Do you remember that? When I was going to go, I was about to, 5 years. Yeah, when I was about to go, yeah, and I'll tell you something else. You come at me, you better come at me correct. I was going to joke around with you. I was being tough.
Yeah, so after all these years, Rogan would have realized that Callan's just fucking with him. But Joe is having none of it, and there's an interesting dynamic to their whole relationship. Recently, on episode 1000 of The Fighter and the Kid, Sean and Callie, people on the show who make it all happen and were there from the start. Everybody thought that Rogan would make an appearance, especially given that he was the one who encouraged Brendan to quit and move into podcasting and stand-up comedy. Even called in to congratulate them, which raised some eyebrows. The amount of code in this next clip is off.
I just got so many people that we're going to generalize them. Joe never been on the show.
Good question. He's been on. He called in when we were at Fox. He called in. As far as in person, I said, the podcast where he took this Stop Fighting, actually, our podcast. That's a Fighter Kid, but it was at Joe Rogan's studio. Look at the people that made the show years. We're going to think about Rogan. He's never been on the show. Yeah. But it's different because of Rogan, a lot of the way we got views is we got Rogan so many times. So let's Paul in. Yeah, next Saturday we're back on. So, but we even have Rogan. No. Never. The most famous guy in the room. Just don't feel comfortable asking for him. We've never asked him on the show. Everybody asks Joe. Yeah. We're his friends. So I don't want to be the one to ask him. Never. Even when I call him and I want to bring my nephew to the fight, to the Conor McGregor channel. But other than that, I don't even ask him that. I wouldn't believe it. I asked him that, but I see. I wouldn't ask him for that. I would rather pay, not ask him. You should ask him. That's just not. I don't feel comfortable doing it. People around, supposed to be around him asking for their name. They have to ask him for something. I need something from him, and it made me feel sick. And I called him, I feel bad for you. He's like, don't feel bad for me. Because it's fine. He's like, it's fine. Everybody's an agenda. Everybody has a... Everyone's pitching him to do it. So it's like, I've never asked him for I've never asked him to be on his show. I've never asked him. I'll ask him for advice. I asked him like the podcast one time because I wanted to promote my special on Man Tears. Yeah, I think that, I don't know who's complicated names for a long time. And that's it. I was doing a press tour. I was like, hey, everybody, can I come on? But he said yes anyway.
Yeah, so the real reason they never asked him, Rogan rarely goes on other people's podcasts though, which is really strange. I'd also find it strange that instead of going to to their studios, he'll let them do an episode of their podcast in his studio. I don't know if he's just lazy or if maybe he wants to stay high behind his massive Mike Tyson desk and avoid any full body shots. I don't know. This whole podcast world is so weird. They've all basically turned into lolcows, and the ironic thing is that their shows are the most entertaining that they've ever been. Seeing four middle-aged men jumping around, sniffing out of a bottle, seeing their faces with pouches, and not getting each other's jokes is peak entertainment. It's just a bunch of clown shows on repeat. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this breakdown of the latest JRE Fight Companion. If you want to see some of my uncensored content, head over to my Patreon, where I just dropped the first part in a 3-part series on Tony Cliff and Kill Tony. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. I'll catch you in the next one.
This is a very good fight. Anyway, give me some of those solid salts. Oh, man. Terrence Howard, somehow or another, it's the story ever. Terrence Howard is like literally one of the smartest guys that ever lived. These genius ideas and inventions. And even though he seems crazy, it seems just insane that this is coming from an actor. This is from the Hustle and Flow guy. What? I understand it though. I kind of understand it. I understand it. Kind of, it makes sense. To me, he's made.
I recently learned name check by Terrence Howard on his recent appearance on Joe Rogan. What can happen if you're a fan of a subject, let's say a hobbyist, let's call it, it's possible to know enough about that subject to think you're right, but not a subject to know that you're wrong. This has been studied by others and it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect.
So it looks like Terrence Howard was the straw that broke Joe Rogan's. It's been a month since he appeared on JRE, and with 1 million views on YouTube, apart from the Cat Williams episode with 20 million, Terrence has been the gift that keeps on giving. Almost every episode since, Rogan or his guests has brought up Terrence and his theories, and none have been more entertaining than which of Terryology has to be the dumbest conversation I've ever heard on Joe Rogan's podcast. And in one of the most perfect stations of irony put forth in the universe, Neil deGrasse Tyson diss track video setting the record straight on all the shit that Terrence Howard was talking about.
I got name checked by Terrence on his recent appearance on
I reached out to Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was like, hey, man, yeah, I'd love you to come on my show, do my radio, do my people. And I was like, yeah, but let me introduce you.
I got name checked because here he has 36-page treatise.
It was only 36 pages.
So this is Terrence Howard attempting to reinvent mathematics.
Tyson's diss track was 17 minutes long, and in 2 days since its drop, it has well over 3 million views. And like we just saw, he dusted off the document that Terrence sent him 8 years ago to go through and set the record straight on all the lies that Terrence has been saying about him.
In this particular case, since I basically solicited it from him, I actually spent reading every line of all 36 pages. My comments are clear. I spent a lot of time on it, and I thought, out of respect for him, what I should do is give him the most informed analysis that I can. And I feel we call that empirical.
All jokes aside, this was one of the most. Neil was so polite and methodical in the way he refuted not only Terrence's pseudoscientific theories, but also his personal shots at Neil's integrity and character, which turned out to be completely made up and potentially defamatory. But Tyson isn't as squeaky clean as he might have you believe. Back in 2008, when the Me Too movement was in full swing, and started coming out about Tyson's past behaviors, some of which were quite serious, Tyson denied the more serious allegations, which to this day are proven. However, he did admit to some inappropriate behavior with women and sliced into Terence's beef. I covered some of Terence's indiscretions in my recent video on his JRE appearance, including how Terence actually pleaded guilty to charges of harassment and assault of ex-wife. Once again, Cat Williams is tapping us on the shoulder and whispering, "I told you so." But just before we ascend Mount Stupid with Rogan and Action Bronson, take a look at Tyson's polite but brutal takedown of Terence Howard.
Make it clear that I delight at it. When I see people with actions trying to tackle the great unknowns, it's a beautiful thing that people want to participate on this frontier. Is if you're a fan of a subject, let's say, a hobbyist, let's call it, it's possible to know enough about that subject to think you're right, but not enough about that subject to know that you're wrong. And so there's this sort of valley in there, a valley of false confidence. This has been cited by others, and it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's the phenomenon where a little bit of knowledge, you over how much of that subject you actually know. And then when you learn even more, you realize, no, I didn't know as much as all there. And then when you learn even more, you come ultimately learning enough to know whether right or wrong. To become an expert all this time, it doesn't happen overnight. You can't just sit in an armchair and say, I'm now an expert. It requires study.
Regulars of this channel extend a big funny comedian's dedication to the Dunning-Kruger effect. I've covered this several times across many videos. Some of the biggest offenders have been Bert Kreischer, Andrew Schultz, Brad Schwab, and of course Papa Reagan himself. Now, thanks to Neil deGrasse Tyson, we can add Terence Howard to that list because we really needed a scientist to tell us what the latest analysis on the frontiers of mathematics and science. This is how it started.
I feel like people sometimes when I come on here. Howard. You don't know what to say. I was like Googling to talk about after that. What the what in the actual I understand it though. I kind of I don't know. And then that's what has to happen is Terence to sit down with someone who's who's got a PhD in whatever discipline, and they can have a discussion. Me, if you're talking to a mathematician, if you're talking to a physicist, someone who actually can understand what these things mean and what he's trying to say about 1 multiplied by 1. Like no mathematics. Everything is. I believe that. I wasn't good in algebra. I see it more similarly to him.
Right. Okay, there's something I recently noticed, and I discussed it on my latest Patreon video about Rogan making stuff up. And it's that there's a whole bunch of people out there that want to believe scientific theories, either because they're bored of the truth, or they can't understand the truth, or they're just sick of following made on Action Bronson for the things he's saying there. I also kind of understand where he's coming from in this weird, strange way, and that could be one of the reasons why Rogan's podcast is so popular. He's breathing life into all these crazy ideas at a time when trusting the scientific community and the government is at all-time lows. I'll talk more about this a little bit scientist, which was pretty funny. As for Terence Howard, though, clearly anyone who understands fractions and basic multiplication and division can press and peer review Terence's paper. This is what he had to say about it.
Just my opening line here is titled 1 times 1 equal 2. So I lead off by saying, this is an ambitious work that is a clear indication of a restless, active mind. Within these pages, however, there are many assumptions and statements that are underinformed
It can never occur that the square root of a given number, when added to its greater than the initial number squared, exposed of our understanding. A loose thread came the very ground of mathematics. That's a bold statement. So then I just, this opening thesis is false. That have escaped your attention. His statement is shown to be false for every number that's less than 1 greater than 0. For example, the square root of 0.64 bigger than 0.64, and it's larger than the original. And 64 squared equals 0.4096, a smaller number than the original. To the extent that the next 35 pages depends on your stated thesis. This fact undermines your claims and assumptions and conclusions. It's not about feeling, objective reality.
Shapiro's facts don't care how you feel on Terrence Howard. And it's funny that Tyson brought up feelings versus reality there. A lot of the pseudoscience that Rogan promotes is, for example, even Terrence self-explained to Rogan how these theories came to him when he channeled the memories of being in his mother's womb and just an untapped part of deception, dreams within dreams, giving him access to a magic of knowledge full of shapes, presenting solutions to the world's problems.
So when I went from the womb, I had to felt like you had these things that you didn't get out in the previous lifetime, and now you're feeling on sophomore. You remember that being circumcised and the whole nine, but for me, that's where it's still there. And it was from 5 years old. I had another dream. And this room filled up with like this moving around. And there was a being there. And I remember being walked through that room. He said to me, if you could have anything in the world, what would it be? And I said to him, works. At that moment, he used his left hand to open up the door. And there was this man. Brown doors. It was this crystalline flower. Big crystalline flowers, like a giant, like 5 feet across. And every time I tried to see his face, he would reach in and handshake. Each shake was different and amazing. But after that moment, anytime something strange would happen in a dream, I had powers of exception. Anytime something I would be naked in school, would say, I'm not naked. I must be dreaming. Immediately, run out of where I was, and I would find this mansion, and I had access to all of those.
Yeah, I don't know how any sane person can listen to that and conclude that they're sitting with a genius. Like, the amount of rope that Rogan, this guy is wild. If he wasn't such a rich and famous movie star, he would have been committed by now. Anyway, back to the conversation with Action Bronson. Oh man, this is the gift that keeps on giving.
He's talking about other people. What are you doing? How can you do this? Because of music, I understand. I feel what he's saying.
Yeah.
Like he's trying to uncover all these little micro. What do you mean? I'm an idiot. I'm trying to regurgitate what I heard.
Always be cautious on Kruger effect.
There's all the elements. The element between.
Yeah.
Like, why are they there when they're just...
You and I will never explain this to me. It hugely frustrates anybody who really
I can't
knows
even remember what I'm trying to say, but you know.
Yeah. The way he was explaining how everything's exactly, yeah. And when you look at it like the way he was describing it, you're like, that makes more sense. It does make sense. That's it. I mean, it just looks beautiful.
That's fine.
So there's a lot going on in there. First of all, the way the periodic table of the elements is structured is based off the number of protons in the nucleus of an atom, which gives you each element's atomic number. This way of organizing the elements was developed over several decades throughout the 19th century, but let's throw all of that out the window because it makes sense to Joe Howard's frequency vibration theory, which also makes sense to Action Bronson because he can feel it too. Man, I love the internet. And did you hear what Bronson was saying there about there being too much microanalysis? This is the part that I find the most interesting because I've heard this before. If the world is overanalyzed and we're thinking about everything, you need to step back and go with our feelings.
Because with music, I understand the way that I hear what he's saying.
Yeah.
Like covers just all these little micro emotions.
That's so interesting, right? That kind of thing on a mass scale is pretty scary. Remember what I was saying earlier about how trust in the scientific community low point? Well, it's not a stretch of the imagination to see that if enough people catch on to that same way of thinking, basically just looking for the truth using the scientific method and just accept what they're. Well, you can see how if that thinking was to reach the top level at our most important institutions, it could fundamentally change the way we see the world and how we organize ourselves. It's already happening in some of the top universities. That's why I think it's important for the government to be honest about what they're doing and why they're doing it. Because if they don't and people lose enough trust, there's an air that's easily filled with pseudoscience, not to mention all of the political agendas at play. And I know that Rogan's just talking, and most people like myself are only watching this stuff for the entertainment value, but every now and then you see a glimpse of the growing distrust we have of the scientific community coming out in these conversations.
Jackson, I need to know if this is true. I'm going to send you this, but it's so cool that I don't even want to Google it. But it's that they took these photons. Did you see it?
I didn't find it. I Googled it. I couldn't find anything.
How could this be fake? Like, why would lying to me, Jamie? Why would they be lying to me, Jamie? It's quantum entangled photons. So, this looks like that's quantum entangled photons. Now, again, for the record, I don't even know what that means. I can say those words, quantum entangled photons. There's too many people that write down without any Googling in an essay what a quantum entangled photon exactly is. Well, I think what it is these particles are entangled in some way where they don't have to be in the. There's some method or some way of understanding how this is done. It's all swirly, yellow legal pad, chalkboard with a bunch of squiggles that you don't understand. Bananas talk. First of all, I don't trust these super dorks at all. Look at the photos of those people.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They're pretty young.
Yeah, they're all too smart. Trust them. There's big and chip.
I need to see some old guys who came up with all this motherfucking holography. Where did this come from?
Scientists and gals and non-binary folks.
So I get the big. I know most of you watching get that as well, but there's a bunch of people believe all of this and take it at face value. Don't forget that those thousands of likes, they were all supporting these theories and agreeing that these are genius. And these theories should be studied more deeply and more seriously. And what about this idea should look a certain way, but then Terrence Howard should be a trusted scientist as well? Rogan, though, he's been quite open about how badly he wants aliens and UFOs to be real. And I think that's where his overindulgence in these theories come from. It is to claim to have definitive evidence or 100% to these theories. He always toes and says he's just asking questions and having conversations, but he always seems to be looking advances in
get to like what alien civilization looks like. We want to get to like super insane levels of technology where they control all of the atmosphere. They literally can harness the power of stars. Like there's so much more. Like it's the craziest story ever. And Terrence Howard is like literally one of the smartest. And even though it seems just insane. It's coming from an actor. This is from The Hustle.
So like I was saying, it seems like Rogan really just wants to believe Terrence, even though he knows it all sounds a little bit crazy. And Neil deGrasse Tyson actually called Terrence for using false logic to theories. Terrence tried to compare himself with some of the most famous scientists in history by pointing out that some of them were ridiculed in their lifetime.
In here, he mentions people who he persecuted because their vision exceeded the myopic view of Nikola Tesla, John Keely, and many more. Regarding your list of people who have made brave is to be misunderstood, but to be misunderstood is not to be a genius. The work of Walter Russell, has eluded any experimental support, and the work of Keely is generally not reproducible. Science is about reproducibility. I can have the most brilliant, crazy, fun idea ever. And if I perform an experiment and no one else, that's how science works. I think on Rogan, Terrence said that I can trash researchers.
The time that I talked about Walter Russell and Victor Schauberger and John Keely and Tesla as the people that I looked up to. Tesla threw shit on he was like, well, Tesla stuff worked, but Tesla was never really respected out there.
Well, just simply stating the fact. I don't think of it as trashing. I think of it as being honest. I could have softened it, but I don't think that's what people who care about you should do. People who care will be honest with you about ideas. Always be cautious of the Dunning-Kruger effect. You put in a little bit of work, and you have an idea, and then you think your idea is right, and then Einstein is wrong, and Newton is wrong, and then everything.
Paper, but Terrence wanted to make him out to be this scientific establishment villain. Luckily, Tyson brought receipts.
I will note that from this work, Terrence produced what I find to be intriguing. To be more intriguing than beautiful, because you gotta look at it, you keep looking at it, like, what is that? What's going on there? I just want to read you my ending comments here. I could not follow the reasoning of the last few pages. The illustrations that derive from that are beautiful, regardless of how they were derived. My notes have been strongly critical of your reasoning and conclusions. I was candid and blunt in their comments. In any case, like I say above, the images and illustrations in your final pages are beautiful works of art, unlike any I have seen. Best to you, Neil. So, in case people wanted to know what I
That wouldn't take him seriously. And just think about this, right? How many of us could just send Neil deGrasse Tyson a 36-page paper with those scientific background or credentials and gets a considered response. Terrence has had so many opportunities to get his yet he claims that he's being silenced by the government and the CIA, etc. They're switching his phone off and listening to all his communications. Meanwhile, he was speaking freely for 3 hours on the biggest podcast in the world. But let's hope that Terrence hits back at Tyson and we get a full-on public beef going. I think the ultimate would be if Rogan got both of them on the podcast. Maybe even get Flint Dibble on there too, just in another video. But it tells me Tyson would probably turn down that invitation. Anyway, that's it from me. If you ended up enjoying this video and you want to see some of my uncensored content, head over to my Patreon where I can speak freely without any copyright restrictions. Via the link in the description below of this channel, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you have enjoyed this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Method called biphoton digital holography uses an ultra high precision camera and can be used to massively. It's not real time. It's not real. But fade and brightness. You know, like how does that? This is a reconstruction of a home demolished. I'm a total moron.
Do you mind if I just dip into? I brought a little something. I have to do it about every 20 minutes. I do apologize. I have to have an eating thing I have to do.
Really?
Well, if you don't mind.
No. What is your eating thing?
I have a tapeworm.
Really?
Yeah. Like almost 4 feet. Have you ever had one?
You really do?
Yeah.
I don't know if I should feel bad for you.
Well, you can do whatever. I don't
feel bad. It's true. You have a real tape.
So Harlan Williams just made his first appearance on JRE. You remember him from such movies as Rocket Man, Half Baked, and There's Something About. For me, though, I'll offer him from his feature film debut in Dumb and Dumber as the cop who took the piss out of the beer bottle on the side of the road. As for his conversation with Rogan, it was in his characteristically offbeat style. He reminds me a lot of his fellow Canadian actor turned podcaster Tom Green. They both have a very similar style where you don't know where the trolling ends and the real conversation begins. Luckily for Rogan, though, eventually their hydrogen cells began to harmonize through the DNA synchronization process, and they ended up vibrating at the same frequency. But we'll get to that in a little bit because he pulled off one of the best trolls in JRE history. As you saw in the introduction, he convinced Rogan that he had a 4-foot tapeworm growing inside him that he discovered after a trip to the Galapagos Islands. He tells the story about this completely made-up species called the Bermuda eel rat, which evolved through Darwin's theory of evolution in Bermuda, and that's what gave him the tapeworm. But the gag isn't just that he has this fake tapeworm growing inside him, it's that he's become so attached to it and he doesn't want to kill it because it feels like his very own baby growing inside him. Now, I'm going to play for you guys the best bits from this epic troll on Rogan, but stick around because this whole episode of JRE was full of shit talking all the way through, and I've also managed to pull out a few more gags to show you guys where he tries to convince Rogan that he was attacked by a bear and a mountain lion, as well as a little compilation of Harlan's jokes going over Rogan's head. Also, if you're new here and you ended up enjoying this breakdown, don't forget to become a subscriber, and if you're interested in seeing more of my videos without any copyright restrictions or censorship, you can check out the link in the description to my Patreon. Now, let's get back to this tapeworm, which he named Dimitri.
I don't even know if I should talk about this, but a little onyx when I got attached to the little fella.
Do you like having that now?
Well, we hear all this talk about, women, men can have babies. They're telling men they can have children. Well, let's just say I have something living inside me. Sometimes I can feel it moving around. Sometimes I'll put a piece of cheese in the bed at night and it'll come out and I feel like I have a tail. I have to eat celery. Well, what it does, it reacts to the vibration of sound. And celery's kind of got the best kind of crunch. And it kind of settles the
guy now. There's about every 20 minutes. I think you go to a bad doctor. I think you're getting bad advice. No, I just mean for me, for you. This is like a self-medicating. I think they can get rid of those things now. No, but what I'm saying, I'm not attached to the pantry.
So in Rogan's signature style, even though he's suspicious of Harlan's tapeworm story, he still takes it literally at first, even though it's obvious that it's just a bit. And Harlan keeps up the gag throughout the whole 2.5-hour episode. He kept offering Rogan celery on several occasions. The best part for me, though, was when Rogan started realizing the whole thing was made up, and so in an effort to keep it going, Harlan tells Rogan one of the most bullshit stories you've ever heard.
You really have a tapeworm? I do. For real? Yes. Please. You ever seen a Burmese python? Yes. I had a lure, and I guess little Dimitri got jealous. And I woke up and I looked over. He was, how he's laying me spoon upside down. So I'm feeling it makes sense. He uses my nose like a bicycle or a empty cup. Not pretty, but he's my boy. No, but for real. How long is it going to take to kill it? Well, once you take those pills, you can kill it like within about 3 days. You're not taking pills? No. I feel like I have a boy inside. Wow, wait a minute. Like a child. Well, have you seen, I want to see a photo of those bears. Bears that have it, it's so disgusting. It looks like enormous spaghetti.
So then, after Jamie pulls up bears with tapeworms hanging out of there, his next gag, which was to convince Rogan that he was attacked by a grizzly bear. He clearly did his research. They've also known each other for a long time, so he knew that Rogan was king for bears, but the commitment to his jokes was second to none. And even Rogan admitted that at the end. And so he tells this story about how he was killed when he was viciously attacked by a grizzly, managed to survive and lived to tell the story on
7 years ago. I'm up on a hill in Bayou, and they're picking blueberries. And this comes flying over the hill. It was a grizz. Roll and claw. And I've never done this, but that is the furthest anyone's ever gone. You actually got it tattooed on your chest. Well, hang on, guy. I'm trying to tell you, I got attacked by a grizz.
Daddy actually thought that was going to fly with Joe. He was clearly just trolling him for a laugh. But the next one was even worse, as well by a grizzly bear. Harlan also claimed to have been attacked by a mountain lion, another of his favorite animals. But by the time he got to this, Rogan had fully realized the shame of the moment, and it didn't help that the dodgy makeup from the fake scars started to fall off while he was showing them to Joe and Jake.
A mountain lion, on the other hand, can I share something with you? This is about the tattoo. Well, no, the mountain lion. Did you glue those on? What's wrong with the mountain lion? Scrapes. He digs in with his. Can a guy have adventure stories in nature? Hey, you're healing. You're healing. Yeah. You're about learning Mandarin.
Seriously, this episode was almost was completely devoid of segues. They would both just jump to the most random topics, and Rogan kept getting stuck and having to ask Jamie what they were talking about because Harlan kept jumping in and on every story he told. But Joe's known for not getting jokes from some of the best comedians in the world, which is ironic, seeing as he talks about stand-up comedy in almost every episode, whether it's being part of the 1,000 over how cool it is to hang out with comedians in the green room of his comedy club. Yet when he's sitting in the hot seat, he doesn't seem to be able to keep up with his comedian. We're getting annoyed at how many jokes are going over Joe's head as well. The best, I can't tell. Joe has no idea when someone and Harlan never stops joking. Harlan, he plays dumb, but he's a step ahead of everyone. I like how Harlan is trying his hardest to have a full nonsense conversation, and Joe keeps bringing get back to reality. On Rogan, don't take every rule and just enjoy what Harlan Williams is too funny for Joe Rogan. He zooms through every comment out of all of them. Shout out to this guy for not arresting Boyd and Harry and ruining the trip. And so I put together a compilation of all the little bits and pieces where Rogan either completely ignored Harlan's jokes because he was more interested in talking about bears or fish or lightning strikes, or he just plain didn't get the joke, and when he finally did get it, he had to pretend like he didn't hear it because it took him so long to get it.
Does that mean they're gay if it's a Pride Alliance, by the way? Now, Pride isn't always gay. Okay, they're not gay to me. Pride didn't used to be gay. It used to be like, you're proud of something. One of them had their hair fluffed out. He looks pretty gay. John McCain, remember him? He was a prisoner for years. His shoulders were all beat up. Yeah, he couldn't put his arms down. Yeah. Like he was, I remember I went on a roller coaster with him once, and at the end of it, I was like, guy, we're done. And he was still. That's how crazy Trump is. Trump. You okay? Yeah, maybe he has his long Trump. They're working there. He's going to try. No, it's just flat. Well, okay. Go. I don't need help. Please, no, thank you. Why? I mean, tape arms. I don't enjoy solar. Although the college one, well, it's got the same letters in it. It doesn't have all of them. It's missing the B. I thought you like cauliflower. No. Well, now what we're going to do. What were we just talking about? That's this big lightning strike you'll see coming out of the sky. That looks a lot like Dimitri, I gotta say. All the little branches that fit this on slow motion. Look how quick those little branches flicker off to the corners of the side. It looks a lot like Dimitri's ultrasound, by the way. I bet. Yeah. A feather. How a bird would have flew out. So check this out. You see the feather? Get ahead of me. The friends, the science community, I know a bunch of Scientologists, and I had them analyze this. Flew out there. This is a feather from a great hawk. Please. That's like to touch it. No. I'd been eating a bacon sandwich and spilled some on my lap and went swimming, and that thing sucked me for about an hour and a half. Look at the top of its head. Did not pay attention. What a sexual assault. I over it. I was at an airport with my friend Tate, and I had this little pimples on my calf. And he goes, hey, what is that in your calf? I go, I don't know. So immediately I went to the dermatologist, and he's like, yeah, it looks like staph. And he put me in antibiotics before they even got the results of the test back. Hey, what you want, not your cow? My cow. You said your calf? Yeah, like leg. Or your leg. That one really went out there with that one.
So the strange thing is, for me at least, I actually don't mind this dynamic where Rogan has no idea what the fuck is going on, and his guest is just rolling through the jokes without him noticing. It makes it so much more interesting to watch because you can tell Rogan's kind of nervous. Whenever he's with one of his close friends, Trussell, the other day, Joe will just laugh at anything he says, and it kind of gets boring after a while, especially when Rogan laughs hysterically at bits that aren't actually funny. But with guys like Theo Vaughn, Tim Dillon, Shane Gillen, and even with Harlan Williams, the awkwardness is what makes it funny for me. Otherwise, it just ends up becoming a fast-living exercise that gets boring real quick. As for the tapeworm, though, it had a happy ending. After Rogan spilled coffee shirt, Harlan decided to pull Dimitri out of his ass and hand it to Rogan as a trophy for sitting 2.5 hours.
It was my first movie, and I was like, oh no, I'm so sorry. Does that help? I think it makes it rub it. Jamie, so, what is that, tea? No coffee. Yeah, I mean, we're lucky to do this for a living. You and I have done it for so long. Jeez, I'm sorry. What are you doing? No, it's just, what are you doing over there? God, you going to take my mouth? So, God, more preparation for this show. It's Dimitri. Send you back to Canada. Boy, time to me. It's warm. It's good at my groin bridge. Yeah, this is fancy. You want cauliflower that's over, you'll touch my groin for it.
Yeah, they said it was awesome. I think it was one of the top 5 so far this year. Rogan should try to get different comedians on instead of the same rotation of membership regulars. Having said that, since coming back to YouTube, I definitely think that his guests have improved for the most part. People are still talking about Terrence Howard in the comment sections of every podcast since he was on, so hopefully he gets him back on with a couple of other people for an epic debate. But he still seems to struggle when he has comedians on. For example, Sebastian Maniscalco was on a couple of weeks ago, and it was so boring. I mean, how on earth you have Sebastian on and end up talking about ice baths and saunas, magnesium, foot spray, and vitamin IVs is completely beyond me. Even Andrew Schultz managed to get a decent interview out of Sebastian at the end of last year, but Rogan's was dead from the word go. That's why having looser comedians like Harlan Williams is so good, because they take themselves seriously, and eventually Rogan starts to relax and get into it. It ends up being an awesome conversation. But it's not all rainbows and sunshine for Rogan at the moment. The company behind the supplement Alpha Brain, which Rogan helped to develop, is being sued for false and misleading marketing. Basically, Rogan was the front guy for the company and promoted it across social media as well as on his podcast. But now there's a class action from New York claiming that the studies that were done on Alpha Brain don't support the conclusions that the company and Rogan have been using to promote the supplement publicly. So now they're being sued for millions of dollars. If you want the full breakdown of all the legal documentation and the background, head over to my Patreon via the link in the description and check out my video from earlier this week covering all of those details. But as for today, that's it from me. I hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below, and if you're not a regular on this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
So you felt like that, like from the world of my head, so you felt like you had these things that you didn't get out in a previous lifetime, and now you have to. I have to. You were coming out. You remember being compressed. Certain size. Like people say, well, what business do you have? And all that. You're an actor. Here I'm just going to hear an Oscar-nominated actor that is known all around the world, face local recognition all around the world. It's a new form of flight. The potential flight, the ability to fly around. Now I'm saying,
So most of us know Terrence Howard as a Hollywood actor. You may remember him from such movies as Crowdy series Empire. But one thing about him is that Terrence claims to have studied chemical engineering and applied methods. He even claimed to have completed a PhD in chemical engineering, except here's the problem. That university doesn't offer degrees in chemical engineering. Engineering at Pratt Institute, where he said he obtained his undergraduate degrees, shut its engineering program down in 1993. So there's no actual record of Terence having attended university at all. But that's only the beginning. To say that controversy follows this guy around would be an understatement. I'll get to all of that because, as you saw in the intro, he was the latest guest on the Joe Rogan Experience, and no, you're not mistaken. He opened the podcast by describing his memories from being in his mother's womb, which he's able to re-enter to tell you wait, because we're going to go through this step by step. So stick around. This was a wild one. And just to give you an idea of what we're dealing with here, these are some of the top comments from YouTube. Terence Howard is Cat Williams' final form. When Cat Williams finishes reading his 3,000 books, he turns into Terence Howard. If Cat Williams interviewed Terence Howard, they would just stare at each other and nod. 3-hour podcast, 9 seconds in, I woke up inside my mother's womb. This is what non-JRE listeners think every episode is. This is the longest letting book of all time. So yeah, like I said, this was a wild one. But let's go through some of his scientific theories before we get to all the controversial bits about his criminal history and getting fired by Marvel. First off, we've got his theory on 1 multiplied by 1 equaling 2 instead of 1.
Isn't that multiplication? That means to make more and increase in number. How is 1 times 1 equals 1 part of multiplication taken? Now I understand that if you're seeing it 1 time, the moment that you had that times in there, that multiplicative indicator, that means there's more than 1. That equals time is supposed to show that there's a balance between these two numbers over here and the balance on one. It does not indicate the way I took the square root of that number. I took the square root of 2 in 3rd grade. I was arguing with my teacher because the square root of
Okay, so if you're wondering what in the actual fuck is 9, and apparently that makes sense because 3 squared is a higher number than 3 plus 3. But then we have 2 squared equaling 4 and 2 plus 2 equaling 4. They're the same, and Terence doesn't like that because one is multiplication and the other is addition. He thinks multiplication should be bigger. And then there's the real problem. 1 squared is 1, but 1 plus 1 itself. So because 1 plus 1 is 2, which is higher than 1 squared, which is 1, therefore 1 squared must 2, and that's his proof. He simply believes that when you're using the same numbers, the multiplied result should inherently always be greater than the result of the addition. But just keep that one in your back pocket for now because I want to move on to his reordering of the periodic table. Terence has a theory that the ordering of the elements on the table fails to realize the true relationship between the elements, and he uses this as a building block for Jesus walking on water. Now again, if you think I'm joking, just wait because we're only getting started.
When you say rebuild the periodic table, what do you mean specifically? Well, the way the periodic table is laid out and the periodic table they have now,
Let's see it.
it looks like a wow. You'll see hydrogen sitting all the way over there by itself. They don't show.
He understands to be the frequency at which each element vibrates. Like he said, hydrogen should be grouped with other elements like breaking the key signature of E. Now, he actually used this theory to patent for a propulsion system that he intended to develop with Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos to send into space to clean up all the debris left up there that's cluttering our solar system. Let me come back to that because he actually gave
still be good friends. You ain't seen in 10 years. Y'all like 14. You hung out in the song. Came on, you everybody got up and was live at that moment. Now, say 10 years later, you got in the G for each and every one of us. It's great. Your prime resonant frequency is played. Guess what happened? Your DNA celebrates, touches, everything else is great. Harmonic wave frequency. So say that the ethyl absorbs of the oxygen is only hitting at an F. Why? Because there's another frequency coming in from a generator over there. That's changing, causing it to change. So this F now hits the oxygen. Instead of hitting as an F sharp, it hits as an F. So when it hits the carbon underneath, it doesn't hit it quite right. So the domino file malformation happening within our DNA because the frequencies are being pushed off. But when we hear our tone tighten back up, so yeah, I'm in the process of building a sequencer with another doctor who has been able to see cancer.
Okay, all right. So what he's saying here is that you can use this harmonic wave resequencing to repair malformations in our DNA where there's a class of frequencies which is supposedly the cause of defects such as cancer and AIDS. He came to this theory through the observation that a group of friends can enjoy the memory of a song together through their DNA together, which happens naturally via the from the initial experience hearing the music together due to different compounds generated by the harmonic frequencies of the music. So instead of it just being a shared memory amongst friends, Terence believes it's the effect of the music's frequency on our collective DNA. And imagine, most people think he's full of shit, which he believes is part of a global conspiracy to silence him.
Don't turn my phone on, don't do that. Every time I get ready, because I know they're watching me right now, and they're mad at me. Who's that? You see me? Oh, I'm sure, because now I have to turn it off.
You ever drop your phone?
I've dropped my phone a number of times, but
You ever think that phone?
and the same thing happens.
Burners?
I used to forgive my wife and think I was cheating.
Rogan wasn't buying Terence's conspiracy theory that he was being watched and monitored by the government, but what had happening in Rogan's studio that had never happened before.
Exactly, my computer just froze because it freaked out. Like my computer, I might have to just try to. You want to reboot? Yeah, I'll try to get you on. We have to pause.
Okay. The government, man, it's not.
I think it is sometimes. I assume they listen to everything I do.
They do. I'm sure they do.
He's too unfortunate. Oh no! Oh, it's every time I'm shrinking in this video, it's just like doesn't like to do this. I have no control of the computer. Alt tab does nothing. Escape does nothing. Space bar does nothing.
Maybe you dropped your computer.
Maybe you dropped your computer, Jimmy. Jimmy, you burn a computer.
Yeah, they don't want their God killed. Gravity has been the thing they've been holding on to from the beginning, and it's just an effect of electricity. It's the draft left over by electricity.
All right, so who knows what's really going on in there?